so you can laugh at L.A. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Celtics blew a 20-point lead. They beat the Lakers in OT, 122-118. A bunch of Laker topics are trending in DFW this morning. People are laughing at Pat Beverly. Rob Pelinka, the general manager, is getting mocked. My favorite tweet was, Russia really pulled off a trade before Rob Pelinka helped save the Lakers. And Charles Barkley was not happy. He has not been happy that TNT is forcing the Lakers. Look, this is just what's going to happen. It's going to be the Cowboys. It's going to be the Lakers for the NBA. And Chuck is done with it.
You want to sum this first half up for me?
The Lakers stink. Yeah, y'all forcing us to show them all the time like they're gonna be good.
Y'all is it Ernie?
The NBA.
Oh, okay.
It's a conspiracy, and then we got all these clowns on television have to talk about them every day.
Conspiracy?
It's a conspiracy. Like we have to talk about the Lakers. The Lakers are awful. We don't talk about no other 14 seed. They're not a 14 seed. They're a 12 seed. We don't talk about what's the 12 seed in the East. We don't ever talk about the Washington Wizards, do we? Ever. Do we ever mention the Washington Wizards, the great Bradley Beal? No, but for some reason, these morning talk shows and us, we have to show the Lakers all the time. The Lakers stink.
Easy.
Okay, I'm fine.
It's the last time you're going to see him this year.
No way.
It is.
This year, this is December.
This is,
You big dummy.
So there's Charles proving he cannot be someone that programs a station, just like, some totalers get sick and tired of us talking about the Cowboys. There's other radio stations who wanted to go ahead and plan out their strategy of not talking about the Cowboys. They were too cool or not controlled by it. Well, guess what happened? Cowboys, because that's what pays the bills, and that's what people react to. Ain't no one reacting to the Washington Wizards and Bradley Beal and Porzingis losing last night, right. But LeBron and Anthony Davis and the Lakers and the Cowboys, they create all these extra talking points like Odell Beckham and Dak Prescott and Micah Parsons, and that's what people react to. That's the way it is.
National basketball, like inside the NBA, like they'd be foolish if they don't talk the Lakers.
Of course.
Regular talk shows, local talk shows, I mean, you could get away with it.
He's talking about First Take and FS1.
Yeah, no, the First Take FS1, they have to.
And they have to talk Cowboys.
Of course.
Nobody cares about Jacksonville. Nobody cares. No one cares about the Chargers. No one cares. I haven't seen the Chargers mentioned one time. We got 3 TVs in here throughout the entire season. I haven't seen, there probably has been one, but I haven't noticed a Justin Herbert topic. Sean Payton.
It's been on Brandon Staley or what's wrong with the church. It's been very kind of basic. They don't dive in.
Right.
They don't dive in. It's, there's a handful of teams that you kind of go to as your crutches. And, the Lakers are one of them nationally. But if you're inside the NBA, are you foolish enough to think that you don't talk about the Lakers?
Right. What happened with Draymond last night?
Yeah, he got a fan ejected, and there's talk that, he said that the fan said something that was threatening to his life.
Oh,
quote, some threatening things to my life. They didn't say what it was.
This was in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Very well known for having hostile behavior.
Oh yeah, just all the hostilities in Milwaukee. But yeah, he was not happy. He got the ref security go over there, and the fan was escorted out of the game. And he informed the referee of what happened. So now we have to find out from Draymond himself.
What did they say to you?
Some threatening stuff to my life. I was this close to really going back and diving all the way in, but kind of just went back and told the official. And when I told the official what he said, he's like, "Oh, he got to get out of here." And he got to get out of here.
Do you like that, I guess? I know you got fined a couple weeks ago when you said something to the fan. Do you like that that's kind of an option to you, I guess?
Yeah. I mean, I can't necessarily say that that hasn't been an option. That's kind of been an option. But I think, there are times where you're just in the moment, and you respond. And so, that's been an option. That wasn't I just found out that was an option once I got fined. That's been there. The league has made that clear to us for years that that's been there. but like I said, we are human beings, and there are times where you just respond, and try to learn from the mistakes. But like I said, there's still that human side, that human element to it. That, sometimes you're just going to respond, and that's just it.
Do you think fans?
What type of question was that?
I don't know.
Do you like that that's an option to you? So look, just over a week ago, he was fined $25,000 for a verbal altercation here at the AAC. And the fan website put out the story of that fan tweeting Draymond and saying, I'm the one you got into an altercation with. I'm going to match the fine for you. We were just trash talking back and forth. It was good natured. So the Dallas fan said, yo, man, my bad. Sorry you got in trouble, but I'm going to go ahead and pay the $25,000 or donate it to a charity of your choice. That was the last Draymond issue that took place right here in the Metroplex.
What kind of money they got over there?
Jared Sandler charity money.
No kidding.
Someone tried to bid 70. I don't know if I'm allowed to say
Just say it.
this.
Why not?
Okay.
Stand up for this one.
The Luka shoes. My man Samir donated signed Luka shoes. I think someone got them for like $8,000, but at the last second for the bidding on Sunday, 1 minute left, someone tried to get them for $38,000. And there was so much traffic on the site, it stopped working. They had some kinks technology-wise, so they lost out on an extra $31,000 that could have gone to the Sandlot charity. Someone wanted those Luka shoes for $38,000. Suck it for charity.
Wow. So Jared didn't buy enough bandwidth, and the kids are going to suffer.
The kids are going to
He's
suffer.
more worried about me giving Bobby his bottle of vodka than he is about the bandwidth on his account.
Well, if you stop hoarding liquor bottles like you're not dating a liquor rep.
I didn't hoard. Well, I didn't hoard them. They didn't take them.
You basically crap vodka in your house and you're stealing
I
Broadus
didn't steal.
and Bobby's
Hang
bottles.
Hang on. I did not steal. They didn't take them. They left them. Once you leave, it's assumed that you don't want.
It's a free-for-all.
Yeah. And I even saw Brothers at the valet stand. He goes, take my bottle. I don't care. So I huffed back in and got it. I had just taken
you
bottle.
went back in.
Yeah, because he was like, take my bottle. And I was like, yeah, okay. I'll take your bottle.
Carlos Correa can afford a lot of vodka as overnight he signed with the San Francisco Giants. 13 for $350.
All right. I don't ever want to hear a topic on any sport, on any TV show or radio show or whatever, that baseball's dying. They've given out 5 contracts of $280 million in the last year. It's obviously healthy. It's obviously as healthy as it has ever been.
Does that mean the viewership is as healthy as it's ever been, or the business of the sport because of TV deals or however else they're accumulating the money?
I think I don't. You don't have TV deals without viewership, I would assume. Right? Like
baseball, no one can argue that baseball has a national issue, just like it feels like basketball is declining.
As a local issue. Basketball is a local issue. It's great on national. And baseball's got a national issue, but it's typically great on local.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what would you rather have? You know, you're going to get a lot of big bucks from the little local guys, or a lot of big bucks on a national level. But I mean, it's obviously healthy financially, because that is an insane contract. 13 years? What are you? 13
years. Has Correa been
He's a good player.
A little disappointing though? I mean, he was supposed to be the next A-Rod.
Man, he's pretty darn good. I mean, he ain't A-Rod.
He was the next phenom.
Yeah.
So he's 28.
Yeah.
This will take him to
41. Guys, I know you had the money earmarked for Aaron Judge, but my goodness, that's insane. 13 years?
He's never hit 27 home runs.
Yeah, he'll get dinged up.
His career average is 280.
In today's game, that's it's Tony Gwynn.
His on base is 357 for his career.
That's very good.
His OPS is 836.
That's good. It's not like Hall of Fame, but it's good. That's good. I mean, he's a good player. 13. I mean, look, 13 years for 350. I mean, that's it's not 35 a year. I'd almost rather give you somebody 5 years for 350 than 13.
27 a year. 27 a year.
He's a 27 a year player, easy.
All right, Micah Parsons sat down with Von Miller, the two guys that were wrestling for Odell Beckham. What happened when Odell came to DFW? Is Micah wanting to play a little more linebacker? And shots fired at Jalen Hurts and Filthy. You know they're going to be whining and crying about this morning at our sister station, WIP. Micah Parsons sitting down and talking. We'll play it for you next.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning to the 6 a.m. club. We say hello to Bobby Belt. It's
Hi.
Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. We were a little bit late on YouTube because the dean of the fan cam, Carter Freeman, has screwed up. Carter's late. So, Mr. Keep Everyone in Check told me Sunday at Topgolf he was going to be in this morning. He has screwed up. So there you go. Oklahoma Sooner messing up again this year before 2023.
Just like Kyler.
Let's see if he can get here sooner.
All right. Micah Parsons sitting down for the Voncast.
I hate that podcast, by the way.
Why?
He's just not, I don't think he's great.
Von?
Yeah, like a lot of these players are really, no, I'm just saying a lot of these players are really adept at doing this stuff. Like I think Draymond's pretty good at it.
JJ?
But like, I don't know. I think Vaughn just knows a lot of people, so he has a podcast.
But where did he do this at? Like, does he fly here for Micah?
Micah may have flown. Micah does like Tuesdays are like days where a lot of guys will get out of town real quick and come
To
back.
Buffalo?
I'm just saying that I don't know if like
did
he and
Vaughn-
Micah may have met somewhere or what.
Did Von come back here after his injury?
It could be
Yeah, it could
that he's
be.
back here,
Could be in
Can you-
Denver. Maybe
but
he still lives
he's
in
got
Denver.
a studio.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if he caught it? Was he in studio with him? Mm-hmm. Can you
That's what it
imagine
looked like.
if he caught a flight to Buffalo for this
Well, he would have caught a
podcast?
PJ, Sean. He would not have caught a flight. He'd have gone private. He's a private dude.
This is going to make news in Philly. This is going to make headlines. Micah Parsons on Jalen Hurts. Bobby is going to be just beaming on the fan cam. Here comes the first fight of the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
And Jared Sandler, get
Hump
ready
Day.
to chime in as well. Parsons on Jalen Hurts.
I think it's a little bit of both, man. I think
It's system and team.
I think it's a little bit of both, man, because they got a great offensive line, which helps Hurts. Hurts has A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. They got a good running game.
I mean, Miles Sanders.
They scheme that they have.
O-line. I mean, bro, like.
And this Eagles Cowboys coming up, ain't it?
Yeah, it's coming up. I'm not trying to make no enemies. I just love the game so much, and I understand it so much that like I can't. I when things are off, I just can't like hold it in. Like I almost gotta say something. Like
Yeah, you're right. They got a great team, great defense.
but everyone has their own opinions. Like,
But they got Jalen Hurts he's
good.
Wow. Bobby has sent me at least 2 articles from Philly crying about this ESPN FPI. What are they?
They're so sensitive. They are so
Who
sensitive
gives a
over
crap
there.
about the ESPN Football Power Index? No one said it like as an opinion, yet the Eagles keep responding to this because the Cowboys were given a better chance to win the Super Bowl, and they're using it as like bulletin board material in the locker room. Micah Parsons just basically said Jalen Hurts was a product of the system. That's what he said.
Yeah,
It's the system.
and it's not in the beginning of that one, but at the beginning, that's what started. Was that he was asking about Jalen Hurts being the MVP, and Micah's like, "Is it Jalen or the team?" And that's why he was like, "Well, it's a little bit of both." No, he's right. Look, Micah and I both watch a lot of football. We know football really well, like he just said there. You know, we're the same guy.
You're dramatic too. You limp in here for a show. We're like, what's wrong, Bobby?
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, I make plays, right?
That's
and so that's what this is about. But he's right. Well, that is a really good. What we've talked about all year. That secondary's been great. Oh man, they bring in A.J. Brown. What a difference that is.
Best
Devontae Smith is
O-line.
great. Yeah, Miles Sanders. They're finally using him correctly. That is just as much to talk about here as Jalen Hurts' growth. This Dan Orlovsky BS about he's Drew Brees in the freaking pocket.
Yeah,
Well,
okay,
shut up.
he's not Drew Brees, but look, he's 5th in efficiency and 4th at QBR.
That
Like, this
happens
is-
when you have great weapons.
No, it doesn't, because a lot of those are separate of that. It's not on the weapons. Like he's having a tremendous year. Y'all got to stop like just saying, look, my preconceived notions and biases about quarterbacks are always here, and I'm never going to change my mind.
I can change my mind, but I got to see it for more than 12 weeks.
No, I'm not talking about. No, I'm talking about you.
He's talking about me. He just doesn't want to say, Bobby, you have to. He's trying to make the softer.
No, I'm
y'all.
talking about anybody. I mean, like I'm just. It's just
Me and Micah. That's who you're
Well,
talking
look,
to.
I don't. Look, Sean and I have always said we don't care what players think about other players. We don't.
Sure.
Because they don't watch the game. They don't. I know Micah says Micah doesn't watch the games. Micah's playing the game. He's worried about getting ready for the next team.
Micah thinks he's Steve Sable, like in NFL films. Like he sees everything. He can narrate.
He's going home. He's got 30 screens up there, and he's going to go through all the tape.
Yeah, he's like McCarthy. He watched every snap of the season.
Well,
he's on top of it.
Look, both things are true. Mm-hmm. The Philadelphia Eagles should be given a ton of credit for the system that they have designed for Jalen Hurts to play quarterback. Mm-hmm. And Jalen Hurts still today, if it's today, has to be given the MVP for playing football in the system that they put him in. Both things can be true.
Yeah, absolutely. He's played better. Like this,
I want to look at
it's wild that this has been turned around that I'm the Jalen Hurts hater because during this offseason, because during the offseason I was higher on Hurts than anybody here.
To say what? What would you put a ceiling at like?
I told you he was around the same as Lamar Jackson, like at 13-14 in the league, and nobody else had him 13-14 in the league when the year started.
Okay, congratulations to comparing him to someone else you trash all the time.
No, but I said 13-14, and nobody had him top 13-14 in the league before the year started.
Okay, listen,
but he's just still around there, maybe a little higher to me.
Wait, this year or like
overall? I think he's playing better than that this year.
Yeah,
I don't think over the next 5 years he's any higher than right now. 5 years in the future, I still have him right around there.
Because you can't say right now that he's not better than Dak. He's better than Dak right now.
He's played better than Dak.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can't use the weapons and the stuff around him. Dak Prescott has played in his career with 4 first-round picks on offensive line, 2 first-round picks at wide receiver, 2 third-round picks at wide receiver, a first-round pick at running back. You cannot sit here and say that one guy has. Thank you, Sean. Touch my nipple, please.
See, this is what I'm here for.
One
to bring
guy,
Chop and Sean the love together.
Has
Silver spoon.
One guy has too much talent around him. He's a part of the system.
Oh my God.
But the other guy, you can never say that about him. I'm and I love Dak Prescott, but my goodness, don't ever say that another quarterback has gotten too much help.
No, but what we've seen consistently is that Dak has made those guys play better. Jalen Hurts is like these guys. AJ Brown is being AJ Brown. Devontae Smith is being Devontae Smith. Amari Cooper was cast off as this guy's a problem and he can't produce. Raiders fans, you remember people were laughing at the Cowboys for trading a first for Amari Cooper, and then he comes here and he's setting the world on fire and he's playing like the best receiver in the league. Randall Cobb comes here, a guy who everybody's like his career's over. He gets hurt all the time, gets him paid in Houston, keeps him going in Green Bay. Dak has elevated guys pretty consistently.
I want to compare the leaps because the most terrifying thing for us is if this remains consistent with Hurts. And the biggest leap at quarterback that we have as of late is Josh Allen. Josh Allen coming out of college, big arm. Oh my gosh. The accuracy issues in that Buffalo weather, it's going to be a disaster. All he can do is run around and send out insensitive political messages. That's the book on Josh Allen. And then he increased his completion percentage by 10 points. He went from 59 to 69 in that big leap year. Hurts has gone from 61 to 68. Josh Allen threw for 1,500 more yards. He went from 3,000 to 4,500. Hurts, not that type of leap. Right now, he's got 10 more yards than last season. He's played in 2 fewer games, so he's easily going to surpass that. Allen went from 6'7 to 7'9 in terms of yards per attempt. Hurts has not made that type of leap. And then the QBR went from a 49 to a 76 for Josh. Hurts 54 to 70. So thankfully, he is not matching Josh Allen in terms of those humongous leaps. But everyone is starting to give him his credit as a pocket passer. 22 touchdowns to 3 interceptions. He does throw a fantastic deep ball. But I just try to judge quarterbacks off big-time throws, what they can do. And he's magnificent in terms of the deep ball accuracy. But that was Micah taking a little bit of a shot. Oh, that's going to be fun. That is going to be fun before that Christmas Eve game, as they're going to use that as bulletin board material. All right, now let's get to Odell. What happened? Where are we? And what happened? Micah Parsons talking with Von Miller about the OBJ visit.
Hey, I wasn't even an original recruiter. Like, I got a call. I'm playing Call of Duty. I'm at the crib just playing the game. I get a call around like 5 o'clock. The Jones like, hey, we giving y'all floor side seats. We need y'all to take Odell to the game. and the game starts at it's like 2 hours later. I said, all right, bet. Let me call Trey. He said, get somebody else. I was like, all right, bet. Throughout the game, it was cool. It was just good vibes. Like, I got to know a little bit about him. And, I was always a fan of Odell. Like,
Odell cool,
his humility, his
cool, bro.
how he approached the game, his passion. Like, it showed every time you're on the field. And you can't teach that, So, after that, we just, like you said, we just found what we was to do.
What really made us, super cool, for all the exposure, and, he one of the biggest athletes in the world, bro. Like, when y'all kicking it just be, y'all, bro. He really don't have, it's just he's so down to earth. He's so humble, bro. That's my brother, fam. I thought he was going to go to the Dallas Cowboys, but then he didn't. I thought he was going to come to the Buffalo Bills, but then we picked up Cole Beasley. I'm not sure. I think OBJ just still rich and everything. We don't know where OBJ going now, man, but watch. Watch, he's just going to end up.
It's going to be.
He's going to end up on the Super Bowl favorite team right before the Super Bowl.
Jaw-dropping. Yeah, he going to come back. I wanted him bad, bro. I can't even lie to you.
Yeah, I wanted him bad, too. But, you still never know, man. You never know, man. Especially with Odell, man. He done made way more plays with 3 fingers before, man. So we just had to see.
He don't need a full hand.
No.
So there's the commentary. It sounds like they have no idea.
No, they have not.
Vaughn and Mike have no idea. Josina Anderson, the Odell reporter, tweeted 10 hours ago. Bobby got her on our show a couple weeks back. I'm told the Cowboys, and Jerry yesterday with us tried to keep it alive. Tried to, but it didn't sound very convincing. Josina said, I'm told the Cowboys and Odell's camp spoke Monday night in an effort to find common ground on basic terms and timing. While a window remains open to how the season unfolds, right now Odell's zoning in on training and determining his best path at the right value.
Okay.
Less.
Yeah. He's waiting for somebody to say, we don't care about this year. We'll give you money this year just to hope that you play.
Yep.
That's what he's waiting for somebody to do. Now, I don't know if somebody's going to do it. It depends on how desperate you get. The Cowboys' path to the Super Bowl, is the best thing or the worst thing for them being the 5 seed with Philadelphia as the 1? They would get Tampa. If you win that, you get Philadelphia.
No.
I'd rather play Philly than San Francisco.
But here's the thing. Also with Philly, you would already have a game. Do you want to be the team that has the game in hand? The other team's playing off the bye week. Are they rusty? All that crap. Or do you want to avoid Philadelphia as long as you possibly can?
I don't. Philly.
You'd rather play Philly than San Francisco. I can't let that just slide.
Philly's better than Dallas right now. I don't think that Philly. I don't think scares me though. I think they could get on the field and beat Philly any day. That's a coin flip game to me. Philly versus Dallas. San Francisco's better than Dallas, and San Francisco's a matchup problem for Dallas. All the stuff that Shanahan does. We saw how much read option and all these different things just were really difficult for Dallas the other day. That's all stuff Shanahan's an expert at. San Francisco, I would not feel good about playing San Francisco. I think San Francisco would beat Dallas right now.
With Brock Purdy.
With Brock Purdy. Just like they beat Tampa and Miami.
Okay. All right. They did beat Tampa and Miami. There's flukes with that.
And beat them down.
They beat them down. There's flukes with that. But yeah, first of all, it would be a.
What was fluky about it?
Well, I did a little study on teams going from east to west over the last couple of years, and it's the West teams win 75% of the game. It's a much higher rate than the normal home team wins. The normal home teams win about 52% of the games, and the teams on the West Coast facing teams from the Eastern Time Zone wins 75 to 80% of the game.
Is the average margin of victory 24 points?
Does it matter?
Yes.
I don't think it matters. I think styles make fights. I don't think it matters at all.
What are you just eating during segments now?
Yeah, what do you got there?
I didn't realize I was going to chime in.
What are you, Bassick?
Grandpa?
You start eating Bassick during segments all of a sudden? It's
I got to put something on my stomach so I can chug a Red Bull so that we're good for the rest of the next 3.5 hours.
Before the show, prep. Failure to prepare is preparing to fail. Red Auerbach, or maybe that was John Wooden. It's Sean and RJ here on DFW. I think that's John Wooden.
I think it was Mark Twain.
Okay, let's get into this. An NFL reporter has been fired for saying that women. Can you put a background? Put music up real quick. A little higher. NFL reporter fired for saying Women are the worst fans there are. That way you can't use this against me.
Oh.
Next on The Fan.
All right, let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place for half-price wings. Today, it's half-price boneless wings. Yesterday was half-price bone-in. And, of course, the best drink specials in town. Drink specials as low as $3 all day, every day. Best patio setup, $15 beer buckets. The $7.99 weekday lunch menu. 10 menu items for $7.99 each. Indoor, outdoor patio, all-weather patio. By the way, the best TV setup in town. It's Boomer Jacks.
HumpDaySports.com.
Hump Day edition.
Up day.
Little bit late.
Hump day.
You're banned from it.
That's how I say
You
it.
don't know when to do things at the
Damn
proper
it.
time. You don't know when to hump day. You don't know when to fist pump.
Oh, I know when to hump day.
You don't know when to got you down. Yeah. Yes, you do. All right, Sean, what was the fallout yesterday from the vape discussion with the 17-year-old? Your wife
None.
okay with it?
Yeah, she was fine.
Did he hear it?
I don't believe so, no, because she didn't have the radio on while she was getting ready. She was all scatterbrained yesterday.
Okay.
So I don't think he heard it, but I'm sure somebody did.
Principal's office explaining what happened, getting caught.
No, nothing. Everything fine. No,
Okay.
nobody gave us any negative feedback. I got a lot of nice texts and stuff like that, and DMs on Twitter from listeners, so that was nice.
Okay. Well, the feedback was not the same for somebody named Jerry Sullivan. I was like, is this like a longtime Bills writer? Who is this guy?
He is. Jerry Sullivan has written in Buffalo since the year I was born. 1989 is when he started with the Buffalo News. Just a couple years ago, he left there. He had been writing for a couple different places in Syracuse, or he was writing for the Niagara Gazette and the Lockport Union Sun and Journal, as well as contributing to WIVB TV. And he was fired from all three jobs yesterday.
All three got him?
All three fired him yesterday.
Well,
and this is a guy who's had a longer. He worked for Newsday in the 80s. He had a national NBA column at the time. Like he's
for the Buffalo NBA team.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's well,
no,
you know.
Newsday's New York City, right?
Yeah. So he wrote for Newsday from like 85 to 89, and he had an NBA column that ran a bunch of places. So he's been a big time contributor in Buffalo.
So he was on the appropriately named for this Train Wreck Tonight podcast.
Oh yeah.
And he had this to say about women.
This is Amy. I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away. The next
hey, women, be better than this, because the worst fans really are the women. They don't get critical journalism. They all want to be cheerleaders.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's always I don't want to.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous avenue to go down to criticize women in general because they're better than men generally. But
agree. Now we need to frame what you just said.
They don't
Generally,
get it as fans.
That needs to be the takeaway of this whole iteration. Generally, women are better than men. That's just a fact. I think we all stand by it.
Bye-bye. See you later. The grave had already been dug. It's over. Jerry Sullivan fired. As he later tried to apologize. Went on Twitter and said, I'd like to apologize for comments I made on a podcast last night that were uncalled for and insulting to women. I should be better than that.
They all want to be cheerleaders. They're the worst fans. They don't understand critical thinking.
They don't understand.
They don't understand critical thinking.
Like,
They don't understand.
like they don't understand journalism. They don't understand writing. They all want to be cheerleaders. Good Lord. And then the internet went and did some digging on Jerry Sullivan. And apparently he's had a lot of shots that he is taking at women for like singing the national anthem. He said, you can always count on a female to like go over the national anthem time. You can always he takes these multiple shots.
I wonder if Vegas has figured that one out with the average over under time.
Yes.
on that.
So now it is very entertaining to go ahead and just search Jerry Sullivan on Twitter.
Oh gosh, and reading that, you hear it. It looks so much worse in print too. Like he's saying it so flippantly, but like when you really read it, and he's sitting there talking about all wannabe cheerleaders.
Oh, God, that's
they
like
don't get critical journalism. So Chop, how soon before he's writing for Outkick?
It's a good question.
Like Dan Dockich.
Yeah, no, he was there before. He was there before.
Our boy Dan Dockich from Indianapolis came on. He was a tremendous guest. He made the Colts preview entertaining, and then bam, he gone. What did he get fired for? Well, he went at Biden. Was he insulting Biden?
It was for it was for
the Griner thing.
Brittany Griner. I don't know what he said. I don't remember what he said. But no, it's funny you mentioned how it looks way worse in print.
Mm-hmm.
That's like that Bill Burr comedy sketch where he's like, when he says no means no, he's like, oh no, stop it, don't do that. And he says you get a bad read in court. It's like, no, stop it. I said no.
Right, yeah.
It's like just how it's said versus how it reads.
My bad. Jerry didn't talk about women going too long with the anthem. He was talking about them over singing it.
Oh, yeah.
He said regular season or Super Bowl, you can always count on a woman to oversing the national anthem.
Damn.
That was in 2015. And then the same year, he goes, woman oversins anthem, film at 11. 2017, woman oversins anthem, kickoff to follow. 2016, woman over.
2022, woman gets Jerry Sullivan fired from 3 jobs in one day.
That's right. Let's hear it one more time, this moron.
This is Amy. I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away. The next
Hey, women, be better than this, because the worst fans really are the women. They don't get
the women
critical journalism. They're just they all want to be cheerleaders.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
I don't. It's a dangerous avenue to go down to criticize women in general because they're better than men generally. But
now we need to frame what you just said.
They don't
Generally,
get it as fans.
That's the takeaway of this whole iteration. Generally, women are better than men. That's just a fact. I think we all stand by it.
I love how he tried to save it. He thought that the comment about women just being better overall would save him.
Right. And how he turns to them like, right? Like, there's no bigger panic than I just said this and nobody's backing me. Oh, crap.
Well, yeah, you got to kind of be worried if you're the other guys. Like, is the internet going to come after you? You did not denounce him right there. You didn't shut it down. Were you laughing? You know what I mean? The women. So there you go.
Anytime you put a group of people with the word "the" in front of it,
Yeah, that's normally not a good idea.
So
there it is. Bye-bye, Jerry Sullivan. He gone. He has been fired. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Now let's move on to Peyton Manning. How about Peyton Manning on the Manning cast telling some Bill Belichick stories?
there were 2 Bill Belichick stories, Sean Sharif. One involving Pam Anderson and one involving another former owner. So this is Manning on the Manning cast talking about Bill wanting to bring in a guy just to get his girlfriend at the game.
And another time he picked David Ben, who was a long snapper, because he was dating Pamela Anderson, and Bill thought the players would like seeing Pamela at the pool in Hawaii. She didn't come, but that's a cool Belichick story.
Not then, anyway.
No, she didn't. Not at that point she did, but somewhere else along the line.
Are we believing this? Bill Belichick?
Yes, because David Ben, did an interview later, did a podcast, and he said, Belichick came over to me at the pool. He's like, where's your girlfriend? And he said, she didn't come. And he said, Belichick told him, remind me why the F I invited you then?
Yeah, like bring this dude here.
Who did he play for?
Buffalo?
God.
So Pam Anderson dated a Buffalo Bills long
She's from
snapper?
Canada. She's
Let me
from
see.
Canada.
Let me see here.
Yeah,
She's
you're
from
right.
Canada. So the Bills are like Canada's team, aren't they?
Yeah.
The other story, though, and this is my favorite.
Chargers and Broncos.
Okay. This is my favorite story. This is Bill selecting a guy to the Pro Bowl for a very, scandalous, dubious, petty reason.
I played for Belichick one time in a Pro Bowl, and they were telling stories about the times that he was the head coach of the Pro Bowl. One time he picked Peter Boulware because he knew that Art Modell would have to pay Boulware $1 million bonus if Boulware made the Pro Bowl. Belichick hated Modell.
Like, cause Bill Belichick went through every single contract in the NFL.
He's
with
so
the Browns
great.
just to find out.
That warms my soul.
It does.
That is amazing.
And back then, coaches had a special selection where they could pick a position of need for the team, and that's where they went with Peter Boulware. Now, Mike Florio decided to come and pour some cold water on this.
Oh, God. Mike had to ruin it.
Oh, gosh.
And he said, well, I went through the contract of Peter Boulware in 1998, and I reviewed it, and there is no Pro Bowl bonus in it.
Wait, so he's saying there was no bonus in it?
He said there's no bonus in
So
it.
this is a lie.
He's saying that this is a lie. And I got to tell you.
But is there a video?
Thank you. I am much more likely to believe Peyton Manning than I am with a guy
Peter
still
Boulware's
looking-
contract?
Than I am still looking for the guy still looking for the Des tape.
Oh, wow, choppy. You spent all day defending Orlovsky, and now you take a cheap shot at Florio.
No, he came after my guy.
To be fair, Chop did not go full on defending Florio yesterday when the opportunity came.
Yeah, but the Des tape thing, we all feel like we're on the same page with all that. And Florio took
we are. Okay, fine. Then how about this? Then the guy who just won't shut up about COVID.
Here we go.
All right, how about that one?
That's
would you rather go down that road?
That's why Chop was different yesterday.
The entire world myocarditis. Thanks, Mike.
877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line.
So in summary, Jerry Sullivan hates women and Bill Belichick loves them way too much.
Yes.
Polar opposites there.
Who hates who more? Sullivan to women or Bill to Art Modell?
Well,
I think Sullivan.
Actually, the Art Modell story isn't real. Peter Bowler didn't have it in there.
Oh, you're doing Florio.
No, Florio's a big actually guy. Actually.
I thought you were doing Belichick.
Oh, no.
That was Modell.
Belichick's just like this.
All right. Jeff Saturday says he wants to be the full-time Indianapolis coach.
No kidding.
Try winning some games first.
Said he took the job short-term, but now he hopes to get the permanent position. Plans to interview for the vacancy after the season ends, if they'll have me.
Is Dan Campbell helping his kind of cause, like that? Just a motivational leader type. Does Dan run anything? Is he he doesn't? He's not the OC. He's not the DC. Like he's like the front man.
But he had some. Didn't Dan Campbell have some previous experience?
Yeah, he was like a tight ends coach.
Yeah, he had coached under Sean Payton for several years.
And here's Dan Campbell. Who sent this about Penei Sewell?
I think I did.
Okay. Why did you run a play throwing to Penei Sewell? I'm guessing this is just absolute gold audio, like everything Dan Campbell produces.
Well, that was something that's been a long time coming. We've been talking about Penei for a long time. Like, man, we got to throw this guy a ball because he's too good of an athlete. He really is. He's something else. And so it was like, we use our jumbo tight ends quite a bit in general. And it's like, man, why don't we let's get him report eligible and let's get him a ball or get him a couple of throws. And we were going to do some things in the red zone, and they end up being 4 minutes is where we felt like we were going to get a similar style defensive scheme. And so it just felt like, hey, it was the right time. And here's another thing that happened. These things happen during the game, but so we're in that situation, and the fans are doing the wave around the stadium. And so I'm just watching, and I hear Ben Johnson's like, hey, coach, you want to, and I'm so focused on the wave, and I said, yeah, that's fine. And I look up, and we're throwing it to Penei, and I'm like, what the f*** are we doing? I said it was fine. But it worked out great.
So he missed the play call?
He missed the play.
He just said, yeah, sure, because he was distracted by the wave. And he's like, why are we throwing to the offensive line? He gave us a Mike Leach quote. That was very much a Mike Leach type of story, I feel like, from Dan Campbell.
Well, what a perfect segue, because there is a campaign out there. Mike Leach, he cannot get into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
He cannot get into the Hall of Fame because of a little requirement. So there's a campaign saying Mike Leach should be a Hall of Famer. RG3 had to apologize for getting in a little bit of trouble. And oh my gosh, if you thought that first fake was bad now, wait till you hear who they're thinking about adding to it. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to
We're now up and running on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube after the Oklahoma Sooner Carter Freeman finally made it in. Man, what an explanation from Carter over the headsets in the commercial break.
Yeah, he had some story about having an alarm set for 5:30 from Saturday.
His usual Saturday 5:30 alarm.
Yes, no, this was for a 5K.
Well,
which is basically a long walk. I don't know why you set an alarm for that. But apparently Carter ran a 5K. It's like Prefontaine over here.
What a drop that was.
Oh, yeah. I ran a 5K. Did you get a number? They give you a number for that in your, chest?
He's wearing his T-shirt. He's wearing the 5K T-shirt just to prove it. But yeah, that was a little humble brag. While I messed up my 5K alarm for this morning.
Oh yeah, and then when you say, so Carter's sitting here trying to get in shape, and he goes, stay in shape.
Stay in shape. Stay in shape. So would you say that he was trying to, is this post-breakup?
It's post-breakup. He just broke up with his girlfriend. I was trying to get in shape and everything. And he's like, no, I'm trying to stay in shape.
Yeah.
Well.
Get it right, chop.
I was sitting there with the threesome of Peyton, Carter, and Zero, Top Golf. And I was just thinking, these boys out on a night on the town, we should go rip it up.
Very elite group, by the way. You should be proud, yeah.
A very elite group. And I was wondering, like, who would get the craziest out of it. I think Carter may have a little Bobby in him. I could see Carter really getting crunk, turning it loose.
Yeah.
Zero doesn't drink.
No, but here, Zero's like he doesn't drink at all?
He does not drink.
No.
He goes to mosh pits.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, you got to go to Metallica and do the mosh pit with me. I'm like, bro, I'm 43 years old. I've been to Metallica. I went to Metallica in my 20s.
He's the one most likely, though, to kill somebody. No doubt about it.
1,000%.
So much suppressed rage.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, it's
So
Mike
much.
Bassick levels of rage, and half the body, and so it's a lot to contain.
So there you go. We're live on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam here on DFW Sports Station. All right, Mike Leach Hall of Fame campaign. What's the holdup, RJ?
60%. Actually, 59.6% is the holdup. Mike Leach's collegiate winning percentage is 59.6%. According to the College Football Hall of Fame, which we've been to, it's in Atlanta. It's right outside of where the hotel we were staying at is. You may not have gone. I went with Bassick.
Yeah, I didn't. Went to a barbecue place.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm sure it was decent.
It was good. Atlanta was impressive.
Atlanta's a good city.
I think maybe you put it in my mind that it was Dallas East, so I already had a high impression of it, and it was good.
Yeah, there's a big element of Dallas, like maybe not Fort Worth, but Dallas, right? It's Dallas East. But anyway, the Hall of Fame, he is not eligible for. In order to be a coach in the College Football Hall of Fame, you have to win 60% of your games, not 59.6. So, like, if Nick Saban somehow loses, like, the next 100 games, and he's not over 60%, you tell me he's not going to get in the Hall of Fame? Look, I like the way they do it with the players. Okay, in order to be a College Football Hall of Famer as a player, you have to be an All-American. And that way they do it so, like, the voters don't use your NFL career to get you in as a college player.
Right.
Or to get you out.
Like Tom Brady shouldn't be. Is he in the college?
He's not.
Hall of Fame? Good.
No.
He shouldn't.
And he shouldn't be. And like Sam Bradford and Tim Tebow, their NFL careers should not ruin their chances of getting into the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Because they were collegiate, I don't say legends, but legends. Like, they were Heisman Trophy winners.
Yeah.
Like, they should be in the College Football Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And their NFL careers should not hinder that. And the reason that I think that's a major reason why they make it so you have to be an All-American. But with coaches, I don't think that they should have a set winning percentage. That's weird.
By the way, if Saban lost his next 100 games, his winning percentage would be 62.7.
Good God.
100?
If he lost his next 100 games, he'd still qualify.
All right, next 110, whatever it is.
So Paul Feinbaum was on yesterday, and he was saying one of the great injustices was that Mike Leach never ran that big dog program.
Mm-hmm.
We were never able to see his X's and O's and his way of coaching matched up with the elite talent. RJ's favorite Pete Thamel had a little paragraph that I wanted to read. Leach was schematically brilliant, intellectually fascinating, and stubborn, flawed, and unconventional enough to never get a chance to coach a blue blood. He rarely showed contrition for mistakes. He proved nearly allergic to apology, the same traits that both carved his impossible path and eventually limited it. He was difficult to manage, prone to self-induced controversy, and managed to cross lines with embarrassing public moments at all his stops. From an acrimonious exit at Tech over allegations, we know, to controversies over inappropriate tweets at Washington State and Mississippi State, it never seemed to bother Leach that he wasn't a fit in Austin, in Tuscaloosa, or Los Angeles. Instead, he won as a head coach at 3 of the toughest zip codes in the sport. So I thought that those are 2 pretty good paragraphs talking about Mike Leach, where we've robbed of something truly special with Leach never getting that job at that level.
Robbed?
Yeah.
I think we were saved. I like this Mike Leach way better. I like the Mike Leach that's a rogue, rebel, outpost coach.
Yeah.
That's what he is. He's a pirate. Pirates don't assimilate into society.
Man, your vocab in the last 2 weeks has really picked up. It's really what word did? Well, we'll let you set up the RG3 one here, Professor, in a second.
I didn't know assimilate was a huge one, but
well, you're using words I haven't heard in 11 years, so it's coming from somewhere.
I'm just more alert, more awake. You know, this no coffee for the first 2 hours when I wake up is working. It's working,
which you wouldn't think.
Really?
So Bobby's Adderall brings him down. And no coffee for you takes you up.
My natural serotonin level, Sean, skyrockets the first 2 hours. I read an article a couple weeks ago that say, do not drink any caffeine within the first 2 hours of waking up, and you'll have no crash during the day. You'll be more alert, more awake, and I'm dominating.
Was that Bro Bible?
May have been.
Okay.
Barstool.
You know what's interesting too about Leach is that part of the reason why his record is the way it is because like he had to come in and he had to fix Washington State. And he had to come in and he had to fix like Mississippi State that was on a downturn. Yeah. Washington State, the first 3 years he's there, 3-9, 6-7, 3-9, and then it's 9-4, 8-5, 9-4, 11-2. Like he's fixing programs when he gets there. He never had a losing season at Texas Tech. He had those losing seasons at the beginning of Washington State. The first year he was there at Mississippi State. That's the only reason why it's close. Is because he was brought in to fix bad programs.
He was, and he fixed them. And look, is he one of the best coaches? Is he the best coach ever? No, but he did bring a lot of schematic changes to the sport, or at least to the mainstream. Like he made him popular.
He's an innovator.
There may have been other guys out there that did it first, but he did it the most recognizable.
Oh, I was like, come up with another word.
No.
Let's go.
He did the most recognizable. Like, when he was with Kentucky, Hal Mumme didn't wear a headset as the coach of Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
He basically said, here, Mike, go ahead. You have full control over Tim Couch. And that's where Leach really kind of made his name. And then Hal Mumme gets the Baylor job, and he's flamed out in a couple years. And then Mike Leach.
I agree with Choppy. There shouldn't be a win percentage on the head coaches, especially when your job is supposed to be impacting the use and the difference that you make. And like Bobby said, the rebuilding of the program. So that is the campaign to get Mike Leach into the Hall of Fame. There's a campaign by ESPN to add Mike Francesa.
No!
Part of Mike and the Mad Dog to First Take. They reportedly negotiated with Francesa like quietly. They just wanted him to walk on set and surprise Stephen A. and Russo. Arguably the most famous sports talk duo of all time. I may not even be close. It's Mike and the Mad Dog. They eventually had a falling out, issues, fighting. We always make fun of Francesa here on the show. But apparently Stephen A. wants to include him, wants to drop him in. And we're going to drop in a few reasons why it shouldn't happen.
Eddie in Hoboken. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, what's up, Mike?
What's happening?
Hey, Mike, Stan Lee died today. Did you ever meet the guy? What do you think of him?
Stan Lee.
Yeah, Stan Lee.
I don't
Never
know
heard
who
of
he
Stan
is.
Lee?
Don't know who he is now. Who is he? Who is Stan Lee?
He was one of the creators of Marvel Comics.
Oh, who cares?
Oh, who cares?
Oh, who cares?
Oh, how about?
He's like the Biggie Smalls of sports radio.
How about his attempt to say Matt Vasgersian's name, the sports announcer?
The only thing is that, and I think that was wasn't that how do you say his last name? He was filling in for Buck. Vergasian. How do you say the guy's last name? Vergasian. Isn't his last name Vergasian? The announcer. I'm pretty sure that's who was on the game yesterday. You guys don't even know who was doing the World Series. Yeah, I'm trying to say it right. Vergasian. Is that how you say it? They don't know how to say it. Here's my point. You got to know. I don't really want to beat the guy up. He's young. But
it was a Brenneman. Was it a Brenneman?
Oh, was it Brenneman that did it, or was it Vergasian?
So. I think it was a young Brenneman.
Was it Brenneman or was it Vergasian who was on the game yesterday doing the Ram game? Who did the Ram game with Aikman? Which one was it? It was Brenneman? Okay. Then it was Brenneman. I couldn't tell. I can't tell those two apart, so I can't tell. I don't know which one it was. All right. It was Brenneman or was it? I want to be sure because I'm going to knock him here. Was it Brenneman?
I think so.
Look up who it was. Well, look up who did the game. But Versasian. But Excursion. But who did the game?
2 hours of this is going to be gold.
Vascular, right?
You grew up around all this.
I can't. I don't like. I never liked Mike. Mike was really good. He's a really good baseball, like analyst. You want to call it that? Like he breaks the game down really well. But like Russo to me was always the one I liked. And he's showing that on First Take. Like he's goofy.
He's been a hit.
He's been a hit. Yeah, he has. He's goofy. He's likable.
But they would bring him on for two things: one, the New York market, and two, they would probably fight. That's what Stephen A. wants.
Probably
because Francesa is the biggest ego. He was always the alpha, right? And Russo was like, I'm tired of this. I'm gonna go do my thing. I got my own radio network. I'm on MLB Network. He blew up like Russo, swimming and surviving on his own mightily. And I think Russo's like, I'm tired of this like shadow of Mike Francesa because Francesa don't want to share the Batman role.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't want to share it. And like
he would walk in there expecting Russo to succumb to him.
Sure. And like, Stephen A. is not like Russo has like completely succumbed to Stephen A. on the show.
Yes.
Like he's like, I know my role, and like that's he's always been like that sort of goofy, clowny, likable dude, and Francesa's just not. I think it would be I would hate it because I think First Take, as much as we crap on it, it's probably as good as it's ever been right now, where you got somebody new and fresh every day, as opposed to just having the same guy over and over and over and over again.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby, Hump Day edition here on DFW Sports Station. Let's get to headlines. Micah Parsons had a lot to say to Von Miller. The Stars dominate Cavs Mavs tonight, and we have one finalist in the World Cup. We'll get the second one today. Hump Day headlines on Sean and RJ next. But here's the headline.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get to headlines on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. New friend of the show. He's renamed our show to Shan, RJ, and Chop. Pat McAfee played with T.Y. Hilton, and he had some thoughts on his show on the Cowboys' new receiver yesterday.
T.Y. Hilton got signed to the Dallas Cowboys. Congrats to T.Y. And to the Cowboys. This is the tweet that announced it. Jerry Jones is in there handling the negotiation. I'm intrigued to hear what his convo was like with T.Y. T.Y., one of the greatest humans to be around. Vibes immaculate all the time. He's a hard worker. He's got great juice. He's obviously was the number one wide receiver for the Colts for a long time. After Andrew Luck retires, it's kind of a carousel of quarterbacks throwing to T.Y. And T.Y. and Andrew were on the same exact page. It was awesome to watch live. T.Y. Slips to like the third round or fourth round out of FIU. Everybody said he was undersized, whatever the case. If you have an offensive coordinator that has a brain at all, that can just maybe get him in a little bit of emotion or off the line so he can't get jammed up, which certainly can happen to any wide receiver. He never had that trouble whenever he was balling, though. That guy would be in motion. He'd go up over three people and make big-time plays. We love T.Y. Hilton around here. He's obviously been on the show numerous times. I had no idea he was thinking about getting back into it. T.Y. has kids. He's a great dad, lives his life. Very quiet off the grid, like, hey, I don't need any attention. I'm happy that he is potentially getting a chance. He's got $600,000 guaranteed for the rest of the year. Yeah. He's got incentives that go up to $1.5 million. We're talking about what if he's doing what Odell does? He's in great shape. Let me just go to a team that needs maybe another weapon. He'll probably be their number three option. Oh, yeah. T.Y. will be able to pick it up quick. To have this guy who's a consummate Pro Bowler and professional as your third option, good on the Cowboys reloading here in the middle of the damn season.
So, of course, you're going to get the big endorsement from Pat.
Sure. Oh, he's a teammate. They're friends, all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely going to get that big endorsement. Well, he just gets me hyped. Just the way he just
he's got that growly voice, enthusiasm.
He's able to
no
drop,
sleeves,
able to drop F-bombs in whenever he wants to. Boy, what a life. $100 million.
That's McAfee signing off on T.Y. As for Odell, Josina Anderson, who Bobby got on our show, said that the Cowboys and Odell's camp spoke on Monday night, but that's basically it. Von Miller and Micah Parsons sat down, both of them trying to heavily recruit Odell to their teams, and they sound totally clueless, like they don't know what he's going to do. They have no idea. So Odell's just out there. Jerry yesterday, it took us asking a second question to get Jerry to continue to try to sell this for a few final headlines, but it didn't sound that encouraging.
No, it sounded like they were ready to move on. Now, Jerry doesn't want to just directly say, yeah, we're moving on, because then we'd stop talking about it. And of course, no publicity is bad publicity. And, I think we can pretty much rule this one out, even in the spring. I think even in the spring, once you have options, other free agents, draft, other things you can approach, I don't think that you'll be too keen on paying Odell Beckham Jr. what he wants then.
So the big headline from this Micah sit-down is going to be the perceived shot that he took at Jalen Hurts. He was asked, is Hurts making the Eagles good or vice versa? And Micah said, is it Hurts or the team? So he said that on the vodcast. That's going to be a humongous topic for the next 2 weeks here, but especially in Filthy.
For sure. The bulletin board material. No, what are you doing? Don't do that. No. I don't need bulletin board material.
I mean, I love that he said it because we're missing rivalries. So I love that he's taking a shot right at the current MVP, and it will create more fights on this show between ourselves and Bobby Belt, who loves what Micah said and agrees with it.
Yeah, I mean, Micah and I, one and the same, both really high IQ football guys. We're just here to drop knowledge and share that with you guys. But I do like the alpha energy to just come out and be like, team or the guy, because you guys are giving a lot of credit to this guy, and so I do like the stones to just come out and say it directly.
There's the headline.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Micah Parsons questions how much of Eagles' success is because of Jalen Hurts. Get Up is going to have so much fun with this. I cannot wait for Dan Orlovsky. He's basically criticizing Drew Brees. What is he? Micah Parsons, I didn't even see him on the field on Sunday.
And this is for their Eagles-Bears preview. They have the Cowboys and Micah as the headline for Eagles at Bears for this Sunday.
Yeah, I just can't get down with it. I mean, like, if you want to say throughout the course of his career he's not that good or whatever, fine. But I mean, every number that you could throw out there about Jalen Hurts this year is tremendous. Standard statistics or advanced, I mean, they're tremendous. And even the ones that take out the other players, like adjusted net yards per attempt, is third in the league. Like, it's just, he's so good right now. Now, will he carry that over for 5 more years? Who knows?
Here's Micah talking about playing edge, which is a victory for the Sean and RJ program, especially Ralph James Choppy, as we convince Mike McCarthy to finally have him rush the passer. But here's Micah talking about edge versus linebacker.
I'm not going to lie, bro. When I was playing linebacker, played linebacker a whole lot last year, body was way more fresh. But when you
off the ball,
yeah,
off the ball linebacker.
Off the ball, I felt like I was there's some plays I wouldn't get touched. But when you're on the line, you getting touched every play.
Yeah, but it's just like hands. It's just like a little bit.
Nah, it's different when you got the chips and people trying to condense down on you. You trying to fight pressure against grown men. Like, bro, that's different.
I love how he's telling Von Miller, no, man, you don't understand.
You don't understand what it's like to play on the line. You don't know, man.
Von hasn't gotten chips in 5 years the way that Micah gets chips. I'm just saying.
Oh, really?
He hasn't. He doesn't get chipped like that anymore.
Well, I think Von knows.
At some point, I'm sure he did.
But still, it's...
At some point, but he's an Aggie. I mean, there's no... Yeah.
Oh,
there's no
see, that's...
But still, for Von to have any type of surprise in his voice that Micah would be more preserved at linebacker, that was surprising too. So Von surprised me in the beginning of the clip. He's like, really, a linebacker? It's not as much physical wear and tear. And then Micah at the end, no, man, you don't understand. When you're playing DN up front, it's combat with grown men. So both of them made me laugh.
Yeah, I get, like, you are getting hands on you on every play as an end. But you are running into a lot of traffic as a linebacker too.
Yeah, but there's way more plays where he won't have physical contact with someone as a linebacker than DN.
Yes, but also like he's also not going to play, 70 snaps a game at end. Right? They manage his numbers and snap count more.
He's been since was it the Green Bay game where he was completely taken out pretty much. That was the one where he wasn't able to rush very much. Right. It was Green Bay.
I thought you were going to talk about the last 2 weeks.
No. Since that game, he's been rushing pretty much full time.
Right, but how many his
let's look up snap count.
Like his snap count as a linebacker is 90%.
But he can run around blocks. He doesn't and he can run for days. Like, that's not been his problem. But you're talking about him playing since Green Bay. 38 snaps, 43, 51, 48, and pretty much all of them at edge.
This is something I just want you to think about.
Uh-huh.
You think they're going to be able to trick him into some type of contract to really benefit them? Is Micah that different type of dude? Just think about that for the future. Like, are they going to be able to finagle something with linebacker, DN snaps, just the way Micah's mentality is? He's a unique dude. I just wonder.
They can finagle anything for $30 million a year.
Here, I can give you the answer right now. Worst contract in the NFL for a team's perspective is the Deshaun Watson one, in terms of just getting taken for a ride.
Not Russ?
No, Russ's was not good and he's bad, but in terms of, like, they gave him fully guaranteed money, all the risks, gave him like, $250 million fully guaranteed, let's go. Same agent. It's David Mulugeta. Mulugeta's not going to lose that negotiation.
Okay.
He's like,
that's not going to end up being the worst contract, by the way. They're going to end up winning on that Deshaun.
No, I just mean in terms of, like, when you talk about from a business perspective, who lost everything in a negotiation. Cleveland lost all of it.
Oh, he's Micah's guy.
He's Micah's guy, and he's the one who, you remember a few years ago, we're talking about, safety contracts or nothing. Like 5 years ago, it's like, safeties aren't ever getting signed again. And then all of a sudden they exploded. All of those were Mulugeta. Mulugeta is Jalen Ramsey, Kevin Byard, Buda Baker. He gets big money deals done.
We have one participant in the World Cup final after what happened yesterday afternoon.
In his 25th game played, trying to keep the dream alive of winning it for the first time. Emiliano Martinez can't bear to watch.
Chop, your neighbor must be insufferable. May have to get a recording on him for the finale. 3-0 Argentina over Croatia, and today it'll be France against Morocco.
I actually yesterday texted him. I said, "Where are we watching the final?" And he said, "I don't know where you're watching it, but I'm watching it at home."
Good.
He is a.
Got to watch it on your own.
Yeah, I know, but he watched it in Spanish. He watched the Spanish broadcast, and he is nuts. He's nuts about this. He doesn't talk trash. He doesn't say a word. He didn't say a word in the group chat. I had to text him on the side, but I feel so happy for him, for Messi, to get to this final, because look, this team deserves it. Like, he deserves to have this crowning achievement in his career. I know a lot of people that don't like him. Alexi Lalas talks about he hates him. Talks about
really.
I thought about the broadcast.
Is he more? He's not more unlikable than Ronaldo, right?
No, but people think. I think some people think he's a dirty player. I don't know. He's like 5'4". He can't be dirty. He has to be dirty at 5'4". What am I thinking about? He's got to pull hair, poke eyes, do groin stuff. He's got to do that.
Meanwhile, the Stars get the dominant victory on the scoreboard against Jersey.
Al Robertson with it up top. Heiskanen off the crossbar, rebound, score. It is Hintz with 1.1 to go in the second.
4-1 on Devils TV. The Stars continue to lead the Central, second most points in the Western Conference.
Yeah, they caught Jersey at the right time. They started to slip a little bit, and the Stars really kind of peppered the Devils goalie all night. He made some good saves, and then it was a 2-1 game with about a minute to go, and then a couple of empty netters. It really was like the score is now indicative of the game. The Stars really dominated the game, start to finish, and Wedgwood in goal. I know we're gonna call him Wedgie or Woody.
Wedgie.
I kind of like Wedgie.
We've had a Woody.
We've had a Woody.
We need a Wedgie.
We're just calling Wood.
The kids still give wedgies?
That's a good question. No, you know what? I'll tell you this.
The wedgie should never go out of style.
It should never go out of style. But kids,
I give one to my 2-year-old.
Neither one of my kids wear underwear.
Whoa.
Okay.
Julian just refused to put it on. And Luca only wants shorts that come with liner on them.
Like bathing suits?
No. Well, they bathing suits are in style to wear as just shorts now, for at least at his school.
What?
But no, he wears the ones that have like the spandex tight liner in them, like you would like those like athletic shorts.
Huh.
And they hang down now. They want you to the liner hangs down like to your knee, and your shorts are super high.
Good.
Like we used to wear back in like the early 90s.
Yeah.
That's what they're rocking.
All right. Bobby, your kid shouldn't be allowed to have pockets.
No, he's not. That alternative school, you're not allowed to wear pockets.
Really?
Mm-hmm. So for 30 days, he's not going to be allowed to wear pockets.
No pockets. Wow. Tonight should be a really good one. Mavs and Cavs at the AAC. Why is it starting at 8? It starts at 8 o'clock tonight against Cleveland, 17-11. I haven't seen all the Donovan Mitchell slander. I tried to tell everyone this guy is a superstar talent. Maybe he shies away from some moments, but man, he's been killing it for Cleveland this year. Cavs at Mavs tonight at 8 p.m. Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. You are about to hate your best friend's baby like I do towards Kevin Hagelin. And RJ is going to explain why dating sucks in 2022. Chopping it up next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Chopping it up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and this is the commercial-free expressway, the best reason to justify being late to the boss. As we're going commercial-free through the end of the hour. Playmaker Michael Irvin at 8:40.
Oh, man, tons of stuff to get to in chopping it up. Do you want, I'll go dealer's choice here. Do you want baby names? Do you want dating wrapped for the year? Do you want why we're less manly? Or maybe the end of the world coming soon?
Let's date.
Let's date.
Date.
All right. So a girl posted a viral TikTok. Amber Waves of Brain is her TikTok handle. I think it's a pretty clever name. About her dating year. So this time of year, we always do the Spotify rep. Do you guys have Spotify?
Yeah.
All right.
Amazon.
Weird. So anyway, Spotify Wrapped.
Did you boo him for that, Peyton?
Yeah. So everybody's got their Spotify Wrapped out, which is like the most listened to bands or songs that you've had this year. How many minutes? I had 25,000 minutes of music listened to this year.
Well, I had 62,000.
Whoa!
Because I work out every day, you know. I'm listening to 2 hours of music.
God, the douche is back there between you and Carter.
I didn't start listening to music when I worked out until like a month ago. I like to be
silent.
Yeah, I like to just sit there in silence in my thoughts. But then it started to.
That's different.
What else does the Spotify recap? The band.
It shows the bands you listen to, your most listened to song, how many times you listen to it.
What is it? Let's hear it for everyone.
Mine, you could tell it was a pool day because I just put on my radio, hip hop. Mine was Bad and Bougie.
Oh, gosh. That song's like 6 years old.
I know. I don't know how it came on that much, but it was.
So hip-hop was your number one genre?
Hip-hop was my number one genre, then country, and then trap Latino was third.
Okay.
Morgan Wallen was my individual and most listened to artist. Oh, Bobby doesn't like it.
Uh-oh.
Bobby's judging.
Uh-oh. But, all right, Peyton, what's yours?
So my top 5 artists: number 1, Drake; 2, The Weeknd; 3, Kendrick Lamar; 4, Lil Wayne; 5, Future.
What?
Okay.
Bobby!
I'm very surprised. I wasn't judging. I was just very
You
surprised.
are judging. Your face judges.
My face is my face. I'm just as God made me, sir. Like, I don't know what. It's just, I'm very surprised. I did not expect those 5. Although I do hate The Weeknd. I will say that.
Okay. And Drake is such a D-bag. As yesterday came out, he had a necklace with 42 like engagement ring diamonds on it. For the 42 times he thought about proposing to someone. That's clinical.
That's clinical.
Drake. That is clinical. 42 different times you thought about proposing to what are you, Jane Slater? Like what?
Wow,
bro!
Wow!
Now Bobby's awake.
now Bobby.
I did more than the Red Bull. Jeez.
Yeah, so I had to take my little shot to wake Bobby up.
Jane, I hope you're listening. Call in if you are.
Right there.
Yeah, it was, Morgan Wallen, 2 Chainz, Migos, Bad Bunny, and J Balvin. That was my top 5.
2 Chainz.
And what would be yours, Bobby, if Apple recapped it?
Well, I've got Amazon. It does kick me. It does kick me in the top 100. So I had a lot of Khalid, Halsey, Nas. There's a bunch of different stuff. Noah Garner.
Okay.
So Steve
Halsey,
Lacy.
huh? Okay.
I love Halsey.
Nas,
Halsey's
that's
great.
kicking it old school.
Nas had a new album this year.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
I think Ian Rappaport gave a breakdown of it the other day.
Yeah, Ian's got to seem hip with the kids. There's a chance Ian might be listening right now. What's up, Ian? Because he's in Dallas right now for the league meetings.
Oh,
so he might be listening right now.
Are you guys gonna hang?
No, I don't think so. I was not assigned that.
Okay,
I was not given that.
All right, so Amber Waves of Brain on TikTok had her dating year wrapped. So she did a kind of a PowerPoint presentation on her dating year. And let's find out. And I think this is dating in a nutshell for many in 2022. Boy, they will cut you in a heartbeat now. There is no wasting time out there. I don't know how I survived. I have no idea. Probably because it was like,
what do you mean they'll cut you?
They will cut you out immediately. They are one date and it's like,
oh, one and done?
Gone.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is, I think is stupid. I think that's a short-sighted idea because,
well, if you're not attractive, and we just talked to someone whose dates over the weekend lied about the way she looked, then you're not getting a second date.
if you're not attractive to the other person, I get it. But it's like nobody really is engaging on date one. Like date 2 is where all the good stuff comes out.
Maybe you don't have a personality.
Date 1 isn't date 1 like so where do you like to go?
Right. It's filling out the questionnaire.
It's filling out the questionnaire. That's what it is, right?
I went on 2 dates with my wife, and then she said, I think we'd be better as just friends.
Really?
Yeah. And then it was 6 months later we were dating.
So how would you just stalk her?
So her sister and my brother were dating at the time. So I know, don't make faces. So we were around each other a lot, and then I just won her over slowly over 6 months. Not even intentionally, just being my natural self, you know.
Right.
Yeah, just being charming and everything else
Wearing
that I
your
do.
Braves hat.
That's such a weird diss. That was such a.
That's such a weird hat.
I don't think she liked when I would wear flat bill hats.
It looks like Terry Pendleton owned that hat. Like
it's very old.
Old is that hat?
Yeah, it's a Terry Mulholland hat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good reference. So she went on 18 first dates this year. 18. That seems high. I'm just gonna say, it's
okay. If you're dating and you go on 2 dates a month.
Yeah, with 2 different people, that's 24. Yeah.
So that's not crazy.
But you would think
you never got on an app.
No,
we begged you forever. Don't know why you didn't. You never got on an app, so I don't think that's too high of a number.
It's not that I think it's just like for it to be that high. That means that none of the dates really had to materialize into second dates or third dates.
It doesn't sound like she cared to. If you're doing that.
So she went on. So she ended things 9 times. Half of the 18. 9 times. He ended at 6, and then 3 was mutual. In terms of how many of the dates went to second dates and third dates. So only one person made it 6. And
6.
One person.
So the 6th date?
One of the 18 made it to 6 dates.
Okay.
One of the 18 made it to 5. None of them made it to 4. She either ended at 3 or ended at 5 or 6. One made it to 3 dates, and then all the rest ended in 1 or 2 dates. This girl had a fast trigger, man. She was out. 2 of the guys made her cry.
Wow.
So
what would you have had to say?
Only 2?
But like, here's the thing.
Yeah, Jerry Sullivan.
These women, they don't understand critical thinking or dates or anything else.
Only 3 of the dates made it past a second date. So 2 of the 3 that made it past date number 2 made her cry.
Okay.
Clearly looking for a long-term relationship. This is the one that got me, though. This is the one that got me. First of all, one of the dates they went to Target. I don't know why they went to Target.
What?
Maybe they're, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why they went to Target on the date? This is what got me, though. The amount of money she spent. On 18 dates, she spent a grand total of $368. That's about $20 per date. That's a lot of free meals.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, I think you're one of the rare ones that doesn't believe in always picking up the tab on the first date.
I was gonna say any date I go out, I think that number would be 0
Yeah.
when I was dating.
Like I think maybe she picked up
the drinks before the date
or the third dinner bill,
perhaps
on one of the 6 daters.
Perhaps, absolutely. Which is totally normal. But there you go. So she had 18 days, but this is dated in 2022. You better make a real fast impression. Especially if you're meeting on these apps, because, I mean, you're already talking for...
Peyton, how's it going for you? Can you identify any of this?
Well, COVID has sent me back a little bit here in the dating world.
COVID's been over.
You have COVID?
Oh, no. I just was using an excuse for blaming COVID again.
Okay. Are you on the apps?
I am. I use Bumble. It's gone... We're about 50-50. 50-50 in swipes that are good and bad. So we're getting there, but yeah, no dates yet.
How long have you been on it?
Oh, 3 months.
Okay. Don't have a date set up yet.
No, nothing yet.
Is the mustache in your profile picture?
It is actually.
Is there a fish?
Damn it! I think we just figured it out, Peyton.
Do you have a fish in your profile photo?
I do not.
What is with the fish?
Do I
The
need the
fish triggers so many
or
people.
A pet? Are you saying like a pet in general?
No,
it's like
you
hunting.
gotta have your bass fish on there.
Yeah.
That you hooked, and on Lake Fork, you got to go out there and get a fish.
I really
So you
would
put it
have
on your
paid to
profile.
see Choppy set up a dating profile so we could put it on the fan cam, just like the lines in there, because I think RJ's tailor-made for that. Like the one-liners, the jokes back and forth, the text communication. I think you would have thrived. Now you're in a fantastic situation. Congratulations to you. I think you should control Peyton's. I think you should control
allow me to. Allow me to.
Peyton's Dayton's.
What's the timeline we give you? 30 days to get me with a date, and then we move on?
30
Or what?
days, bro. We have a date by the end of today.
End of today.
Oh, whoa.
Probably by the end of the show.
And the front.
You give me your phone.
Have you not matched up with anybody?
Oh, no, I have.
Yeah.
They just don't go anywhere. Like we chat and stuff, exchange phone numbers, and then it's like nothing
You know what?
happens.
Yeah.
Forward all your messages to me. I will text your dates.
You'll have a date by Friday.
Let me
be in jail.
I can play wingman too. We need to just take.
Yeah,
Peyton
you
out.
did real well for Chuck. You did real well for Zach.
Okay, again,
And almost
revisionist
got
history.
divorced.
Revisionist history again. I actually did great in Oxnard, and you all know it. But whatever, we can change it up.
All right, next one. Baby names, less manly or zombie virus?
You pick.
Do I pick? Am I, all right, less manly.
Less manly. Okay,
Sounds like
so
a fake name.
This is stunning to me. There has been a scientific discovery that men in their 30s today, in 2022, have the same testosterone levels as a 60-year-old man from the year 1980.
Believe it.
Why do you believe it?
Man, it's just.
Yeah, tell us why you believe it.
Well, look, I read a lot of Jerry Sullivan for one, and no, I just it seems like a. I don't think it's a surprise. I think it seems like a little bit of a softer generation.
Okay,
that's. I don't think
This is
anybody.
Stunning, dude. 60-year-olds in 1980 had the same testosterone level as a 35-year-old now.
And I'll say that I feel significantly less manly than my dad, who's 60. So
yeah.
Yeah, I could see like my grandfather was like a real man. Both of them
I don't know
were.
how to fix any cars. I don't know how to fix anything in my house. So
But
I'm
still,
part of
I
this.
mean, like that's the only thing about testosterone.
Right, it's
is
like measuring your men's T.
Is it virility? Your sex appeal. Measuring it. Like we're not. The Marlboro man ain't walking through that door today. But men in their 60s in 1980 had the same testosterone level as men today at 35 years old. Part of the reasons they feel is that we're inside more. 30 minutes of direct sunlight a day gives you about 70% increase in your testosterone. 30 minutes. And we're not getting it.
Okay.
We're not getting it at
so
all.
we're blaming the devices that we're all on.
Well, we're also blaming the food, like sugar. The more sugar you eat decreases testosterone, increases all that other crap like insulin and all that stuff. So, and we're not getting enough sleep. So keep an eye. Keep an eye. That's I was stunned when I saw that. Let's go to this one here, and I don't know why they would do this. So the tundra, right? The Siberian Arctic is kind of melting a little bit, right? So scientists have discovered a 48,000-year-old zombie virus from the melting Arctic. This virus is was posted to this respiratory kind of peer-reviewed site, and the French, Russian, and German researchers said they had revived and uncovered 13 new zombie viruses isolated from 7 different ancient Siberian samples. They've been underwater, frozen for 50 years. 50,000 years. 50,000 years. And here they are, ready to pop and come on out. Why in the hell would they try to revive these things?
I don't know. What's Fauci doing about this?
Now, let's get Bassig on the hotline here.
Or Holland.
To weigh in. Or Derek. Look, these things go in one ear and out the other. You've sent me 500 things about this is coming back and this is going to take over the world. And eye roll. It's like eggs being bad for you or good for you. It's just, okay, whatever. Let's move on to that. I'm worried about the flu. This flu right now that's happening.
And hand, foot, and mouth.
And hand, foot, and mouth. This is, as my child, God, I have to go home. Like.
Now?
No.
Oh.
No, I would stay until, I might do KMC and G-Bags show just to not go home.
Let's go do happy hour with Peyton. Get him a date.
Yeah. With the mess at my house. We should set up a Peyton dating show.
We should.
We should set it up. We'll get a bar to sponsor it. Maybe we'll go out in Fort Worth, Boat Club Road.
There you go, Eagles Nest.
Choppy's got Boomer Jacks.
There too.
And we'll do we'll do a little show contest. That's how Troy Hughes found his wife, a Vin Diesel lookalike contest.
What lookalike is he going to be?
Chester.
No, you know what? You look, you got like that. You kind of look like that, like Matt Dillon with a mustache, right? When he had the mustache going and something about Mary.
Yeah.
When he had the
where
weird.
He was a stalker.
He was a stalker. You kind of look like the stalker Matt Dillon.
So I don't know if y'all remember this, but when I interned with y'all back in 2018,
don't remember.
Y'all called me Blake Griffin, a younger Blake Griffin.
Well, you're right.
That was good.
Why do I not remember that? I don't remember it either, but I'll own it.
You don't remember I'm married, Chop, so you're not going to remember your intern 4 years ago.
All right, there it is. Chopping it up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Carter in the back here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. So the Dak deep ball debate came out yesterday.
Yes.
Do we have a problem going down the field, hence the pickup of T.Y. Hilton?
Let's find out. So Dak Prescott downfield this year. One of the major weaknesses, so this was one of the major weaknesses they say of Dak's game right now is his ability to throw the ball downfield. Which I was like, okay, wait a second. No, I've always thought of Dak as an underrated downfield passer. But the numbers say differently. On passes of 10 plus air yards, so 10 yards or further downfield. This is in this past week's game. Dak went 6 of 13, 55 rating with an interception. 1 week after, he was 1 of 8. For the year, he has completed just 51% of his passes that go 10 yards or more down the field, 4 TDs and 8 picks. On throws that are 25 yards or more downfield, he's at 21%, which I don't think is. I would struggle to say that a quarterback should be more than about 35, 40% downfield, 25 yards or more. But his passer rating's 31. He's completed 21% of those passes. Does Dak have a downfield passing problem? Again, he is 7 of 21 with a pick, more than 10 yards downfield in the last 2 weeks.
He hadn't until last year. Last year, he had some first half of last year, he was fine. But second half of last year, the numbers showed he was struggling downfield. And then this year, he's not been good. So currently, yes, he does have a problem. But I mean, that's why you said you've always thought of him as being underrated. He was underrated as a downfield passer. He's one of the top 3 or 4 deep ball passers for 3-4 year run. But just right now, it's not been good. I think that's also partially what was in that 3 or 4 year run. You had Amari Cooper here, who's a really good route runner and a guy he had a good connection with. Amari Cooper's gone, and they just haven't, Michael Gallup was still struggling to find his way for a while, and that was one of their deep ball guys. And so
I had to read this Amari injury report yesterday just to humor myself. It kind of took me back here.
Oh, you're laughing at injuries. Sean Sharif is laughing at injuries. Wow. Put that on the record.
Was the injury called road game?
It said Amari Cooper played through a core muscle injury on Sunday's loss to the Bengals. He was listed as questionable heading into the contest, but he was on the field for 86% of Cleveland's offensive plays, catching a pair of passes on 7 targets for 42 yards. He told reporters he intends to be available as much as he can. It's getting better, just part of playing football in this league. Obviously, it was a hindrance anytime you're not 100%, but just try to be available for your team. Just want to be accountable. And that just took me back. A lot of bad memories here as part of the reason why they got rid of him. There I am, spending my days clicking on Amari Cooper injury reports just to go ahead and take myself back.
It never fails. I mean, it never fails. He does disappear in road games. I don't know why. But he'll find his way in the injury report.
It is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in that, because I was just looking at it right now. Games of 75 yards this year, he's got 6 of them. 5 of them are at home, and then the other one is that fake road game they played in Detroit against Buffalo. Otherwise, he doesn't have any 75-yard games on the road.
Next 2 seasons, can we say that CeeDee Lamb has surpassed Amari Cooper? Because I was Amari earlier in the year, Choppy. You were Lamb. And now feels... Now, look, he hasn't had his quarterback. Deshaun Watson has been there. Who's the better receiver, Bobby?
Right now, it's CeeDee.
Next 2 years, who would you take? All
I
things equal.
can't trust Amari's health, so probably CeeDee.
Okay.
I would take CeeDee for the next 2 years, too.
CeeDee's really stepped up.
Yes, he has.
I think if we're still asking this from the first 3 weeks of the season we were talking about early in the year, Amari was playing better. And everything we had seen up to that point, Amari was a better player. But I think just in the last 6 to 8 weeks, CeeDee has really come into his own of like being a number 1 receiver.
So he's already at 1,000. He's basically at 1,000 yards now.
So the Dak tweet I had to laugh at yesterday. I didn't have the energy to respond on Twitter because Brad Sham already wore me out the other day, trying to sick the Cowboy fans on me. But this one I just have to laugh at. Since Dak returned from a broken thumb on his throwing hand, Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Prescott. Mahomes has 16 touchdowns. Allen has 9. Dak has 14. Mahomes has 7 picks. Allen has 7 picks. Dak has 8. Why is Dak the only one being hated on? And the people doing the most hating are Cowboy fans.
That's right.
So that was the pro Dak tweet yesterday.
Found my burner.
Good. Bobby Durant, Bobby Bayless over here. Look, do we really? I mean, does this have to be explained? Good Lord. Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen they're just better quarterbacks. We all know this, and they've actually won something. So they get more of a break and more of a pass. Dak also hasn't played anybody. Like, this schedule has been so soft. Now, that's not his fault. You still got to go out there and produce, but he's faced the Lions, the Bears, the Packers, the Giants, the Colts, and Houston. So just chill out with Dak Prescott should not be compared to Pat Mahomes or Josh Allen over a 5 or 6 game sample to prove that Dak is on their level. Y'all laughed when I told you that Josh Allen was better. You laughed when I said Brady could come in here after New England and be just as good or not better. Like, come on, stop. You sound ridiculous, all you Dak heads.
Well, and Allen, remember, he had the elbow in there, so he's been hurt during this time. And if you take out this past weekend against Denver, which was not a great game for Pat Mahomes, but up until that point, since Dak had returned, Patrick Mahomes was 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, like 66% completions. He was playing fine.
Mahomes was the MVP up until last week or 2 weeks ago. He's not the favorite in Vegas. This was Jerry Jones yesterday when we asked him if he's worried about Dak's interceptions.
Well, the two are actually, what if I said yes? Okay, period, to your question. And I'm not criticizing your question, but certainly those concerns those interceptions can neutralize great execution and effort in other parts of the game. Interceptions can. That's being tried. But I will tell you now, the definition of aggressiveness doesn't have to include turnovers. It does not have to include that. Aggressive does not. And I do like aggressiveness without the turnovers.
Someone said, I guess the fact that Dak was out 4 games and still leads these players in interceptions isn't going to be mentioned. So that has to be thrown in there as well. But it's just like comparing the Cowboys versus the Texans and the Colts, and look what the Eagles did. Like, just the reach. It's politics. That's what it is. You reach for whatever little fact can alter your argument. And that's where we are when talking about the quarterback of this football team.
Look, he's not having... The idea that he's not playing well is not factual.
The last 2 weeks have been bad, but the weeks leading up to those 2, he was playing really well.
Yeah, like weeks 11 through 14, the only players in the league that are ahead of him in expected points added plus completion percentage over expectation are Hurts, Goff, Mahomes, Fields, Garoppolo, Lawrence, and Geno. Like, Josh Allen ain't on there. Justin Herbert ain't on there. Joe Burrow's not on there. He's ahead of those guys.
All right, let me just try to simplify it real quick. Tell me if this is fair.
Okay.
It's fair.
Oh, thank you.
Or maybe it's not. I don't know.
Yeah, didn't you get a shirt fair as hell or whatever?
The fact that fair is F.
That's what it
That's
was.
the Sean Shreve
FAF.
slogan. Fair is F.
Yeah.
The fact that we are wrestling between the Cowboys and San Francisco right now, or even have San Francisco better than Dallas, that to me is a Dak indictment. There's no reason that we should be having that comparison. Their defense is great. I would say the Cowboys is very good. But the difference in quarterback should put the Cowboys over them. And in my mind, because we can't have that ultimate answer at quarterback right now and having the discussion, that's why San Francisco is, at the very worst, even or even better than Dallas. We should have such a quarterback advantage over them being on their third string guy. That right now is my Dak indictment. Is that fair?
Yeah, we should have a massive advantage. Quarterbacks generally, if you have a better quarterback, you got a better chance to win. There's enough studies that coaches give such a minimal advantage game to game that it's overstated.
And the defenses are enough in a conversation with each other. San Fran's is better.
Yeah, San Fran's is better. There's no doubt about that.
But because we don't know what we're getting week to week with 4, we can't say that we're definitely better than them.
The offense should be good and have a big enough gap in terms of productivity to offset the defense, because offense is more predictable and more stable week to week than defense is. At least it should be. Now again, Doug, you're going to run into teams that you're going to have an off day and they're going to have an on day defensively, and they're going to be in the right position, and they're going to have, they're going to maintain their gap integrity, yada yada yada, and then you're going to have just a bad day.
What do you say to that, Bobby? Is that fair? What I just said?
Mostly, but I would also say, you can say that about anybody, though, in terms of anybody that San Francisco would be ahead of. Wouldn't we say then that that's an indictment of their quarterback because it should be such a disparity?
Okay, well, give me the other quarterbacks then.
Anybody
in the
who's
NFC.
We'll do power rankings here soon, and so I don't want to totally tip my head, but that would put them ahead of, name them. There's 28 quarterbacks, 27 quarterbacks that would be talking about that they should have such a quarterback advantage that it should be an indictment on them too. That's most of the league.
That's a fair point.
Oh, look,
It's a good point.
They're a tremendous team. They're a very good roster. They're a really good roster. But
here's Von Miller on the Voncast with Micah giving his prediction for the Cowboys in the playoffs.
I don't even want to speculate, but I will. I see the Giants beating the Vikings. I see the 49ers beating the Commanders. My bad. I ain't trying to start no beef with the Commanders, none of that. I see the Cowboys winning that one. Then the Cowboys going to play the 49ers next. And then the Eagles play the Giants. Then I see the Eagles beating the Giants again. And then I see the Cowboys beating the 49ers. Then I got the Cowboys versus the Eagles, and I got the Cowboys beating the Eagles in the NFC Championship game and going to the Super Bowl to play the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl. And that one we just gonna have to see, man. We just gonna see that one.
What a homer!
You want to insult him again? Your little Aggie insult after you picked the Cowboys to make it to the Super Bowl.
I wouldn't pick the Cowboys to make the Super Bowl right now, so I still think he's wrong.
How does he not just say, "Yeah, and we're gonna win the Super Bowl"? He's like, "We'll have to see."
Because Mike is standing across from him.
Yeah.
If Mike wasn't sitting there, he'd be like, we're going to whoop up on the Cowboys. But also history says the Bills will lose by 40 points to the Cowboys in the Super Bowl?
That's right. That's what history says. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. We have the cause of death for Grant Wall, the soccer journalist, with what happened there in Qatar.
Yep, came out about 10 minutes ago.
Now, they got his body back home.
They did. He got back to the States Monday morning.
And I don't know what you're about to say, but you sent it over last night. His family announced they don't believe there was foul play.
Correct. His brother, who went on Instagram and posted a video suspecting foul play or questioning it.
Yeah. How do we get the toxicology on this back so fast?
That's a great question.
I thought this took weeks.
Given what the cause of death is, they may be able to make certain assumptions that say that we don't need the toxicology back.
So the brother went on social media and basically kind of backtracked on this entire thing, that it was murder or killed, whatever.
Look, I give him a pass. I mean,
he was emotional.
Your brother died.
Yeah.
He said he was getting threats for wearing the rainbow shirt. He was emotional.
For sure. Yes, absolutely.
It's sketchy. The whole thing seems sketchy with the timing.
And it still does.
Yeah, I give somebody a pass for reacting 15 minutes after their brother died.
Yeah.
So the cause of death is an aortic aneurysm.
Heart.
I assume, is that
aorta.
Aortic is that
aorta. So yeah, it's a burst blood vessel.
And his wife Celine, who's a doctor, said it's just one of those things likely to have been brewing for years, ruling out suspected foul play. He was 48.
Wow.
He collapsed in his seat Friday while covering the game. So yeah, I guess that's something they can discover quickly. And they're saying that they're ruling out foul play.
Yeah, that's one of those ones. I mean, any sort of aneurysm, whether it's like aortic or you've got brain aneurysm, or whatever, I mean, you can bleed out so quickly. And so, I mean, that's one of those things that they probably don't need the toxicology back at that point. Just like, well, we got
But nothing could have caused that, right? Like people were trying to come up with the conspiracy theories of being poisoned or.
I don't think so, because what's the aneurysm? Isn't that supposed to be basically it's like a swelling of the blood vessel? Like you can have an aneurysm that doesn't rupture, and so
right,
like,
yeah,
I mean,
like you've seen that, sure, but like, look, I'll tell you, how the hell this guy went to the hospital still in an Uber baffles me. Is there not an ambulance?
Yeah.
Like, could this have been prevented?
Somebody
if there was
on site?
Somebody on site that could administer some kind of care?
Yeah, he wasn't at home like Mike Leach. He was at the World Cup. You don't have medical officials there on site. So that is the cause of death coming in on the death of Grant Wall. Are the Cowboys in anybody's top 5? I got some shakeups. I got some shakeups with your NFL power rankings, 1 through 5, 5 through 1, given to us on the truckwreck.com text line next on The Fan. But first.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
Hey, just put that Bobby moan. Put that on loop. Put that Bobby moan on loop right there. For Around the NFL Power Rankings here on Sean and RJ. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. Truckwreck.com text line. That's annoying, choppy. Please stop. 877.
I liked it.
881-1053. You have the grades from last wew.
I do.
Okay.
Now, you were out
I was
on
out.
Wednesday. So Peyton filled in for you. Peyton just went down the standings.
Yeah.
Not true.
No, that's not true. He had Buffalo 1, Philly 2.
Hang on. Let me slow down. Let me
All
grade
right.
them. Okay.
All right.
Buffalo 1.
Peyton had Buffalo 1.
Got the W.
Philly.
Yep.
KC.
Yep.
Cowboys. Cincy.
Whoa! 5 for 5?
Mm-hmm.
5 for 5 from P. Russ.
Bobby had KC, Buffalo, Philly, San Fran, Cowboys.
5 for 5. I'm going to lay out of this today.
I had KC, Buffalo, Cowboys, Philly, Cincy.
No Miami. 5 for 5.
Dropped right out, man.
From perfect. Perfect on the morning show. I'm gonna go forth. I'm gonna sit out of this and see if y'all can keep it up. Let's go 5 through 1.
5 through 1.
Actually, let me first give you where the Cowboys are throughout the entire country. Blogging the Boys compiles this. Blogging the Boys had them at 3 last week. They have them at 3 this week. NFL.com dropped them from 2 to 6. Little Sean Sharif grading in there.
Oh.
ESPN stays at 4. USA Today had them at 2, dropped them to 4. Yahoo from 2 to 3. CBS kept them at 3. The Athletic from 5 to 6. Athletic has been harsh on them all year long. And Sports Illustrated from 2 to 4. So the lowest rankings, NFL.com and The Athletic, have the Cowboys at number 6. RJ, number 5.
My number 5 team is the Cincinnati Bengals. I had them in the same spot last week. They kept rolling. You know, I
keep on forgetting about them.
Yeah, I so badly wanted to make a bold pick. Like Detroit. By the way, is Detroit the 4th best team in the NFC?
Man, Detroit's got a shot to sneak into the playoffs down the stretch.
But since he has earned it, they played the 2nd toughest schedule to date. By the way, the Chiefs, Cowboys, Niners, and Eagles have all played the 25th easiest or worst schedule.
Say that again?
The Chiefs, Cowboys, Niners, and Eagles have all played the 25th toughest, so like one of the 7 easiest schedules in the NFL this year. So I've got Cincinnati at number 5.
I got the Dallas Cowboys at number 5.
Woo-wee!
And there were a couple things I struggled with on this list. One of them was potentially bumping them out for like a Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Because it's very close. I don't think Dallas is any lower than 6, but you can't move them up after that game against Houston. So I'll hold them steady. They're at number 5 for me.
P.
Just like Chubb, I have kept the Bengals at number 5.
Was it tough?
It was, because the team I dropped hurt a little bit.
Oh, I think that's a bad omen.
I have Cincy at 5 as well. I had that Bobby struggle of Cowboys-Cincy, but I would pick Cincinnati today, even though Tom Brady slighted them.
Tommy boy!
In his podcast. He said, got a pretty good defense, and people are like, oh, there's Tom with a slight. So I'm going to have the Bengals at 5. 4.
My number 4 team.
Why is there a little smirk on your face?
It's just hard. It's hard to do this. But I have San Francisco at 4. There's a case to be made that could be at number 3. Their weighted DVOA, which takes into account the most recent games, is number 1. Obviously, they've won, 6 in a row?
Yep.
6 in a row?
Yep.
So that would lead them to be number 1. But Philadelphia's is number 2. So that wasn't enough for me to jump them. So I have San Francisco at number 4. But I'll be rooting against this team until I die. I can't stand their coach. I just can't stand Kyle Shanahan. He gets so much credit for absolutely nothing. The guy has never won with a quarterback not named Jimmy Garoppolo until the last 10 days. And all of a sudden, the guy is Moses. Simmer down there, Flat Bill.
Who's Flat Bill?
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, I thought about Bobby.
That's partially. I think it's
Bill.
we've talked about transitive properties lately. I think that's part of Chop's rooting against San Francisco. He doesn't want me to be right.
Yeah,
he doesn't want me to be right. But I will say the last 10 days,
you're wrong on Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson. So it's just
the last 10 days he's turned into Moses. It's like I think Kyle Shanahan's built up quite a reputation before the last 10 days. But I agree. I'm not moving the 4. It was really tough. I wanted to move them up. But I can't. But look, here's the deal. Since the Christian McCaffrey trade, 6-0, average margin of victory of 18.
Oh,
they're killing teams.
Yeah, he's been tremendous. They figured out how to use him, and look, that is Kyle Shanahan. I give Kyle a lot of crap. I think he's a really good coach, but it's like, come on, he didn't invent the wheel, but he is better than Vince Lombardi.
Peyton.
So last week I had the 49ers just outside my top 5 at number 6. This week I have them leapfrogging the Cowboys and put them at number 4. What they did to Tom Brady over the weekend, very impressive.
That's not impressive.
Yes, it is.
Brady sucks, and Tampa sucks. He's on my fantasy team still. I can't get out of it. Number 4. I told you I had some shakeups today. I'm dropping down the Buffalo Bills to 4. Now, look, they're on a 4-game winning streak. Okay? But, I don't know, something just feels off. 20-12 over the Jets. I know that the Jets are upstart this year. They beat the Lions by 3. I know the Lions are coming on. They beat the Browns by 8. They scored 24 against New England. It just maybe my bar was set for them too high. Remember, a few weeks in, we're like, just put Buffalo in the Super Bowl. This thing's over. This thing's done. It doesn't feel like they're clicking on all the cylinders. I'm gonna bump Buffalo down to number 4.
I'll say this about Buffalo.
Although Cole Beasley will probably inject them up.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's first injection Cole Beasley's gotten.
That's right.
Damn it, you topped my joke.
I will.
Yours was better. Did you see yesterday, who was one of their receivers someone tweeted one of the receivers and said, "Oh, you're gonna, get that crazy vaxxer," and he goes, "Shut up, he's our crazy vaxxer." he owned it. He's like, "Be quiet, you don't talk about him. He's our
crazy guy,
vaxxer."
I'll say this about Buffalo: there are a few teams in the NFL that when the calendar changed to a certain date, I don't really style point their games anymore. Like,
Has it been snowing in Buffalo?
No, it's windy as hell though, right? It's like 30-mile-an-hour winds, like just waking up just every day. It's awful. Like I'm not going to style point a game.
Two of their last 3 games were on the road, so.
Well, I get that, but like this past week, wasn't against the Jets.
Yeah.
What was the other one? New England on the road.
The Patriots were. Yeah, it was at New England.
Yeah, and look, and that's not
the Bahamas.
You're not in Miami. So I'll give him a little bit of a pass on that because that weather stinks, man. You get some of those winds. Like I can't wait. I know. I like the quarterback, but I can't wait for Tua to throw change-ups up there in Buffalo in a couple of weeks.
Okay. By the way, it was Isaiah McKenzie who said he's our anti-vax loser.
Number 3, Philadelphia Eagles.
You are stubborn man.
I'm not stubborn. Here's the thing.
You might be the most stubborn on this show.
No, I'm
which
not.
Which is hard to do.
How's that possible?
No,
Why is that
not.
stubborn?
No,
Why is that
Put
stubborn?
your glasses back on.
I look, being right is being right. I can't help it. I'm sorry that my projections have continued to play out exactly as I thought. I was really close, actually. If it was not for
such a professor right there, Bill Nye. I'm sorry that my projections have continued to assimilate.
Yeah, it's big Neil deGrasse Tyson energy.
Yeah.
No, look, I was actually really close to, just because how impressed I am with San Francisco, really close to leapfrogging them to 3 and dropping Philly 1. But Philly won pretty convincingly, so I got to hold them steady. So I got Philly at 3.
I too have Philly at 3. I had the Cowboys here last week, but Philadelphia's put it on some teams and they've made some statements. Hurts is playing really good football. He's the best QB in the division today. And they're really, really good, and they're making statements now, left and right.
Philly is not number 3 for me. I have Kansas City at number 3. Whoa. They let Denver back into that game. Got a little worried there, but I've kept the Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes threw 3 picks. Well, I can't Dak throw 3 picks. They're the same. Why does Mahomes get a pass? Oh, he's just like the greatest quarterback ever. Maybe he gets a little bit more leeway. Maybe that could be it. So you have KC at 3.
Yep.
How about Tyreek? Tyreek just won't stop. Here's Tyreek Hill on Shannon Sharp's podcast on why he wanted out of Kansas City.
It got like that probably like mid last season. You feel me? Like, I'm the type of guy, like I love playing ball and I love, being by the team because football is a team sport, right?
Correct.
And it would be some games where like I get 2 targets, I get 3 targets. And we'll go into meetings and my coach would be like, "Hey, we got to get you involved. We got to get you involved." And I'm like,
"Nah, y'all need to get me involved yesterday. Don't tell me about it today."
Exactly. Like, you know how to, you know the feeling. So I'm calling my agent every week after they say some crazy stuff like that.
So Tyreek was 7th in the league in targets last year with 159. So he's calling out Andy Reid and he's calling out Pat Mahomes for not getting him the ball. This year he's got 139.
Dang.
He's 3rd in the NFL.
Wow.
He's getting disrespected as an MVP candidate. It's crazy. It's a little bit crazy, but he's also a little bit crazy. Doing all this crying and bitching about Pat Mahomes. He had games with targets of 15, 4-7, 12-13, 12-9, 18, 11-10, 5-4, 13-2, 10, and 3. So that's Tyreek and why he wanted out. My number 3 team, oh, God. The San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
Yeah! I have them better than Buffalo. I have them better than Cincy. The stupid defense.
Say it with your chest.
Locking everyone down. Purdy isn't making like little dump-off throws. He's going down the field a little bit. He's throwing some touchdowns down the field. I got San Fran at 3 in the power rankings. RJ, take us to 2.
Number 2 for me, the Buffalo Bills. I know it was an ugly game, but like I said, I'm not really going to style point games in Buffalo in December. That's the crux of playing those conditions. They are top 4 in all 3 phases on offense, defense, and special teams. Nobody else is in the top 8 in all 3. in the NFL.
Wow.
So I have that, and that's Baltimore is the other team. So I have the Bills at number 2.
There's the only movement I have this week. Kansas City Chiefs are number 2.
Whoa!
Because you lost to Cincinnati, and that was bad. We're talking about a Denver team that couldn't score like 9 points every week. All of a sudden, you let them back in after they're down, what, like 27-7 or 27-0?
Since he owns them, like the Cowboys own Minnesota.
But it's enough of a slip up the last 2 weeks to matter with those small margins with the teams at the top for me. So KC drops down to 2.
I have dropped Buffalo from 1 to number 2.
Oh my gosh.
I have Kansas City at 2.
Oh, Sean.
Now, can we all remember who everyone is named before the number 1 unveiling? So I got KC at number 2.
All right, I've got KC at number 1. I didn't care about the final score of this last week to know how good they were. What were they up? What was the start
It's
of
like
that game?
27-0 or 27-7.
I don't
like
need
that.
anything other than that. Mahomes is surged to number 1 in QBR, 3rd in DVOA, 3rd in other sports, 1st in yards above replacement.
3rd in other sports.
Other stats.
Man,
sorry.
he's great at rowing too.
Go sports, go team. He's the best at the game. They've got the 3rd easiest schedule remaining. Just roll with it, man. Like this, KC number 1. I'll buy it all. I will buy everybody who wants to sell their KC stock.
I don't know if anyone's selling.
You
Last year was a big
You put them at 2,
sell.
you sold. You put them at 2, you sold. Peyton, you put them at 3. Bob, you got them at 2, you sold.
Buffalo, number 1.
Wow.
Look, Buffalo, look at the losses they have this year. 2 points on the road to the Dolphins. You've got 3 points on the road to the Jets. The Jets team that you came back, you bounced back, you beat this week. And then you've got a 3-point overtime loss to the Vikings that if it's not for a miracle catch, that game's over. And so Buffalo very easily could be undefeated. In fact, when Jordan Poyer, their safety, who's kind of the heart and soul of their defense, plays, they're 9-0 this year. They're 1-3 when he sits out. So as long as they've got their guys, they're good. And so I've got Buffalo number 1.
At number 1, I have the team with the MVP on their team, the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yep.
Out.
Bobby threw his pen at the glass. I also have Philly number 1 with Drew Brees at quarterback. It wasn't even that difficult for me. So my 1 through 5, Philly 1, Kansas City 2, San Fran 3, Buffalo 4, Cincy 5, barely edging out the Cowboys.
I've got KC 1, Buffalo 2, Philly 3, San Fran 4, Cincy 5.
I got Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Dallas.
Philly, Buffalo, Kansas City, San Fran, and the Bengals.
There it is. Around the NFL Power Rankings on DFW Sports Station, the playmaker Michael Irvin will be joining us at 8:40. Why did RG3 have to apologize? And Joe Rogan, he exposed the Liver King. He's saying The Rock is a cheater, too. That's next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Zero Res.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is going to be joining us at 8:40 this morning. The schmear here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Carlos Correa gets 13 years for $350 with the San Francisco Giants. 13 for $350, but he's not the name trending in the Metroplex. It's Bobby Bonilla. Why?
Oh, yeah.
Because the Chris Davis numbers, they came out. The former Ranger begins receiving deferred payments next year for a 15-year period. From 2023 to 2025, Chris Davis will get $9 million a year. From 2026 to 2032, he'll get $3.5 million a year. And then from 2033 to 37, $1.4 million a year. Total deferred payments till 2037, $42 million for the new Bobby Bonilla, according to the internet.
$1 for every strikeout he had in his career.
Must be nice.
I literally saw that man swing and miss in batting practice more than any player in history.
In batting practice?
In batting practice, I used to see him swing and miss. That's tough to do.
That's tough to do. Unless you're trying to bunt. I could see that from him.
No, it was a swing.
Yeah.
It was one of those, let's send it to the moon swings.
And now we have it in Joey Gallo. I was expecting a comment, Choppy. Maybe
Well, I just
comment of the career of Chris Davis or anything.
The career of Chris Davis is what it is, man. It is one of the most remarkably infuriating careers I think I've ever seen. The guy got time and chance after chance here, goes to Baltimore, blows up for 2 years, gets a mega contract, and then hits 170.
You know, that was one of the most unlikely dethronings at a position, though, was 08. He was so good when he got called up. I think he hit like 285. He hit like 17 home runs in 50 games or something. He looked great. 09, he struggled a little bit. They were still holding on in 2010. And then all the while, like your 25th round pick or whatever he was, Mitch Moreland was just kind of steadily coming up through the minors. And there was all this, well, we don't know that he maybe just kind of is what he is. And he comes up, and by the time that playoff run was going, he was starting games in the World Series. He hit a home run in Game 3 against the Giants, helped win them their one game. That was just one of the most unlikely takeovers I can remember seeing with the Rangers in the last 20 years, was when Moreland took over. And
there was a there was a thought when Davis was struggling, because he would be great in the minors. He would come up here and do nothing. And it was like, well, because he's kind of local. He's from East Texas. Was there too many distractions? Did too much family want tickets? Was he just not like playing in front of his friends or whatever? And I'm thinking to myself, man, most guys, or a lot of times you see guys like we always think, at least in the media, man, does he want to come play at home? But maybe guys don't want to play at home. They don't want to play in front of their high school friends or their family who's going to bring the distractions. And he went to Baltimore, and boy, he was dominant for, like I said, for what, 2 years.
We got 2 NFL apologies. The first is coming from Buffalo writer Jerry Sullivan on the Trainwreck Tonight podcast. He's been fired from all his jobs for saying this about women.
If this is Amy, I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away.
Hey, women, be better than this, because the worst fans really are the women. They don't get critical journalism. They all want to be cheerleaders.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's always, I don't want to. It's a dangerous avenue to go down to criticize women in general, because they're better than men generally. But
now we need to frame what you just said.
They don't get it as fans.
That's the needs to be the takeaway of this whole iteration. Generally, women are better than men. That's just a fact. I think we all stand by it.
So what does that mean, that they don't get critical journalism? They just want to pull out pom-poms and say my team is the best and undefeated?
I guess, obviously, without having like the context of like whatever it was that the listener was writing in to complain about. I can't know what Jerry Sullivan was being critical about, but I guess so. I guess he's just saying like, all these girls, they're cheerleaders. They just, they're in love with the players. And so any criticism of these players or this team, they're going to, they're going to get all hurt over.
Let me speak from my timeline. Men are way more guilty of being blind homers, Cowboy fans, some Maverick fans last year, than any women on my timeline.
I agree. But how I will say, like, the more measured fan is generally the female fan, right? They're much more measured in terms of, they don't react emotionally like men do.
Yeah.
Sports.
Or in life. In life, women, well, let me...
Anything else? You want to talk about something else, Sean?
I would think men are calling for the coaches to be fired far more often than women do. Like, they don't react
and they
as emotionally.
certainly act like they can run the curl route, and that Noah Brown should catch the, deflection 2 yards away. Like, I could do this, I could do that.
If it hits your hands, you got to catch it.
You got to catch it. Yeah, the tough guy. the internet Twitter tough guy.
Yeah.
That's the guy. Like, the Twitter tough guy, man.
Do you think he was lulled into a sense of security, like nobody's going to see this, since it sounded like that was recorded in a parking garage?
Or were they drinking?
That's also possible.
There's some cans on here. I couldn't quite make out what it was. There's like a bunch of crap on the table. He's got a koozie for something, maybe. And yeah, it looks like it's in Barcadia. This
good
setup.
Reference.
Good
Very good
Lord.
reference.
I mean, it looks like it smells like 30-year-old, Bud Light on the walls and on the floor. So maybe he did get lulled into it. I just want to know if he's married. That's all. I'm trying to zoom in on the wedding ring. That's what my wife has taught me. My number one lesson in marriage. Look for the ring. Is this guy married? Does this guy have a significant other? Oh yeah, look for Bobby's ring on the fan cam. My Lord.
Was it on? Is it on your carabiner? Or is it your keychain today?
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah,
dude,
right here.
Are you not really scared of losing that thing? Like
scared? He doesn't wear it.
No, I carry it with me everywhere I go. Though it is on my keychain.
His fear's already gone. He's not wearing his wedding ring.
Right, but like he doesn't obviously want to lose it.
I don't want to lose it.
He doesn't care.
I
he
do
has
care.
Eric Chiafalo's rubber backups in his glove compartment.
Yeah, I have to use Chiafalo's rubbers to
dang, man,
show that I'm married.
Those things have holes in them, obviously, the amount of kids he has.
Spilled my spilled all over the place.
Oh, man.
Like Chiafalo wishes he could.
Like he wish he spilled everywhere.
All right, let's
my goodness, man.
RG3 apology. You get to handle.
Oh, okay.
You get to handle
All
this
right.
one. Handle this one, Ralph.
Let's see. I'm gonna look at the cut sheet here. I don't think we have that one on the cut sheet.
We don't
Can't play that.
No.
All right. So RG3 has apologized for using a racial slur. Let's just say it that. So he used my voice is cracked. I'm going to say the word, Sean. He used a pejorative on TV.
A what?
Pejorative. I learned that word on Curb Your Enthusiasm a couple years ago. I've been trying to work it into a sentence ever since.
Certainly not at the University of Tennessee.
Ooh.
I don't think that word was out there. I don't think that word was out when I went to college. But he used a word that is a racial slur towards black folks, and he used it on TV.
Do you want to? Should we just say what he was trying to say, and then you can probably fill in the gaps as to what he
Go
accidentally
ahead. You
said?
say what he was trying to say.
He was trying to say bugaboo. That's what he was trying to say.
This word started with a different letter.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So he goes and he decides that he is going to tweet and clarify this. He says, "Yo, definitely need to clarify this." Now in all caps. This is not what I meant to say. Was trying to say those bug-a-boos in reference to haters and doubters. Regardless of my intention, I understand the historical context of the term that came out of my mouth, and I apologize.
Steve Young's face. When
Dude,
he
Steve
said
Young's
it.
face. Holy cow. I was like, man, this dude's watched Goodfellas or something recently because I think that word's in there.
Didn't he say orgy in the end zone?
Well, that was his guy's last name. The guy's last name is ORJI, Orgy.
Oh.
Yeah, plays for Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's it
Because
was.
he said a couple things.
Yeah, he will. Mark Sanchez has had a couple of those things where he's like dropped in he dropped in like you got to delete your search history, so he's dropped in some very scandalous things that you would do.
Yeah.
And then RG3 is kind of cut from that same cloth, but I buy his explanation. And that term made absolutely no sense to use in that context.
Yeah.
No.
Right? None at all. Like it was clearly a slip. That's first of all, that's a word my grandparents used. Like my grandmother might have used that word. Like I have never heard somebody use that word the last 25 years. Never.
I haven't either. I don't run in those circles, Chop, so I would never
There
do
you go,
that.
Bob.
Hey, RG3 has provided some entertainment on television.
has.
For better or worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
For better or worse.
People, he's gotten really strong reception this season. People really like him.
Michael Irvin, the Playmaker, is coming up. Brought to you by Driveway.com. As an Odyssey NFL insider looking for a car, go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Oh, by the way, Joe Rogan, who had been calling out the Liver King for scamming people, apparently he is calling out The Rock as well. He said The Rock needs to go out and apologize. You can't look like he does at 50. And I guess they have beef going back to the Joe Rogan N-word controversy because Rogan had gone on a rant. The Rock was like, hey, man, solid words, brother. And then someone's like, oh, you haven't seen Joe Rogan's past videos? And The Rock kind of took it back. So the internet is thinking there's beef between these two, or Rogan has it towards The Rock. But he's basically sitting there on his show calling The Rock someone using steroids.
Yeah, he's like you said, The Rock needs to come clean. There's no way he can look like that at his age. Basically after the Liver King came out, not a chance in hell he's clean. He's so massive. He's so different than what he was when he was 30.
Now, is the difference The Rock? I don't know what he peddles in terms of performance sales. Like the Liver King was living off of this, right?
Yes.
He was selling to people like the Alex Jones dumb consumers buying all Alex Jones stuff in the merchandising department.
The Rock just wants you to see Jumanji. That's all he's trying to get you to do. He's trying to contribute to AMC sales for you.
I honestly don't
do more.
I don't notice The Rock peddling pre-workouts and
I don't know if he does.
And I haven't seen any, and I follow him on social media. I haven't seen any. He's making movies.
I just love Rogan going at him. I mean, Joe
Rogan takes shots. He does not. He's like Micah talking about Jalen Hurts. He doesn't care.
Let's ask Michael Irvin about it. What another good accidental segue by Bobby. Does Michael Irvin agree with Micah Parsons on that Jalen shot? Does T.Y. mean the end of Odell? Are the Cowboys better than San Francisco? The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is next.
But real talk time.
On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Michael Irvin, every single hump day at this time
Hump
here
day.
on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
What's up, man? I'm doing well, man. How are you guys?
Why are you laughing already?
Well, you know, Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and I heard you say the other where the guy renamed the show. What did he name Sean, RJ, and Choppy, and all of that stuff? So
yeah.
So Bobby getting his name up in there now.
Trying to.
Sean, RJ, yeah, get it up in there, buddy. That's the way to work.
His wife has the dollar signs in her eyes. She's talking about moving from an apartment to the house, and she's gonna give him the makeover. And he making that morning show money, man. So he's about to splurge.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Hey, any vertical movement is always good movement. and you know Mama now. Mamas won't let no money stay in the bank.
Yeah.
That's what really spends the money. My wife, when I first bought my first house, I said, babe, we're going to stay here until we retire. We bought the land to build a house. I said, I can't build that house right now. I'm negotiating with Jerry still. As soon as I retire, we're going to build a house. We've outgrown this house. So I used to go and get a little measuring tape. I said, I'm still 6'2". You still 5'6". What are you talking about? We had the wrong one in. She used to get hot. You know what I'm talking about. So I'm just saying, man, yeah. But ultimately, she got what she wanted.
Of course she did. Always was.
Mike, what does T.Y. Hilton do for the Cowboys?
Listen, it's so interesting because I got T.Y. Hilton coming on my podcast today. You know, I love T.Y. First of all, I love him. He's a good dude, man. You know, he's from Florida. I spent time talking to him when he was with Indy, and you know, I've gone out to eat with him before. I think he's great for the locker room. That's number one. Because that's the number one thing you want to start talking about right now. What we're adding, how is it going to fit in the locker room? Does it disrupt the locker room or add to the locker room? This will add to the locker room. I'm talking about the emotion side of it. Now, what does he add to the field? You know, and that's the whole thing. You know, T.Y.'s been out a minute. How much, but he was a fast guy. He's a fast guy, and you can still run. I'm looking at old guys like DJ, like Deshaun Jackson, who can still run. T.Y. can still run, and I think that'll help us a lot over the top.
How do you how is it that you find out without getting on the field necessarily? Like, does he still have a little bit left? I mean, does the name match up with the talent that remains?
T.Y. for a minute, there was one of the top receivers in the league. You know what I mean? So now you bring your mind off that. You bring your mind off that. There's a reason that he was no longer playing. You know what I mean? He got a little older and things had changed a little bit. So there's a reason for that. So you got to bring your mind off that. But the question is, how much can he still help the Dallas Cowboys? We're not looking for him to be the number one receiver. We're looking for you to add depth, to give us something going down the line, and he can certainly give you that.
Is the Odell dream over?
For now, I think it is. For now, it is. You know what I mean? I like that Jerry's saying that. We needed help right now. We're not talking about next year. We're talking about right now. We're trying to win a Super Bowl right now. If you can help us, we can look into it. And you can't fault Odell people. They thought, there's some bait in the water. Yeah. Let's drop a line and see if we can catch us a big fish that can give us a lot of money on the hopes of him coming back. You know, maybe he gets ready for the playoffs. You know what I mean? On the hopes of it. So both sides, I understand. It's just business.
The Bobby Belt question of the week: who would you rather face in the playoffs if you're the Cowboys between Philly and San Francisco?
That's a great question, man. That's a great question. Right now, I'm going to go to San Fran because I'm going to go to San Fran. I'd rather face San Fran right now because they don't have Deebo Samuel. Now, Deebo comes back. You ask me that question again, I may have a different answer for you.
Well, Deebo's back. If I tell you Deebo's back. He's back in 3 weeks, they say.
I'd rather face Philly. I got to see Philly. Wow. I don't need to see I'd rather face Philly, buddy. I got to see Philly.
Wow.
That's San Fran. San Fran's a different monster, man. I told y'all that last year. I'm telling you now. Even right now, me saying that too, I got to see game 2-3 with Purdy. I was impressed last week. Woo, I was impressed. I told you a week before that when he came on, I felt some Tom Brady vibe. I don't know if it was my feeling or my mind had already peeked ahead and looked and saw that he was playing Tom Brady the week after that. I don't know, but I'm just telling you what I felt when I saw him come on the field. You know what
All
I'm
right, so
saying?
explain that, because people can't stick to what comparison you're really making. What's the Brady-Brock comparison?
Well, when you see a guy come on the field in that big of a situation, is he coming on like, oh my God, what, or is he coming on like, boy, I done told y'all not to give me this shot, and I'm about to show y'all now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's a different vibe in that, dog. There's a different vibe. Tom Brady came on, he goofy looking and all, boy, but I said, oh, what's this young dude? He's coming on like he belongs here. You know what I'm saying? Like he belongs here. Like he about to do something. And years later, lo and behold, that's exactly what he did. I felt some of that with Purdy. I had to look at myself. I said, boy, did you peek ahead and look at the schedule? And maybe your mind was already working because you knew he was playing Tom. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I made him my number one playmaker. He went into Tom's own hometown, Mr. Irrelevant, and took down the most relevant in our league and did it in your own hometown, took you down. I got to give that man credit for that. I said, when you talk about distance travel, that's like traveling all around the world and back. That's what that was. That was insane, man. So if he can carry that, yeah, that'd be scary.
Michael Irvin joins us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you think, or are you concerned that he may not be able to go win you a game if you need to? Is that like the big kind of next test he has to overcome?
Well, no, it's not a test he has to overcome. It's the protection they have to give him to stir up that thing and stir up that gift that he has in him. That's what they did to Tom. Tom didn't win throwing footballs early. Tom won with good defense and a good running game. You see what I mean? That's what he has right now. And then Tom moved to, I'm carrying the team. And then he moved towards the 07 years where man, I'm carrying the lead. You know what I mean? With this passing thing. And now he's trying to kind of go back to, I'm going to need a great run game and defense around me. You know what I'm saying? So that's nothing wrong with Brock Purdy being in that situation where you saying, don't go out here, I don't want you to go have to throw it 40 times to win. You know what I mean? That's how Tom Brady started.
So Micah has created a little bit of a buzz that you're going to be talking about on TV as a topic. He was talking with Von Miller, and the question was,
I saw it.
Hurts making the Eagles or the Eagles making Hurts? And Micah seeming to suggest that you
sure about that?
God, Bobby.
Good God,
good.
man.
I didn't say
you guys are like
anything.
freaking. You guys are 12 years old.
I didn't say anything.
You guys are 13 years old. I swear to God.
Is that his word, seeming?
Yeah,
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, he wants a fourth kid too. Man, I swear, man, he can't. I'm a bunch of toddlers.
That words like that. You know, like man, I still work on that old brotherology, man. Don't you go on TV and say, man, I'm finna go finna. What you talking about finna? I'm about to?
Yeah.
You mean I'm about to? They're just words that work in like that always work in.
It seemed like Micah was suggesting that the Eagles were helping Jalen versus Jalen helping them. What do you think?
Now, and it's so funny because I was just talking to Chicago and I was telling them the same thing. I was talking on the show in Chicago. And I said, listen, what they've done in Philly was, first of all, make you guys more patient with Justin Fields.
Yep.
Because now that you see what can happen and what possibly can happen, you say, oh, okay, we can wait for that thing that Philly's doing. But now you got to put the same team around Justin Fields like they did Jalen Hurts. And there's no doubt he has a great team around him. But what Michael I think should be accentuated more than anything is not just that he has a great team around him. Look at this leadership this dude has. How he has this team moving forward. So I understand Michael wants to talk about, well, who's doing what, because it's such a jump in the passing game that we're seeing and such an improvement in the passing game that we're seeing out of Jalen Hurts. But I think he's discounting the leadership of all that talent that Jalen Hurts has around him, or I should say not giving Jalen Hurts enough credit for being the leader of all that talent. That's a hard thing to manage, too. You're not hearing Devontae Smith and them come out of here talking about, man, I ain't getting enough football, or Arthur Brown, you know what I mean, Arthur Warren Brown, A.J. Brown. You're not hearing that stuff. That's important, too, as you talk about it. And I think, yeah, you're discounting that and not giving it enough credit.
Mike, what's your top Cowboy concern where you're like, this could be the problem. They need to clean this up in order to get to the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl?
Every team in the NFC that we're going to have to face has a run game, with the exception of Tampa, who's kind of falling off a little bit. But every other team you see is in Minnesota. You know, we feel good about Minnesota, but they got a run game, and you know what we could do sometimes against that run. San Fran, they got a run game. Philly, they got a run game. We got to see our demons in every playoff game on the way to the Super Bowl. And our demon is that run game.
Well said. Seemingly well said.
Seemingly
well said.
Michael Irvin, Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ. Good to hear from you, boss.
It's always good to talk with you guys, man. Keep up the great work, man. And Bobby, get your name in there, Bobby. Get it in there. Keep it in there.
I got
it in there. Tell Mama to go ahead and start dreaming on that house.
They're gonna make me show up at 5:30 if my name gets in there. So I don't know.
Thank you, Mike. There he is.
All right, guys. All right.
Where were you going? Where are you moving from? He was going from where? The apartment to.
Yeah, we're already moving.
He was saying,
what I said?
Yeah.
Oh, she was thinking apartment to house, and after Boomer Jacks, there's probably going to be apartment to Section 8.
Yeah, after he spent that bill, that Boomer Jacks bill. My Lord, that was Odyssey NFL Insider Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. The Playmaker, always fantastic. Have you talked with Mike in person, Bobby?
Yeah. Michael was very kind. There was a kid in my son's class a couple years ago who was dealing with cancer, and Michael went off to the side at training camp and shot a video message to him.
Wow. That's awesome.
Cool. That's very cool.
I love him. All right, let's go around the NFL. Overreactions or not. Brock Purdy is better than Jimmy G. The Lions are the fourth best team in the NFC. The Cowboys were exposed by the Texans. Overreactions or not. Next on The Fan. Well, let's get you over to Q.
on the free Odyssey app. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby, as Michael Irvin wants us to get Bobby's name slid up into this show.
All the way up in.
And Jane Slater has slid up to...
What's this transition?
Slater's exposing you. When we were talking about your first meeting with Michael Irvin, and she goes, no. He was Michael Irvin's bag boy at training camp, literally carrying around Michael's Louis backpack, and you were fanboying it out, which I understand. So there you go.
No, I was not. I was not fanboying. What I was doing was I was in charge. I was there with Slater most of the time that day because Michael, when he's at Cowboys camp, he's working the whole field.
So for people that don't know, you do what with Jane?
I'm Jane's producer. So like I help her with her scripts. I help her flesh out storylines for the air. I'm there to make sure she's on time with her hits, everything like that. So I was with Jane the whole time at training camp. That last day, Michael was going to be there. And they were like, Jane, why don't you just kind of worry about yourself? Like, because Michael's going to be kind of around on a wireless mic and walking out and glad-handed with people, like, we need somebody to like make sure that Michael knows it's time for his hits. And so that's what I was doing. And what was happening was Michael just was like brought his backpack or whatever, and he kept setting it down and then walking away. And it's this expensive. And so I just kept well, don't leave this here. And so I'd pick it up and like walk with it to make sure it didn't get like scooped up by somebody.
That's a rough look.
But it was not like something that I was like, here, hold my bag, young man. It was like I was picking it up so it didn't get like swiped on the field.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's what I was doing. But that is not no revisionist history, because that's still accurate what I said. At the end of the day, he was very nice and filmed that video.
Yeah.
So
he's like Dion.
There, Jane.
There you go. Like
Dion,
prime time?
Like prime time. Like I bring in my luggage, and it's Louis.
It's Louis.
Mike's always at the Louis luggage.
Peyton has sent us this from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. There's now belief that Odell Beckham will sit out this season and sign with a team in March. So no Dell for any team. No Dell. Create the headline.
Good dad joke. Good one.
No
I like
Dell.
it. No Dell Beckham. I mean, this is the expected outcome, right? Like this is what we figured. But this also does rule out, even if Jerry won't officially do it, that would rule out Odell on his own. If I'm going to get ready, I'll just be ready for March. I'm not signing with anybody in January.
This was Micah Parsons on the Von Cast with Von Miller, explaining what happened when Odell Beckham came here to visit.
Hey, I wasn't even an original recruiter. Like, I got a call. I'm playing Call of Duty. I'm at the crib just playing the game. I get a call around like 5 o'clock. The Jones like, hey, we giving y'all floor side seats. We need y'all to take Odell to the game. And the game starts at it's like 2 hours later. I said, all right, bet. Let me call Trey. He said, get somebody else. I was like, all right, bet. Throughout the game, it was cool. It was just good vibes. Like, I got to know a little bit about him. And, I was always a fan of Odell. Like,
Odell cool,
his humility, his
cool, bro.
How he approached the game, his passion. Like, it showed every time you're on the field. And you can't teach that, So, after that, we just, like you said, we just found what
one of the coolest things. What really made us, super cool, for all the exposure, and, he one of the biggest athletes in the world, bro. Like, when y'all kicking it just be, y'all, bro. He really don't have, it's just, he's so down to earth. He's so humble, bro. Like, that's my brother, fam. I thought he was going to go to the Dallas Cowboys, but then he didn't. I thought he was going to come to the Buffalo Bills, but then we picked up Cole Beasley. I'm not sure. I think OBJ just still rich and everything. We don't know where OBJ going now, man, but watch. He's just going to end up.
It's going to be.
He's going to end up on the Super Bowl favorite team right before the Super Bowl.
Jaw dropping. Yeah, he going to come back. I wanted him bad, bro. I can't even lie to you.
Yeah, I wanted him bad, too. But, I mean, you still never know, man. You never know, man. Especially with Odell, man. Like, he done made way more plays with 3 fingers before, man. So we just had to see.
He don't even need a full hand.
All right, so it sounds like this can finally be done and over with. We can be blessed with no Dell talk.
Just the humility.
I'm done
Blessed.
with it. Yeah.
Blessed.
Thank God.
No, I do think it's interesting, though, because remember we're talking about the seating arrangement and who got to go. I think it's interesting that apparently Jerry calls Mike and says, you're the lead and go find somebody to take with you.
Right.
And that's the reason Diggs was there, was because Mike had just scooped him up. But that it was like, hey, you're the number 1 recruiter. You go out there.
Let's go around the NFL choppy overreactions or not.
Oh, one of my favorite segments of the week, because it's mine. Overreaction or not. Let's just start with the Cowboys.
Okay.
The Cowboys were exposed by the Texans.
Overreaction.
It's an overreaction.
Exposed how?
I'm seeing this around, like people are saying, "Oh, were the Cowboys exposed?" The question is being asked, right? They're not really saying how. They're just asking the question: were they exposed?
No, if they ran for
by
300 yards, if they were attacking Kelvin Joseph, if they were pouring it on after the right tackle Terrence Steele injury, no, that's why I used the term sleepwalking to Jaron Curse. I put that game more on the Cowboys than giving the Texans credit. No, they did not get exposed.
If you're defining exposed as, like Sean says, sleepwalking, overlooking teams, believing you can just show up and play, there was that bit of energy. So yeah, if you want to say that would, but in terms of like they expose some flaw and everybody's going to be able to attack this now, no, I think a lot of times Dallas is going to beat themselves when they lose.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be an overreaction to say that they are in any form exposed in this one. Next one. Brock Purdy is better than Jimmy G.
Nope. No overreaction there.
Oh, it's not an overreaction.
I mean, he's the same guy.
Off 2 games?
Maybe better, but I don't know. But he's the same guy.
How is he Mr. Irrelevant then?
I mean, like I said, he was a smaller guy. He didn't have a lot of arm strength. They're still like it's all the Kyler. It's like a Kyler Murray question, although he doesn't have Kyler's arm and he doesn't have Kyler's athleticism. He's undersized. He's pretty accurate, but like I think you can function within Shanahan's offense like that. He's to me is a more accurate passer than Jimmy Garoppolo. Like I would have said that.
Are you judging?
I would have said that. You can look like I would have said that coming out of college with him. He's a more accurate passer than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's even before these first 2 weeks. Okay, let's go.
Because I'm going to hold you to, the standards that you hold Choppy to.
Let's go.
So, after a full season of Jalen Hurts and you dismissing this type of improvement after 2 games, you're ready to compare Brock Purdy to Jimmy Garoppolo. But you're not willing to do it for a full year of Hurts.
Because one is playing different than evidence we've already seen. And Purdy, I'm saying, is even before these 2 games, I would have said Purdy is a more accurate passer than Garoppolo because that's the evaluation of him coming out of college. And then he hasn't done anything to dissuade the evaluation.
You had any semblance of knowledge about Brock Purdy coming out of college?
I did the draft show. I did the draft show with them. I knew who Brock Purdy was.
Okay. I just thought there was some people that when the 6th round came around, it was only Brugler that had any idea.
No. I did the draft show, and he was a Big 12 quarterback. Like, I mean, I absolutely knew who Brock Purdy was.
So you thought he was...
I thought he was, like, a fine NFL, like, backup quarterback option.
Okay.
He could maybe become, like, a spot starter or something like that. But that's what I think Jimmy is. I think Jimmy's a backup/spot starter.
He's second in efficiency this year. He's number 2 in DVOA this year. Come on,
Jimmy,
man. He's league average, above the league average in QBR. We're right at league average. He's 16th.
Not an overreaction. Brock Purdy's equal or better.
It's not equal.
He is.
Do you believe in
You asked if it's an overreaction. It's
Do you
not.
believe in any of the DVOA stuff?
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, it has its place. I don't think it's like the ultimate trump card, but it has its place, just like EPA and some other things.
All right, let me see how far you're willing to go.
Okay.
Next year, the starter for the 49ers should be who?
I don't know, because, again, this is one of those things where Shanahan, I just think, can make it work with a certain skill set. So if that's Brock Purdy, fine. If he thinks that's Jimmy, fine. If he thinks it's somebody else completely that he needs to do that,
I was throwing
fine.
Lance into it.
Lance, because that's been my problem with Lance, is that Lance, they tried to do things outside of what Shanahan's system is. They tried to be, all right, we've got this skill set now we can do some different things. Let's try and do some Baltimore or Philly type of stuff, and Lance wasn't polished enough to do that. Lance may be a fine player. Lance is still very, very raw. That was his big ding coming out, was he was very raw.
He hadn't played.
Yeah, and so like is that I think that if he polishes it up, if he looks good over the summer, then it would be Lance. But otherwise, you're asking Shanahan's offense to do something new than what it has been doing when he's in there.
Yeah, I'll just look like Garoppolo is like I say, he's second in DVOA and he's 4th in adjusted net yards per attempt. I mean, that's really those are elite categories to be in. Now, he's not elite, but like he's very, very efficient and on time. That's you can't ask for much more.
All right, so you think it's an overreaction?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Next.
Ooh. Should we go the Detroit one or should we go somewhere else? We did touch on that a little bit.
Go with the Lions.
Detroit is the 4th best team in the NFC, behind Philly, Dallas, and San Francisco.
They're not better than. I forgot last week. Man, I still can't. I don't know if I can put them above the Vikings.
I mean, if you want to talk about the last, what are you lately? Like, what have you said? The further you get away from games early in the season, the less those matter. If you want to talk about really the last 8 weeks, yes, they are.
I can't believe that they're there. They were 1-6.
They've won 5 of 6.
Yeah, they were 1-6.
They beat Green Bay 15-9. They beat the Bears by 1. They beat the Giants 31-18. Lost to Buffalo by 3. Crushed Jacksonville and beat Minnesota by 11.
Yeah, their last 2 losses are the Cowboys and Buffalo, right?
To answer the question, it's not an overreaction.
No, it's not.
I'm not saying they are, but it's not an overreaction.
Okay, very good.
And we're all
agree.
happy for Dan Campbell.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, next one. Carolina will win the NFC South.
Oh, man. If they do that after everything that's gone down with Matt Rule and Baker Mayfield.
Steve Wilkes made a case there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They won 2 in a row. They're not going to win the NFC South.
Yeah, overreaction. They're not going to do it.
Baker winning.
Yeah.
NFC Offensive Player of the Week for the Rams debut. I hate Tampa. I really do. I would love for Carolina to win that division. No, they're not going to win it. That's an overreaction. You?
Okay. Yeah, they're not going to win it, but they're just a game back, I guess. If they win out, they got it.
Tampa's got Cincinnati, Arizona, Carolina, and Atlanta the rest of the way.
And Atlanta is tied with Carolina after Marcus Mariota was apparently pouting after
he just left.
He just left.
He left the facility. He's not with the team.
Because Desmond Ridder was named the starter?
Which he knew that.
What world is Marcus Mariota? You are a placeholder. You're a bridge. What world are you living in? Are you delusional? Jameis Winston has more sense than you. Understanding his situation.
That's painful.
That's
a painful thing to say.
It is painful.
Grapple with that, Marcus.
Grow up. Good Lord.
Next one.
Little baby.
Jalen Hurts has surpassed Dak Prescott as a quarterback.
Yeah, it's an overreaction.
I think we need to
Yeah.
add something to the end of the sentence. Like, for this year? Is it for the next 3 years? He's surpassed Dak.
For the next 3 years, you can have Jalen Hurts or Dak Prescott.
Jalen Hurts.
Next 5 years, I'll take Dak. Next 3 years, I'll take Jalen.
Say it again?
It's one of those things like, Jalen runs enough to where he might get hurt. Like, next 5 years, you might take Dak. In the next 3 years, you would take Jalen.
I mean, this comes down to passing, in my opinion. Do you believe how much better of a passer is Dak than Jalen Hurts? Right now, this year, I'd rather Jalen Hurts throw the football. I don't know if it's sustainable. Bobby is right. We do these drive-bys every year.
We do.
We do these one-year quarterbacks. It happened with Wentz. I fell for it. It happened with Carr. Will it happen with Jalen? I've seen a lot of money-deep throws. That's what I'm going to judge his arm off of. He's obviously superior as a runner. Dak Prescott, inconsistent still, in my opinion. I would pick Jalen Hurts because the running factor puts him over the edge.
The running factor really helps out a lot. I think they're pretty much the same guy throwing the ball.
Okay.
So I think the
Jalen
running
Hurts is better.
Yeah, I think the running will put them over the top.
I'm just here so I don't get fined.
He's just simmering.
Oh, simmering.
He's on a slow simmer over there.
This is Carson Wentz. This is freaking Mark Rippon. This is Elvis Gerbach. Like, let me see it actually sustained. I'm not going to buy it until it's there.
That's fair. Like, I get it. I mean, I like doing that myself, where I wait on things and sometimes wait too long. Sometimes way too long.
All right, there it is. Overreactions or not from Ralph James Choppy. Mike has created a headline for himself. It's all over TV now. It's everywhere. Does Nick Eatman think it's an issue? Does he agree? Micah calling out Jalen Hurts and the success in Filthy. Let's get to our Cowboys insider, Nick Eatman, next on The Fan. But first, Time for Nick Eatman, our insider from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, from the Ford Center to the Star in Frisco. Good morning, Nick. What's going on?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing okay. Looking at the headlines that Micah Parsons has created after his Jalen Hurts comments. We'll play them for you in a second, but let's look at Jacksonville. How much Jags homework have you done already?
Pretty good. I mean, they're teal with the black stripe. Jaguar. Jackson DeVille, he's a little crazy. And they got sunshine from Remember the Titans playing quarterback. That's about it. No, I know a little bit about them. I know they're scoring some points, and they're going to be like a pesky team there. It'll be an interesting game. Probably be more Cowboy fans than Jaguar fans, but it'll be fun.
Did you think that Trevor Lawrence was a chosen one coming out, being a big college football fan?
Not really. Like I'll admit, I was a little surprised that he was like this can't miss guy, because I don't watch Clemson play a lot except for like the big games, and I just didn't see him have a lot of success in those games to the point where I'm like, oh, you got to take him, But I mean, he's been good. I wasn't like on board with everyone else going, okay, well, who's number two? I was like, well, maybe he's okay. I mean, I didn't study it as much as other teams, but when I watched him play, he just didn't pass the eye test like of this chosen one, like you just said.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's play what Micah discussed with Von Miller on the Voncast when they asked, is Jalen Hurts making the Eagles good or the Eagles making Jalen look good?
I think it's a little bit of both, man. I think it's system and team. I think it's a little bit of both, man, because they got a great offensive line, which helps Hurts. Hurts has A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. They got a good running game. I mean, Miles Sanders.
They scheme that they have.
O-line. I mean, bro, like.
Hey, this Eagles Cowboys, the Eagle Cowboy coming up, ain't it?
Yeah, it's coming up. I'm not trying to make no enemies. I just love the game so much, and I understand it so much that like I can't. I like when things are off. I just can't like hold it in. Like I almost gotta say something. Like
yeah, you're right. They got a great team, great defense.
But everyone has their own opinions. Like,
but they got Jalen Hurts is
he's good.
What do you think of that, Nick?
It took me a second to figure out who was who, but I finally did. I mean, I think Micah is talking too much about the MVP stuff. I really do. I don't think he needs to be mentioning. Other people can do that for him. It's a quarterback award. It always has been. I don't agree with it, but it has been. And I just feel like it is both. I think Hurts is making the Eagles better. I think the Eagles are making him better. I mean, it's a talented team, but I think he's the one kind of running it. The thing with Parsons is that he's been outstanding when there's guys throwing the football a lot and standing in the pocket. But the games where the running quarterback and the RPOs, those are the games that we haven't seen him show up as much. And so that's something I think Dan Quinn and Parsons have got to figure out. Like, he's got to be a consistent playmaker every time, no matter who it is. I mean, we saw last week, they neutralized them last week, and the same thing happened in Philly. And there's been some other games as well. I think the running quarterback stuff kind of freezes him to the point where he doesn't make the wow plays like we're expecting.
How did the players, defensive players, the coaching staff, how did they feel they did against the Eagles the last time they played them?
Oh, I mean, I think they felt like they let the team down because it's all about what have you done for me lately. Like they kept them in the game. They had a lot of short fields. They held the field goals, things like that. They were hanging on and allowing Cooper Rush and that team to finally come back and make it a game. But we all know, you've got to get off the field. You needed one more stop, and they could not do that. And that was demoralizing. And I think that's what they remember more than anything, is that they were counted on to get off the field. And not only could they not, but the Eagles basically just ran it right down their throat. So that was the game that I think everybody was thinking, the run game's a little leaky compared to some of the other parts, but it was that game where like, all right, this has now become a problem because they couldn't get off the field.
What is your expectation or excitement level for T.Y. Hilton?
Oh, I think it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I'm not like, a 6, I'll say, out of 10. I'm excited to see the name. He's a player that, I kind of compare him a little bit to Randall Cobb from a few years ago when he came in here and he kind of learned the system pretty quick. He has a role. He's a smart player. And we'll see if he's got some juice left, but how they use him in the offense will kind of factor into how just how explosive he can be, and what does that mean for CD? I mean, it's all interesting, but I do think he's got something left. I think when you one thing to factor in with older players is that yes, they still got it, but do they have it for 17 weeks? And that's not what you're asking for here. So yes, he's an older player, but he hasn't had the training camp, he hasn't had the wear and tear. Like, let's see if that affects him where he's got, 5, 6, 7 games here, where I did say 7 games. That's more than I've ever seen the Cowboys play. But you know what I'm saying here, into the playoffs. I don't think you're asking these older players to play a rigorous season. And it's the same thing to be said about Jason Peters. He could come in on the final drive and do well, but the question is can he do it for 4 quarters? And that's, I think, what the Cowboys are going to have to figure out.
Do you agree with Jerry's take from yesterday that Dak being aggressive isn't a sufficient excuse for the amount of turnovers?
Yeah, I mean, he wants both. He's greedy. Like, I want you to make the plays, the good plays, and not the bad plays. I mean, to steal line from your favorite coach. I mean, it comes with the dinner. I mean, it's part of it. I mean, the guys that lead the league in home runs probably lead the league in strikeouts. I mean, that's the way it goes. But there is a way to be smart about it. But, you know, Dak early in his career, I don't think he wasn't taking those chances as much. He wasn't as aggressive. Didn't have to be. They had a running game that was much better. And you know, a tight end that, you know, he trusted a lot, and kind of like he has now. But I think there's a balance, but, you know, it's also who you're forcing it into. That's the thing that, you know, like, I know Noah Brown can make some plays, but you know, it seems like they force feed it to him way too much. And you know, I think you can feed it to the guys that are bad ball catchers. I don't know if the Cowboys have a lot of those on their team. Other Gallup, I think, is the best one at that.
Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you on Friday to pick the game.
Okay. Look forward to it. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Week 15 clinching scenarios.
Oh, yeah.
The Cowboys can clinch a playoff berth with a win or losses by Seattle and Washington or Detroit. So the Cowboys win, and Andrew Siciliano says they are in. Cowboys at Jags. 9 a.m. pregame, kickoff at noon right here on The Fan. And let's wish the hockey hawk, Gavin Spittle, a happy birthday.
He got himself a good win last night with those Stars.
Yes.
A little pre-birthday victory. Awesome. Happy birthday, Gavin.
Happy birthday, Hockey Hawk.
Young fella.
How old is he?
I think he's I assume he's like 4 years older than me.
4?
5? I don't know. I'm 43. Is he 48?
I was going to say, I don't know why I have it in my head. I was thinking of 48 or 49.
Okay.
I don't think he's that old.
You don't think he's that old in terms of what I'm saying, or that old in terms of older?
No,
than that?
I don't think I was understood. I don't think he's like 54 or anything like that.
No. I don't think so either.
He's not 54. I'll say, how old are you?
43.
43. Okay. I'll go,
let's go check out the face.
I'll go 47.
Let's check out the books of face.
Maybe 46,
says.
47. Bobby can't check Facebook. He's...
Oh, you get off it?
No, he's got his, Facebook rules and regulations. Everything else is up for grabs.
You guys you throw out things like this with 30 seconds left in the segment where I can't get into it. It's very savvy.
By the way, the NFL believes, I love this headline, NFL believes there were no fake injuries in Week 14. So
what?
Yeah, did you see the game? Now it did. I don't know how you determine it. I don't know how you prove it. I don't know how you don't get sued. But in that Cincinnati, it was the Saints and the Bengals, and they got fined for injuries that were allegedly faked by Cam Jordan, Bengals safety Jesse Bates. The Saints and Jordan have strongly objected. They're like, don't tell me that I'm faking an injury. You can't determine that. The Bengals haven't said a word. The NFL sent out a memo reminding everyone, yo, don't slow down the game. All right, don't sit here and try to screw with the integrity of it. So yesterday, Florio reported the NFL said we had no fake injury issues in Week 14.
Yeah, where they've been busted, where how can you know that is because there have been several instances where public and non, where you see assistant coaches of the NFL, this year point to somebody to go down and then they drop.
Oh, really?
And that's what happened with Cameron Jordan was there was a coach signaling to get to the ground and he did. And I know of another player that I don't think his fine ever became public because he got his reversed, but he was instructed to go down and he did.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how they catch him. Little sideline camera.
There's a college all the time.
All right, my least favorite crosstalks.
Oh, no.
KMC's on the road. How is Corey Majors going to try to screw it up? Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum.
Segment brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, it's BuyersBarricades.com.
All right, if you're watching on the Fan Cam, Twitch, or YouTube, you'll notice the KMC Masterpiece is not in studio. Good morning. Fellas, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you?
We are at Diamond Factory today, ladies and gentlemen. If you're looking on the Zoom, I have a Dak Prescott autographed helmet that Diamond Factory is going to be giving away today. So we're out here doing this thing with them. I think I'm the only one that has a headset right now, so you're only talking to me right now, Sean. And I know that that's your favorite part of this crosstalk.
Yes.
So
you were listening.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Why does Bassick look like he's about to host the Miss America pageant?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay. So here's the deal. Kevin told Mike yesterday after the show, he pulled him to the side into one of those side rooms and said, look, man, you need to dress up and wear a tuxedo tomorrow. And because Kevin last time showed up in sweatpants and a Batman T-shirt. And he was like, I'm going to dress up more. Mike, you have to dress up more. We're going to the Diamond Factory. Let's look nice and classy today. Derek Holland is in his Riddler tuxedo right now with his Dallas Mavericks hat and shirt. And it sounds like all the fellas actually have some audio right now, too. So here we go, guys.
Sorry about that. We all had our headsets on, and then all of a sudden the audio cut out, and I looked at Corey, panicked, and he just looked back at me, and I was like, hey, I can't hear anything. And Derek's like, me neither. And Corey could hear just fine, and he didn't understand what the problem was.
Mike looks like he's about to die from coughing. What's going on? But you look good.
Yeah.
You look really good.
Well, it's just – thanks. Well, I mean, yesterday I got into a disagreement with Kevin on the air.
Hot.
And he got mad.
All right, recap it.
He started using the Lord's name in vain.
That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
What was the argument?
He took some shots at Poku versus Josh Green, which honestly, I don't know who I'd rather have right now. I do like both of them still. But I decided that I was going to get into a Poku versus Green versus some of the Dallas Mavericks players. And then after the show was over, Kevin pulls me aside and he goes, GD, Mike. And he goes,
That's not true.
Wow.
You know, I'm tired of you.
That is not. No, don't say wow.
You got a Josh Green blow up?
He said,
what?
And then he said, anytime that you don't do what I say, it just infuriates me. And I said, whatever you want, sir.
Yeah.
And
Parts of that do kind of sound like they might be true.
And then he says, if you don't dress up, and he said to the nines.
Ooh.
And anytime
What year did this story take place?
Anytime I've heard to the nines, I feel like that means tuxedo. And he said, don't worry, I'm going to dress up too. And so luckily I have a tuxedo, and I wore my tuxedo to the Diamond Factory. Beautiful store. I feel like it's a tuxedo-worthy store.
It is. It absolutely
And then
is.
Kevin tricks me, and he wears a nice sweater and jeans.
Which is a massive upgrade. From
Yeah, it's not his Duke sweatshirt, so he's basically in a tux.
I always wonder why 2 to 9s.
See, what's the problem?
Meanwhile, let's move on to, now that we have the fourth camera up, or we just did, let's move on to Derek Holland's attire. As he looked like you're going for the, is that a Riddler jacket?
It sure is.
Oh, he's got the pants too.
And
Is your
Kevin-
mic on?
Yeah, it's on.
Well, hang on a second.
Kevin called you too.
Let me just
Get
say,
that mic into your mouth a little bit more.
Why,
Want me to? Oh.
why can't we?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Why can't we get an audio set up correctly for like a month with this show on the road? Like, what is going on? Like, we're a fifth market in the country.
Well,
I know TMP, resting in peace, but like, why is this a disaster every single damn time we do a crosstalk?
I
Like,
mean,
who's at fault for this?
Well, I mean, do we want to get really radio nerd and I can say company names? I don't think they want me to do that.
Well, it
but-
depends how long you want to be here.
Yeah, well, I don't want to.
It's
but
Spittle's birthday. He might be in a good mood. He's 51, by the way, but good
That will
Lord.
put him in a bad mood.
Good Lord. This is a train
Closer to
wreck.
death than he was to birth, huh?
Whoa.
Oh, I feel like you're really hurting people's feelings right now.
Man, this is the second person Mike has talked like that about recently.
So, Holland, you really did catch up with Adam Sandler. I saw the picture as proof.
Yeah, I definitely did. We got to hang out with him, talk to him, and Rob Schneider, and it was quite the trip. That's for sure.
Okay, I'll just wait 9
Good
seconds
stuff.
to talk
Good
then,
stuff.
so
There
we
we
can keep
go.
things
Keep things
consistent.
consistent,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Why are you wearing? Why are you
What's
wearing?
going on here?
It's not y'all's fault. It's whatever technology. Technology.
Yes, I love technology.
Why are you wearing a Riddler jacket?
Well, I was told to wear a suit, and it didn't have to be something nice. Just a
Told by
suit.
who?
Kevin
You
called
were not told by anybody.
Kevin, you told us all that we were going to dress nice. We're going to the Diamond Factory. We need to look professional.
That's right.
I talked with Mike about it
did
as
he
well.
use the Lord's name in vain to you, too?
He did. I think I
Christmas
have
time?
the text. It was in full caps, too, with a bunch of exclamation points.
I would like to see that text.
So I felt it was necessary to dress up with the guys because I thought that's what the game plan was. Man, was I lied to.
Now, why did you choose Riddler over, like, I don't know, any other suit that you could have had?
A regular suit?
The Dumb
He
and
has
Dumber
the
one.
Dumb and
Dumber
suit
one.
because I have multiple suits, bud.
The Dumb and Dumber one.
That
He
one I don't
butted
have
you.
anymore.
He butted you.
You don't have it anymore?
I do not have it anymore. What'd you do with it?
And why?
It just doesn't fit.
Oh,
Are you too yoked now?
So then you have to acquit.
Muscles.
It's in the pants.
Well,
in your lower region.
Yes,
then?
in my lower
Derek?
region.
big
So,
booty.
Your
got
crotch got
larger.
bigger?
Yes.
So you're
They have a filter.
BlueChew.com.
bottom area.
Blue Chew.
Too much blue chew. Yeah.
Kevin,
Addicted to it.
Kevin,
Powerful
how,
bottom area.
how
Yeah,
are
we
you,
screwed that up. We're not going to go down that path.
how are you guys going to follow on with the World Cup? You going to celebrate right there in the jewelry store, Kevin, as France is taking on Morocco?
Yeah, they have multiple TVs around here, so I think we are definitely going to watch because I'm intrigued to see if you get the Mbappe-Messi final or if Morocco keeps that miracle run going, or maybe not miracle, but that underdog role going. And then also out here, they have happy hour, and they got some top-shelf booze happening out here.
They do have good booze behind me. They got some nice Wellers. Got some Johnny Walker in here. We have some nice vodkas to look at.
Let's see how much we can drink till noon.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm totally in.
Oh,
on
my
that. Let's go.
goodness.
That's another
Mike,
thing
how
we're gonna
many
get lied about? Pick up the kids after school.
How many sips, Mike, until you would be really buzzed of that strong stuff? Or actually, Kevin would have the lowest
probably
tolerance.
like one drink.
Okay.
I assume, yeah.
I had a glass of wine last night with my wife. Put me to sleep pretty good. The
Nice.
wine did.
Hold on, because it makes like sound like your wife was like, "I'm tired of you today, Mike. Drink some wine."
Go to sleep.
I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore.
For me, I'd personally say three shots.
They can put on more commercials if the station wants to set it up like this every time. I'm not doing this every time. So we can throw it a commercial.
All right,
it can be a
listen.
10-minute break. I don't
Let's
care.
do it. Yes.
You want to
No,
do
it's
it?
5-minute break. We're coming back early.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Is that what you want to do?
We'll come back early.
I was excited to talk to you.
We got the Fabulous Four here. Michigan.
The Fab
Weber,
Fab
Rose,
Four?
Howard,
Four.
It's
Jimmy
a Fab
King.
Five, I
The
think.
Fab
Yeah.
Four taking place.
Throw out that Ray Jackson from Houston is out.
Was the Riddler one of the Fantastic Four?
I don't think the Riddler was in the Fantastic Four.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you who else was in it, but I don't think the Riddler was one.
Mike kind of looks like the Thing
Rock
with the
Man.
head and everything.
The Thing. Yeah,
I think
the Thing. That's
I think
his
he
name.
looks more like a Bond
Stretch Man.
villain in that outfit right now.
Yeah, he
Fire
does.
Boy.
Or like Bond himself.
Fire Boy.
What is
That's
going on?
And
Sean's already
you know
put
what
his
else?
computer away. He's absolutely done. He was
so
so part of
done.
this at all.
How are you guys doing today, man?
But it's okay. We can go to break early.
Yeah, we can do this.
We
got
got
this,
lots
man.
of content.
Yeah,
man.
it's all right. You guys take off. We got it.
Yeah, we
Come
love
see
you
us.
guys.
Oh, come see us at the Diamond Factory. We are also, or they are also, going to be facilitating the Dak Prescott autograph helmet giveaway today. If you want to come out here
And
off of Omega.
Mike will sign things for you
Yeah.
and sign Snap on it if you ask him to.
And if you don't come out here, I'm going to find you.
Oh my
God.
goodness!
Man,
don't
is
say
it
that.
the
He warned everybody.
is it the Thanksgiving Day helmet or is it the regular traditional helmet? Bye, Sean.
Bye. See you, Sean. Have a good
the
day.
regular one.
Bye, Sean. Thanks for
Bye,
coming.
Sean.
He literally got up and left.
Yeah, if you look up the fan cam. No, is it so? What? It's just the standard stars, the bicentennial helmet. Is it the is it the camo one?
I do like the bicentennial helmet.
It's the regular helmet. Open your ears up.
Sorry, it took 9 seconds for us to hear your answer, so that's how we missed it.
We could cuss for 9 seconds and nobody would know.
Okay, but then there would
I
be
don't know if I'm
lots
gonna
of
try that one.
problems after that.
We might cause some issues.
Oh,
I want to do that.
Oh gosh. Hey, so
our show coming up next.
Corey, what do you have coming up on the show today? You want to timestamp anything?
Man, no guests on the phone, that's for sure. But we're going to be out here at Diamond Factory all day long. Just get ready for that, man. It's going to be an absolute blast. Love you guys.
It's coming your way next, the KNC Masterpiece. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Not today. Today, we are live at the Diamond Factory, 13719 Omega Road in Dallas. If you want to come out and see us, or if we're just here and you really want to come out and see all the diamonds, I understand that as well. Or if you want to come up here and sign up for your opportunity to win a Dak Prescott autograph helmet. We will be giving that away once the show is over at 2 o'clock. You just have to be up here in the next 4 hours, register, and then obviously feel free to look around and potentially buy some more diamonds. But I'm not supposed to ask you, Mike, right, if you're buying anything, because it's a secret.
I'll tell you what. No more secrets. I am buying something today from the Diamond Factory. Wow. My wife's at work.
Okay,
if you're going to my wife's office, that was just recently voted the third best pediatric office in Dallas-Fort Worth by the Dallas Morning News, don't tell her I bought her something from the Diamond Factory.
My wife was like, I think Mike should buy that. It's really pretty. And I was like, I will let him know. So
well, I did.
Good decision right there. And we have Mike looking like Daddy Warbucks. We have Derek Holland with us looking like the Riddler. So if you want to see Riddler Derek Holland, yet another reason to come out to the Diamond Factory today. It's going to be a blast.
I know he says he looks like Daddy Warbucks, but sitting next to Derek in the Riddler outfit, he kind of looks like a villain in a Batman movie. Like, he kind of looks like he could be
Lex Luthor?
Yeah, like you could be Lex Luthor. Yeah.
So we need Superman and Batman to roll in and save the day.
You should be in your Batman gear today.
Oh, now I could be wearing my Batman
I could have worn my cape. Dadgummit.
You could have been Robin.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Why do you have a cape?
Because I have a Superman cape.
You have Robin's hair.
I have Superman stuff.
You don't have hair, but Batman wears a mask, so you're not supposed to know who he is. You'd have to change your voice the whole show.
But I could have worn a real Batman suit.
Oh man, that would have been awesome too.
I should have thought of that suit instead of
that suit is pretty incredible.
Who played Lex Luthor in the Superman when we were kids?
Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman. Yeah, he's also a good basketball coach.
That's not no to all
He did.
of
He was
that.
in Hoosiers.
Yep.
I remember
he
that.
had to pass the ball 4 times, or he was going to lop off all of California with an earthquake.
I don't.
The plates, remember?
Yeah, I don't. I think those are from different movies now. All right, so
didn't pass the ball 4 times. California's gone.
I like how you've merged Hoosiers and Superman into one movie. All right,
I like it.
So the particular aspects of the Cowboys passing game that have to be fixed. Now, I know what you said is you were like, hey, Dak, stop throwing interceptions. Yeah. And I do
remember what color jersey we're wearing that day.
Okay, that is a good point. And I do want to stick with that for just 1 second. But there's a couple of other things at play. But did you see Dak, what he said when he was told how many interceptions that he had? He goes, 9? 9?
He didn't know that?
He did not.
How?
He might be, I don't know, Ferris Bueller's parents or something. I don't know.
It's good. He's like a closer. He forgets that bad moment, and he moves on to the next one. He's like, I didn't even remember throwing an interception.
You got to have a short memory in sports. Like that is something that you do need to know, but you also got to know like when you're affecting the team in that kind of manner and what it is. Okay. Now, I guess my question to you, Kevin, is he's not good at throwing over the middle. Like that, this is a fact that watching him is just he's most comfortable when there's single high coverage and he can pick a side because he has more of an open space to throw to once he sees the safety is vacated one area. They drop 2. That's where he gets kind of flustered and he doesn't know exactly where to put the ball. The best quarterbacks, Aaron Rodgers, those guys, they can work the middle just as well as they can work outside of the hashes.
How agitating is it then? Because I agree with you there. How agitating is it when he does have those quality passes over the middle and they get dropped? Or they potentially get tipped, which we'll get around to in just a second, because I don't want to lay this all on Dak. Some of it's on him. But we also had some costly drops, one of which might have gotten one of our offensive linemen hurt.
Dalton Schultz for a touchdown and Michael Gallup for a touchdown is the ones that come to mind as a Cowboys fan watching the last game. And I guess that might be the thing on maybe people are texting in right now, well, it's not Dak, it's the quality of receiver. And I do think CeeDee Lamb's having a great year. Schultz has been Dalton Schultz. He's been solid. But, yeah, those tough catches. In the playoffs against probably you're going to probably have to beat, I'm assuming, San Francisco and
Sure.
Philadelphia to make it to the Super
That
Bowl.
feels logical.
That they're probably going to hit you pretty hard over the middle if Dak makes an accurate throw in traffic, and you're going to have to be able to hold on to those balls. It's not going to be easy first downs or easy catches. So that's something that can be cleaned up to help out Dak, is that when he does make those tough, small window throws, that you hold on to those balls.
The other thing I'll add about that, too, is you got to have guys that are willing to go sacrifice their bodies. It's going to be a physical hit whenever you get there. And I do wonder, like, today's game is so fluid in a lot of the areas in those big spaces, like I was saying with single high coverage, that I do wonder if, you have that tough receiver that is willing to go sacrifice his body over the middle and knows what it takes, because the Cowboys don't do it that often. But here they are saying, look, if they're going to leave this part of the field open, we have to take advantage of it throughout games, because what's going to happen then? Now they have to do something about it, which opens up the other areas of the field for the offense.
So, in addition to that, there's a couple of other problems. Do you want to focus on the one that is probably Dak and the receivers, or the one that is not related to maybe either of those things?
What are you talking about?
Offensive line? I don't know.
Yes. All right. So,
Go ahead.
What just happened?
I just stubbed my toe.
Ooh, I thought you got a cramp.
No, I'm okay. Go ahead, Kevin. You're fine.
What was that one? You spilt your beans or something?
No, my pickle was leaking.
His pickle was leaking.
No, this was just a toe. It's okay.
What is going on?
That is a fair point. So Dak had 39 pass attempts in the last game against the Texans. 11 of those were tipped. Now, I know you can say, like, some of them were tipped, like, out in the normal progression of the pass, and that's, like, something that has to be worked on otherwise. But there were some that were tipped at the line of scrimmage, and this feels like a disproportionate amount. Take, for example, they hadn't had more than 6 passes in a game all year. They had 11 in this last game. So, while we talk about restructuring the offensive line, that's something that they need to win the line of scrimmage better as well.
And to your point, this doesn't even count. I don't think it counts as a tip ball, is when Dak's tricep got hit on the interception. That was really what made the ball go slow and not get to the receiver that it needed to get to. So that doesn't even count as a tip ball. That's as much as I do blame Dak for certain interceptions that people don't. But on that one, I can't blame Dak. When your arm gets hit when you're throwing the ball, it's almost impossible to throw the ball where you wanted it to go with the velocity you wanted it to be at.
You doing okay, buddy?
I'm doing just fine. I'm doing just fine. I think that one of the other things about, I know you're concerned about the offensive line in that respect too. There is something with the coverage that Houston ran specifically. They know where the Cowboys like their routes.
And I feel like other teams will too.
And the Cowboys are most comfortable like 10 to 20 yards, like in that area. I mean, Dak can definitely do more downfield too. There are those options, but that 10 to 20 yard range is where he really has his sweet spot. So whenever what they were doing, if you watch what Houston did specifically, they were dropping their linebackers back just enough. They were filling those areas. That made it difficult for Dak. So, that's got to be on Kellen Moore too, to recognize what's going on whenever he sees, okay, they're doing this to us specifically, we got to adjust to that. But I guess that's part of being a second half team, which this Cowboys team is they are recognizing something.
And that part is good. Not putting yourself in as much of a hole in the first half with the interceptions would obviously be better. So I saw this come in, and there is some validity to this, is Dak holds on to the ball too long. Like, we talked about that with Cooper Rush. I don't think anybody on the show is saying Cooper Rush is better than Dak or anything like that. But one thing, if you had to look at a discernible advantage, I probably thought Cooper had over Dak was I thought he got rid of the ball in a more timely manner sometimes.
Derek, I want to ask you this. Do you think that Dak can play similar to Brock Purdy? And that is, don't turn over the ball, get first downs, and we will win the game. Do you think the Cowboys' defense and the rest of the team, let's say the running game, offensive line, is good enough for Dak to be more Cooper Rush, Brock Purdy than try to be Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I think so. I think, too, the defense is so good, though, that they're going to always keep them in the game no matter what. It's just now a matter of Dak just completing the passes, taking his time, and actually reading the routes the right way, not throwing behind guys. That's the big key. I think, too, you're comparing a guy that's only got 2 games under his belt. He hasn't really dealt with any adversity, so it's kind of hard to sit here and make too many comments about that.
But I think you guys hit on, I don't know if it'll be a shift in strategy, but I saw something that I was kind of amazed to learn, and it feeds into your idea of get first downs, move ball downfield, and hopefully score points. On passes that go in the air 10 or more yards, Dak has 5 touchdowns this year and 8 interceptions. So, that is a staggering statistic,
and they're not
right
Hail
there.
Marys, right? I can't remember, that. Because sometimes, I'm not defending Tom Brady this year, at times you'll see him on 3rd down from the 50-yard line, 3rd and 10. He'll throw it down the field 40 yards and, look, if it gets intercepted, I don't care. It's like a punt.
That's where your true shooting percentage works in. Yeah. You're like, not really.
But is Dak putting too much pressure on himself trying to be too perfect because the expectations are so high of having him back and having him be better than what the backup.
Cooper Rush?
Cooper Rush. It's like they're putting so much he's putting so much expectation on himself that he has to be so perfect.
I don't think so. I think he's
5 of 8.
I think he's trying.
Touchdowns,
I think he's trying to do something different than he is, or that he's been in the past. And this does come with what is my weakness. I need to get better at this. And so I think the throwing down the field over the middle is something that it's never been his strongest suit. He's always been good again at hitting routes that are outside of the hashes towards the sidelines or rolling out. And now he's having to work the middle of the field like the great quarterbacks do. This is very similar. I would put for y'all. I'm working on a new pitch this year, and it's going to get rocked a few times before I perfect it. And I think that's more than him trying to do anything with any pressure. I think he's trying to become a different quarterback than he's been.
Right, but everybody's always complained about him not being able to throw technically the deep ball, and then now here it is. We're trying to, I guess you could say, do more than we should.
And
what we've been doing.
I'll add this too: when he doesn't do it, when he doesn't even take the risk to do it, to threaten the defense, the run game suffers.
Yeah.
So that's like that. I think it's frustrating. It is frustrating, but he has to have the confidence of I'm going to continue doing it because I understand what our offense needs. And sometimes it's going to be an interception. Listen, sometimes Dak Prescott, I'm not going to sit here and act like everything's just good with this guy. And somebody's going to be like, you know what? All you do is that. And I'm like, no, man. Sometimes I can also criticize him for being poor at something. I can also say you're really good at this. That's something that we can do in sports radio. What? And so one of his factors is he's poor at accuracy. Then there are moments when you're like, there's no way he could have hit that window. I don't understand how to explain it, dude, but the guy sometimes makes brilliant throws, and then sometimes you're just like, what the hell just happened?
Because it can be multiple things, right? Like, I see lots of texts coming in, and a lot of them I agree with to a certain degree. Like, you still get and that's going to happen for the rest of the year, you shouldn't have got rid of Amari Cooper text. All right, rock on. But there's nothing we can do about that now, right? So, I would be willing to listen to that, especially as the Cowboys continue to chase a wide receiver. I would be willing to listen to, sometimes we've talked about separation issues throughout the year, which goes back to Cooper some. But I also think then the flip side is you have to point out sometimes going into the middle is not a strong suit of Dak. Or sometimes he holds the ball a half second too long. Or sometimes you wish the offensive line could get you half a second more protection. I think all of those can be valid, parts of this, jambalaya of problems.
In the 98-yard drive to win the game against Houston, he had a big running play. Flushed to the right, ran for, I think 12 yards, I'm not exactly sure, but right around that big play. Gavin Dawson really wants Dak to do that, especially in the playoffs. How important is it to his game that whether it's Christmas Eve, whether it's playoff game, that he says, I can't protect myself anymore 5 times a game. When it's not there, I'm taking off and getting 5 to 15 yards.
I think it's really important because when Corey was talking about, if you're hitting him with a little bit more cover too, well, that could be one potential way you could make defenses pay for that if they're going to lag off a little bit or if they're going to move into the middle a little bit. If he can roll out on either side, I think you can make them pay. That's what I thought about with Daniel Jones. Maybe the first game more than the second game is if you're aggressive on the pass rush, or if you're lagging with the back half of your pass defense, he was eating us up with fine, I'll take 6 yards, I'll take 7, 8 yards.
I do think he thinks about that injury when he takes off.
I would agree with that. It's something that you can't. like if you guys dealt with injuries too, it's a hard thing to overcome. You know, it's always in the back of your mind. Well, if I do this, it could happen again. I think the other thing too, that's what helps, to me, in my opinion, with Jalen Hurts being so good, is he's able to roll out and he can either draw you to come in and get somebody open by doing that, or he can take off and get the extra yardage. And that's something that Dak used to be able to do.
Sure.
And now he can't do it as much, which goes with what Mike said. It's just one of those things that, man, if I run, I could possibly re-hurt myself again by doing this. And, I mean, I'm not saying that's what he's thinking while he's out there running, but it's still something that's in the mind while you're out there in that moment.
I want to add this. Have y'all seen the audio from the final 2-minute drive? Have y'all heard that yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, I saw it this morning as I was rolling through, and this team believes in him. That 2-minute drive.
Sure.
He's walking up to everybody before the drive saying, "All right, this is what we live for. These are the moments you live for. Let's go show them how great we can be." And he's telling his guys all the right things. He's telling himself that, Kevin, you're working on self-talk and talking to yourself better. And so he's doing the self-talk for everybody. At the end of the drive, man, after they score the touchdown, he's standing on the sideline and Zeke walks up and he was like, "That's the way you lead us. That's why you lead us." Gives him a hug, tells him he loves him. But you look at Zach Martin's face, and he gives him this like, "Whew, damn, you're good." Like this team believes that Dak Prescott can do that thing late in the game, and they believe in him. So that's something that inside those walls, as much as we're talking about it and everything, as long as those guys believe that quarterback can lead them whenever it matters the most, they're gonna be very, very good.
And like, I don't want to start up some whole new topic or anything like that, but I'm really interested by that idea because I think I do too. Like, and I know people get pissed about this, and they're like, I've seen the text of people like, "Oh, he's below average to average." I fundamentally do not believe in any universe that Dak Prescott is a below average quarterback. Like, I just don't. I get it. You need to build a good team around him to win a Super Bowl. I also agree with that, but I think he can win a Super Bowl, though I know this season will be yet another referendum on that.
Unless they win it all.
Well, then it will be a referendum, and you'll be like, "In your face,
you can referendum this." You know what I'm saying?
And I would hope that all the people that were wrong about that would be like, "Hey, but we won the Super Bowl, so what the hell do I care?"
Guarantee that's what will happen. If they win the Super Bowl,
no chance.
Everybody will apologize to Dak.
And they get the rings from the Diamond Factory.
Yep, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
That is a good idea.
Well
Speaking of the Diamond Factory, 13719 Omega Road in Dallas, we do have the Dak Prescott autograph helmet. It's sitting right in front of us. If you want to come by, look around, maybe pick some stuff up, and sign up for the giveaway that's going to be happening at 2 o'clock, we would, of course, encourage that. Coming up next, though, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus maybe some soccer, plus maybe some NBA. All next right here on The Fan.
And segment brought to you by state-of-the-art Wayless, and that's soda.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas.
Well, I wanted to, and I apologize that we got a little bit of a delay happening, but I wanted to go through a couple more positives from the game before we move, before the Texans game, before we move on to Jacksonville, is tied for a season low in penalties and penalty yardage, and then LVE, the tackling machine. Did either one of those stand out above the other in Sunday's game?
I thought Van Der Esch really stood out. I believe he had a total of 14 tackles. Nine of them were solo, and he was just all over the field. I've previously heard, criticisms of him because he doesn't fill a hole. Well, he filled a bunch of holes there and plugged things up on that running game. So, yeah, I thought that one stood out. Most of all, the penalty thing, it's actually kind of a two consecutive game thing, by the way, with cutting down on the penalties and especially the pre-snap penalties. So, yeah, I thought that that was those two things I think really stood out. But the Van Der Esch thing and also factor in that he wasn't going to practice at the end of the week. He had the illness, right? And he had to fight through that. And, somebody asked me if he was going to play. I said, he's a linebacker. He ain't sitting out. And sure enough, he went out and balled out in that game.
Mickey, have you given a look to Jacksonville yet? And what are your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence this year versus his rookie season?
I think Lawrence certainly looks improved. Their offense has been playing, pretty well. If you look at this week's rankings, their offense is ranked 11th. That's only one spot behind the Cowboys. And their passing offense is 10th. That's half as much as the Cowboys' 20th, right? So, I think this is going to be another, and it's a road game. It's up there. This is going to be basically, we'll see how it turns out. I was going to say this is going to be their playoff game. It's the Cowboys, right? So they better buckle their chin straps and be ready for a team, another team with a losing record to sort of rise to this occasion.
Mickey, I'm going to give you something here about Trevor Lawrence because he's my guy. I think he's going to be a superstar, and I know he hasn't in his first year and a half in the NFL. But when he completes 70% of his passes this year or more, they're 5-2. When he hasn't completed 70%, they haven't won a game.
That's a pretty good stat. It sort of goes to show that you got to have people around you, and not just wide receivers, but also you need the offensive line to perform well. And I think that was one of the things going in that they needed to work on. But yeah, I think he's done a really good job so far this year. He's averaging right at 7 yards an attempt and 20 touchdown passes, 6 interceptions. So that ratio is pretty strong. Yeah, I always thought he was good. I just didn't think he had a very good supporting cast those first couple years, and and it's like sometimes guys need a little time to acclimate to the NFL. You don't always do it as a rookie or even the second year. See how much Troy Aikman improved from his rookie year to his third year in '99. It was rather amazing. But guess what? Also improved the supporting cast too. So yeah, I think Lawrence I always thought Lawrence was the real deal, and he's certainly playing like that this year.
Man, Mickey, we appreciate your insight as always. We'll chat with you again tomorrow and get even more Jacksonville focus heading into the weekend.
Sounds good, fellas. Have a good day.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. All right, I got a couple of other things for you, and I wanted to say this was good news, but then I thought about it some more, and I was like, I guess not, but did you see that the U.S. State Department did the autopsy of Grant Wall and everything like that? And like I said, I wanted to say it was good news, but I mean, he's still dead, so I guess not really. And they said they do not believe that Grant Wall was murdered, and his brother Eric, who initially thought he had been murdered, says he doesn't believe that to be the case anymore. He had an aneurysm, I believe. So, like, still so sad, but I guess that's good. I don't know.
I think it is. I will say this, just as I don't want to say I'm a conspiracy theorist, but a little bit
bad.
Here is, would the United States say, hey, somebody from Qatar killed him?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's also best for business either.
Like from a geopolitical level and everything. Okay.
But that being said, I don't know if we have to take everything the government says as the truth. But at the same time, I was wondering this. All right, we brought him back. What if there is foul play? What if they did somehow do something to him? Is it best for our government to say, hey, they poisoned him. They did something to him to kill him. I don't know if that's also best for...
Do you think the brother would go along? Like, my only thought was the brother. I hear you on the government. I totally get it. But when the brother was like, I no longer believe that, then I thought, that actually convinced me more than the government, to your point.
No, and look, we unfortunately know about, do it for Durrett.
Yeah.
We unfortunately had that happen, to one of our friends / reporters here. Gosh, it might be 10 years ago by now. So I do know that obviously you can be somewhat completely and totally healthy for the most part, and that happened to you and you die. But it does bring up a lot of kind of, hey, gosh, like in Qatar, not maybe the best place for United States people to make stands on things.
I still can't believe they never went back and changed it. Like, after they cleaned out so many FIFA folks for all the corruption and everything like that, I can't believe they weren't like, you know what, and you don't get the World Cup anymore. But they were like, man, what could possibly go wrong?
Money's too good. The money was there, man. They had a lot of money to spend, and that factors into it for sure.
Do you think FIFA's cleaned up?
No.
God, no. Chance
Listen,
in hell.
You in that kind of organization, Mike, my personal opinion, you replace bad people with more bad people because those people
hopefully
are
less bad people.
They can't wait to get their opportunity to take over.
I just wonder if those bad people are just like, hey, I don't have the title anymore.
Yeah.
But you, my buddy, are going to be in this position, and we're still going to funnel the money the exact same way we do.
I have a note about the World Cup final, and I think it kind of backs up some of the stuff that you've said, Mike, about the MLS to this point, but it is also a big deal for them is Thiago Almeida is the first active Major League Soccer player to make the FIFA World Cup final. Like, so he's part of Argentina. So it's a big deal.
And he plays on the field?
Yes. So it's a big deal.
Or the pitch.
Yes, it's a big deal for them, but I think it also feeds into your idea of, like, where people aspire to be. I don't think that's any shock that, like, the Premier League has, 60 kajillion people that have done this before, whereas the MLS is still making their way. But
there's a reason we watch Texas Rangers baseball over Frisco Rough Riders baseball.
Sure.
What's that reason?
Yeah, because we're watching the best in the world play Major League Baseball. We're watching really good players, almost major leaguers, play in Frisco. And maybe become major leaguers that play in Frisco. And that's what you're watching with the Frisco
MLS,
FC team. Is
FC Dallas.
You're watching a team.
We talk with them every Thursday during soccer season.
The biggest thing I always think about there is it's the biggest league here.
Right.
You know, like I
Right.
feel like it would be so different if the Premier League was also in the United States. Then I would be like, oh, well, sure, let's go see. Then you could really go see Dallas, Barcelona, or whatever. Like we're going with.
Can
I know
you
that
ima-
wouldn't make any
Oh
sense.
my God, I love
That would
love
not
to do
make any
that.
sense.
Can you imagine, though, how much more soccer players would make money-wise if all of a sudden the owners of the MLS got together and said, screw it, we're giving Mbappe $50 million a year and seeing, like, if all of a
I
sudden...
don't even know if that wins it because, like, did you see Ronaldo,
Right.
a team in Saudi Arabia, is like,
million.
yeah, I'll give you $207 million a year. So I don't know.
I am curious if like that's long money they have over there. Yeah,
Right.
it's been long for a long time because
That makes sense.
soccer in overseas and in the English Premier League, like they've been building those things as longer than we've been building NFL teams. I wonder if the money's even close. Are I know Jerry and his franchise are worth this, but I wonder if the real money that exists for the owners for soccer players is even close to, if the NFL is even close to that. I might be wrong. Somebody help me out that's a soccer fan.
I feel
that
like
would
it's
know.
not.
You don't think it is? Like
No.
the NFL can't even match to where those soccer money
Look
is?
at the money value. Look at what's going on there. How much money these guys are getting paid. Like it's, I don't know. I don't
Well,
think
okay. So I
you
would
think that's
just
because that sports fans don't have to divide their attention? Like they don't have NFL over there. They don't have Major League Baseball in Europe that I know of.
I will also argue for your point when you talk about the money they make. I think that is just because the NFL has a savvier control over the labor market
Valid, very
because
valid.
the Dallas Cowboys are the most valuable franchise, not one of the Premier League teams. I know it can be close, but it's the Dallas Cowboys. I think that the labor market is very smart
Can you imagine
in the NFL.
if there is no luxury
And Mahomes could just
Yeah.
transfer
If
to another team?
If after 6 years he became a free agent, he's like, no, I'm not signing an extension. I want to see what the market bears. And it's like Major League Baseball where, yes, there are taxes, but there's literally no cap what Patrick Mahomes would get on the open market.
I think it'd be cool to see because we don't get to really experience that. That's the one thing that I think is crazy is you don't see that many trades. You don't see much of the free agency like you do in baseball and the other sports around here. That's why I think with soccer over there, which I really want to go over there and experience one game,
That would
that's
be
for
cool.
sure. But that you see, like, for instance, Ronaldo, okay, I want out of this place. I want to go somewhere else. Now he becomes a free agent, and look at what he gets. Oh, here's $210 million right in your face for every year.
A year. Yeah, that's crazy. Now,
Like $350 million over 13 years.
Yeah, but that's not Ronaldo's getting 1 year.
In 2 years.
so-
In 2 years, he'll beat that.
Yeah.
So take
That's-
that, Correa.
That's a tease.
Okay, that's right, because we got baseball nuggets coming up next, and it's happening live with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
In a tuxedo.
At the Diamond Factory, 13719 Omega Road in Dallas. Come see us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
To be for Cowboys coverage is 105.3 The Fan.
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay for full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Diamond Factory, 13719 Omega Road, where there's a lot of fun stuff happening. People are hanging out to watch and listen to the show. Plus, we're going to give away, or the Diamond Factory, we're going to help facilitate that, the giveaway of this Dak Prescott autograph helmet. Plus, Mike Bassick and Derek Holland are taking pictures if you want.
Yeah.
Mike?
I dare somebody to bring more of my baseball cards than Derek Holland.
Oh.
I will sign all of them. I'll put Snap on there. I will put whatever you want on there if you can somehow muster up more Mike Bassitt cards than Derek Holland cards. You only have like 1,000 made. Like
I'm gonna make. You know what? I'm gonna make an even better deal.
Oh.
I will, for everybody that brings their card of me. I will put their name down, and we will draw for my 2 Stars tickets. The game of their choice, whatever one they
What?
want.
Oh, my Are you serious?
But we got to get people to come here. It helps for the helmet. It helps towards the helmet, and it also makes me beat you, so I can be better.
Is that courtesy of Diamond Factory? Do it like
he's doing it as a
him.
Guess what? This is courtesy of.
Yeah, he doesn't have
Derek.
a contract with Odyssey. He can do whatever he wants.
Okay,
I don't have a contract with anybody. I'm unemployed.
That's a good point.
I want to go ahead. I got something Mike related I want to get to in a sec.
Couple quick things. T.Y. Hilton is going to wear number 16 for the Cowboys, and more relevant for you, Mike, Trevor Lawrence has been named the AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
In your face, AFC.
Back to you, Corey.
I have so many good cards of his.
Mike, let's go ahead and hit the baseball nuggets music, Ruben.
Little This Week in Baseball.
We didn't do this yesterday, and I don't know why we didn't get to this yesterday.
I don't think I knew this was
I didn't know this until this
thing.
morning.
All right.
Yesterday, in 1978, your dad was traded to the Minnesota Twins for Mark Scarce.
Yeah. Didn't even play in the major leagues.
Worst trade in the history of baseball, they say.
Did you say to or from the Twins?
To the Twins.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you know what's interesting, and this is just the way everything has changed. I'm not saying my dad did the right thing and it didn't matter because they couldn't do it. Is in 1978, my dad was hurt and he couldn't play for the Texas Rangers. He tried to give the money back to the Texas Rangers. He said, I don't deserve this. I didn't pitch for you guys. I was hurt. And they're like, well, whatever you think, it doesn't matter. You'll you're under contract.
Yeah.
We have to give you the money. But it is. And look, I think at the time
Do you think
he was
they
making
wanted
like
to take it back?
$18,000
Yeah.
or something like
Yeah,
that. I mean,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
not a lot of money to play in the major leagues, but it is interesting listening to my father say, you know, he just felt like, guys, I don't deserve this money. I wasn't able to help the team. I wasn't able to contribute because I couldn't play. So just interesting thing. So then after, kind of rehab was getting done, he was traded to the Twins and was able to pitch 2 years for the Minnesota Twins. So, yeah, kind of a cool note. I didn't know that either. I didn't know till somebody put it on Twitter, the Texas Rangers kind of historian person, that my father was traded in December of 1978. All right, so let's go to another huge signing in Major League Baseball. Man, I'll tell you what, baseball might not be as popular as it once was, but they are sure financially doing pretty strong because the San Francisco Giants give Carlos Correa a 13-year, $350 million contract. And before I ask you this, Derek, I do really like Carlos Correa. I think he is a great player when healthy. But, man, that's a lot of years for a guy that doesn't ever seem to be healthy. I'm looking at his career. He played a full season in 2016. 2020 he did, but that's a weird year, 60 total games. And he was pretty healthy in 2021. Last year he was pretty healthy too. But, I mean, most of his career I always felt like, man, he just never – I kind of on a little bit Corey Seager-ish. I'm just like, man, they're really good when they play, but I don't know about long-term contracts because of their injury risk. That being said, I'd love your thoughts on Carlos Correa. You're a former San Francisco Giant, so what do you think of the fit, what he can bring? Do you believe that's a good contract for his health?
I'm with you on the contract. I think it's a little steep. Obviously, you want to have guys staying out on the field. I've had injuries. I know what that's like, and seeing it from the fans, they want you out there on the field. If they're going to spend money for you, they want to see you out there. He is a really good shortstop, especially defensively. I loved watching him play out there. He's got some range, and he's a pretty good hitter too. I don't think it's a bad fit for him. I think it's a good spot. I just think it was a little bit much, but I mean, 13 years is
he got
so
the most
long.
out of.
Yes.
Now we don't know what Dansby Swanson's going to get, but I think he's not going to
He
get
will not
that
get anything
much.
close to that.
Right.
I've heard now that the Twins are looking at Swanson as their replacement.
So he married a girl that plays professional soccer in Chicago. Is that correct? Dansby Swanson.
I don't know that
I
well.
believe he's recently married to a professional athlete who plays professional soccer. I believe.
Mallory Pugh, yes.
Yes, and so I'm not saying the Cubs have a huge advantage there, but I do know the Cubs are very interested. His wife plays professional soccer in Chicago. They bring up the Cubs as a possible destination for Swanson. They bring up a couple other teams too. It'll be interesting. He's the last guy on the market. So
And you really like him, right?
He's a great defensive shortstop, the best out of the four that were free agents. He's the least hitter out of the four that were free agents. As Bogarts gets $280 million to go to San Diego, Trey Turner gets $300 million to go to Philadelphia, Carlos Correa gets $350 million to go to San Francisco, and now Dansby Swanson. I'm going to guess by the end of next week, so before the 24th, let's say, we find out where Dansby Swanson is going, because I think now the teams know there's only one left to bid on, and if we don't get him, we have to do different things. And the Braves are somewhat still interested, but a lot of people are like, it's not going to happen because Ron Washington has been working with a kid named Vaughn Grisham. Okay. So this guy is somewhat of a premium prospect. He came up to the major leagues last year for 141 at bats at 21 years old. He batted .291 last year with a 792 OPS. How about this? This is amazing to me what the Atlanta Braves are able to do. And Harold Reynolds brought up a great point on MLB Network. He said, look, when the Braves love you, and we'll get into kind of how the Rangers might be able to sneak in here on this one, they lock you up long-term in your first 3 years in the major leagues.
Right.
And when they don't, and they let you get to free agency or a year away from free agency, it's pretty much a known that they are going to let you go to another team, and they've hoped to develop a person that can take your spot. Vaughn Grisham, when he was 20 years old in A-ball, batted .311 with an 848 OPS. That was at 20. Last year in high A and double A, he batted .324 with an 899 OPS. and then I gave you a little bit of his major league stats.
That is pretty impressive.
He's 21 years old. So then I go and I look, where do the Braves how do they keep doing this? The Dodgers do this and the Braves do this. How do they do this?
Which is why we've said don't spend on players.
Right.
Spend on buying out all of the brain trust for the Dodgers and the Braves.
To your point, during Jared Sandler's charity event Sunday night at Topgolf, it was great. I got to talk to John Daniels, the former general manager of the Texas Rangers. Now he's a general manager assistant. I forget the exact phrase it is, or the
assistant to the regional manager.
Yes, but he's working now with Tampa Bay, and it was a great conversation. And obviously some of it was private, but I don't think this was private. He just said it's interesting how different organizations are with analytics, and that this organization sees this is very important, and this organization doesn't see it as very important. They see these things as very important, while that organization does. So a lot of the inside numbers that we don't know, organizations are very different with now that he's moved from Texas to Tampa Bay. So I think it's very important to bring in a person from the Braves system. I think it's very important to bring somebody in from the Dodger system because we don't know what they value.
Yeah.
Just like Tampa knows what they value, but doesn't exactly know what Texas values. So they could take John Daniels' ideas and thoughts, go, man, we really like what you were doing in Texas here. We don't care about what you were doing there in Texas because we've kind of looked at that. We don't value that. So it's interesting. And here's where Vaughn Grisham came from. 2019 11th round pick out of high school.
Golly.
So they took an 11th rounder out of high school.
And he was up in 3 years?
In 3 years, he came up at 21 years old, and he was great in the minor leagues. Has put up premium stats in the minor leagues. He's a shortstop, second baseman, and here's why I know that they don't want Dansby Swanson back. Not that they don't like him. They just don't want to pay it. They told Ron Washington, you're going to Vaughn's house, and you're working with Vaughn this offseason, Grisham. So they put Ron Washington as you're going to be somewhat his private coach in the offseason to make sure he is prepared and ready to be our everyday shortstop. So that's why I do think that, and Harold Reynolds thinks this too, is that Dansby Swanson is not going to be a Brave because Ron Washington is preparing their 21-year-old to be their shortstop.
That says a lot about Wash, too, just so people can understand how great he was. I mean, he was awesome here with the Rangers, but he does such a good job of getting guys comfortable at their position, working with their hands and hand-eye coordination. He does just an outstanding job of getting guys where they need to be. Yeah. I miss him here, first off. So I want to give him the love that he deserves because he is by far one of the best at what he does.
I would just say whoever is second in charge or third in charge with the Braves, you look at their team, Riley, Acuna, Albies, now Michael Harris, Spencer Strider, Max Fried, who
we've talked about.
Corey, you sent a text last night. What would it take to get Max Fried? Is they're possibly shopping him because he is 2 years away from free agency, and they might not want to pay him the $30 to $35 million, maybe even more. He finished second in Cy Young voting last year. He's a multi-time All-Star, very good pitcher at 27 years old, left-handed pitcher. And it's going to cost a premium to trade for him.
Because that's the thing, too, with the Braves, too, that helps. Their minor league pitching is pretty good. I was about to slip up there. It's pretty good. They have what it takes. So that's probably why they want to put him out there because they know their youth is coming up. They've already locked up so many guys in that team that they're going to be good for multiple years.
Yeah.
So that division's going to be tough to begin with because of everything else that's going on. But
we have to do another baseball segment, man. We got these
okay, at 11:20 we will. But my quick
Are you
question:
cutting us off?
Well, it's time.
We got to go for break.
Oh. This isn't a podcast.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Are you cutting us off?
Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
Me up.
Sorry, Derek. In most other avenues of life, you'll have control. In this one, guess what? My show, buddy. We're the KNC.
That's why I'm wearing a tuxedo. We're in a tuxedo today because of him.
Yeah, you didn't even dress up. It's our show.
Oh, you seen the clothes I wear? This is absolutely.
I feel like an idiot today.
Coming up,
at least we look good. Like
you guys actually do look really good. Coming up next, I think y'all will enjoy this segment as well. Does trash talking and bulletin board material actually make an impact for athletes or in the game? Because Micah has us wondering that. We'll do it next, live from the Diamond Factory on 105.3 The Fan.
The holiday.
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at the Diamond Factory out here, 13719 Omega Road in Dallas. If you want to come out and see us, Mike Bassick and Derek Holland taking pictures, signing autographs, having a good time. Plus, we've got the Dak Prescott autograph helmet if people want to sign up for their opportunity to win that. Thank you to the good people at Diamond Factory for help facilitating that. Now, my question for y'all right now is, how big of an impact do you think that maybe trash talking, maybe you call it bulletin board material, whatever the case might be, has on a game or a rivalry?
I will turn the floor over to the guy who is currently competing in sports, who also has gone to a World Series and pitched in actually 2 World Series and kind of experienced that whole process too.
So the trash talking side of it, it happens all the time. Even to this day, it still happens. When I'm out on the mound, I'm one of those guys that, yes, I'm very focused on what I'm trying to do, but I'm also going to talk too. It doesn't really change anything for you. It just makes you more competitive. Like, you really want to get that guy out more. I'd be like Kevin stepping in the box and just telling me I suck. You can't get me out. I'm better than you. Now it's like I'm amped up to beat you, but I'm also the bigger question, or the bigger thing you got to do is, when you take the trash talk and you're going to try to battle it back, you can't overdo it. You can't sit here and try to put more on something because he made a comment. That's when you tend to miss bad. You don't go to where you want to, so it's always stay under control but still be able to talk the trash back.
Now, this is kind of based off of Micah Parsons on the Voncast. I want to go ahead and fire off one of these right here. I think let's go with Parsons 2, his thoughts on the NFC East.
Yeah, nah, it's no joke. We was definitely ranked to be the worst division by a lot of people, and to me, we always been like the Eagles always been a good team. Yeah. And now that they got Hurts in that system, I mean, you see the difference it's made. I mean, and Washington, they always had a solid defense. Mm-hmm. Now that Heineke coming in and scoring, like, that's a whole different change. And then I'm not gonna lie, the bowl changed that whole Giant system around. And Saquon is back to being him. Saquon, bro, man, he entered the right system and healthy, bro. Ain't too many backs better than him.
Now, first of all, I like the fact that he said the bowl. But I also, I think that sounds super cool, actually. But also, in that interview, Jalen Hurts got brought up, and he said, oh, is it Hurts or is it the system? And then you follow that path down the line, is he definitely lean more towards it's the system, not taking away all the way from Jalen Hurts, but that the system and the team and talent built around him is what's helping propel that. And that's why I wondered, if you're the Eagles, if you're Jalen Hurts, any of that, do you take note and you're like, okay, we'll see in a week and a half?
That's more of, to me, him taking the shot. It's not even really a shot at the Eagles, at Hurts. It's more, it's the rivalry.
It feels like a shot at Hurts.
Yeah, but he's not going to sit there and be like, yeah, he is one of the best quarterbacks and give him credit. No, he wants to talk trash because it's a rival. You got to have that edge there. You want to show that you're the bigger guy right there.
I don't mind that because, you know how we just talked about Dak early to start? Is he trying to do things that maybe he's not best at to prove the haters he can do that? Well, I don't think maybe Micah Parsons is way smarter with psychological games than I'm giving him credit for here. But I think he might have accidentally making on Christmas Eve Jalen Hurts do things that he's not comfortable with. Oh, I'll show you I can do these things. I'll show you I can Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen the ball in there. And that's not a strong suit. So I don't think he was trying to do – I don't think he was trying to motivate – I don't think he was trying to talk trash.
You could see how it would come off like that, though, right?
But I could see where, Jalen Hurts or the Eagles like, oh, yeah, we'll show you this or we'll show you that. But at the same time, what if Jalen Hurts does things he's not comfortable with to prove that he can do it all, and then it works to our advantage?
Man, that's a good approach there.
Well, the other thing, too, I remember this. Maddox would always tell us this, too, and You don't want to get Mike Maddox. Sorry, you don't want to give the team the advantage. You don't go out there and try to I don't know how you want to put this. You don't overhype something to where it wakes up the other side. The Eagles are hot right now. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, you still want to make your comments, go after them, but you got to be smart about it. You don't want to add more to give them that higher advantage, I guess.
How much fun, though, and I don't know how, maybe it wasn't fun for you, when King Felix and Beltray are going back and forth at each other. Like, those are two supremely confident players in everything that they did, and they talk trash to each other, and it was fun for us fans to watch. And I thought that maybe that it kind of hyped up their competitiveness amongst each other. 100%. And I understand what you're saying with Maddox saying, hey, let's not wake the bear up. But that was a lot of fun for, I think, everybody involved.
So I had that same experience. Now, you're comparing two really good guys versus a polished turd and then Mike Trout. That's what me and Trout would do. I did that with Trout, and I also did it with Nelson Cruz. Cruz was my favorite because I would talk mid-pitch and then throw it, and then he would laugh and kind of swing and miss. Like, I have some good video of that. There's one time I struck him out on a high heater, and he just looked at me the whole time, and I'm just laughing. Then he started laughing. That's kind of the competition. I know he wants to murder the ball, and I want to strike him out. That's how it is. There's going to be that competitive trash talking.
Now, this morning, Kevin, I don't know if you saw this, Robert Griffin III tweeted out, just had Jalen Hurts is on a mission.
Hopefully he didn't tweet out the wrong thing.
What did he tweet out?
No. He just said something that he was like, that's not what I meant.
He said he hasn't been celebrating their victories or touchdowns lately because he has bigger goals in mind. He told me his mindset is, I haven't done anything yet, and it will stay that way. He's going to put a hurting on every defense in his way.
When I first took note of that was when they were undefeated, and they were like, hey, what do you think about being undefeated? And he goes, no, I was undefeated before, and then we didn't win the championship. And so at that moment, I was like, oh. And then on Monday Night Football, when he waited for all the Eagles fans, and then ESPN didn't use the dump button, and he said, let's effing go. But he didn't shorten that up. And, dude, he is focused right now. I get it.
Did you
Very motivated. No, I was just going to say, didn't he lose his job, too? During that time?
To Tua, I think he may have been talking a little bit about OU also. They've been at that point too. So he's played for a lot of great programs. He's a talented player. He's a really good leader. He's one of those guys in the locker room. They see the work that he's put in. They respect him a lot. So he's a beloved guy on that team. I do agree with Micah that I think it's a more system that he's benefiting from it and the really good team around him right now. But you got to give him credit for not crapping the bed whenever given these opportunities.
Do you though? Would you like to have Micah sitting there and just giving him all the praise and saying, "Man, he is so great. He's so good. The Eagles are awesome." Man.
No, I don't want Micah to do that. Right. I have to give him the credit
yes, you do. I get it, but at the same time, as a fan, as somebody who's following along with the Cowboys, I want to see them talking trash because it's a rivalry.
Okay, and that's why I wanted y'all's insight about how this plays out, because I've already heard a bunch of people last night and this morning were like, oh, you just watch the Eagles now. And I was like, what does that mean? The Eagles were like, you know what? I wasn't really into this game. Or Jalen Hurts was like, you know what? I don't really need to take one of the biggest games of the year to cement my MVP candidacy. But now that he said that, darn it, now I'm going to play hard. That doesn't sound right to me.
And he did say that Jalen Hurts is playing great in the system.
Yes.
And he didn't say he's not playing great. He said he's playing great. He did throw the in the system thing, which I get that people could take that and say. But I have a feeling, and I'm wondering, who do the Eagles play this? It's Chicago, right?
I think that is right.
I don't think they're going to lose to Chicago. And no. I do think that the Cowboys have a battle on their hands. I am going to barely pick the Cowboys to win this game. I've been going back and forth on this, but I'm leaning towards –
I have to admit, I'm a little surprised.
I will not be going barely.
I am leaning towards both teams are looking so forward to Christmas Eve. I could see – the Eagles not having a good game in Chicago. I could see the Cowboys not having a good game in Jacksonville because they are both looking so forward to playing this Eagles versus Cowboys game.
I wonder if the fact that they already had that speed bump happen in Houston against Houston, if that's the perfect opportunity. Because Nate was telling me last week, Kevin, I hated weeks leading up to games like this last week because Jimmy Johnson would wear our butts out. Like we were going to be, and so I wonder if this week is when Mike McCarthy says, you know what, I'm gonna put on these guys. They're not gonna have another one of those hiccups.
Now, somebody asked this question, and I was curious, because that feels like that crosses a line from the 2-4. Derek, has the trash talk ever gotten personal? Like they knew or said something about your family? Because that feels like a whole different spectrum instead of I think Jalen Hurts is a system guy and they built a lot of talent around him versus I think Jalen Hurts, whatever, X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, nobody's really crossed that line. I think that's just when it comes to the trash talking on the field and all that stuff, you don't go there. You keep family out of it because the family's not part of what's happening out there on the field. That's why it's crazy to me sometimes when you will get fans that will cross that line, that will go and talk all the trash and talk about your family. And that's the only thing that bothers me. My family's not out there. My mom and dad are not out there making pitches.
Yeah.
They're not doing any of that stuff. So what do they have to do with that? Just go after, I'm going to make that quote. Come after me.
Yeah.
I'm 40. I'm a man. But, that's the thing.
I can't remember people talk. I can remember fans saying stuff about family or stuff, but I can't ever recall a player saying anything family-wise to a player. Now, look, I mean, you could, back in the day, and I know that I don't think this is said anymore, but back in the day, a term, thrown out a lot would be the F term.
Yes.
The slur for gay. So you F and F, throw fastballs, or you're, right now that would. But
there's old wrestling stuff that I've been watching, from the '90s, where people are chanting that at certain wrestlers. So it is astonishing how often that.
Yeah, but
used.
I don't know if it's been 10 years. I don't know if it's been longer than that. But I think that word has been taken out of a lot of trash talking. Because obviously Kobe got, I think, fined. Might have got suspended.
And you probably
for a
get
game.
removed from the game, I would assume, if you were as
if
a
you were
fan,
yelling
if you were yelling that.
Yeah.
And
So
if a fan does that, you're out.
I don't recall. Do you recall anybody talking about your family members at all?
Never been a player. Like I said, it's only been fans. I mean, they would cross the line. I was engaged. They would bring that stuff up. They try to find everything they can on
Right.
you.
Especially in the Northeast, right?
Yeah. They don't. Well, yeah. You talking about Philly?
Well, yeah, or
Northeast,
Boston, or New
Boston
York.
actually wasn't that bad. New York,
Yeah,
yes.
because you're white.
Yeah. Whoa.
Come on, dude. We all know that city is super racist.
Yeah, no. I get that. It's just I think that's the thing is they will do as much research and they try to cross the line as much as they can. Because, I mean, yes, obviously their goal is to take you out of your game.
Yeah.
It just sucks that you got to go that far to use my family or my past relationships or any of that stuff. That has nothing to do with what's going on the field.
I'll say this, man. I think athletes, you guys find ways to motivate. We all do. We find little ways to motivate. Just look at the Mavericks on their championship run. Dirk had the O'Brien Trophy in his locker. The entire run as they were going through that. I think everybody finds a little way. I mean, you don't think that he wanted to beat Dwayne Wade worse? He acted like, no, it's not that big of a deal.
I really don't.
That whole run, though, man, there's no doubt in my mind that he wanted to.
When they made fun of him for the flu, that I don't care what anybody says. You cannot tell me that did not add more fuel to the fire.
His former teammates have now come out over the years, whether it's J.J. Barea, whether it's Tyson Chandler. They've all come out pretty much and said, yeah, the press conference when they were like, yeah, I'm sick too, that infuriated Dirk.
I think the word was, Kevin, that Brendan Haywood said he was on the plane.
Yeah, I got this.
They showed him the iPad. He watched it, and then he turned it off and set it in his lap and said, I got this. And he said the entire plane knew they were going to win. Right after, once they
if you could gamble, they're like, we're winning by 50 points. And I'm sure we'll see this a lot more next week, but from the 9-7-2, they, being the Eagles, are going to smash the Cowboys. I will tell you this. When's the last time that you think an Eagles quarterback has beat the Cowboys twice in the same season?
Randall Cunningham.
Donovan McNabb?
Yeah, McNabb had to.
Michael Vick in 2011. So it's more recent than those, but it's still been 11 years since the Eagles have put forth a quarterback that was able to beat the Cowboys twice in a season. So maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. I am very excited about that game. But in the meantime, you got the
Focus
Jags.
on Jacksonville, Kevin.
No, I don't have
Let's
to focus on
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. I'm not a player.
Especially
We
T-Law,
can start
baby.
Eagle hype right now. You know what? I got a segment for you tomorrow about that. Just how much has Trevor Lawrence improved?
Mike likes it. Asking the question.
What?
Would you rather right now start a franchise with Trevor Lawrence or Jalen Hurts?
Oh, okay. All right. I look forward to that question. Coming up next, though, we're live at the Diamond Factory off of Omega. Right. If you want to come out and see us and have some fun, check out the show. Midterm MLB grades for the offseason. Are the Rangers an automatic A? 877-881-1053. Weigh in on the conversation. We'll fire it up next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon.
the meantime, I have to keep secrets about things, but also
Great secrets.
somebody came up who's a huge fan of the show, a couple of folks that are huge fans of the show, but they also shared some information about potentially an incident with Derek Holland from his past.
What kind of incident happened with Derek Holland
now,
in his past?
Derek, here's the story as best as I understand it, is a very nice, very great listener of the show kind of walked up to you, perhaps at a bar or some sort, and tried to say hello, and you just looked at her and said, no.
No, that I'm not sure if that really happened. I was hammered drunk. If that did happen,
okay.
I'm definitely not the type of person to go, no. So,
because she
is laughing. She's laughing
taken now, but she's very pretty.
But I'm not a rude person like that. I would not.
You
just
are
go,
not.
No.
So either you were drunk or you're calling her
drunk.
a liar.
I'm not
Is
going to
that
call her a
what's
liar. I
happening?
would never call her a liar.
Okay.
I would go with the fact that I was hammered drunk.
Well, this was also, she did say that it was back in the day. So
hammered
maybe
drunk.
also like there are a lot of things that happened when you were younger.
Oh yeah, hammered
yeah.
drunk.
I'll give you that. But that
Just
being
wasted.
said,
Now what happens if somebody walks up and tries to hit on you?
Oh hey, how you doing?
Oh, okay, great. That's much nicer
How was
than
your day?
no.
How was your day? I'm single.
Okay.
Get the ladies, come on out.
Is that
hit on me?
I've been to a Maverick game
are you
with Derek
telling
before.
women to come up to the Diamond Factory today and hit on you?
Well, look, in the first sentence, he
Why
goes,
not? We got
I'd
rings
say-
here.
He'd say, he
We got
goes,
rings here.
what? That's going to scare them away, or actually maybe get them here sooner. You said in the first sentence, you say, hey, how you doing? I'm single.
That's how I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Oh hey, you're beautiful. I'll be like, oh hey, how you doing? I'm single.
He said, we got rings here.
Yeah, they do.
By the way, speaking of rings, our
I have
friend,
a rubber ring on.
well, that's good for you.
Oh,
Safety first. I like that.
Ruben, go ahead and
we
pull
don't know
what
where
he
that
just
finger
said
fit.
and edit out that last part, and we got something here.
One of our friends, Kyle Yeomans, who hops on with us
He
frequently.
is fantastic.
Awesome, great, does great work over at DallasCowboys.com. He just texted me and he was like, "My guy Barry over there that's where I got my engagement ring." And I know he's about 150 days out from his wedding, but yeah. So over here at Diamond Factory, you can get engagement rings. There's all sorts of Christmas presents that you can get as well. There's all sorts of different types of jewelry and diamonds. Plus, as you said, Kevin, we have the giveaway for the Dak Prescott helmet.
Right.
And you can get a picture or tell Derek a story. You can get a picture with Mike Bassick, former pro pitcher. You can tell Derek a story
In his
about
tux.
Yeah, in his tux
His Riddler
today.
tux.
Yeah.
Now, Mike, I'm sorry, we were jumping around. You go to Mavericks games with Derek.
Yeah.
I felt like you had a story for us there.
Well, at halftime, there are women that want to get to know you.
Do you know
Yes,
that,
there is.
Derek? Like, do you ever recognize that? Like, you're like, I see women.
Well, I
They
mean,
want to get to know
do.
me.
I go, oh wow, I see women. There's a lot of women out there. But hey, I'm not gonna lie, it's tradition, and Mike got to experience it with me every time I go to a Mavs game at halftime. So if you do see me, I go to a lot of them. I will be there tonight. I try to get Mike, but obviously reasons.
Well, he's
we
in his
will not
tux.
discuss.
He's got a
Yeah.
special
Family.
day going
He's
on.
got
yeah.
What if I
family
wore
issue,
my
family
tux
things.
to the
I would wear
Mavs
this.
game?
If you wore your tux, I would wear this.
Oh, my God, I want to see that happen.
too.
We
so
would
bad.
be the best dressed there. But I go, and our tradition is you always take a shot at halftime for good luck.
Okay.
So if you like tequila, come on down.
and I didn't take a shot with you at the Bucks game.
Is that
I
why
know
you
weren't
lost?
well, he wasn't able to, and no, they lost because we didn't make free throws.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, he we didn't get to take shots because he did have his son with him and can't
They
take
don't
his son
allow
into the bar.
They don't allow people under 21 in the bar area.
Sounds about right. Normal.
It's probably for the best. Now, we also do this segment Deal Breaker, Derek. Do you have any relationship or potential relationship candidate deal breakers?
No, but if people, since we are at the Diamond Factory, need help finding engagement rings, I'm pretty good at that. I've done 2 of those, so let me help you guys out.
Were both women happy with the engagement ring?
They were. They loved them. I can find the right ring.
It's just what happens after
follow
that.
through.
Hey,
did you get the rings back?
We can discuss that at
Oh
another
my
time.
gosh!
hell yeah. Look, I had a broken engagement because somebody's like, I don't understand what this ring means. And I got the ring back.
They thought they were only supposed to be faithful sexually to you after you were married?
I guess so, man. You Ooh, that is an interesting point. That is a very interesting point.
Not married yet.
You know what? I'm with you, Derek. I will sit in the middle of this table as part of the broken engagement club. It happens, but look, like me, I get to marry somebody way better. So you will get to marry somebody way better.
I won't take any
too.
shots. They were
What?
great people.
Yeah, I gave a girl a promise ring back in the day.
Gross.
And then we got married.
Okay.
We broke up
Well,
between
hold
that
on.
time, but then we eventually got married. So I guess
Does that count?
I still had to deal with the heartbreak for like a year and a half or so. You know?
Okay.
I still had to deal with that. So I know what you guys have gone through.
Okay.
I'm kind of like the opposite of Thanos. I'm
When
not
you-
really collecting rings. I'm just giving them out.
I love you, Derek.
I thought you were trying to
If that
I thought
helps.
you were trying to multiply Earth by a time and a half.
We could have done that.
Yeah.
So, oh wait, you know what?
So sad.
Snap. That's his whole thing.
Snap.
That's Thanos' thing, right?
Yeah.
Snap.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect for you right there, Mike.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it. Kevin will slip up. The rest of the show, Kevin will slip
Derek.
up. I'll be ready.
Okay, Derek snaps and his fiance disappears.
I don't
Snap on Derek.
I just did that for
God.
Mike. That was too mean. I apologize.
That's
that
all
was
right.
too mean. All right, do you
Thanks
guys
a lot,
want to
guys.
talk more about Derek, or do you want to dive into baseball? We have the option to do both of those, or I could tell you about a crazy NBA parlay. I got all kinds of options, Corey.
Baseball.
Okay. Now, at the midway point of the offseason, I wanted to know, do you guys think it's automatic that the Rangers get an A? Because I was reading an article from The Athletic talking about offseason signings and moves and everything like that, and they graded all of the teams. Based on what they did, do you think the Rangers are a lock for an A?
They got an ace. You know, like that's a big deal. They added a fifth pitcher. So that's cool. They added another pitcher, and I'm kind of confused on what they're expecting out of him. So
he's gonna be like a long man.
So but they did invest in pitching, and that was something that they needed to do this offseason. What have we added at the plate? Because that was the other piece. So I'm still in A on this team.
Well,
I love the DeGrom thing, but I still am kind of like shaky on his health. You know.
And obviously Heaney is a good pitcher. He is a major. I don't know if he's going to be used as a starter. I don't know if he's going to be used as a reliever. He could be used as both. The one thing now that as the Rangers are wanting to compete this upcoming season, I just talked yesterday about Matt Moore, who had a great year last year out of the pen for the Texas Rangers. I think he found himself another 3 to 5 years in the major leagues if he wants to keep doing that role. But they don't have a closer right now. And I don't know if it's in-house or not. I do love Hernandez. I think he has top 10% stuff out of bullpen guys in the major leagues. I don't know if he's going to be a closer, though, in 2023. So if you want to win 90 games, I think that Chris Young needs to start really looking at bullpen help.
I agree. I think bullpen help would be a key. I still kind of feel we're not done with the rotation. I think you could still see a surprise out there. But the big thing, I see Heaney, they're going to try to make him kind of what Rodon was. They're going to fix his mechanics up a little bit, I think, is going to be the big one. But I think, too, I do want to point this out for the DeGrom signing. I know people are very worried about his injuries in the past and everything. The Rangers training staff is really good. I think that was also a key factor of why DeGrom really wanted to come here. He knows a little bit about them. Obviously, with Dr. Meister close by, the team doctor, that helps too. So I think there won't be as much. I know the expectations, I think you pointed out last time I was on the show, is DeGrom was expected to make or throw 101 innings. I think we'll see more than that. I think they're going to do a good job of keeping him on the field and keeping him healthy.
Now,
so my grade, Kevin, I'm going to say it's still a B+.
Okay.
Because getting DeGrom's huge. You just showed, actually, Chris Young can do it. He can go get – I mean, it's a lot of money, but he can go get the best pitcher out there. He can go deliver you a free agent.
I guess I'll leave the plus out, but I'll give him an A because I'm going to include this. I'm going to include getting Bruce Bochy. I think that was an unbelievably great hire as manager.
And
getting
Mike Maddox.
Maddox back, I think, was unbelievable. And then getting Jacob deGrom is huge. I was looking at the MLB's top 10 now, which is going to come out in a month from MLB Network. Number 7 last year was Jacob deGrom. Now, it's going to change a lot. Number 3 was Fernando Tatis Jr., who didn't even play. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot that changes in the top 10 right now list, or top 100 is what they do. But you got what was considered last year, I believe, DeGrom was the best pitcher on that list. I think 7 was the first pitcher to show up on that list. So you got the best pitcher, or arguably the best pitcher in the game.
Okay, only 4 teams from the Athletic got an A or better. All right, it's the Rangers, so hooray for that. The Mets, the Phillies, and the Yankees. So
isn't that crazy that the Mets were on the list after losing DeGrom?
Yes.
But replacing him with Verlander.
And
getting Nimmo back.
Didn't they get somebody else, too? In the rotation, they got Quintana. They got somebody else, too. I thought there was 3 guys.
Yeah, they lost Bassett, though, too.
Correct, but they picked up 3 guys total.
They locked in Edwin Diaz as well.
That's what it was, yeah.
That was early on, yeah.
And so the Yankees bring back Aaron Judge. The Phillies.
I don't like what the Yankees. I don't want to give them that. They don't have a good enough team to win it all. They have a good enough team to win 90 games, and they're in a very tough division. I just think it's interesting the Steinbrenner son won't go for broke. He won't go after it. It's like he's kind of in this maybe a Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones kind of complaint from Cowboy fans is, hey, man, at what point are you going to just say, screw it, we're going all in?
Mm-hmm.
And he just won't. The Steinbrenner son just won't.
Now, the only team that got an A-plus was the Philadelphia Phillies. And so that puts the Rangers.
Can you remind everybody
Yeah.
and me, Trey Turner, I know.
Yes, and then they got Taijuan Walker is a big
Inning
part
eater.
as well, and then Matt Stram is.
That's a really good bullpen arm.
And so they love. I mean, the Turner thing for sure, but they also love those other 2 moves that go along with it and think like those might have been good value moves right there to go along with your more marquee Trey Turner, which I still think Trey Turner going there is a big deal since he had a bigger money offer elsewhere.
Yeah.
And he's like, nah, I'm going to go with Philly.
But he really wanted to go back to the East Coast. That was one of the things he
So the
pointed out.
Padres just like
It was
obviously
kind of
wouldn't
out.
fit that
yeah.
at all.
It was going to take a lot more. And the other thing, too, is we talked about this before. The Padres would have to excel big time in the money market for him because of the tax purposes there versus being on the East Coast and some of those places.
And a couple of notes from the fan text. I know Clase was a bleeping Ranger from the 903, much like Amari Cooper. I feel like that is something that just sticks.
Thank you for Cooper.
But you got 2 like an inning and a half of Corey Kluber,
3
right?
outs.
Yeah, 3 outs.
Hey, so we did great.
Yeah.
And then for people who are asking,
He threw a no-hitter here in Texas.
Yeah, but not for us.
It was in the stadium. I was there. It was awesome.
That's unfortunate.
Some people are asking, will there ever be a Snap T-shirt in the more dramatic Mike Bassick fashion?
Where would you find T-shirts? For
Well, I do believe we have a new 105.3 The Fan store, and we have had discussions about should there be a, how does it go, Mike?
Snap!
T-shirt, and there are discussions. We're checking on copyright issues right there to see if we could make that happen.
Somebody has the word snap.
I don't know. That's why we're checking on it.
I own the word. You don't own jack. It's a word.
Did you know the wrestler, the Ultimate Warrior, wanted to change his name to that, but it was trademarked by the WWE, so he changed his actual legal name to Warrior.
At one point, I thought that the Ultimate Warrior was Kerry Von Erich or Kevin. Which one was the bigger one?
Carrie.
But
then he came in as the Texas Tornado, and you're like, oh, they're 2 different
it is
guys.
The Ultimate Warrior.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Diamond Factory. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Can the Ravens keep this incredible NFL stat going? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Keep an eye on deliveries, kids, employees, or pets with a jolly good deal on a 3-camera package. Have you ever ordered something online? It looked great, but when you got it, it didn't live up to the hype. Don't make that mistake when it
all show long. He's actually talking with folks. People are swinging in. We're taking pictures, doing autographs, and then we're doing sign-ups for that autographed Dak Prescott helmet. So all kinds of fun stuff here. Not to mention all of the diamonds at the Diamond Factory, which is really what it's all about here.
We were just looking at rough diamonds before they're cut here at the Diamond Factory. They don't look nice. In fact, if I was like at a place where you could find diamonds, you know, like you're mining for diamonds or whatever, and I wouldn't know I had a diamond. When you look at them before they're cut and before they're placed in jewelry or in a ring or a necklace or whatever, I'm like, it just looks like a rock. It looks like a little bit of a shiny rock. It doesn't look like what I think of as a diamond, but that's what they do here. They take those diamonds rough that look honestly horrible.
Yeah.
And then when you start cutting them and shaping them and polishing them, then they look like a diamond.
They turn into this gorgeous product.
We've probably seen, I've probably walked around. There's 100 diamonds right at my feet. I don't even know that they're diamonds.
That's why I got lost in the
I thought
yard.
they were pebbles.
Yeah.
By the way, Mike took his glasses off. He looks different now. Now I can't see him without glasses. He looks completely different now.
You can't see without his
this
glasses.
is weird to me. So
Who's talking?
All right, you just heard the Ravens clip, so right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Biscuits.
And we start. That was lovely. We start with the Ravens. It's interesting. It feels like the Ravens are like spiraling. They have still won 6 of their last 7, with the only loss coming
usually
against
like 2-0 or something like that.
Pretty much, actually. Is Baltimore is looking to go from worst to first after last year. This stat I thought was amazing. In 17 of the last 19 NFL seasons, at least one team that finished in last has been first in their division the very next year. Here are your candidates for this year. The Jets? No. The Browns and the Ravens? Not the Browns. The Jags? Maybe?
I will tell you
Probably
what.
not.
They would have to. Tennessee has 7 wins. I think Tennessee might only win one more game the rest of the year, and I don't even know if they are. They're playing horrible. Like at this point, I'm glad the Cowboys are playing them late in the year instead of early in the year. It just matters kind of when you play them. I'd have rather played the Jags the first 6 weeks of the season than where we're at right now. But I don't think the Jags are good enough to probably win 3 out of their last 4. But if they did, I think 8 and 9 could win that division.
The Broncos, no. Giants, no. Lions, no. Panthers, maybe, I guess. And then the Seahawks, probably no now with the way the 49ers have been rolling. But you have some viable candidates in the Ravens and then maybe the Panthers or the Jags.
At least the Ravens are over 500. The other ones might, like 7 and 10, might win the NFC South.
Oh, absolutely. If it weren't for the Tom Brady comeback, what was it, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, down 16-3 on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, you could be looking at that division and looking at folks be 5-8, 5-8, 5-8, 4-9. Oh yeah, so they beat the Saints. So the Saints and the Bucks and the Panthers and the Falcons could all be 5-8 right now. If not for that comeback, all 4 of those teams would be 5-8, and you need somebody to run the table to get to 500. That is how pathetic that division
500.
is. But I think that's a really cool stat, nonetheless. All right, what the hell happened to Marcus Mariota?
Oh man, he got kicked off the team.
He did not get kicked off the
You
team.
remember he was Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
And he essentially went AWOL.
Oh, I don't know what he did.
So he is now going to have knee surgery and land on, and he's going to be on injured reserve. However, that is not the way it was described at first. As soon as he found out that he was being replaced by Desmond Ridder, supposedly he just left the team and said his knee was sore.
Mo Claiborne.
Kind of. And here's what some of the good folks from the Falcons had to say. Head coach Arthur Smith, of course you want all your guys to be here,
but guys have to make decisions. It's part of professional sports. You have to have contingency plans. And if that wasn't enough, he went on to say Mariota's knee is, quote, nothing that's been an issue this season, but that's his prerogative. So
whoa, dude! I would, as a head coach, I would have stayed away from it.
He's Bobby Browning him.
He can do what he wants to do.
Or maybe that, like, he's galvanizing his group that's still here, and he's saying, "Hey, look, guys, this is." How I treat,
on you.
Yeah, I don't love that from a coach. I don't think that's a great decision, but because you're trying to win over guys' hearts a lot of times, you're trying to get them to buy into you. But if they all hate him, if they're all like aggressively like, hey, you know what, screw that guy for leaving, then maybe he's riding the right wave here.
So now it's coming out this morning that he will have knee surgery and go on IR, but a lot of people are like, yeah, but yesterday you said he just left the team and there was no real explanation. And then you said, his knee injury's maybe not that bad. So kind of a bizarre situation happening right there. All right, let's go back to the sadness that is the Rams. Sean McVay said yesterday, you're not going to see Cooper Kupp again this season. And then he went on to add, I guess there's a possibility that it could maybe kind of sort of in a miracle situation that it could happen, but you're not going to see him again this year. What a sad, sad season this has been for the Rams.
Is it over for them?
Oh, my God, yes.
No, they've got Baker Christ.
I mean, he can come back from
He's going to start.
Like, can you imagine he would come back from being down 3-9, and then he brings them all the way back to prominence?
I think the biggest thing that they have to do, they have to win out to avoid having the worst record ever for a defending Super Bowl champion. Remember, that would beat out the Broncos team where John Elway retired and Terrell Davis got hurt for the whole year.
There was no way in the world both teams thought, you know what? Whatever happens, Matthew Stafford's going to get us a top 5 pick, and we're trading a top 5 pick away from.
Yeah,
like you won a Super Bowl, and you're also going to give away a top 5 pick the next year.
See, all right, let's go to. All right, do you want to bounce to Mahomes, Justin Jefferson, or the Cleveland Browns?
I love Mahomes. He's my homie.
He lived in Derek's house.
What do you vote?
He did.
He lived in my house too.
What? Are you serious?
No.
Oh, my God! I was about to say,
how did we not know this?
Yeah, why have we never had him on the show?
He would not be happy. I did ask him at a Super Bowl. I said, "Do you guys practice defense?" That was at Texas Tech.
Did he think that was a
He
funny
did smile,
joke?
and he said, yes, we do practice defense.
Okay. All right. Well, we will start with Patrick Mahomes then. Last week,
didn't even
Patrick
ask me.
Mahomes. I did ask you, and you didn't answer.
Well, because Mike was talking.
Too late. We moved fast on this
Did
show.
he sleep in your bed?
I have no idea. I would imagine so.
What other things do you think he did in that bed?
Watch TV.
Yeah.
You have a TV in your room?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you don't?
Hell yeah,
I
dude.
don't actually.
What?
What's wrong with you?
Because the bedroom is for two things: sleeping
and conversation.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I thought it was something else.
I mean, you can obviously have sex in there too, but
I
want to be.
Kevin,
I
this is a family show.
I need the TV
With
to
who?
go to sleep. With your, I was going to say with your spouse, but I guess in some situations if you're not married, whoever is no. All right, Patrick Mahomes. He leads the league with 4,160 passing yards. He joins Peyton Manning as the only two players in NFL history to have at least 4,000 passing yards in 5 of their first 6 seasons.
Wow, that's impressive.
Hell of a
dude.
start to his career. All right, Derek, you wanted the Cleveland Browns.
Mm-hmm.
The Cleveland Browns lost to the Cincinnati Bengals, in case you didn't know that. This was big for a couple of different reasons. Cincinnati had lost 5 straight games to Cleveland, so they broke that losing streak. But also, Jamar Chase, second player in NFL history with 2,000-plus receiving yards and 20-plus receiving touchdowns at the age of 22 or younger. Only other person to ever do it, Randy Moss.
Chase versus Jefferson.
Ooh, do you need to hear?
I really like
Do you need
that.
to hear the Jefferson stat first?
Yeah, because you said you had something on Justin Jefferson. I had yesterday. He was he's what was he? He's 125 yards a game away from being the
hitting
first
2,000.
ever 2,000-yard receiver.
Now, to go along with that, and then I will let you make your decision, Justin Jefferson is the first player in the history of the NFL to have at least 1,400 yards receiving in each of his first 3 seasons. And he's also 2 seasons away from matching the longest run of 1,400-yard seasons ever. So he has had a hellacious start to his career. And so Justin Jefferson did something no one's ever done. Jamar Chase did something only Randy Moss has ever done.
I'm taking Jefferson just because look at what he's done with a quarterback like Kirk Cousins.
It's because you call them the bungholes. Let's be honest.
No, I would take Chase, but look at what he's doing with Kirk Cousins versus maybe if he had Joseph Burrow. He would be even better.
I think this is such a tough. I don't think you can go wrong. I do think that these are the leaders of the pack for the next 10 years in the NFL, and it's just crazy that they both played on the same team in college.
That's nuts.
I don't know. I will say this. Jamar Chase is set up for better success throughout his career because Jefferson's going to have to change quarterbacks in his career.
Yeah.
And I think Jamar Chase and Burrow will be a combination for the next 10 years where, to your point of Kirk Cousins, is Jefferson's going to have to take on a new quarterback within the next 3 to 5 years. So right in the heart and prime of his career, there's going to be a new quarterback in Minnesota.
Is Kirk Cousins' contract?
I think it
isn't
might,
it like yearly? Or
yeah,
do they...
I thought it had one more year. I'm going to let you look that up, and I'm going to break away from gridiron tradition. But I think you're gonna accept it.
I can't wait.
If you say the Mavs trade for Nerlens Noel, I'm going to throw up.
For the 817.
Me too.
Hello, Derek. I'm using my dad's phone. They said they're 13, and they want to know, if you accepted a contract to pitch again while on the radio, would you break your own news?
Of course. I would do it, and I would do it here with you guys.
Woo!
I would share all of that with you.
Excellent question from Ashton right there.
Sign him, baseball.
But we can say we do have a secret. We do have something.
We do have a secret.
I don't even know that has to do with baseball. I know, we're going to get it to you.
Let me tell you?
Did you hear
No,
What's really funny is I was like, I don't even know the secret. And Kevin's like, I'll tell you.
Yeah. Well, it's just because he showed me his watch. And I was like, ooh, neat. All right, what's the story on Kirk Cousins?
His contract, Kevin, is he is currently he's orange for the next 2 years. So it looks like restricted free agent. But it's a weird situation. He is he's not there. It's guaranteed money for like $6 million for the next 2 years. He's not a restricted free agent or anything.
Okay,
he's just available.
Remember, that's how they started switching the contracts around, where you still eat some of the money. Like that's what Dak's contract looks like, where you're still on the hook even after he's gone.
I had a question.
Sorry,
you won't hurry up and ask
Too many good football questions.
Lamar Jackson to the Vikings.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, because you're going to like this next segment. If the Mavericks don't care for Christian Wood, would this trade work? We'll do it next, live from the Diamond Factory in Dallas on 105.3 The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day morning.
Almost ran off the road I was driving.
The Hall of Fame playmaker, Michael Irvin, joins Sean and RJ Wednesday mornings at 8:40, right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Cordell & Cordell. Marcus Mariota has been largely a disappointment after being drafted second overall. He's won a single playoff game, played for 3 different teams, but at least he was known as a good teammate. Now, he's quit the Falcons because he was replaced by rookie Desmond Ridder. Wait, Mariota thinks he's better than this? This is Damon Amendolara.
CPA Joe Cordell.
You hear the phrase a lot this time of year, happy holidays. But holidays are not always happy, particularly for guys grappling with a divorce that they didn't choose. These men need more than the help of a good lawyer.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, trying to make things happen for the Tolos, the Twolos, the YouTubers, and everybody who makes their way out to Diamond Factory 13719 Omega Road in... Excuse me.
It's in Dallas.
Yeah, it's in Dallas, yeah.
Got a little choked up. I'm so excited about all the giveaways.
DFW.
Is in this hour for our radio listeners, we'll be giving away tickets, and our Twitchers and our streamers. We'll be giving away tickets to Brian Regan. If you come out to the Diamond Factory, you can sign up for the opportunity at 2 o'clock today to win the Dak Prescott helmet. And apparently you do not have to be here. You just have to get here to sign up.
Oh, you just got to register.
Exactly.
Buy all the diamonds.
I mean, I don't
You don't
think...
have to buy anything.
But it's not a bad idea to buy things while you're here.
Man,
you did, Mike. I approve. I approve of what you just said.
So
my stomach's rumbling. I had Taco Bell.
Oh, that's a mistake.
Yeah.
All right, so we might be missing Derek for a couple of segments.
That's okay.
But we're gonna talk some Mavs right here.
This will make your stomach rumble.
I know your answer already, Mike. But if the Mavericks don't care for Christian Wood,
well, they don't.
Okay, would this trade work? Because starting tomorrow, you are able to move off of deals that you made or players that you brought in for the year. Starting tomorrow, and there's been a lot of discussion about John Collins.
Right.
I know Bogdanovich has now come up. Christian Wood seems like a guy that you would, I guess, have to move in the Collins deal at least.
Yeah, first of all, Wood is an expiring contract. If you're reading about the Atlanta Hawks, they are not having a good season. And they actually, I was reading about them, Murray, who looked like a great pickup for them from the San Antonio Spurs, has not meshed well with Trae Young. Even though he's not having a bad year, when you look at stats, you're like, oh, they're not. But, it's one of those things where I'm not watching the Atlanta Hawks play every night, but the people who are watching the Hawks are like, hey, it looked like a great pickup, but it isn't. And here's the deal. They traded 2 future first-round picks for Murray, too, so they're out of draft capital. So they are also a team that doesn't like paying luxury tax. Now, like it or not, the Mavs don't either. Mark Cuban, it's now factual. Now, I know they're paying a little this year, but Mark Cuban does not want to pay luxury tax. Agents believe he doesn't want to do it. And then if you just look at the facts of the last 5 years, Kevin, right? He doesn't like paying money.
We're at the absolute bottom in terms of actual cash spent. And if you're like, well, maybe that's an anomaly. Last year, 2 years ago, they were 3rd or 4th from the bottom. So they've been like hovering near the bottom. And now they're at the absolute bottom for 5 years in terms of total actual dollars spent.
So,
I know I used actual too many.
Yeah,
that's okay.
a lot.
I know.
But
sorry.
The Mavericks, by their actions, you can tell. And then also we hear kind of by their words, they're not Christian Wood fans. And I wonder this. I don't know this. I'm going to throw this out here as a theory. I just wonder this. I'm not saying they should have kept Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber or should have moved them in the offseason. But I just wonder this. Keeping a lot of the guys that were on your team last year and bringing in JaVale McGee and then also bringing in Christian Wood, that they almost feel unwelcomed here in a weird way, right? It's almost like if you wanted to get better at the power forward center rebounding position, keeping the guys you had last year, I believe there's a little bit of jealousy, or you weren't here last year with us and the new guys are kind of like, well, we don't feel welcome. And you guys didn't really get rid of the guys that you had. You kept them here. And so there's this, well, we were here last year. Well, you guys didn't win the championship last year.
You think that's real?
I do think there's a little bit of, oh, you tried to replace us? Well, guess what? We're still here and we're still playing and you weren't here last year. And it's not that childish. I know I'm making it very childish. But I do think there is a chemistry issue that the players that were here last year are like, well, you weren't here last year with us. And the new players are like, well, if we don't feel welcome and the coaches don't really like us that much, where JaVale McGee's not trying. I hate – Christian Wood is trying. He's not getting the minutes that I'd hope he'd get, and he might not be fitting in well with the team. You can tell JaVale McGee's not even trying. He tried for a little bit, and then they said, you're out of the rotation. He said, that's fine. I don't care to be here anymore. And now you can trade JaVale McGee starting tomorrow. And for John Collins, I'm not a huge John Collins fan anymore. He gets hurt a lot. He doesn't seem to contribute on a consistent basis. But I'd rather have him than Christian Wood because of this. I don't know if Jason Kidd and the team hates him or not. And I do know that Jason Kidd does not like Christian Wood overall, does not want him to be on the team. So I'd rather get a guy very similar to Christian Wood Maybe not as good as Christian Wood. Maybe better than Christian
but
Wood.
one that you think has a chance of meshing in the rotation, even if you slightly downgrade talent-wise.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a downgrade or not, but it looks like it. On numbers, it does look like it. But if a coach doesn't like you, then you need to get rid of that player. There's no reason for Christian Wood to be here by the trade deadline because it's not going to work out. And what I mean by that is, it'll work out that he'll play 24 minutes a night, but he's not going to play the last 5 minutes of the game. Jason Kidd will not do it, and it's not going to change. And so because of that, and maybe Christian Wood won't change. I mean, there could be blame on the player. There could be blame on the players that aren't letting him fit in. There could be blame on the coaches. There can be blame on Christian Wood. But the Christian Wood thing is not going to work out in Dallas, so I would like to move him for future assets because what I don't want, bringing this back to Mark Cuban, I don't want Mark Cuban going, well, if we don't trade him, guess what? He comes off the books, and then I don't have to pay any more players.
Okay, that's a weird place to be, man. Like, and I know the history shows that. It's just that would be a damning thing for fans to be like, what is this even at this point? We have the greatest player, this opportunity to win all these championships, and you're doing this like that. Oh my God, that would be a weird spot.
Okay, my question to go along with that then: does he care, or does Cuban correctly interpret that sort of feedback? Because I remember we've seen multiple waves of things where, like, we're not going to spend the money, or we didn't get the free agents. And he was like, fans just don't understand the collective bargaining agreement. And all the stuff came out with the sexual harassment and everything else. And he's like, oh, yeah, fans don't understand all the stuff we did to fix it. I feel like that is his defense is, I'm the smartest guy in the room, and you can't comprehend how smart I am, so I don't have to listen to your critiques.
He's not going to listen to us. I do like it's in a weird way, Derek. I do like Mark Cuban. I'm glad he got the Dallas Mavericks from Perot Jr. At the same time, there's now a history of him not spending. There is agents that believe that he's not ever going to be a big spender, that they're going to be kind of more of a middle of the pack, don't want to go into luxury tax situation, and it kind of played out with Jalen Brunson, and there could be a thing where, hey, there was no way to keep Jalen Brunson. I totally get it. He might have gone to New York no matter what. But when the Mavericks traded for Kristaps Porzingis, they could have gone well over the tax number and been a team that performed over the tax number. And Mark Cuban said, "The hell we are." And from that moment on, the Mavericks have worked as a team that's going to play below the tax number. And you could trade Christian Wood for players that are going to cost more money and more money in the future. I don't know if – this is where I don't know. I don't know if Mark Cuban's willing to play over that number.
I feel like he needs to do something with this. I mean, if this is really true that there's a lot of not liking, Christian Wood, get rid of him then. You need to do it while he's hot. He's playing good. He's putting up the numbers. You're going to get more out of him now. It's kind of like the same thing you've talked about, too, with Timmy Hardaway. He's hot right now. If that was something that we were going to do, if we're going to shop him, we got to make some kind of moves because if you want to keep Luka here, you're going to want something there around him because he's not going to be able to. He shows he can carry the team, but he still needs some help. So we got to do something, and we have to make some moves. We cannot just sit here and keep holding on to Christian Wood if we don't like him, if we don't want him here.
And there's still the major deal of we're a horrible rebounding team because we went back to what we did, and you lost Jalen Brunson, so you're a worse team. But you just said we're not really going to play any new players on this team. We're just going to pretty much play the same rotation as last year, and Christian Wood's going to add 20 to 24 minutes a night. And it's the exact same team. And you lose Jalen Brunson for 30 minutes a night. You're a worse team. And you're a horrible rebounding team. It showed last year in the playoffs. You were a bad rebounding team. You're a bad rebounding team again in this regular season. So John Collins might be able – he's not a great rebounder. He's a solid rebounder. I don't know if Jason Kidd would play him the last 5 minutes or would say, nope, we're going with Kleba and we're going with Powell. They got us to the conference finals last year, and that's who we're going with.
And maybe, Kevin, I think you're kind of in the same place with me in that I'm still being very patient. Until January with their decisions, and I guess
I'm getting closer to the end of that, but I understand.
I felt a little more like feeling that way yesterday after talking to Timmy and him saying, "Look, by this time last year, a lot of us had learned our roles, and we also had a bunch of different things that kind of created. We had to learn them faster because of COVID, and we had to learn a lot more quicker." And then he said they're still doing that right now. A lot of, adding some of the new guys, they're still trying to figure out how they fit. I don't know. I wonder if they they won't. And if it's 25 games, how many games you get in, they're just like, we can't. When they make that decision to move on from a guy, I'm still trusting that they're still trying to tweak some things, that all those things will come in back half of the season. But like Kevin said, I mean, it is getting to a point now where you're like, okay, we got to see the results from it.
And I think that the Mavericks are in the midst of teaching themselves a very hard lesson. This is where I've started to kind of shift. I think they look at the tough start of last year and their perseverance, which they absolutely did, and then making it to the Western Conference Finals, which they absolutely did, and believe they can replicate that formula to a T. And if it works out, I'll be glad to jump on here and be like, well, I sure was wrong about that. But I don't think that's going to work, and I think you're seeing the genesis of that not working right now. And I think it's going to be an unfortunate lesson when this season is over that they're like, well, that has cost us. I don't know how much time it will cost them. But
what I'm worried about is they do this. They don't make any trades. They just go with the team they have. They lose Christian Wood. And I'm not going to say they lose Dwight Powell. But it doesn't open up. I don't think Mavs fans understand this. And I don't want to say Mavs fans. Casual Mavs fans don't understand. Just because those guys come off the books at $25 million does not give you $25 million to spend in the offseason. Yeah. You're over the cap number. You're not over the luxury tax. So then you can only use a mid-level exception on a $10 million player like they used on Reggie Bullock a few years ago. And so that would be a way to keep the number down. You're still going to be a competitive team. As long as Luka's on your team, you're competitive. But I do think that Nico needs the blessing of Mark Cuban to be very aggressive in the next 2 months.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent conversation. I'll be curious to see if starting tomorrow, not just the Mavs, but like if more things will be in play, especially with whether it's Wood, whether it's Collins, whether it's Bogdanovich, some names will be out there on the market. Coming up next, we're going to move into the lunch rush and the expressway. Have the 49ers and their new QB surpass the Cowboys as the number 2 team in the NFC. Plus, Mike likes it. Plus, our Brian Regan giveaway. All of that happening. And we're broadcasting live from the Diamond Factory if you want to come see us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And segment brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankel, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. You can visit them at truckbreak.com.
Blitz coming. Purdy lofting, going deep. Has McCaffrey. He's got it! Touchdown, San Francisco!
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at the Diamond Factory off of Omega in Dallas. And, man, this place has been popping all day long. They want to see all the amazing diamonds. Hopefully they also want to see us. And double, hopefully, they want to sign up for the opportunity to win that Dak Prescott autographed football helmet.
I think Barry offered me some bourbon a few minutes ago, and I'm kind of like in that mindset of like, do I go ahead and start it now, or
Do
I
we wait till the C block at 1 to do that?
Well, I mean, what's going to end up happening is that's when I'll be like, now I have all the money, time to buy the diamonds. That's a smart play on their part, man. I don't know. We'll see how things go from here, but I like it out here, man. It's a gorgeous store.
Now
I'm hoping to waltz with somebody.
Mike is wearing a tuxedo today.
I feel like in a
Kevin told
tuxedo
me
you're
had
supposed to do a waltz, but I need to learn how to waltz. Maybe the woman could lead,
There
or the
are
man.
a few things I would love more in life than some gal in a fancy ball gown to come in and then like starts to dance with Mike.
And then he goes, no. Like Derek.
Like Derek? That
so
would
what
be
you're saying
amazing.
is we want a person
Yes.
to walk in a ball gown and say, Mike, I am here to waltz
best.
with you. I want to see that happen more than anything.
Doesn't it go
today.
like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3? Do either one of you guys know how to waltz?
I'm probably not a good person to ask about
Do your
that.
wives know how to waltz?
Adrian knows how to. She's a very good dancer. Yeah,
I don't believe so.
I would not know. I would just follow her. I would just be like, all right, you tell me. Where
I don't
to
think
go.
it's hard. You kind of make a square, but I'm not sure how to make the square.
That's square dancing, Mike.
No,
That
I
is,
think that's different. Bring your partner around and round, do-si-do, and don't let down. Yeah. Waltzes. Like, this is love, do-do-do-do. Like, you
What
know,
about a
Beauty and the
foxtrot?
Beast.
Would you foxtrot with somebody?
I don't know if I feel like that's faster than waltzing.
Do you have a clue what a foxtrot is?
Hell no. When you said foxtrot, I was thinking of those fancy older people who had the fox like shoal or whatever around them with the head and everything. And it always kind of freaks me out a little bit. All right, now Corey is against this segment because I played a San Francisco 49ers clip to come back with their new quarterback, Brock Purdy.
I just don't understand what you're doing.
It's a fair question. Have the 49ers and their new QB surpassed the Cowboys as the number 2 team in the NFC?
Because they won a game against a team? They won 2 games in a row? How many?
And
the
their
Cowboys
quarterback
have won.
looks good
They
early on.
destroyed both of them, though. Like, he destroyed Miami, and now Miami didn't play well the next week either. So maybe Miami's in a lull
I
or
could
not
see
as
that.
good as they were to start the year. And then they destroyed Tampa, who Tampa's horrible, but they are winning their division.
And don't take this question as an assertion of my opinion.
Yeah, no. I guess I'm in a lot of different places.
I
on
do
this.
have San Francisco better than Dallas right now.
Well, and Mike, I think if you go back to the beginning of the year, I picked San Francisco to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Then they traded. Then Elijah Mitchell got hurt, and they traded one of their other running backs, and I was like, whoa! But they got McCaffrey, and I was like, oh man, that's even.
Debo has a high ankle sprain too, so I don't know how long he's out.
He said Shanahan yesterday seemed to insinuate that 3 weeks, and he said he thinks he'll be back before the end of the regular season, which would be the last game of the regular season since all the teams now have 4. But I do also wonder if they'll be like locked into that number 2 seed, or I guess maybe number 3 seed, and not have anything to play for and give more time
The
off.
Cowboys have now, so they've won 2. The Cowboys won, what, 4 in a row? Is that 4 in a row that we're sitting at right now?
I
You go
think
back
it's-
to the Vikings.
I think it's 3.
The Vikings, the Giants,
Let me double check
and then you got the Colts, and then the and
Oh,
then,
yeah, you're right. It is 4. And
then
6 of their
the
last
Texans.
7.
So, like, I'm still feeling pretty confident that the Cowboys can find ways to win. I know that they're a very tough team. I don't know how long you said Debo's going to be gone.
3 weeks,
and
they
but
say.
he could affect him again. That's what I'm saying. Is like
Sure.
Debo's been injured all season. So, like, and that'd be
And high ankle sprains usually don't come back 100%.
Yeah, and he's such a physical runner when he has the football that I have a lot of other thoughts there. They have a really good play caller. They have a fantastic play caller. They have a fantastic defense too. I think that they're neck and neck right now. And I also think that give give the defenses a couple more weeks to see what Brock Purdy is, and maybe they can go, okay, we're going to force him to not be able to do this. At the moment, for the last 2 weeks, watching what I've seen, Shanahan has done a phenomenal job at saying, you can do this, so we're going to use what you can do, and not asking him to do anything that he can't do so far. I'm very interested to see what happens whenever defenses say, you're not going to be able to do what you're good at today. Good luck. The thing is, though, they have a really good running game to go along with it. So, like I said, neck and neck for me at the moment. I don't think they've surpassed the Cowboys, though.
Okay, so I have some notes about Brock Purdy. He took over in his first career start. I know he'd played most of the game before, but technically this last game was his first career start. He became just the second quarterback since 1950 to throw for 2 touchdowns and rush for 1 in the opening half of his first career start. Now, oddly enough, the other one was Don Strock, who I had never heard of before we were getting ready for this segment. And you see them obliterate the Tampa Bay Bucks. Nick Bosa came out and he's like, look, we got a quarterback. I had a lot of confidence in him, but obviously it's the NFL and you've got to go perform. And he did that pretty darn good. My concern is, all he needs to be is Jimmy Garoppolo, right? And, that was the thing. If they had lost, prime Aaron Rodgers, Mahomes, or whatever, I would be like, yeah, good luck, rookie. But all he has to be is Jimmy Garoppolo, which feels at least achievable. And they are a stylistic, difficult matchup for the Cowboys.
That's where I'm worried about playing them. Now, it would probably not be till the NFC Championship game because right now you'd have to play Tampa, which I think is an easy game. Then you go to Philadelphia. Very difficult. You would be underdogs. And if you were to win that and San Francisco were to beat, let's just say, Minnesota.
Assuming no upsets, of course.
Right.
But yeah.
And so that would be your matchup. That being said, I remember this stat. I'll always remember it because of how great the Cowboys were in 2016. Oh, we got ourselves a picture. It looks like somebody's buying a diamond ring.
Oh.
It's pretty amazing.
I love that. Do you want to invite them up right now and we'll just propose right here on the air? Okay.
We will watch it right
now. No, we could make it happen.
I can give you advice.
But Dak Prescott as a rookie lost in the first round. Very beautiful. And it's that rookie thing. Brock Purdy is a rookie. As good as San Francisco is, as good as maybe the Cowboys were in 2016, no rookie quarterback has made the Super Bowl. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So it would be out of the ordinary for Brock Purdy to win 2 or 3 playoff games and make it to the Super Bowl.
So I
guess the other thing is, like you said, stylistically,
he's
doing what Garoppolo did. What was it, 70 yards or something that he wins to get into the Super Bowl, and Terry Bradshaw's like, hey, I did the same thing.
And that's what I go back to is, like I said, the bar of what the 49ers do with their quarterback is so many people, and I see people texting this in, it's all Shanahan, he makes that thing go. And that's why this part makes me nervous, is because there's Shanahan's like, hey, we got a whole offseason to figure this out. What I would really love if Trey Lance demanded a trade right now or something crazy like for the offseason and threw them into chaos. But realistically, Shanahan can pull Brock Purdy to the side and be like, hey, look, we got the whole offseason to figure out your next steps and how I'm going to turn you into a freaking star. Right now, let's go win, 8 more games or whatever the case might be, and maybe they'll only need 7. And they can figure it out in that small amount of window. He can figure out how to replicate Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of ability and production. And I don't like that because I do not want to match up with the 49ers. And if Brock Purdy raises them, or God forbid he raises them to an even better level than Garoppolo, that's not a matchup that I want to see.
I'm with you, and I don't think this is going to happen. It's so rare that Tom Brady happened from the 6th round. Obviously, he went to a bigger school than Purdy. Purdy went to Iowa State. Is that correct?
Where'd he go again?
He did.
I forget.
That is correct.
Michigan.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Is that if Brock Purdy is to lead the 49ers to the Super Bowl, and let's just say win it, I think it would be very tough. I do think the AFC has much better teams than the NFC right now heading into the playoffs. And I know Philadelphia has the better record than all the AFC teams. But if Purdy were to do that, you do have a Tom Brady situation on your hands where he's in a great situation. He has a great defense. He's with a good running game. He has a coach that a lot of people respect as one of the premium coaches in the NFL. Could Brock Purdy end up being the next Tom Brady, where not thought of that much out of college, gets into the right situation, right coach, and then just keeps developing? You're like, hey, don't give him a lot on his plate now, but over the years of building confidence, winning games, all of a sudden Brock Purdy starts doing Tom Brady-like things. I don't think that's going to happen. It's the Tom Brady thing is just a freaking miracle. You got to give Tom Brady a lot of credit first, Bill Belichick a lot of credit second, the Patriots organization a lot of credit third, but Brock Purdy is kind of set up in that Tom Brady scenario.
But just as an aside, what a weird quarterback situation that the 49ers are dealing with on the other side of this. I'm sure they're fine with it, and they're like, guess what? People need quarterbacks. But Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt, but he's proven that he can be viable enough.
Yeah.
Trey Lance, who was the guy they drafted for this, continues to get hurt. Oh, and in the meantime, this nobody, Mr. Irrelevant that we drafted might end up being the guy that leads the way anyway. I can't wait to see how that part shuffles out. Are they going to convince Trey Lance? You're going to be in a straight-up competition with Brock Purdy next year. Is Brock Purdy going to crash and fail after this first game? Because it was just one start in 2 games. And then they're like, Trey Lance is the dude. How's Garoppolo playing to this since they were trying to move off of him anyway? It should be remarkable.
I sound like a homer to somebody.
Yeah.
Because I'm talking about the Cowboys, who stand a chance to be a 14-win team this year.
Yeah.
All right. On top of the fact that they went 4-1 with a backup quarterback as well. I don't know. This is a good football team, and it's not homerish to be bullish on what they're doing. They're playing at a good level. I understand that last week was meh. They blew out another team. I understand it was 3/4 of bleh also. Also look at the Cowboys' scores most of this season before the half, and then the second half is where this team blows out. Kevin, you talked about that too.
Yes.
I don't
They're
understand
the best
how
second-half team in the league.
One of the top 3 teams in the NFC, how it's homerish to say that they're neck and neck with at least the number 2 team.
That's why I asked the
that's
question.
Weird to me.
I don't think it's a definitive answer. That's why I asked the question, because I was like, I don't know.
And I do think 3 teams can go to the Super Bowl out of the NFC, and only 3. Philadelphia 1, San Francisco 2, Dallas 3. I don't think any other team has a chance to run the table and make it to the Super Bowl. I just think from that point you have a bunch of average teams. And I know what Minnesota's record is, but I think Minnesota will lose very quickly in the playoffs. They might beat New York, or they might beat Washington, or they might
They'll
beat
be fun
Seattle.
to watch. They're a blast to watch.
But I'm going to ask you guys going down the line right here. I'll start with Corey first, ending with Derek. Is if it was this Sunday, Dallas at San Francisco, playoff game, who are you picking to win and why?
At Dallas?
At San Francisco, because they are going to be the division champ. You're probably not going to get to play San Francisco in Dallas in the playoffs.
They don't have Debo this Sunday then.
I'm picking the Cowboys.
Then I would pick the Cowboys for sure.
But,
let's say they
that's
do,
a tough –
Let's say they do, because hypothetically we are looking more of the playoff game. So they're going to have him.
It's a coin toss game for me, man. That could go either way. Both
because really right now you'd also have to say you don't have Tyron Smith and you don't have Terrence Steele playing for the Dallas Cowboys either.
I think you would have Tyron, but I understand you're.
But then you put Debo back in play if you're going to say that.
No, because I think Tyron's playing this
you
weekend.
Think he's playing this
yes,
weekend?
Yeah, I think where it is. Yeah,
but I understand your point.
Sounds like T.Y.'s playing this weekend.
It's a tough call.
I
like that.
I hope that the Cowboys defense was going vanilla last week and they can harass him. I guess I would give a slight edge to the Cowboys.
Okay.
That's a tough call.
Yeah,
though.
I personally am going to. I'm going to pick the Cowboys just because I feel like Purdy hasn't really experienced a defense like the Cowboys.
Sure.
He hasn't really experienced any adversity. I think this would be the test for him to see if he's really that good. Cowboys' defense and secondary is pretty strong. You can't say that they're not. So I get it. Debo's really good. I would say it would still be a close game, but I got the Cowboys. They would win.
And I guess I would lean towards San Francisco, to y'all's point, if Debo was healthy, because I do think that San Francisco would bully the Dallas Cowboys in another 20-17 type of game. I think it would be a low-scoring game, and I would worry about Dak turning the ball over because he is lately.
That is fair.
And then I would just worry about them being able to control the flow of the game because of them being able to run the ball.
Go ahead.
I was going to say the other thing, too, is I forgot about this as well. Christian McCaffrey over there, too. That's the other thing is Cowboys were fairly weak on the run defense, so that would be something that would kind of scare me.
And you're right about that. Over the last
they've
3 to
improved.
4 weeks, they have been top-notch run
Right, that's what I'm saying. They've
defense-wise.
improved.
I wonder about how losing Hankins is going to impact that. So that is fair. I would have concerns about that as well. I think it's a game I would be dying to see, but also really nervous to see, you know?
And I think 20 would win it. I think the team that got to 20 or the first team to 20 would win the game. I do think if Dallas and San Francisco play each other, I don't see Dallas racking up like close to 30 points or over 30 points. And I don't see San Francisco racking up close to 30 points. I think 20 would be a very magic number.
I'll tell you this, Kevin. Somebody said the Cowboys have looked like dog-ass for the past 4 games.
I'll take Minnesota.
I'll take a
there?
40-3 victory over one of the top teams in the NFC.
Bad performance by Cowboys.
And then 5 days later on Thanksgiving to still defeat the Giants. I'll take that
Rivalry.
victory. I'll take the 54-19 win over the Colts. I'm perfectly
Terrible
okay with that. And in a game where the Cowboys got home 0 times on the quarterback against the Texans, I feel like that was more of an exhibition game. That's fine. They didn't look like dog-ass while they were putting up that many points, though. That's ridiculous to say they look like dog-ass. If you were bored, that's fine. You can be bored watching a football game. The ultimate outcome was they whooped some asses while they were out there.
I think they're more saying that because of the game that just happened against Houston. That's the only thing that sticks out to me, and it's still an in-state rival.
I just want to say, Derek, I hear what you're saying. That person is not the only one who thinks that. I saw Sean Sharif this morning tweeting out as like, y'all looked really slow like in the last 3 games or whatever in terms of the starts and stuff. And that's fine, but like then are we totally ignoring the San Francisco New Orleans Saints game? Like you can do that with other teams.
Who looked slow? Was it the offense or the defense when it comes to that?
I thought probably I think
Sean
the
already
offense.
left. He stormed
I think
off,
the
so we can't
offense
ask.
continues
I
to
can't get
start
Sean.
slow.
I have a question, and maybe this is a segment for another time, but
yes, sir.
The Cowboy, I want this team to be more what? Because, Mike, I think you want them to be more physical based on the fact that you're like, if you play San Francisco, you think San Francisco's going to bully them.
Yeah.
So that would be my feeling is I want this team to be more what? What do you want more from the Cowboys right now?
I want them to be more consistent in the first half. It begins and ends with that for me.
What if the bad is their consistency in the first half?
Okay, more positively. That is very fair. I would like the Cowboys to be more positively consistent in the first half. In the second half, nobody can touch them right now in terms of the numbers that they have put up across the board. And so I would like to see them be more positively consistent in the first half. I also don't like, I was going to say something, and I think this is just like a societal issue, and we don't have to go too far down this road, is
society.
What I really don't like is how if you disagree with somebody or somebody disagrees with you, that makes you a homer or extreme.
Well, that's what Sean said since he started the station is that we are a homer show.
And that's so dumb.
So, like, anybody that's been following Sean the entire time has been
Shan?
like, well, I mean, clearly they're
Shannon.
homers because only Sean can say what's true.
I would love to talk about that because I do think if he says that is stupid. I just think sometimes you can disagree. Like, it's okay to be like, I think San Francisco's better. And I'm like, that's fair.
I do think it's a coin flip.
Yeah,
It's
without
very
saying
tough.
you're a homer. I
Right.
don't think you can say right now that the 10-3 Cowboys are absolutely going to get smoked in the playoffs unless you're weighing too much on the past or you just don't like the Cowboys. Now, it could definitely happen, but you're not using this year's logic to use that.
In the next 4 weeks, I think the Niners have the easier schedule of the two, and like they're on a 6-game winning streak right now. I believe it's 6 games. I think
Correct.
I think that their schedule the rest of the way is easier than what the Cowboys have to deal with because Cowboys have the Eagles. I know you don't love you like the Titans more than me, but they're still a tough out on the road for sure. And then the Commanders, I believe, are going to be playing for something on the last game. So I think it's a tougher schedule for the Cowboys the rest of the stretch than it is for the Niners, who I believe have the Raiders. What's the rest of that schedule look like there, Kevin? They have the Raiders and they also have the Cardinals on that schedule, and it's not that tough for me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick side note I wanted to tell you about is, did you see somebody hit a 16-leg NBA parlay to go from $15 to $653,000?
Nope, but that sounds fun.
That would be, and they didn't just do game bets. They did they were like Anthony Davis is going to go over 27 and a half points. And so they did like player prop bets along the way in addition to just your regular game bets.
How much money would you have to win on a bet to not want to work?
I think $1 million.
and I'm like, nah, figure it out. Which is probably very irresponsible. But I feel like I figure it out.
I feel like $1 million would be good, but I'll take $24 million. $24 million.
Oh my
is kind of
God.
So if
the
somebody
place,
gave you $20 million to quit your job and not work, you'd say not enough.
No, I'll do that too. Yeah, keep going. We're like, come
Well,
on.
I went down.
I mean, I started at $1 million, but I was like, 24 is kind of a great place. To
10
go.
million.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
2 million.
That's it. I mean, we're done. $10 million is what it's going to take.
9
yeah.
million.
It changes when it's in front of you.
Oh man!
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about all these
That's
investments.
fair.
Like Derek, you got businesses you're invested in and everything. I want to invest and go grow that money. So I think 10 million is a good place to start with that.
You weren't doing NFTs, were you? Or what was that one that was really bad?
Bitcoin, Dogecoin, or whatever.
I don't know which is
Dogecoin.
the one that Tom Brady's getting sued for.
The FTX people.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Yeah, that wasn't smart.
All right.
It just didn't seem right.
But you know what is smart? Always smart. Throwing to Mike likes it.
All right, so we got a little bit of Mike thought it was funny because it wasn't him. So we have a moth problem at our house.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this. So I don't know how many moths got into our house at what point, but moths got into our house. And they're pantry moths. I ordered yesterday on Amazon like some sort of moth catching thing in the pantry. I didn't know this was an issue. We've never had this issue in our life with moths. And, you know, I always feel like cockroaches can be an issue. Obviously, rats can be an issue, or mouses or mice.
Yeah, I like mouses.
Mouses. But our dog takes care of the mouse situation or the mice or the rat situation, right? I mean, that's one of the benefits to having a dog or I guess a cat.
Cat would be
is
better.
that they will usually chase off. Like my dog's killed multiple squirrels and birds. Like he doesn't mind, and chickens. Unfortunately, we tried to have chickens, but
Dog
he killed
said
them.
no. Yeah. Tastes
Is-
like chicken.
So moths have got into the pantry, and they seem to really like cereal.
Okay.
And they I don't know how they do this, but they put, are they called weebles? What are moths that are in like kind of cocoon looking things?
Yeah, let's call them weevils.
I like that.
I honestly don't know.
I think my
Is that a
wife,
Pokemon?
that's what she called them, because she poured herself a nice bowl of Cheerios.
Oh no.
And she was eating the bowl of Cheerios, and I think she got done with it.
Oh my god.
And then my son.
It's called the poopa.
Okay.
What? I took one
It's
of
not
those.
pupa?
A moth poopa. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what I meant.
So they're
I just took one of those.
they're like a little bit long, and they're kind of like in a cocoon looking thing. And so my son then gets out the Cheerios and he pours himself a bowl of Cheerios, and he looks at it. He goes, "Mom, I think moths got in the Cheerios."
Oh my god.
And so my wife goes in there. And they did.
Oh my god.
And my wife had just ate a bowl of Cheerios.
A bowl of poopas?
With moth larvae in them. So she immediately took the Cheerios and threw them out and put them outside.
Did she like throw
Then
up
she-
or anything? Or
No, but she felt like it, and she immediately went upstairs and brushed her teeth a whole bunch.
Oh my god. Did you want to kiss her after that?
I guess I did. I don't remember going, I don't want to kiss her.
You could see though how I might
But-
be like,
no.
I'll hit you after the show.
She did go upstairs and started brushing her teeth and didn't feel well.
The fan text is going nuts right now. By
Okay.
the way, for
So is
one,
the Twillos.
For one,
Yeah.
that's disgusting. But they're saying that they probably got into your house in your grains and cereal, or your flour. Like that's how they get into the house is that way. So like that's how they got there. They were probably already.
So we were gone for 5 days. We were on vacation. Nobody was at the house, so they were able to do a lot of things, I guess.
Yeah. So
she ate poopa.
Yeah, she did. She ate Martha larvae, or
Oh my gosh.
or
that
not.
is
I wouldn't
so
say baby
gross.
moths because they weren't born yet.
Oh.
Baby poopas.
So there's thank God it didn't happen
I love the
to
way
me.
the mic. Yeah, the way he was like he started the segment was it's funny because it didn't happen to me.
But it happened to your. I thought it was gonna be some stranger you saw trip or something.
I didn't laugh. I
This is
didn't
your
laugh.
family.
But in my mind, I was like, I'm glad it wasn't me.
Okay, you know what?
India meal moths is what they're saying. The Tolo is saying.
But they sell these things on Amazon. I guess it's a big deal. They do get into your pantry and then start getting into flours and cereals and open bags of chips and stuff like that.
Do you have to throw all your food away now?
We haven't, but we're not buying any more cereal.
Ever.
Like until we feel like the moth problem is gone. And yesterday I was like I did find about 3 or 4 live moths.
Oh my god.
That I've had to they're flying around the house and I'm just like, ah! And so I bought, because now every time we open something up, we're scared we're gonna find moth poopas. And so that
I still think it's pupas, but okay.
The Twolos just said too it was a poopa party over there at your house.
Oh my gosh,
Mike, you need to put the cereal in plastic containers. We're trying to do a lot of different things right now.
Oh.
So this is freaking Kevin out the most.
Yeah.
Dude, what would have happened? What would have happened to your if you would have accidentally eaten whatever cereal that you would have had?
I would have gone and thrown.
But you wouldn't have known. You ate it. You'd have been fine, and then found out there were moths in it.
I probably would have gone and thrown up. And I know this is
Are
not,
you an easy throw up guy?
No. And this is what I think of. And I know every part of my being knows that this is not how it works. But I envision them like flying around inside of you and stuff. I get it.
So
yes,
and you can you can fly or you can fart and a moth will fly out.
I have
That would be a
concerns.
trick.
I think that would be actually the neater part of this. But I have a lot of concerns about that, even though all the rational part of me knows that is freaking me out.
There are so many people. I just did get on the Twitch, and the Towolos are saying boll weevils are the ones you got to worry about. I don't know what that means, but hopefully Amazon said that they would be delivered by 7 p.m. today. And I am going to put out as many traps as possible because it's disgusting. I can't. It's freaking me out that every time you open something up, you're worried and you have to check through everything to be like, nothing's in here, is it?
From the 865, well, so much for getting cereal today. And from the 817, Mike, you need to go buy a new house. I remember this back when we were on at night. Corey would do stories about if you have spiders in your house, and we would talk about like burning your house down or just moving, and that's what they are saying. Do that.
Or if this doesn't solve itself in the next week, let's just say we find more. I do think, look, food does cost money.
Because how long has it been going?
I would say at least 2 weeks now, at least.
Oh, wow. A lot of
Where we saw this before we left for New York, but it seems to have gotten worse and not better. And I'm wondering, when nobody's there for 5 days, there's nobody smacking them dead or nobody really checking things, is that, yes, we will throw everything out of the pantry.
Yeah.
We're just going to take, unless it's like a canned good, we're just going to take everything and throw it out and just be like, maybe this will solve the problem.
Oh, that is. I'm very sorry, Mike. I hope it works.
Do you feel bad when you see
I
my wife
do.
doctoring your child? Are you going to go, she ate baby?
I kind of wonder if she's going to like start to fly away or something like that. Noah's going to be there next week.
So, anyways,
Probably should
that's what's
send
happening
him
in the
a
Bassick household.
Can you imagine
Merry
if
Christmas.
an entire he walks into his house and it's just walls are covered with moths.
Moths don't worry me as much as cockroaches or
Mike,
mice.
But you walk in the house and you're like, they're everywhere, and you're just like, what do I do? And they're like, you're do nothing, Mike. And then they like cover your mouth and they take
The
you
moths
to the wall.
are doing
yeah,
this?
yeah, and then they take over the Bassick household.
Is there anything else you can do, more extreme measures than go get moth Amazon traps?
There's a powder.
pest service
There's a lot of
people.
powder they say to leave all around the corners of your pantry.
All right.
But I'm just concerned about them like having an uprising in your house, and then like that's their headquarters, for the moths.
Now,
this.
I bring it back to football. I
course.
tease this question. What would you guys think of Lamar Jackson going to the Minnesota Vikings in the offseason? Let's just say this. Baltimore loses in the first round. Minnesota loses in the first round. And then Baltimore says, look, we're just not paying $45 million to you. We're sorry. And I know that then there gets into trade rights and everything like that because they could just let him go. But I think it feels like in the NFL you're able to really never let a person go. Like they never really become free agents. And what would you think of Lamar Jackson with Justin Jefferson? And I'll say TJ Hawkinson. Thielen's coming to the end of his career. He still has something left. But if Lamar Jackson can't throw if he can't be at least Jalen Hurts throwing the football, then we would know in Minnesota that he can't really help out receivers.
I would be excited to see it. I know a lot of people don't love Lamar Jackson, and they're going to be like, he can't throw the way Kirk Cousins does. I think he has a lot of other really valuable assets. I would be fascinated to see that.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like
You're not
it
a huge
too.
Lamar Jackson guy, right?
No, I like watching him play. He reminds me a lot of Michael Vick.
Okay.
I loved watching him. But I just think I don't know how well of a thrower he really is, but I know that Jefferson can go up and get the ball for him. So if it's anywhere close to him, that ball is getting caught. So I kind of give that to Lamar. I think it'd be all right.
What was Drew Pearson's line? I don't have a catch radius. I have a catch zip code.
Wow.
And, like, that's where Justin Jefferson lands for me. So I am kind of curious. Like, I think that Kirk Cousins throws a really pretty ball.
All right.
There are other guys that I'm like, I don't know if they can do the same thing with.
See how I brought it back to sports? Now I'm bringing it back to moths. All right, so this is a first-time chat guy,
Randy
and
Moss?
I'm sure this sounds right, but I can't do this. Moths hate any type of cedar woods. Redo your pantry in cedar. That seems like a lot of money. Like,
As opposed to just
can I
throwing everything
Can I
away?
get cedar planks in there? Would that just work? Are you saying like I have to do a whole cedar pantry?
Sounds like you need a bug guy. Do you have a bug guy?
You know what? We do have a bug guy.
Oh, you have a bug guy?
And a bud guy.
A bug guy.
His name is Butch, and I might be
Oh,
calling Butch.
Butch the
Doesn't that
bug
sound
guy.
like a bug guy?
That does inspire me with confidence.
Butch the
yeah.
bug guy.
Butch.
Like
What-
if his name was Grayson, I'd be
Like-
like, I don't know. But Butch, I'm
Butch.
trusting him.
The bug guy.
What the hell's going on here, man? Like, how did these moths happen?
All right, and there are a lot of people who are offering up their services on the fan text as well from the pest control point of view.
Is this a common thing? Text in. Is this a I think we're dealing with a common thing.
Corey brought it up in the Twitch and in the fan text. There's a million responses, so I think it is pretty common.
Yeah.
Okay.
You are getting.
Have
a
you
lot.
ever had moths in your house?
I can't say I have.
You're pretty amazing. You guys have never dealt with moths, huh?
I'm sorry, no.
Like one
I
or
thought
two.
they had-
Like one or two.
What are the
not
things
a
that
bunch.
attack wool? What are the things that eat through like wool?
I thought those were moths.
I thought he
Yeah,
said
moths.
wolves.
See, I thought moths like wool clothing.
I thought you were going to say they ate all your clothes.
I didn't know
and
they liked
stuff like that.
cereal
And
so
that's
much.
why you dress like that, because
Well-
the moths ate all your other clothes.
It might have been
No, the clothes just a tuxedo.
That's
might
why
have
the
been-
suit things.
Yeah.
Now it makes sense.
My kid wanted waffles a month ago. I'm just remembering this, and I remember looking at it, going, "What is this? And has this gone bad?" And I looked at the expired date, and it wasn't expired at all. But they had gotten into like the waffle mix, and I
Yeah.
threw it out.
Oh,
Yeah.
my God.
But so they've been around for a while now. They are
Yeah,
just,
moths have been
they
around
are,
for a while.
They are
Oh, they've got a
laying
whole village.
their larvae everywhere.
Oh, my
They're
God.
pupa.
So
right?
many
Poopas. It's
Except
so
their
much
pupa
poopa.
makes more moss.
Yeah.
We're the
It's a bunch of baby poopas.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, I guess. Coming up next, you know what? Coming up next is going to be the C block, but I feel like there's something important before we get to any of that.
Let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Brian Regan, the comedian, will be performing at the Will Rogers Auditorium on January 20th as part of the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo Auditorium concert series. You can buy tickets at livenation.com or you can win them for free right now. Be caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, live from the Diamond Factory, it's the C block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I have this Cowboys thing that I want to get to, but let's get back to Moss.
No, let's not.
Boomer Esiason joins the Fan. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Things have been buzzing out here at the Diamond Factory off of Omega in Dallas all day long. If you want the opportunity to win that Dak Prescott autographed Cowboys helmet, you need to make sure you get out here by 2 o'clock and sign up. Though you don't still have to be here to win the helmet. So if you want to sign up, buy some diamonds, and then you got a break before 2 o'clock, Totally get that as well. And if you missed out on Brian Regan, we'll be doing that giveaway the rest of the week. Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I wanted to get to a couple of things here. T.Y. Hilton, and I know Mike said earlier that like he doesn't care if he plays or not. That being said, I saw something that I really like.
We have so many pest control Tolos. I love this.
Dude, this guy just walked in. Let me get back to this, Kevin. I will get back to T.Y. Hilton in a minute. A man walked in and said he could help Mike with his moths, all right? His name is Solid Punches. His name is Solid Punches.
I saw the business card. Yes, on the Twitch. It is absolutely amazing.
That is nuts that his name is Solid Punches. So if you know Solid Punches out there, should we stay away from him? Like, is he one of those guys that, like, does he actually punch well?
Should be a professional
feel
boxer.
like if you're a kid growing up with the name
sense.
Solid Punches, everybody's trying to
I think
box
he was
you.
on Tyson's Punch-Out when we were kids.
I like that. I like that idea. So we may have some solutions for Mike Bassick, it sounds like, for Mothra. But T.Y. Hilton said this, and I want you to think about it. You've been working all season. You add a free agent that has been staying in shape. He's been staying in shape. And I know game shape is completely different. But you get a guy that comes in and he says, I'm spending 10 hours a day at the Star. Nobody grinds harder than I do. And
Nice.
and that's from T.Y. Hilton's mouth, is that he's saying nobody works as hard as I do. I'm going to be out here working too. Now, obviously, and I think, we go back to everybody sees what you do. Like that's the one key factor. But you add something like that. I don't know if he's going to be a great player or anything, but you add a guy like that has that mentality. What are you thinking when that guy walks into your locker room?
I'm thinking I'm glad he feels like he has to earn his spot here. Because I could see how in a situation like that, you're like, you haven't been, like, you literally haven't been going through the grind with us. You haven't fought through any of the battles this year. So I bet people are like, good. I want you to know you have to work to get your spot here.
That's how it always is when you go to a new team anyway. You want to make sure you earn the respect of the guys that are there. And I do want to point this out, too, real quick, is I really love this pickup because of, obviously, we were so into Odell. And once we got the news of, well, we wouldn't get to see him until the end of the season in the playoffs. And then after that, it was kind of, well, we might not even see him then. The thing that makes me want somebody more on the team is you got T.Y. Hilton, or however you say it.
Yeah, you said it.
Okay, I want to
Or
make sure.
Ty Hilton.
Ty Hilton.
Nope, let's go with T.Y.
T.Y.
I think
okay.
his name's Eugene from what Reggie said.
But anyway, you get him, who's a guy who's actually in shape, ready to go. He was even, I'm assuming, he would have been willing to showcase himself, showing that he's good to go.
Right.
To me, that's a guy I'd rather have now because now I can start working with him. Like Dak would want to work with him right away so we can get comfortable with him and be able to use him when he's out there. And they also would be able to understand the playbook and everything going forward rather than get a
And
guy.
Ram and Wilson, too.
Okay, Mike, I don't know that everybody knows that joke.
And then they'd rather.
I'm aware, yeah.
They'd rather have that than have a guy that you, as soon as he signs with the team, you still have to get comfortable with him.
Yes.
I'd rather have this, and I think that was a great move.
You agree, Mike?
I think you got an old guy who, in case everything falls apart, I guess he's there. But if everything falls apart, you're screwed.
Okay.
By the
so
way,
perhaps not an impact
his
sign.
name is Eugene Marquis Hilton.
Oh, that's
So-
why it makes sense. TY for Eugene Mark.
We'll have to find out. I'm sure Mickey will have the news for us tomorrow when we do the show. Why does he
isn't
go by
he E.M.
TY?
Hilton?
I have no clue. Mike, I'm just
M?
learning this with you
M.
at the
Hilton.
same time
M.
right
Hilton.
now. Yeah, M.
Emily Hilton.
No.
No.
Why would you
Oh,
say
I
Emily?
furthered it. Because usually Emily's go by M. I have a cousin who's Emily. We call her
Emma?
M.
No.
Do you think Emma goes by M, too?
Yeah,
I don't know Emma.
I do.
This sounds
but
like an off-air conversation.
All right, the other thing I saw.
Let's talk about T.Y. Hilton and those 33 yards he's going to get for the Cowboys this year.
God.
I'll make a bet he gets more than that with you.
I wanted to go to this tweet that I saw this morning.
$5.
And I don't think Ernie follows me. I don't know if I follow Ernie. Somebody retweeted and liked this
We
one.
had Ernie Mills.
It's a different Ernie. It's at ES3_09. Tony Pollard is everything we wished Felix Jones, Joseph Randle, and Lance Dunbar would have been.
True.
And
Yes.
this is like
That's a great point.
I thought that was one of the most spot-on tweets I've seen in a long time because this is a player that, he's been waiting for that opportunity. We knew he was fast. We knew he was explosive. The Cowboys, for whatever reason, could never get those guys to be that. And I think with Felix, I still don't understand quite what happened there, other than they weren't really good at blocking whenever Felix Jones was here. Whenever it was Joseph
we
Randle.
drafted a backup running back.
Yeah.
I mean, he was Darren McFadden's backup running back, and he was a solid backup running back. But doesn't it feel weird to you guys? I know this is a long time ago, and maybe newer Cowboy fans are like, I don't really know Felix Jones, but he was at Arkansas. They had a great running game. Darren McFadden was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And they had another running back named Felix Jones. And we took the backup running back, and he was a solid, complimentary back to Marion Barber.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what he was, but he didn't give you quite the juice that Tony Pollard's giving you, at least this year. The Cowboys didn't use Tony Pollard right the first few years of his career.
I felt like they were also trying to replace Julius Jones, who Bill Parcells used pretty well.
Yeah.
He was a great draw runner.
Yeah.
It's like if everybody thought you were passing and then you handed it off to him, he was pretty good at that.
Julius Jones was fantastic. I don't think it's what you wanted Lance Dunbar to be. You wanted Lance Dunbar to be that. I don't think Lance Dunbar was that.
That's like your wildest hopes and dreams.
He was a great Swiss Army knife, but he wasn't. And listen, I love me some Lance Dunbar. Go Mean Green. But he was the level to which he could play was not quite this. What we're seeing from Tony Pollard right now. I'm kind of curious for this. How much more do you think Tony Pollard is? Because if you look at this kind of tandem they have right now, it's very similar to the Lindell White Chris Johnson couple. When Chris Johnson was the explosive guy, he was the one that could break loose for the big one, and then you had the other guy who was good, but he was more of a train for you. Like, he was on time, he did the right things. What do you expect him to become, like a Kamara type guy?
No, because I think the Cowboys are really worried about that. I feel like they felt like they've kind of ran guys into the ground. And if they're going to keep Pollard, which I do think how well he's playing is going to get above $10 million. I don't know if it's just barely above $10 million per year.
And the thought of him leaving this offense is kind of scary.
Very scary, right? And so I do think the Cowboys are going to do everything they can to keep him. But in that contract, we know if we run him 5 weeks in a row 100 times and have him catch another, let's say, 15 passes, we might hurt him, or we might run him into the ground where he's dealing with an injury the rest of the way. So I think he can be your lead back, but you don't want him running more than 15 times a game to get that really whole season out of him.
You feel that way for if he was to go to another team too, not just the Cowboys, but
yeah, I think he's perfect as touching the ball 20 times, but not running the ball 20 times.
And that's why I've always been curious about what his market value is. I agree with you. He's had a tremendous season. I'm curious, to your question, how those other teams view it, as they're like, no, we saw exactly what he can do, and we can just notch it up, as opposed to the Cowboys do this perfectly.
I do wonder, and the Chris Johnson, this is a guy that's paired with another powerful running back, and they're the explosive guy that's getting big touchdowns. I always wonder if the Saints go back or if the Titans go back and they look at it and they go, we never quite got our money's worth out of we got a couple years out of that guy. Well, you look at Kamara, still a really good running back, but man, there have been injuries since he's had to take on more of a load.
He was at his best with Mark Ingram, right?
Yeah,
yes.
Absolutely he was.
And that's why I'm glad that you brought this up, because, Mike, ever since you asked the question yesterday about Terrence Steele or Tony Pollard, I kept thinking about it, and I was like, man, this offense right now without Tony Pollard, you don't feel anywhere near as good about it. And so I hope they do figure out a way to keep him.
What would hurt more, and hopefully it just destroys you if either one of these happened, if you had to lose Tony Pollard or lose CeeDee Lamb? Aren't those your two biggest weapons by far? And I mean, you need both of them, but which one would hurt more? Do you feel like Zeke could, we're just going to go with Zeke old school 22 times running the ball and we'll deal with it? Because I feel like that's the way I would lean, is if I had to lose one, I would rather lose Tony Pollard. I don't want to lose either one, but I don't feel like we can replace CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, I guess I would rather lose Tony Pollard too, because at least they have somebody in Malik Davis that they would consider taking a look at.
Yeah.
Not that would be anywhere near the same, but yes, I hate that scenario. Stop asking these questions that make me sad about Cowboys football.
And you'd be screwed.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would probably be Lamb 1, Pollard 2, and then a big gap on who your third most important weapon is.
Yeah.
All right, I wanted to finish with this. My aunt is living in North Carolina, but maybe not much longer. It looks like we call hospice. We're kind of in that direction of just making sure she's comfortable. My dad is flying out to go see her. He has a stop in Baltimore, and then he'll be in North Carolina. And he was texting with us this morning, and I said, "Hey, give me your flight information so I can keep track of what you're doing." Because I have a little flight app that kind of shows where everybody is on the map and everything.
My mom uses that.
And my sister, I was like, "I have this flight app." My sister says, I always check the flight tracking around here when we have random planes flying around at night, just to make sure they aren't UFOs. And
or Santa.
This is my sister. She is dead serious about this. There is no way that she is not. She thinks that there are possibly UFOs flying over her house out in the she's Farmersville is where she lives out there. And so I was always kind of curious. I'm not afraid of UFOs coming up to my house and taking me away. All right, I've seen a UFO. I've told you about this story, Mike, where I've been driving. I'm convinced it was a UFO. Some people are like, "Nah, it's just a light." But do you guys believe in UFOs? Have y'all ever had a close encounter?
I don't.
Okay, I do, but I'm also telling you, every movie you've ever seen about UFOs lets me know how it's all going to go down for us. Nobody is going to believe you. You could have the most impressive proof in the world, and people are like, "Yeah, I also have, Apple Movie on my computer." Or
I've been probed.
Yeah,
I promise.
Or whatever. Nobody is going to believe you, and they're going to have a jump start. You need to be ready. The aliens will be halfway done with setting up their plans for the invasion by the time somebody is like, "Oh my God," they make a good point. So if somebody tells me the asteroid's coming or whatever, I'm like, all right, what are we going to do about it?
Armageddon.
Yes.
I do believe it. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can't tell me no. We're not the only ones here. I'm sorry. It just doesn't work that way.
Do you think that the government keeps it from us?
Yep, 100%.
A little bit.
All the governments.
Think about it. Why
I'm
would
not
they-
100%.
So you think that every government...
It's the one thing we can agree on in this world. Iraq and the United States, Russia and China and the U.S. have gotten together and say we hate each other unless it comes to UFOs.
You better sell us more oil, or else we're telling them about Glengore or whoever, and they're like, you better not.
Yeah, how is the only Area 51 ours? I'm always like, there's got to
Well,
be
that's the
another-
only one that we know about.
Okay.
There could be other
You
places.
think there's what does Russia call their Area 51? Or
They
what's
might call
the
it Area
the
52.
Kremlin? The Kremlin?
No, but that's why I don't think that there's a government conspiracy, because it's the same thing about the 9/11 conspiracies. I was like, do you know how hard it is to keep a secret? And so we have convinced all these people that we're going to able to keep a secret. I believe in aliens.
Every time somebody puts a secret out, what happens? They die.
Big Chungus 3D is and Mike's dressed like Men in Black, and he's the one who doesn't believe.
Oh, dip. So maybe Mike believes the most?
He has that little
Mike
thing.
is
He has the
dressed.
little.
Yeah.
Look at the way he's dressed today.
I
He's
feel
an
like
alien.
I feel like if there was extraterrestrials,
There are.
I
I'm
feel
glad
like
you used the PC form of that.
that we would know about it.
Why?
No, why would they tell us?
Why wouldn't they tell us?
So we wouldn't.
Okay,
care.
you can't answer the question like
So
that.
we wouldn't
I know
get
he's
it.
wearing the Riddler suit, but you can't be like,
Yeah, think about this for a second, dude. How much control would they lose if then all of a sudden there was a mass of people that are out there going, "Yeah, but what about those dudes in the sky right now?
Aren't we-
We'd lose the country would lose control of itself."
But don't they try to intentionally scare us all of the time? Recently, I know that there's things that happen in Chicago. There's things that happen on the subway in New York. I've recently been to both those places. I didn't get punched out in the subway, and neither did any of my family. I didn't see anything there. I did see rats, which my kids thought was
Rats
the
and
coolest
moths,
thing.
huh?
And we didn't go to the south side of Chicago, which I've been told don't go there.
that's
As long
a-
as you
that's a
don't
good
go
idea.
there,
Stay
you're
away
in
from
good
there.
shape. But
Go White Sox.
I just
They told me when I was with the White Sox, we were told never after every night game, don't ever take the train. And then also when we drove to the airport, we went in packs. You didn't go by yourself.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
That should tell you
I
something.
don't know. I just feel like they would tell us.
No, they're not.
The aliens would tell us.
How would the aliens say it?
Was that an alien you just showed?
But we're not able to go to their planets, right?
Not yet.
Well, that we know of.
Oh, yeah, we just don't have the technology
Okay,
yet.
hold on. I was going to say, I definitely feel like we would have heard about that. It's like, yes, we did go to Blurgon 9 or whatever, and this is
Why?
what we found.
Are they
out.
from another galaxy or are they in our galaxy?
Man, think about how many galaxies exist. We don't even know.
I know, but
Right?
do you think they're from one of, let's say, the planets that we know of?
Yeah.
We know of, I guess, 7 other planets. Pluto's the confusing
They're
one.
beyond the Goldilocks. They're beyond Goldilocks for sure.
We're not alone.
Yeah.
Okay. Man.
We're the KNC Masters.
Yeah, I was going to say, I
they
just
look
looked
like
at the
us?
clock and realized
I
we
love
have
how
to
many
go.
questions Mike has
do they
about
breathe
this.
oxygen?
I immediately
know.
regret not discussing
No,
this earlier.
and see, that's one of the things, and I know we have to go, and this is my own fault, but whenever people are like, well, they don't have the conditions for life, and I'm like, well, the conditions for life that you're aware of is how do you know that there's not the diamond aliens on the diamond planet, or,
Do you
whatever.
think it'd be like that Tom Cruise movie where they would die because of our bacteria and our oxygen and carbon dioxide, that they're not?
That's the only hope we got, Mike.
It's going to come out from Twitter. Elon Musk will put it out. Also, octopus, alien.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's power rank the Power Rankings live at the Diamond Factory in Dallas. If you want to come see us and talk aliens or whatever, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFWER.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
And segment is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's soda.
K&C Masterpiece.
That's the whole read?
Yeah, was that the end of it? Okay.
I guess so.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I guess that was the end of the read.
That was hilarious.
I liked it very much. We'll talk with the G-Bag Nation coming up in just a little bit, but we are at the Diamond Factory in Dallas, 13719 Omega Road. You still have time. We're going to do the giveaway at 2 o'clock once the show's over for the Dak Prescott autographed helmet. If you need to get up here to try to sign up in time. Also, France is up on Morocco right now, 1-0 in the semifinals of the World Cup. And the Dallas Stars, led by Scott Wedgwood last night, who made 35 saves, defeated the New Jersey Devils 4-1. And now, you want to power rank the power rankings?
Who's doing it?
Oh my God, Mike! I hope it's you.
All right, I am.
Okay.
They've played 25 minutes and 45 seconds, like you said, and France is winning. You can see Morocco's underpants. Morocco, they're really celebrating Christmas for this game. They're wearing red tops with green bottoms.
Okay. I do also believe those are the colors on their flag, though. So
I think that's Mexico.
Okay.
What about Italy?
What if somebody took the word snap?
Mm-hmm.
What if
I don't know
what
that.
if countries are like, we've decided we're red and green, and you have to decide your other colors?
How many colors are there?
A
In
lot.
the world?
Have you ever seen the Crayola crayon box?
Yeah, with the pen,
Like,
with the sharpener.
I know you can get 64 in one box if you want.
There's like over 100 now. Yeah,
With the sharpener on the back.
Yeah, I always thought that was the fanciest thing a kid could own was the 64 count with a sharpener.
Did you feel cool like letting other people use
Yes.
the sharpener?
Oh, yeah.
Nobody used that. What are y'all talking about? Nobody used the sharpener.
It's just like the pencil sharpener at school. You just did it because it was fun. You're like,
we always use the pencil sharpener to waste time. Like we just walk up there and be like, oh,
yep,
I need something else.
100%. Sometimes your pencil needed sharpening, but most of the time you're like, I just want to get out of this chair.
that's when you need men's tea. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I remember in 4th grade, Mrs. Reed, who I don't know if she's alive or not, but she didn't like me. And
Seems like you
rightfully
really
so.
liked her, too.
I was a bad student in 4th grade. And she kicked me out of class one time. And then she came back out and she said, Michael, are you ready to come back in class? I was like, no, I like it out here better than in class.
Oh, my goodness.
Then I got to go see the principal again.
Oh, that's cool that you got to go make a relationship grow. That's nice.
I don't remember the principal's name at Smith Elementary. I just remember he had red hair, but I was there a lot. He's like, wouldn't you rather be doing that? And I was like, no, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here with you. I don't want to be in the class.
That's what he says before the show sometimes. I don't want to be here today.
Yeah.
I don't want to be here with you.
All right, Derek, this is really confusing, but we're going to power rank the power rankings.
Oh, yes, my
Teams
favorite.
first. So
Okay.
don't name Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Okay?
I got
Name
you.
a football team. Who
So
do you think?
don't name
This is
them.
I'm on ESPN right now. I do have CBS pulled up, but we're going to go off of ESPN's power rankings. Who is the best team in the NFL according to the power rankings?
Kansas City Chiefs.
You're wrong again.
What the
How do you get this so wrong all
It's
the
the
time?
Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia
Eagles. So
I just don't like it.
ESPN has the FPI also for offense and defense. Philadelphia, according to your Football Power Index efficiency rankings, are I almost said ratings, but they're rankings. They are number 2 in offense, number 1 in defense, and number 20 in special teams. So as long as we can play special teams the whole game, we're in good shape.
Fine, yeah.
All right. Kansas City was number 2. So you got number 2 again, Derek.
Wait, on which one?
The power
on
rankings. ESPN power rankings, they're number 2. The Chiefs.
Are you looking at the power rankings?
Yeah, I have to now.
Because of all the other. Hold on,
I was looking for him.
Did he get it wrong?
You
still?
looked at them and you got it wrong.
I
Philadelphia's
just
number
pulled it
1
up.
in the standings.
I just pulled it up. That's why.
I'm not asking Derek any more questions.
Just pulled it up.
Kansas City is number 1 in offense, so we know number 2 is the Philadelphia Eagles. They are number 15 in defense, and they are horrible at special teams. There's only one team worse, as they are number 31 in special teams. But they're number 2 overall power ranked. So there are, I'll tell you what, when you look at this, Kansas City has a lot more deficiencies
Yeah,
than
they
you
do.
would say Philadelphia does,
Yeah.
because defense, they're average, special teams, they're horrible.
It's just that what they're really good at is makes things
They are
very
number-
difficult. It makes all the things you're good at pretty bad.
All right, Corey, have you looked at the power
I have
rankings?
not. I've looked at standings,
All right.
and I'm going to go It seems like I think the Cowboys were 3 last week. They shouldn't drop them for winning.
Oh.
So I'm gonna stick with the Cowboys at 3 because they were there last week.
You stuck wrong.
Oh my god.
Actually, they were number 3 on CBS, so you're right
Oh,
about
okay.
that.
All right.
Number 3 was the Buffalo Bills. They stayed at 3, so they didn't move them. Buffalo Bills, their offensive ranking is number 3. So the top 3 offenses are in the top 3. It just goes 2, 1, 3 offense. They are number 6 in defense, and they are number 1 in special teams, which is interesting because they lost the punt god guy,
They
right?
did.
So still, overall, Buffalo 3, 6, and 1 in their rankings. Number 3 overall. Number 4, Kevin, pretty easy.
The Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys. Where would you guys guess, if you don't know this, since they 1, 2, 3 are taken, where would you guess they are ranked offensively in your FPI?
5th.
Derek put up a 5. That's great for radio to just put up your hand.
I'll go.
It's my turn to speak.
It's a learning
I was actually raising
just
my
speak.
hand.
Just say it.
I
Just
was raising my hand.
I was told just interrupt. And
5. I think it's 5.
God, were you ever?
I'll go 4th.
They are 7th.
7.
Which is kind of confusing because they have more points scored than the Bills.
I think probably the Cooper Rush time, even though it was great, probably brings them down for the whole season.
Which is also interesting because I would think that would factor in your favor. They'd be like, you know what? You did this with Cooper Rush. Like, we're going to bump you up a little bit. What are they at defensively?
Number 4.
Okay.
And special teams, number 6.
Man,
Wow.
you're a top 10 offense and defense and special teams. That's impressive.
And that's why when I think that's what's agitating when everyone's like the Cowboys are frauds. Like, if you think they're going to lose because they haven't done jack in the playoffs in 27 years, I get that. But, like, this is a different team. I guess we'll see. But right now, they have the metrics that would lead you to believe they're very good.
So
there's only 3 teams, by the way, ranked top 10 in all of the categories.
You said the Cowboys are 4?
4th in power rankings,
Okay.
and one of 3 teams in the top 10 in all 3 categories: offense, defense, special
And you
teams.
know who isn't ranked ahead of them? The Niners. Yet I'm the homer. I guess ESPN must be homers too for
Well,
the Cowboys.
the Niners are number 5, and they are one of 3 teams. Buffalo, Dallas, and San Francisco.
Interesting.
Are the only 3 teams.
What are San Francisco's marks then?
They are number 6 in offense, number 2 in defense, and number 5 in special teams. So if you look at it, Buffalo, who was ranked 3 overall, 3 in offense, 6 in defense, 1 in special teams. Dallas, number 4, 7, 4, and 6. And San Francisco, offensive rating 6, defense 2, special teams 5. Those are the 3 teams in the NFL that have top 10 rankings in all 3 categories.
And they're all top 7 in all 3 categories.
Okay.
To go even further, that's
Yeah.
kind of wild.
And where your 1 and 2 power rank teams, their deficiencies are for Philadelphia just special teams because they're 2 and 1, and then special teams is 20, and Kansas City 1 and 15, and then 31 in special teams. So I don't know if this plays out playoff wise or not, but it does give you a little bit of pause on maybe how good Kansas City could be in the playoffs if they think they're just average defensively. None of these other top 5 teams are average defensively, and they're horrible special teams wise. And even Philadelphia, who's ranked 20th, that's not 31st. That's
No.
far away
Yeah,
from
yeah.
31st. So Kansas City maybe runs into issues when it comes playoff time. Do you guys, I'll just real quick, 6 is Minnesota. 7 is Cincinnati.
There's
8
no
is Miami.
way, Mike. Sorry, there's no way I would put Minnesota ahead
Neither
of
would I.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Number 9, Baltimore, and number 10, the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh.
So they gave them a pretty big bump. They went from 17 to 10 with that win against
a
the
big
Miami
win.
Dolphins. All right, let's go to quarterback power rankings. Did you look this up, Derek?
No, but I can.
Don't!
Don't. I'm not sure about this
I'm not
one
going to
now.
let Derek answer number 1. I'm going to let Corey answer number 1.
Patrick Mahomes.
He's correct. It still stays Patrick
Okay.
Mahomes because they're smart.
I will assume.
Even though he did throw 3 picks.
I will assume Hurts is second then.
Hurts is second.
I wasn't sure
No,
since
they
the
stayed-
MVP numbers had shifted.
They did say the same. They say it's not crazy to suggest Hurts belongs at the top of this list because the reality is he should be the MVP front runner in real life. I guess not in fake life, CBS.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers also, he has some good numbers, too. Like, all the arguments for him, you can't go, well, he was crap for 2 seasons as a backup or whatever. Like, what he's doing this year is significant, and it puts him in that category.
So it does say, look, he has 32 touchdowns total. Mahomes does have 35 touchdowns.
Okay.
So Mahomes does have more touchdowns, but he has fewer turnovers than Patrick Mahomes.
I still think that is a very live race. Like, even if Jalen Hurts has taken the edge.
I think Christmas Eve, if the Cowboys win on Christmas Eve, Jalen Hurts loses the MVP. If Jalen Hurts has a good game and the Eagles win on Christmas Eve, Jalen Hurts is the MVP of the league. I don't want it to be. I'm going to give Jalen Hurts a lot of credit. He has been way better than I gave him credit for the first half of the season, and he's continued it. I have to say I was wrong. Yeah. Jalen Hurts is a top-of-the-line quarterback. I will even lean towards he's better than Dak Prescott at this point.
Wow.
So I don't.
I mean, I think that's based.
I thought they were
fairness.
far apart to start the year, but Jalen Hurts has been better than Dak Prescott, and so I do have to rate him now better than Dak Prescott. Number 3, Derek Holland.
Man, I really
riddle
want it
me
to be,
this, Derek.
I really want it to be Joseph Burrow.
I believe
you are
that
correct.
is correct.
You're correct. Number 4.
Man, if they took such a massive jump up for the Chargers, part of me kind of wonders.
Josh Allen.
But I'll say, I was going to say Josh Allen.
Well, you both said it correctly. Kevin, you get to pick number 5.
I say now they rocket Herbert up.
Oh, it's Herbie time.
Oh,
man, has he
how
been the
difficult
most?
was it for Kevin to do that?
Has he been the most volatile player on this list all season?
Yes,
100%.
I think he started out in the top 3.
And then he went down to like maybe 15. He might have got like as low as 12 or 15, and then like was outside the top 10 for 2 weeks, and now he's back up to number 5.
Do you feel that way about them as a team right now? I know they would lose the tiebreak, but if they made it into the playoffs, couldn't you see, like, wouldn't you love to see it would be Herbert and Mahomes in the first round? Like, wouldn't you love to see that for the possibility of who the hell knows what could happen?
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah,
Derek,
that's pretty cool.
Where's Deshaun Watson?
Derek, G.
32.
G, I don't know who's number 6, but you have a guess.
What is up with these clues? Like, that's not cool.
Actually, that was a really good clue.
G, I don't know. Geno Smith.
Oh, you got it! Riddle me this! I gave you a riddle, and you got it!
I shocked you guys. That was awesome.
Number 7,
You didn't see
he
that
might
coming.
not be your family member, but he could be.
Say Erling Haaland.
Wait, it's not my turn.
Yeah, it's not your turn. That's your hint, though. He could be a family member. But not a close one. Maybe it could be close. Maybe you are close to these guys.
Kirk Cousins?
Cousins! Number 7.
I was thinking of my last name, and I didn't get that at all.
All I want from now on is just for Mike to do it with these kinds of hints. This is great. This is my favorite.
Do you want to play $25,000 pyramid with him?
Yes.
Number 8. You never win when you fight this.
The fever. What?
I fought the law and the
T-Law.
Terrence. Trevor Lawrence. Dang it.
He forgot what he was doing.
Trevor Lawrence is
Terrence T-Law Lawrence comes in the list.
I fought the law and the law won. Hey, one time I ran into the wall and my dad sung that song, except he changed it to I fought the wall and the wall won.
All right,
I ran into the wall.
We have to go.
Number 9 is Justin Fields. Number 10 is Jared Goff. Number 11 is Tua T. Number 12 is Aaron Rodgers. Number 13 is Dak Prescott. How he has fallen.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
Where's
105.3
Brock
The Fan. Coming up next, that's
Brock
a good
Purdy,
question.
Number 15.
All right, coming up next, we'll talk a couple of college athletic notes. Plus, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Man,
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they pay for full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We'll talk with G-Bag Nation in just a few minutes. We're out here at the Diamond Factory.
10 minutes left.
That's right. 13719 Omega in Dallas. If you want to come out.
Now?
No, at
They
2
have 10
o'clock.
minutes. They have really 12 minutes.
At 2 o'clock, we will do the drawing for the Dak Prescott autograph helmet. If you haven't been up here to check out Diamond Factory, which is amazing, but also to register, you have that opportunity.
Do it now?
No,
You
I
can't.
don't.
Why?
It's against the
That would
rules.
get us in a lot of trouble, probably.
Whatever I want.
But I got a couple more notes for you, and I know Derek noticed one of these is, first of all, Alex Ovechkin had a hat trick, is the third player in NHL history to reach 800 goals, along with Gretzky and, of course, Gordie Howe. So congratulations to him for that. But I had a couple of college football notes, and I know you saw one of them talking about Mike Leach and Mississippi State. Is Mississippi State will play in their bowl game against Illinois despite the death of their head coach, because they all said that's what he would have wanted. They'll be in the ReliaQuest Bowl on January 2nd. And you were showing me they've got some cool helmets ready to go to help honor their former coach.
Real quick question on that. Do you agree whenever they say that's what he would have wanted?
I think
this specifically, I absolutely
I think it depends on a case-by-case basis, but in this one, for sure.
Yeah, like he would have been like, no, man, go play some football and have some fun. The helmet is it's their helmet, but it has a pirate flag on the side. It kind of looks like the Bucks pirate flag a little bit. But, you know, he was teaching classes on pirates and stuff like that back in whenever he was at Washington State and all that.
Like bad pirates? Because
he loved pirates.
My cousin was in the military, and he said those were the worst when he was deployed to
running into actual pirates.
Yes, that was some of the most dangerous, if not the dangerous thing he had to do in the military.
Because I think most people just think like that stopped being a thing like in the 17 and 1800s, but it's not like the pirates like you think.
It's kind of, obviously they had a real life movie, but they had the
Captain
movie.
Phillips.
Yeah, like they're
Captain
bad,
Jack Sparrow?
bad, dangerous people.
And then the thing that I know you saw, Derek, that was of interest to you was
Jimmy.
Jim Harbaugh went to a recruit's home and started helping do the dishes. Do you think not yet. Do you think
I haven't signed up yet.
that helps get a recruit onto your side when the coach not only shows up, but he's like, I can also help with the dishes? More people want to sign up, Corey. Let them.
All right, I'll let them sign up and everything.
I think I don't know if it really helps. I mean, the parents probably like it. Like, oh, that was so sweet. He came in and did our dishes.
Which parent was that said that? Okay.
The one with a nose job, it sounds like.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Hey,
I mean, there is a lot of that.
Would you guys rather do dishes or do laundry?
Dishes. 1,000 times. I hate laundry,
dishes.
dude. Laundry is exhausting, and it's never ending. Like, dishes are never ending, too. But it just seems like every time I walk into the house, there's a pile of laundry.
I picked up 20. I got out of the pantry the other day without.
Poopas.
Not yet.
Oh.
I got out all the throwaway cups, and I said, we're using these for 3 days. I can't. I don't know how the hell we're using 76 cups in 2 days, but we are. And I'm tired of it. Drink whatever you got to drink. Keep that cup or throw it away. But I don't want to do any more cups in the dishwasher.
Or just do your own dishes.
That's too hard.
No, just clean it, put it in the dishwasher.
I feel like we can tell our kids to do their own laundry, but I feel like doing your own dishes is tough.
Just dirtied. You just dirtied it up. Clean it.
I need to be better at getting my kids to do that.
You guys have gotten along the whole show. Now I feel like this is going to cause friction. By the way, France is up on Morocco at halftime, 1-0 in the World Cup semifinal.
What is it called in soccer?
The semifinal?
Halftime?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, because halftime and full time.
Okay.
All right. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I'm doing good. And Dawson, I want to know, because I know yesterday we talked so much about Argentina with the NFTs and everything like that. You have a strong rooting preference in this match right now.
Yes, well, I would prefer Morocco win because that would be the easier win for Argentina, and no disrespect to the soccer power that is Morocco. France is the defending champ, though, and they're really good, and you can see that in the first half. So hopefully we get a Morocco miracle comeback, and Messi gets an easier path. Not an easy path, but a slightly easier path to the championship.
If it weren't for just the NFTs, and I know you've talked about it, do you have a huge fandom for Messi that would make you be rooting for him anyway in the final?
No, I don't. But those NFTs became available at a price that I could afford, so I started piling into Argentina. But now that I'm here, the good thing about Messi is he's just like that great humble superstar that everybody loves. He's got Dirk qualities. If I could compare it to something.
Yeah, no, that absolutely makes sense. What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Nice.
G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Great suits, guys. Really enjoyed it on the fan cam and on social.
Looked really hot. Hey, Haggy, I got fooled by Tiny Car. Tiny Car got me today.
Man,
Tiny Car.
I saw your text earlier. The tiny, and it's always that tiny red car gives you the hope.
Oh man, Tiny Red Car got me in the park. Had a great parking spot. Tiny Red Car today.
Sorry that you had to go through that, Broadus.
All of us.
We all feel the pain up at the building. Looking forward
Kevin,
to y'all's
what do you want us
show.
to wear tomorrow?
You can wear whatever the hell you want.
Duke
Just
hoodie.
like today.
He said whatever you want, Mike.
I'm wearing a jock strap.
Yeah.
You said it, dude. You
Hey,
told
with
me.
a banana
You know
cup.
what? Yes. Now I get this text even
nutty
more
buddy.
from the 817. It feels like Kevin spends at least half of each show giving everyone else the side eye and the other half rubbing his temples in frustration. I definitely get where they're coming from there. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. I know we're finishing up, but don't forget, Diamond Factory has happy hour every day with some sweet top shelf booze. Plus, they have amazing diamonds and great prices if you want to come see them off of Omega here in Dallas. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. back in studio right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Can I draw the name now?
It's almost time.
Say
Corey.
jock straps.
Poopa.
No!
Oh, Moss.
Be a part of the show. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Hope you're having a great day. We got your first words from T.Y. Hilton as a Cowboy. I think you're going to like it, maybe even love it. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Zach Wolchuk has returned from illness, and he's ready to rock and roll and broadcast with you here over the next 5 hours. Of course, you have Carter Freeman. He is coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, and moderating the chat as well, so don't get out of line, or he'll get you back in line. He'll get you sorted out over there. How you doing, Wolchuk? Welcome back to the show.
Thanks, man. Thanks. I'm doing well. I got some tea with me here, and, man, we've had a lot of life stuff that's happened over the weekend.
Congrats.
I'm not going to lie, guys. So Saturday, I was extremely hungover from that wedding, and I was really hoping that this sickness was just like a long hangover. It wasn't the case. I actually really did get sick. But it's official. I'm moving out of mom and dad's.
What?
Yeah.
Got your place, huh?
You managed to snuggle that in there?
Yeah, so Saturday I went and
They got tired of them sniffles and stuff, huh?
I did. I went and
Get out of here, son.
Saturday I checked out an apartment complex, and they approved me. I got a call yesterday, and they were like, "Hey, you're approved." So now I've got to go ahead and get renter's insurance and do some like adulting stuff and get electric and all this crap, and yeah, it's happening next month. So this is all a very quick moving thing, but we're gonna have a
excited about
bachelor
this?
pad. Yeah, I'm excited about it. I'm not excited about what I'm paying,
Right.
but otherwise I'm stoked, man. This is gonna be great.
So one bedroom. Are you fairly close to the office here?
No, I'm not close. I'm
No.
still in. I'm closer. I'm still in
right.
Plano. So probably about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes closer.
Yeah, I was looking at rents recently just to see what it was like, and it's just amazing how much they've gone up over the last 10 years or so since I was last a renter. But that's exciting, Now you'll be able to turn up your bachelorhood even another notch, if that's
heck yes.
possible.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, the man, the myth, the legend, Zach Wolchuk will be at Baby Dolls tonight, right? You're going to bail out of here after about the 6 o'clock segment.
Oh my gosh, that's tonight?
Yes.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to put out some social media stuff for
Yeah,
that.
you're going to have to put out.
I almost completely forgot.
Those ladies are demanding.
They are very demanding, and it's 7 to 9. We got a new time.
Yes.
Oh.
So the talent's going to be even greater. Brian, I expect.
Well, it's great talent over there, regardless.
Man, we
right?
got 175 of the most beautiful women in DFW. But
Sure.
I got news for you: 5 to 7, it's fantastic. But 7 to 9, it gets even better. And they got tremendous specials that go from 4 to 8 on your Wednesday, the third Wednesday of every month. So
You gonna wear a mask?
Should you? If you want me to, I will.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, You're not gonna wear a mask. You're just gonna show up there like, yo, I'm just now getting over a cold.
Nobody.
How you
Kind of hard to
doing?
motorboat in a mask.
How you doing?
They're going to look at me weird, but I will for you.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He'll do whatever it takes. G-Bag Nation.
Thanks, buddy.
We got John Machota here.
I see what's happening here.
With the quote.
I've been peeping it for a few days.
T.Y. Hilton said he's been spending 10 hours a day at the Star trying to get caught up on the offense. He said he was waiting for the right opportunity, and Dallas was that team. I'm definitely fresh. I run all day. I'll be fine. I feel like the Cowboys got all the pieces. So you just love to hear that, a total pro. I'd always admired T.Y. Hilton's game from afar, but as you'll hear later on in the show, like former teammates and coaches talking about this guy, they talk about him like he's, Sean Lee. That's what it reminds me of, the way people talked about Sean Lee with his work ethic and his football IQ, Brian.
Yeah, that's they were clearly in the market for going and grabbing a receiver, and just so happens that a guy was on the street that. It's a little bit older than the guy they wanted. Not as, I'd say clearly just as accomplished if you really want to talk about what T.Y. Hilton's career has been. A lot of questions about him and the soft tissue injuries. I think that's why teams were staying away from him. But here you are. You're in the final month of the season, playing for a playoff spot here. You get a win, you're in, and now you take it from there. But they're looking for a little bit of a different dimension, looking for somebody maybe a little bit better zone receiver, maybe a little bit better down the field player. Just go back and look at the plays that he's been a part of, 34, 35, 40 yards, 50-yard plays. That's something the Cowboys haven't had, So that's kind of where they're at right now is, add a guy like that can help you on third downs, but maybe help you down the field.
Yeah, if you can get T.Y. Hilton in there making plays for you downfield and Tyron Smith offering better protection, maybe a significant upgrade in some parts of the game could be in the cards here in these remaining 4 games in the playoffs. That's fun.
Yeah, that is fun. It's not often you get to add pieces. Even talk about an Odell Beckham, but a T.Y. Hilton, and what he can do. He's a guy that can play all those positions. Play outside, play inside, left, right. It doesn't matter. So, him spending the time. I was talking to guys saying, hey, this guy that you mentioned, it's a pro's pro. He's going to come in there. He's going to spend the time. He's going to learn the playbook the best he can. I wouldn't be surprised you see him in some stuff this weekend against Jacksonville. Kind of wonder what's going to happen to James Washington now and others, but that's where we're at. You got to go out there and perform.
Does it soothe some of your OBJ disappointment, Wolchuk?
Oh, it does. Yeah, I'm excited about T.Y. and the fact that apparently T.Y. had a lot of interest out there, turned down some offers because he wanted to come to the Cowboys. I'm also excited about what this can do for CeeDee Lamb specifically. And Brian, the Cowboys have made the point, and you've made the same point about T.Y.'s ability to play inside and outside. 80% of his routes were from the outside position in 2021, which now you can kick CeeDee Lamb inside. You've got MG and you've got T.Y. Hilton that can play on the outside for you, and then you can kick CeeDee Lamb inside, use him as more of a slot player, but he also does have the ability to play inside. But also, you mentioned his ability to play against zone defenses, and I think the Cowboys are lacking that a little bit with receivers that have the knack to find that opening within a zone defense. And, you've talked a lot about Dak, and we've discussed maybe zone defense is giving him those problems. Having a zone-friendly receiver in T.Y. Hilton that can maybe help the rest of the receiving core, that could be huge down the stretch, because you watch that all 22. I was watching it yesterday, Brian. How many times, and some of this needs to be on Kellen Moore a little bit, but with that route tree, is Dak Prescott looking, and you've got a curl, and it's corner, linebacker underneath. Where's Dak Prescott supposed to fit that ball?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And Gavin and I were talking about that yesterday on the show. You could blame Dak Prescott all you want, but a certain amount of that needs to be put on Kellen Moore's shoulders for some of the creativity. I felt like there's been games where they've been actually pretty good with the creativity, especially down in the red zone. Didn't see it so much this past game, but yeah, if you're going to get a lot of zone coverage stuff, a lot of cover 2 looks and linebackers dropping, and they're going to make Dak Prescott read, you better have combinations where these receivers understand about sitting down and Dak knowing where they're going to be and him being able to deliver the ball.
Yeah, you need help getting that figured out, because the passing play, especially the explosive passing plays, are down, and that is a massive dictator of success. So maybe T.Y. Hilton can help you in that regard. Maybe Tyron Smith does as well. And it is a back-to-work Wednesday for everybody, including that Hall of Fame left tackle. We had a stat last night about how rough the passing game has been in throws of 10-plus yards over the last 2 games. 7 of 21 is the stat. Against the Colts, it was like 1 of 11. You add the batted down passes, he's leading the league in, and the idea that teams have found something that you need to counter in order to maximize your chances of winning in the postseason, I think is a very realistic goal for this team in the final 4 games of the season. The Jags' pass defense is not good. So we're going to learn more about them coming up in Krusty's Corner at 2:40. But statistically looking at them, it should be an opportunity for the passing game to have more success. And, right now, I'm not sure you can trust that it will happen. Can you avoid turnovers and the 3 and outs? And then the other thing is, last year we talked about you're hanging on to the ball too much. Can you get the ball out? But how often are we seeing the ball arrive and it's double and triple coverage? Those are the new things that are happening now with Dak Prescott. It's like, okay, you're going to have some sort of risk somewhere. And if you don't want any turnover, Dak, and he's not going to run the ball, then and you don't want him to hold the ball, right? You want all 3 of those things? No turnover, Dak, no running, Dak, and you don't want him to hold the football. Well, which one's going to give? Because I don't know how many players there are that can give you all 3 of those things in the same package, but to this point, Dak's not one of them. Maybe that's the challenge you're asking him to go to now at this point in his career.
I'm team running Dak with you, man.
Yeah.
And there are times where we've been watching these last couple of games, and I think, Brian, you've been saying it, and we're about to go on to do the halftime there at the stadium, and we're both like, man, ooh, Dak, maybe you should have run for that. My hope is come playoff time, when they had to have it, you saw it in that 98-yard drive, and he scrambles for that 11 yards and a first down. And a great job by Jason Peters stepping in there and allowing that block on the right side to get Dak Prescott freed. But he's got to do that in the postseason, man. And especially when you're having issues against some of these defensive schemes, or if people aren't getting open, that's a great way to remedy some of this, man. If you've got to account for a running quarterback, it's another level if the defensive coordinator has to account for. He's got to start to use his legs come playoff time in crunch moments.
The one big one he did have on Sunday was awesome, where he gives you the pump fake and then runs around the guy and does a little bit of gotcha on the way by him. I thought that was great, and maybe it brings up his competes a little bit or raises his energy level. Cowboys have a new defensive tackle coming onto the practice squad. Broadus is going to have a full report on him coming up in Krusty's Corner at 2:40. But
is it a big daddy?
It's a big daddy.
Oh, yeah, give me a big daddy.
I believe he's around 350. Around 350.
350.
Okay, University of Texas basketball getting ready to come to the AAC this weekend. They're going to play Stanford in the Coast to Coast Challenge conference opener on the 31st against OU. Interim coach Rodney Terry asked what he told the team as he took over for the suspended Chris Beard. I took our older guys and had a really good talk in terms of there's going to be things like this the rest of your life. It's how you deal with them, adapt and adjust. At the end of the day, we have a job to do. I think that's a big local sports story, even though it is in Austin. A lot of Longhorn fans around here. And here's a team that, has Final Four potential. It's got a lot of ability there. Okay, we go to Jeremy Fowler, who reported several NFL teams believe Odell Beckham Jr. is leaning towards sitting out the rest of the year and gearing up for free agency in March. He'll be the prize of the free agency class, one executive said. So just a continuation of what we were finding out last week, which is he's not ready, and he didn't want to sign a smaller deal and prepare with a team. So it appears he is going to take his option to pick up in March. Now, when he gets to March, will he be able to sign a big deal, you think, without a workout, Brian?
Oh, I think he's going to have to work out. I think people are going to want to see if he sits out the whole year, and he should be willing to work out for you, though.
By the time we get there.
Yeah,
okay.
he absolutely. I mean, you can't go through this whole thing and just take visits. People are going to want to see, is the knee repair. I mean, there's 3 teams right now that kind of have an idea of what the knee looks like. And everybody else that might be interested will probably, have to require, hey, listen, you need to run around for us a little bit and see where you're at.
It is a Mavericks game night. They're trying to stay above 500. They're now 14-13 after the dub the other night against OKC. And they're going to be hosting Cleveland. And the Cavs are playing quite well. They are 3rd in the East, and the Donovan Mitchell trade has worked out really well for them. They are 5-9 on the road, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, Cleveland is not good on the road.
That's gross.
So it's a good opportunity to beat a good team, I think, tonight at the AAC. And playing against good teams has not been the Mavs' problem. They'll get up and beat some good teams.
They will beat some good teams.
Should have beat Milwaukee, too.
Yeah, if you have a bad team and you don't have any of your players, that's a guaranteed load up on whoever the bad team without the players. Yeah,
place your bets, baby.
Yeah. We will play to the level of who we face. Sure.
The league did rescind that technical foul on Luka. He yelled at his teammate to get it together or come on or something like that, and the ref thought it was directed at him. But they pulled that one back. Shortstop Carlos Correa and the Giants are in agreement. 13 years, $350. Wow, that's $350 million. Record long deal is the richest ever for the position. And the Dallas Stars bounced back and got a nice win over the Devils, 4-1.
Let's go.
So a nice job to the guys last night holding on, then getting a couple of empty netters to cap it off. Okay, 214, that Kellen Linehan-Garrett offense is the issue. I had to hire someone off the Niners, Chiefs, or Rams staff to be the new coordinator in 2023. Yeah, I would like that. And there are some similarities to what Garrett and Linehan did, especially although the 3 or 4 curl routes or hook routes or whatever they are with all everybody coming back. Yeah, that's a gift right now for the defenses that are trying to clog up those lanes for Dak and break up the passes.
Let me ask you this. If, in fact, things don't go well for the Cowboys in the playoffs and they make a coaching change and it's Dan Quinn, if you're bringing Dan Quinn on, are you asking who is your OC immediately? Would that be a reason to hire him or not hire him? If he doesn't,
if I'm in charge, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're Jerry Jones, you're 80-year-old Jerry Jones, and you've now made the determination. Like, listen, okay, fine. Steven, Will, you want me to get rid of Mike McCarthy? You want me to get rid of Kellen Moore? Okay, fine. Who do you want me to hire? Hey, Jerry, we want you to hire Dan Quinn. Okay, who's Dan Quinn's offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
And if it's not somebody suitable enough, because what you're doing now is you're going on now 8 years, the 8th year of Dak Prescott and making him start all over again.
Yeah.
Right.
So you better figure out that it's not the same guy or somebody off the staff that's like, Dan Quinn's like, well, I really like Doug Nussmeier a lot.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay,
It's time to.
Nothing against Doug, but we need some
no,
new blood.
but I'm just saying.
100%.
That's what I'm saying. Would you real quick? Would you want to bring back Dan Quinn as the head coach, or do you want to go outside and get an offensive head coach?
If like a guy like Shanahan or McDaniel is available and I got to make him the head coach, I'd be willing to lose Dan Quinn. I think Micah Parsons was a huge catalyst, for the defense, and other guys could have success. I'll give Dan Quinn the credit, but I think other coordinators could have success. Now, if I don't like any of the offensive coaches, then I want Dan Quinn and a complimentary offensive coordinator for him. So I could go either way. But
that hire might be more important than your head coach.
Yeah, it's a good point. I will say this: Dan Quinn hired Kyle Shanahan in Atlanta. So, I mean, he's got a decent track record of it. So I'd feel confident.
Find a guy like that if that's the
he'd
case.
find the right guy to do it.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The new celebrity who's now in one of the top 5 worst prisons in the world. We have an update on that story. And then the G-Bag of the day here is next on The Fan.
2021 GM Small Business and Dealer Fleet Deliveries.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up in 6 minutes. About a month or so ago, I gave you the story of Sam Bankman-Fried, the crypto billionaire who lost it all. He stole billions of dollars from the people that were investing on his exchange and lost it. And then they tried to withdraw their money, and eventually it was all gone, and he had to shut down the exchange. And he's just been hanging out doing, like, interviews on Twitter Spaces and YouTube for the last 3 weeks, like, trying to explain his innocence. And he has insisted on his innocence. Well, we have an update, okay? 2 days ago, he was arrested, and I was like, yeah, whatever. You know, he's probably got it made. But today came a wave of news that his prison that he is in the Bahamas is so overrun with rats and maggots. It is said to be, by one warden's account, not fit for humanity. That is the prison that this guy is in. Like, literally 48 hours ago, he was doing an interview on a live stream playing League of Legends with his feet propped up in his Bahamas mansion. He's going to be at this Fox Hill prison until February 8th, until he's extradited to the U.S.
Yikes.
And it is considered to be one of the worst 5 prisons in the world by at least one account. You know, I don't know how you power rank something like that, but yeah, the jail was the focus of a damning report last year by the U.S. Department of State into possible human rights violations, including violence and abuse by the staff. Can you imagine being an investment banker's kid? Like, his parents rub elbows with politicians and, like, the SEC chairman Gary Gensler. That was his parents' social scene, and they were big investor type of people as well, involved in politics and big banking. And he's lived this silver spoon life, went to MIT, started this. You know, last year one estimate said he was worth $32 billion, and it was all pulled out from underneath him, and now he is in one of the worst prisons in the world. Inmates remove human waste by bucket, the government reported. Noted the jail where often 6 inmates are crammed into tiny cells that are only 6 feet by 10. See, if I would have known that this prison was on the island, I would have been so paranoid, I think I would have tried to escape. Yeah. You know, I think I'd have tried to get to, what is it, Dubai? Yeah. Is that where you go, where they don't extradite you?
Yeah, he could have. I guess I'm surprised he didn't try and take, you know, what money. Maybe he's not smart enough to have any money put away in case something bad happened. You know, you probably, if you're one of these guys that's got hundreds of millions of dollars, you got to figure out how to stash, you know, $5 to $10 million somewhere just to get out of the country.
Where do you stash them now? Are there banks?
Oh,
that,
there's people who
there's
take
no
your
access?
money. Yeah, there are people who take your money.
Well, if you're into crypto, then you could just have it sent to an anonymous wallet and be holding on to the money. And most people expect
I'm very naive. Like, you've heard of the Swiss bank accounts, but maybe they can get to those.
But once you start making payments from that, it becomes traceable. So, you know, it's more difficult than just having a secret bank account.
What he should have done is had something set up if this thing went south, that $10 million was set aside to get me out of the country.
Maybe he does. You know, maybe he thought he was going to be not charged. You know, he's still maintaining his innocence and thought, well, if I run, I'll look guilty, so I don't want to do that. Inmates develop bed sores from lying on bare ground. The report said of harsh conditions from overcrowding, poor nutrition, inadequate sanitation, and inadequate medical care. See, I think even if you lost your money to Sam Bankman-Fried's crooked exchange, you still wouldn't be celebrating this. I mean, this sounds horrific. Like 2022, anywhere in the world, I don't know if you should be doing prisoners like this. The Nassau Guardian newspaper said it saw the rodents firsthand during a 2019 tour, with a prison guard confirming there's rats running up and down all day, every day.
I wonder, because of how important he is to the case of all this in the United States, that maybe that he gets put in a different environment, you know, because you don't need him being in there till February. If you're the United States government, you're sitting at, and I know it's their rules. I know it's their rules over there, but maybe you're saying, listen, we don't need this guy sick or dead. We need him alive to testify.
Fox Hill is so bad, in fact, that many inmates beg to be extradited to the U.S. just to escape it.
There you go.
Wow. So I could imagine, but I don't know if they don't have any resources to create a good prison. I don't think you should get preferential treatment because you're like a white collar criminal or something like that. I think that's part of the problem with our prison system and how it doesn't get fixed.
Yeah, but they might be a situation too where that country, what you do is you say, listen, you take care of him, and we'll make sure that, any of these funds and things that you might need for your government. There's all kinds of crooked people over there. You put money in their account so they can, we'll pad your bank account. Just make sure this guy doesn't die over there.
In 2019, a pastor waived his right to fight extradition to Georgia, where he was ultimately sentenced to life in prison because he feared being killed by gangs in the brutal Bahama jail.
Yeah.
Fox Hill ain't no place for nobody to stay in. I'm ready to go, said Don Martin to the magistrate. And he was facing significant hell on earth in American prisons because he was wanted for some of the most heinous crimes you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
Many believe Bankman-Fried, who signaled plans to fight his extradition, should do the same, even though he faces a maximum of 115 years if convicted of all 8 federal charges. There's no advantage to him staying. He'll be sent to the U.S. eventually anyway, said the founder of Wall Street Prison Consultants, which advises those convicted of white-collar crimes on how to get into better prisons. Wow, what a disaster. He said the disgraced 30-year-old FTX mogul will start his stay in the medical department in sick bay that can hold about 5 people. He'll be in sick bay for orientation purposes, and then they will determine the best place for him. Either way, it'll be a stunning change of scenery for the crypto wonder kid. Alrighty, it is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Hey, does he still owe that Margaritaville down there $65,000?
I think so.
I think he's there.
I seen a photo of him topless on the beach. It's all on his chest. All $65,000 of it sitting off his chest.
He ran up quite a tab there at that Margaritaville.
He sure did. He sure did. I heard he's got like 300 million stashed, maybe around in some accounts.
Really?
There
you go.
That. Yeah, I was listening to a podcast this morning about it. Oh,
I would have emergency funds to get me out of here.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like kidnap me and get me out of here.
Yeah, we need some El Chapo tunneling going on.
Yeah, I cried no tears for him. He need to run them pockets and pay everybody back. I cried no tears for that man. Let's see. Dan Campbell is our G-Bag of the Day champion.
That is right.
He got lost in the middle of the game, started paying attention to the wave. And OC was telling him to call. Hey, we're going to do a pass on 6. Pass on 6. Dan Campbell had no idea what was going on.
Here's another thing that happened. These things happen during the game, but so we're in that situation, and the fans are doing the wave around the stadium, and so I'm just watching, and I hear Ben Johnson's like, "Hey, coach, you want to?" And I'm so focused on the wave, and I said, "Yeah, that's fine." And I look up, and we're throwing it to Panay, and I'm like, "What the are you doing?" But it worked out great. It's unbelievable.
I said, "What the hell we doing, man?"
Yeah. So I guess that's what ruff was.
Dan Campbell, by the way, a Dan Campbell deep dive coming up at 4 o'clock, the backstory on our current G-Bag of the Day. And now I believe the most quotable man in all of football, Lucius.
High pedigree on that man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
I did.
You guys ever heard of a fellow named Jerry Sullivan?
No.
I've seen him recently for saying some really stupid things.
Yeah, I've heard of
Trainwreck Sports. What a hell of a title of a podcast. Trainwreck Sports. Gary Sullivan takes on female fans. Take it away.
Uh-oh.
If this is Amy, I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away.
Hey, women, be better than this, because the worst fans really are the women. They don't get critical journalism. They're just they all want to be cheerleaders.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's always I don't want to.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous avenue to go down to criticize women in general because they're better than men generally.
Wow, that is a train wreck.
One guy tried to save him, and then Jerry wanted nothing of that, right?
It's my turn!
Tell him, Jerry.
Yeah.
You're a wild boy. I know they on his ace right now. I'm pretty sure.
The worst fans really are the women.
His mentions are going insane right now. I want to see him, Jerry. Screenshot him and post him, Jerry, so we can see. I know they're telling you about
I tell
yourself.
you what, moms are pretty gangster with how their youth sports parents, man. They
Hell
are.
yeah, they are.
They are tough. They're dialed in.
They're the ones that have to be taken
Yeah.
away from the game all the time.
Yeah.
At least I see.
They don't mind being critical one bit.
It's that morning wine they got in
Yep.
those little coolers that they're drinking.
The Yeti cups. The Yeti cups are awesome.
That's what it is.
They figured it out before I did. I'm like, hey, they got a good idea with these Yeti cups.
Yeah, they do.
Let's go.
Yeah, they super loose. Man, it's a T-ball game. Let's go! Let's go! Faint. All right, here we go. Anyway, what is Micah semen?
Huh?
Excuse me?
Yeah. I'm asking you guys.
Superhero?
What stuff? What is Micah semen?
5 million a tablespoon.
Morning show, take it away.
Eagles making Hurts and Micah seeming to suggest that seeming to
You sure about that?
God, Bobby.
Gosh,
good.
man.
You guys,
I
didn't say you guys are like freaking. You guys are 12 years old. You guys are 13
Bobby
years
would
old.
love
Swear to
that.
God.
Is that his word, seeming?
Yeah,
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, he wants a fourth kid too.
That's that compound V they use in The Boys.
Oh,
Go
I
ahead and make
love
the
that.
soups.
Oh, is that show coming back?
Oh, it's coming back. They're also making a spin-off series called Compound V.
They need to come on with the show. Oh, when is it coming back?
Oh, that's a good question. But they are making a new season.
They need to come on, man. And I want to put out a GoFundMe to bring the show The Boondocks back. Yeah. Who's willing to donate for my GoFundMe to bring the Boondocks back? Okay. There's too much content out on these streets for Aaron McGregor or whatever the hell his name is not to be writing.
Come on back.
Great stuff, man.
No, it's a great show.
Yeah, it's a great show. They had a crystal ball. Everything that they said back then is now coming true. Ask R. Kelly.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see here. What else? Oh, Jim Gray. Jim Gray is a broadcasting legend. Classic segue right here.
Tom.
Now, he is on this XM radio show with Tom Grady. What is it called? Let's Go or something
Let's
like that?
Go!
Something so generic. We'll name it Let's Go.
Let's go, John.
That's it. That's a great idea.
You got something there, Tom.
We
I
got
like
something,
it.
man.
I like it.
That's some heaters. So you got Adam Sandler, Bill Burr, my guy.
All right.
And Tracy Morgan, all on this Jim Gray, Tom Brady podcast. And it got wild because you got Tracy Morgan on there talking, right? It's going to get crazy. Jim Gray said, okay, it's getting a little too wild. Let me get this segue in here, and I'll pay for our sponsor.
One of my favorite weekends I ever did was opening for Tracy at Caroline's. He did 4 completely different shows. Every one of them was brilliant in like a different way. And like,
Oh, yeah.
dude, you went double negative and turned it into a positive. You taught me that. He said something like that grossed the crowd out, and then he doubled down on it. And then they go, all right, I guess he's, I don't know if I can say what he said on the show here.
Double down
He
on
goes,
it.
I'm old. I eat toes and booty holes.
That's what I do.
And that was before it was mainstream. So the whole crowd like,
man, I go raw, man.
they all pull back, and then he looks at the crowd. He goes, "You eat the mother." And then they're just like, all right. I guess.
Well, Tracy, we're going to get you a much better meal because it's Jim Gray along with Tom Brady, Adam Sandler, Bill Burr, and Tracy Morgan. Hey, Tracy, for tender and flavorful in every bite, we're going to send you to Morton's the Steakhouse.
It's time to do a live read.
The USDA Prime Steak. Visit Mortons.com to reserve at any more of the 65 worldwide locations. There's a table waiting for you. And let me tell you something. Your meal's going to be a heck of a lot better than what you guys were just talking about.
Straight Brooklyn sugar, man. I'm definitely not
John.
having my kids listen to this show.
That's good.
That was great.
That
was good.
All righty. Any other nominees, Lucius?
Let's see. No, that's it. I'm out of
All
here.
right, all
Boondocks wouldn't be good without John Witherspoon. It won't be the same without John Witherspoon. It hasn't been written yet, so you can't say it's going to be good or not.
All right. Well said. Is it Dan Campbell? He got distracted by the wave. Is it Jerry Sullivan, Trainwreck Sports? The worst fans really are the women.
Man.
I was quoting him. I was paraphrasing.
Sure.
What is Micah seeming to suggest with Sean and RJ and Jim Gray with a classic segue there on his podcast with Tom Brady and all of his comedian friends? Wow, that's tough. I'll go Dan Campbell, Lucius. How about you?
Jim Gray with that classic segue. I'm a professional broadcaster.
He is professional.
Bully?
I'm going Jim Gray.
Broadus?
It's Jim Gray.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion is Jim Gray with a hell of a segue for the ages. One of the best ever. your new champion. If you ever miss the G-Bag of the Day, Lucius replays it for you at 5:40 in LA Live with Lucius Alexander every night. Okay, coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner, and where are we going with that, sir?
Are there some of these Jaguar players you need to worry about this weekend? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, headlines at 7 a.m. How did the Mavs do against the Cavs? And Babe Laufenberg.
This is your radio home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
Even though shortages and demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. All right, it is the G-Back Nation. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties. Broadus.
Thank you very much. I'd like to wish Gavin Spittle happy birthday today. How about that? Huh?
See?
How about that?
El Jefe.
Happy birthday,
El
Spitzy.
Jefe. Happy birthday, sir. All right, I told you I was going to talk about these Jaguars, but first I want to tell you about Anthony Rush, who the Cowboys signed. They're going to put him on the practice squad. He was with Philadelphia. Kind of reached out to a couple of guys that watched this tape, and, man, it was one guy, I tell you what, was super positive about this guy. And, he was talking about that he played really, really well last year in Atlanta. And but the offseason, he got up about 380 pounds. And the coaches got mad at him and cut him a couple weeks into the season.
So he's been dieting?
Because his wife, but yeah, there's where he is. But I talked to another team that said, listen, we worked this guy out, and he was a little bit too heavy there, but he's gotten down now to 350 pounds.
Wow.
So he's lost some weight.
Putting in good work.
Putting in some good work.
On the soda plan.
Yeah. So they say this guy is a really good power nose tackle, and he can play the run. He's an exceptional run player. And he can get across the center. When we say about get across the center, that means he's not going to get stuck. That's what you've seen a little bit with Hankins, that ability to kind of move and not just kill grass under his feet. He's moving along the line. He's trying to make things happen. Well, they're saying that Anthony Rush has kind of got some similar traits with that. So big guy, play the run, shows some range. This one guy said, listen, sign this guy, get him ramped up because he can help.
Wow, it's a surprising he was available.
Yeah, he was on Philadelphia's practice squad for a bit, and they got rid of him. They moved on. They got Jordan Davis and them. They got, when they were trying to.
They signed Sue and Joseph.
Exactly. So this guy, but I had three different guys tell me that I didn't hear. The only thing that I heard that was negative, and you guys heard the same thing, is the weight.
Right.
Where's the weight? He's a 380 guy. He's probably not any good to you.
So he ate his way out of the league, and now he's ready to get back, and you're there waiting for him.
Yeah.
How perfect is that?
Well, maybe you get an opportunity here. Maybe you do. Maybe you get the opportunity where, all of a sudden it kind of works out where, he's on the practice squad. You kind of you're kind of working with him. And then you got those 3 times where you can elevate him.
Right.
Those 3 different times you elevate him and bring him back down and, that kind of thing. So, we'll see with the Cowboys how, but it did sound promising, because people were asking me, well, what do you think they're going to do? And I'm like, I kind of felt like that they were going to just try and get Bohanna ready, try and keep with Gallimore, that kind of stuff.
Tread water a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't think Bohanna was bad against the Texans, and Osa had a great game.
No, I think you're right about that. I'll tell you what, Watkins in that final drive, that goal line stand, he woke up. He woke up in that game too. So good for him. But that's Anthony Rush. He's a Cowboys practice squad defensive tackle. That's a little bit of a thumbnail for him for you guys today. All right, talking about the Jaguars. I was talking to people in Jacksonville, by the way. I was on Jacksonville radio this morning. They were asking me about
how are they doing?
They're really excited about this game. They feel like that the Cowboy fans are going to overwhelm them, though.
Yeah.
They feel like that this game, the Cowboys haven't played there in 16 years.
We've never won there.
I know. But you think about, usually you get that rotation where you kind of see people, but yeah, you hadn't played there in 16 years because of London.
The London game.
The London game.
Yes, that's when Dez went off.
Yeah, boy, that was.
And Romo wasn't even supposed to play.
Beautiful. That was a beautiful game. But yeah, but the Jacksonville, they're worried down there. They're excited about the game because they feel like that Tennessee's slipping. They feel like Tennessee's slipping, and if they can win this game, be 6-8.
They're in the mix.
And they're in the mix.
Yeah.
So they're really anxious to see how they react in this game. They are. They're like, we played well last week, and then we played like crap against the Lions, got beat up, bad. I watched them against Kansas City. They held their own against Kansas City. Onside kick to start the game against Kansas City. So keep an eye on maybe them
They
trying
recover?
They recovered it.
Wow.
Didn't move the ball, though. Kansas City stopped them there. I mean, forced them to a punt. But just kind of be aware of stuff like that. Anyway, you got to be worried about Christian Kirk in this game. First off, let me say about the quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Since week 9, let me throw some numbers. Over 1,300 yards passing, 10 touchdowns, no interceptions, 72 completion percentage, 111 rating for him. And what Doug's trying to do for him is trying to get like little different concepts for him to like learn each game, something that they could build on for the next game. That's how Doug's trying to develop this kid. He's like, listen, just kind of
bits and pieces
of it. Don't try and do too much.
I like
but
it.
let's come up with some plans, whether it's, how we run the football, how we run crossing routes, how we throw screens. Those are all things you're going to have to worry about with the Cowboys. This makes me with the Jaguars on offense. Christian Kirk, he's a big time player because of the speed. He's going to challenge you on the outside. He's going to run deep crossing routes.
Underrated loss for Arizona.
I would say a little bit. The film I watched the 3 games I watched with Jacksonville, I was pretty impressed. He's one of those guys that it's got so much speed that he makes it difficult for defenders to have to deal with him just because of that. But he'll drop the ball. They have another receiver, Zay Jones, who they got from Vegas. He's had a little bit of the drops too, but in the last game, he kind of got himself back on track. You guys remember Evan Ingram?
Yeah, Giants guy.
Yeah, well, he's doing a pretty good job
coming off a monster game.
Yeah, he is doing very, very well for them. And you know what, they play him, if he was a Giants guy like we were talking about, they play him in the slot, they play him wide. He doesn't do the inline stuff. So he's listed as a tight end, but remember all those times we were always worried about him with the Giants. We're like, he can do this, and they never did it. He's doing it with Jacksonville now. He really is. I mean, they're finding Trevor's doing a great job of getting him the football. They run the ball with Travis Etienne. They've had some success. They've had some games where they weren't any good doing it, but you're going to have to worry about Travis Etienne, and you're going to have to worry about the RPO stuff because that's something they're incorporating. And I guarantee you, Doug sees what the Cowboys defense struggled with this past week, and maybe a little bit with Philadelphia. And I guarantee you're going to see RPO stuff with Trevor Etienne and those guys and the receivers.
They got weapons, man. They do.
They do.
got
Now their
talent on
record is
offense.
5-8, and they've struggled, as you mentioned, Gavin, on
But if you restarted the season, they wouldn't have this bad of a year.
I watched, like I say, I made it sure to watch the last 2 games, and then I wanted to watch Kansas City just because I wanted to see how they defended the Chiefs, and the Chiefs hit some big plays on them. But they were still like the offense was able to hang in there for Jacksonville. I don't think their problem is their offense. I really don't. Now the way I would attack, if you're asking me to, don't put Parsons on Cam Robinson. Okay, put him on the other side. Jawan Taylor, put him on that guy. That's who you need to attack. Don't make him rush against Cam Robinson in this game because he could attack Taylor and probably do pretty well in this game. Brandon Sheriff, who plays, was with the Commanders, he's a guard for him. Luke Fortner, who I liked, was a center from Kentucky. He's been pretty good. But yeah, don't rush against Cam Robinson. Rush the other side on this one when you're talking about that.
Yeah, we need to get some sacks going again.
Yeah, you need to get back to that. But I think they're going to try and, like I say, they're going to take that game plan with that RPO stuff, that quarterback read and all that. Just be ready for that.
It's an exciting team, though, and I think you got to look out for their enthusiasm and them being up to play you and all that.
Yeah.
Like, this is a game the Cowboys could lose, especially how they played the last 3 weeks.
No, I think you're right. I was talking to them. I'm like, well, I think you guys are good, but they're worried. They're worried about – because I asked them, I said, who would you be more worried about in a game? And I said, would you be more worried about Parsons or would you be more worried about Dak? What do you think their answer was?
Parsons.
Micah, yeah.
Parsons, clearly. They're worried about Parsons. They worry about him taking over a game.
Yeah.
That's what they're really worried about there. So, anyway, that on that side.
Kind of due to take over one.
Yeah. Okay, now they're a little banged up on the defensive side. Travion Walker, I think, is their best pass rusher. I think you look at what he was able to do coming out last year. He's a little bit nicked up, but they use him, like him and Josh Allen are the primary pass rushers, but they don't get a whole lot of pressure unless it's one of those 2 guys. Their secondary will knock you out, though. They got this guy, Andre Sisco, that they drafted in the 3rd round.
Oh, yeah, the Syracuse safety?
He will blow you up. I mean, they lit Kansas City up. There were several times there where I thought Kansas City's guys weren't going to get up. Oh, no. But they give up some big plays in the secondary, but they'll hit. And you have to be ready of them trying to rip the ball. They're a big team of trying to rip the ball out of your hands. This Rayshon Jenkins, who they got from the Chargers as a strong safety, if you're the Cowboys, got to be alert of him coming up, trying to rip at the ball. They'll hold you up, take shots, rip the ball. So be careful of that. I think you could throw the ball on these guys. Again, you have to block those 2 guys. You have to block Walker. You have to block Allen, but you can make some plays in the secondary. And again, be alert of how hard they hit in the secondary.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon at 2:40. Morocco unlucky to not score. It's 2-0 France in the closing seconds, and there is the final whistle, and you have your Mbappe versus Messi, your France versus Argentina World Cup final now slated for Sunday morning. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. 1 down, 4 to go. Mike McCarthy press conference plus some Cowboys Twitter coming up next year in the Nation.
Cowboys DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation.
Tell us what it do.
Every Thursday afternoon at 5. Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and standing by once again for the Mike McCarthy press conference up there at the Star. Big Mike will be addressing reporters and talking about all things Cowboys here as Tyron Smith is back at practice. They have a new big defensive tackle, new 350-pounder. As Jonathan Hankins is now on injured reserve, could return. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for the best on that. But how about a little bit of Cowboys Twitter here and what some of T.Y. Hilton's famous former teammates and coaches are saying about him. I think you're going to like it. I like this T.Y. Hilton. As a matter of fact, I kind of hope that the Cowboys have success with him and they want to bring him back next year as well. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, director of player personnel for the Eagles.
Back in the day, yes, sir.
1998 NFL draft, drafted 4 Pro Bowlers if needed them. Did a heck of a job.
Thank you, man.
You got Lucius Alexander, of course, in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Zach Wolchuk has returned. Eric Chiafalo remains on dad duty. Yeah, he's taking care of business now with 3 daughters at the house. We do expect his glorious return on Monday.
Are you kidding me right now?
And, of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating video.
We got injury threats,
What
gentlemen.
happened? What happened?
Oh, as you want to tease some Cowboys Twitter, this is going to get my blood boiling, fellas.
Uh-oh, what did we miss?
We have, apparently, so Ross Tucker, who we respect a lot around here, he's a friend of the station. But we're going to play a little later on in the show, Micah, what he had to say regarding Jalen Hurts.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, is it Jalen Hurts or is it the team? This is a fair question. Okay, Philly's really talented. Well, somebody took to Twitter and said, listening to 94 The Whip, that's the Philly Talk Sports radio station,
WIP.
Ross Tucker has said that he would not be surprised if a couple of Eagles players...
Oh, we got to go. Stand by for the conclusion on that. Here's Big Mike.
I came back for you.
Oh, did you? That's my guy.
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. No, you hadn't had a chance to look at Trevor Lawrence much when we talked to you the other day, but having looked at him now, just what you see and his level of performance here lately.
I mean, he's playing very well. Really, I think that the first thing you always look at statistically is, you're taking care of the football. So he's taking care of the football. He's a dual threat, both run and pass. So really like the way their teams come on. You look at their perimeter group. So this is going to be a big challenge for us.
Clarence Hill for Star Telegram. Hankins was placed on the IR to see you guys to sign Anthony Rush for the practice squad. Just talk about what that means for the defensive line without Hankins.
Well, I mean, Hankins come in here and has done an excellent job for us and, run defense, and he was everything he thought it was going to be. So just got to get him healthy, and this is a good opportunity for Anthony. He had good tape. I mean, as soon as the injury happened, Will was on the phone. So we're just fortunate to have him.
Is there a chance Hankins could come back, or?
Yeah, my understanding, it'll be a 4-week injury.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Today's practice schedule, are you on a walkthrough and then regular schedule? How's that?
Well, it's more than a walkthrough. We'll do a bunch of throwing and we'll do perimeter work. We're getting all the reps that we normally get on a Wednesday, just with the schedule that's in front of us. Just trying to lessen the stress on the front end, pay it forward is the mindset. Just from a scheduling standpoint. That we're in the weight room this morning, just started at noon, and but all the meetings and everything else is, the time frames are the same. We're just not having the post meetings, practice meetings because of the work that we're doing. But we'll get all the reps in for normal D&D and third down today, and then we'll do some perimeter throwing after the walkthrough.
Jay Slater, NFL.
Okay, it's okay.
Jay Slater, NFL Network. How long does it typically take a wide receiver that's had 10 years in the league to get up to speed with the playbook he's not necessarily familiar with? And how has he done so far? He's talked about being in the building 10 hours, sort of pouring over so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a menu of former receivers in this situation. But I'll just say this: he's very bright. I know he's wearing Kyle Valero out, so I mean they've been spent a lot of time together. So I don't think it's going to take Ty very long.
Do you anticipate that he could play this weekend,
I don't think it'd take him very long to learn the playbook. So now we'll see how the week goes. I mean, obviously we'll get to see him. We'll get some throwing in today, so he'll be part of that. And but we'll see how the week goes. I mean, obviously he's played a lot of football, so we just want to get him acclimated.
Clarence, go again. Speaking of the week and the plan for the offensive line, you've seen enough from Tyron. Is he going to play this week? And what is your plan at right tackle?
Well, the big thing is, we already talked about the practice schedule. We'll be in a normal padded Thursday practice. So, I think a lot of the questions and those type of things will start to be answered tomorrow. So, but really the final roster changes, just meeting with Will and talking with Steve and Jerry this morning. I mean, we won't make those changes till Saturday. I mean, you have to go through the whole week and just, as far as what the 53 to 48 and all that's going to look like.
Right tackle, Ball and Peter split reps in practice evenly, or how are you doing that?
I mean, I think this is a really good opportunity to maybe wait till Sunday. I'm feeling a personal challenge. I don't think my odds are very good, but I'm going to give it a shot.
Newy Scruggs, NBC5 Dallas, speaking about the offensive line. In your career, have you had to juggle as many guys that you have had basically since the first game where you've been having a lot of different rotations?
I've never done this healthy. I think I've been through this before. We've been through it here when we weren't healthy. So I think the biggest thing is trying to play as many different combinations. And I think part of it is the experience that we've been through in 2020, 2021. So, but it's worked out. I mean, you definitely are, because you always talk about, your five linemen that play together every day are the best units. But just, this case of playing a number of people, because, Jason Peters was a late signing. I mean, Tyron's coming off of IR this late in the year. So you got position flex that you didn't really want to just wait until, Tyron came back. So, I mean, we try to be proactive and working these adjustments, but this is the first time I've done this healthy.
How has Ball handled everything? I mean, obviously he had to play because of some health issues. How do you think he's handling everything?
Oh, I think really Josh has grown. Their first year is tough. I mean, let's be honest, he didn't get much work with his injury, and I really felt that in training camp in a lot of ways he was kind of like a seasoned rookie. But he's getting better. You can see it in the one-on-one pass pro. I mean, I think having the opportunity to go against our pass rush has really helped all of our offensive linemen. I think the numbers on both sides speak for themselves. But I like the way Josh has continued to get better, and I think it's always tough for a young guy where you don't just get to line up and play one position. I mean, what Tyler Smith has done is awesome. And to think he's done it playing left tackle and left guard some too. So, but I'm happy with the progression Josh has made.
Like over the course of the year, when we've gotten too far ahead of ourselves or actually about late in the season or playoffs, you always say, we got to get to 11 wins and then check with us. What is it about 11 wins? Is that just historically establish you as a playoff team, and then it's about determining where you are in that mix?
Yeah, I mean, just the history. I know my experience being a head coach. I mean, a 16-game season. After the first couple of years, we're asking a bunch of questions. They're all hypotheticals. So, and then the 10th win became clarity on, when you get to 10 wins, you can look around and then things are starting to line up. Now with the 17-game season, watching it last year, it really takes 11 wins to because 10 wins used to pretty much guarantee you a spot in the playoffs. But there are unique years. So I think with the 11th win, then it's, things start to make sense. I mean, the biggest thing I'm focused on is obviously Jacksonville, but this 4-game stretch, 3 on the road, 3 on grass, 7-day, 6-day, 5-day, 10-day stretches is different. I mean, I've never had this different of a flow at the end of the year. So just really focusing on make sure we got the plan right, the training right, and make sure our guys are ready to go when we play.
Clarence, I have 2 questions. You brought up the 11th game and how it sets it up. Well, if you get your 11th win, you clinch the playoffs. I don't know if you talked to your team about that, but you have a chance to clinch the playoffs this weekend. I don't.
I won't talk about it until we get the 11th win. Like I said, I I know so much of this game is based on utilization of your mental and emotional energy, and not that talking about 11 wins versus 10 wins is going to tap us out emotionally. That's not what I'm saying, but I'm big into listen to your language and don't waste a bunch of time on things that don't matter, and that's really, that fits into that category. It's not. Trust me, I don't want to come in here and arm wrestle with everybody in here over 10 or 11 wins. I mean, shoot, you got plenty of ammunition to come after me with. So I mean, it's just really a waste of time. I mean, to be honest with you. So it's just really staying focused on what's most important, and we got to win this game on the road.
Piggybacking on that and staying focused. Michael Parsons was on a podcast yesterday. I don't know if you heard about it, talking about the Eagles and Jason and the quarterback. And that's kind of blew up in Philadelphia. You worry about the focus, him talking about that game and that quarterback with the Jacksonville Jaguars ahead.
Well, I mean, my understanding, and I didn't read the quote or see exactly what he said, but my understanding, he was talking more about the MVP always not being the quarterback. So, and I think there's some personal opinion there about what position should win the MVP, but that's another subject. But yeah, I mean, I'm not in the locker room material, and if it, when things go that way, I've never seen a game won or lost on those type of things. I think it's great banter and energy that may last during warm-ups and maybe after the opening kicks. But I'm not a fan of that stuff. I think it really. You could throw that right in the bucket with not talking about playoffs with 11 wins. It's just a waste of time.
What stands out to you when you look at these last two seasons and some of the adversity and challenges that you guys have had to be able to have two back-to-back double-digit seasons for the first time that this franchise has really seen since 2005, 2006?
I just think really it's the uniqueness of an NFL season because they're never the same, but you deal with the same moments. You have to overcome adversity. You have to win games in the end. Statistically, it tells you 50% of your games are going to come down to the 2-minute drill. We're at 35% right now, so that tells me that these next 4 games are probably going to come down to the 2-minute drill. So those are the kind of things I focus on, because I think it helps keep you focused on your practice regimen, make sure you're hitting your situational work and so forth. But frankly, I mean, personally, I expect to win. I expect to win. I expect to be in the playoffs. I expect to be knocking on the door. I think, just from personal experience, I mean, winning a Super Bowl is very, very difficult. But I'll tell you, from my personal experience, going to the playoffs 8 years in a row is much tougher. So just the things that you need to do to make sure you're in that position to get to the big game, that's really where I keep my focus on. So, and that's why I try not to waste time talking about 10 wins or talking about, bulletin board material and things like that. And because I think this game is so competitive, it comes down to, 1 or 2 plays each and every week. I mean, just to see the whip around at ESPN when you get home at night, it's just remarkable. I'm always amazed how consistent this league is in the competitive spirit and how these games come down to the end. Guys are just making plays out of their mind to win a football game, and that's just the beauty of the game of football. But it's really the beauty of the National Football League. So I just try to stay engaged in that.
Because I didn't cover you in Green Bay, I didn't know what your practice schedule necessarily looked like. But has it evolved over the years with the attention of what it takes to get to the playoffs and needing to rest the bodies of some of these players and make sure that they're getting certain things that maybe in the past they didn't? In other words, have you gone back to the drawing board, or have you always done schedules like this?
I've always been on the cutting edge of scheduling, so can't even say it with a straight face. But it's, I think like anything, you're a product of your experiences. There's still things today that I do culture-wise that I learned from Marty. A lot of things I do are really the foundation is Marty Schottenheimer. And I think that's important, but. I think in training camp, my first year we did the 2-1-2-1 schedule, and then I had a day off in the middle of the week on Wednesday. And I just remember Mark Tauscher coming to me and telling me, he says, I think you just extended my career 3 years. And he just said, I can't go every day anymore. I'm getting up there. So things like that. You listen, those conversations carry a lot of weight, especially as a young head coach. But this schedule that we're on right now was developed in 2014, and it really took me 3 to 4 years to really, take the leap with it because it's different. No one was doing it back then. I don't even know who's doing it now if they are doing it. But Mark Lavatte, the strength coach in Green Bay, had a big part of this, and the focus was really on the development of young players, and because we were historic or annually the youngest team in the league, so you had that angst of how do you get these young players trained and develop and keep developing throughout the year, but also don't wear them out because I have overtrained. My first training camp in Green Bay, I can remember we played a preseason game in Cincinnati, and it was a hot night, muggy night. It rained right before the game, and the team was shot. Their legs were. We had practiced like 6 days in a row in pads, and so I know what overtraining looks like. I've worked the team too much, so just really always trying to find that sweet spot. We had GPS in the early years, but didn't use it. We just collected the data, studied it, learned more about it. What does 200 mean? What does 300 mean? How's that focus? So how it's all fit together. So there was a lot of time in research that went into this schedule. So now, it's just like anything. I'm just no different. Your job. I've been doing it now for quite some time, and you got to trust your instincts. Practice needs to look a certain way. I can stand out there and tell you if a practice is a 350 or a 370. That's just from doing it so long. But that's not the absolute too, because you got the mental and emotional. Because you can't, because the physical part of it, you have gauges. But every one of these guys is mental and emotional. Battery is. There's other things going on. So we're all chasing the same thing. Every coach in sports is chasing the same thing. How do you train your team to be prepared to win, but also have the rest and recovery built in to make sure they can line up and get through the course of it. It's a long year. We're in the fourth quarter. Technically we consider this the first day of the fourth quarter, and the health-wise, you got the big injuries. To me, those aren't really affecting your training, but where our guys feel. Like if you ask Zach Martin how his body feels today as opposed to how it felt 5 years ago, so that kind of feedback, and all those things tie into this schedule. Aaron Rodgers telling me that it took him 5 or 6 years to really figure out your body as an NFL football player and all the extra things you need resource-wise, and we have these resources here in Dallas, but we don't have 6 years for a guy to figure out his body. So, we just look how much our rookies have contributed. So, all those things factor in why we do it the way we do it.
There it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, a lot in there, a lot of interesting conversation. Probably the most newsworthy thing is him saying on Hankins, my understanding is it will be a 4-week injury, so maybe it's more expectation than hope that Hankins will return. We will jump into that Cowboys Twitter. Okay, we have a report of a possible Bounty Bowl repeat developing in Philadelphia and what former teammates are saying about the new guy. That's next in the nation.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Oh, yeah, RJ, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys.
Okay, so we're going to get the very latest on what the Eagles are reacting to and has the city of brotherly love all in a kerfuffle once again. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. I didn't think it was bulletin board material earlier when the Von Miller, Micah Parsons cuts were starting to come out in the Eagles, and who gets credit, Jalen Hurts or his supporting cast, was the subject matter, and here was Micah Parsons.
We look at the Eagles, is it Hurts or the team? I think it's a little bit of both, man. I think it's system and team. I think it's a little bit of both, man, because they got a great offensive line, which helps Hurts. Hurts has A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. They got a good running game.
I mean, Miles Sanders.
They scheme that they have.
O-line. I mean, bro, hey,
this Eagles Cowboys coming up, ain't it?
Yeah, it's coming up. I'm not trying to make no enemies. I just love the game so much, and I understand it so much that I can't. When things are off, I just can't hold it in. I almost gotta say something.
Yeah, you're right. They got a great team, great defense.
But everyone has their own opinions.
But they got Jalen Hurts is
he's good.
You know, I don't think Micah said anything wrong. He has a great supporting cast.
What's controversial about what he just said? Anything?
I guess they're so sensitive, and they believe he's holding back this idea that, come on, Jalen Hurts isn't that good. And Eagles fans are convinced that Jalen Hurts has, made a full-on transformation into a great quarterback. So yes, I think that they think Jalen Hurts is beyond even a question at this point. And I think, for the Cowboys, there's an element of Dak fans that would be offended by that.
Sure.
You don't acknowledge that he's one of the greatest quarterbacks ever? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And they're going to get butt hurt and bent out of shape about that?
I think he addressed everything that's really why the Philadelphia Eagles are where they are right now, in my opinion. I mean,
gave them credit for being a total team.
They did. And that's what we talked about. Even before the season, we were saying that that felt like that their roster was the Cowboys roster and the Eagles roster was very similar. And before the season, the difference was the quarterback. Their quarterbacks played very well to the point where you would say he's probably better than your quarterback.
You could make that case.
So that's what that's why they're winning the division. That's why they're 11-1. I do. I feel like their quarterback is playing better than your quarterback.
So you would be more on the Jalen Hurts is the straw that stirs that drink.
I would no. I'm on the Micah Parsons. I think he played it right. But their team is really, really good, and their team, like I said, their team is. If you think the Cowboys are good, like I say, the rosters are very similar. I mean, if I was evaluating for another team and they said, pick out what you think about what's positive about the Eagles. I'd say their quarterback's positive, their offensive line's positive, their secondary surely is positive.
I think the roster's better.
Yeah,
I think Micah called him a bus driver a little bit, and he didn't spell it out.
But you know what? I don't know if you would have said, if he would have come out and said, you know what, they run the ball really well, their offensive line's great. They're fortunate because their quarterback, doesn't make all the throw. If he just said something where he would have called him out about it.
Yeah.
Well, you said, I don't want to make enemies here.
No, I mean, I don't see anything. I was expecting.
But he also said if something's not right, he's got to call it out. He's hunting around that.
Yeah.
He's like shooting around the target, but not hitting the bullseye on purpose.
He's basically saying he thinks that Jalen Hurts is being overrated. He doesn't think he's an MVP. And that's right now, Jalen Hurts is the MVP favorite. But he's a product of being on a really damn good team. And I think we had a similar conversation Dak's rookie year when the Cowboys went 13-3 and the Cowboys were the number 1 seed. And we were talking, is Dak really that good, or is the team around him really that good? And Jalen Hurts is kind of in a similar stage in his career.
I think Jalen Hurts has gotten a lot better than I ever believed he could be.
I'm with you 100%.
I mean, I didn't expect – it's kind of like what we were all thinking about. I know with my situation, evaluating Josh Allen, I know being on the radio with you when it first started, it was like, well, why do you like Josh Allen?
Yeah.
And, and I was trying to I was saying, listen,
he had
this
big time accuracy.
Yeah,
problems too.
exactly. And all of a sudden, then you acknowledge later at the year, you're going, man, that guy does throw the ball pretty well.
Yeah.
He's kind of figured things out. I think that Jalen Hurts has kind of figured some things out.
Well, you don't increase your completion percentage by like 7% every year if you're not improving significantly.
No.
He's been really good.
Yeah. What would he do in Dak's circumstances? I think he'd be having a very similar level of success. I think it's close enough to be comparable. And of course, the big X factor here is how well he runs the ball. And he is a guarantee.
He's a weapon.
If you're third and short or
Yeah.
fourth and short, he's getting it. And that's part of the modern quarterback. So you have a guy who's durable and incredibly strong and good at it and giving you first downs that other teams in other situations would struggle with. And I don't think you use that to take it away from him. You use that to give him the credit for it.
Yeah.
That's not something you take away because he's one of the quarterbacks that's able to take advantage of that in a very big way, and he's setting records, and it makes them unstoppable. And there's not a lot of quarterbacks that would be able to do what Hurts is doing.
I kind of would wonder, if you were a defensive coordinator, who do you think it would be harder to prepare for? If Hurts or for Dak?
Hurts, because Hurts is a far better runner.
Yeah. Yeah, right now you have the game plan for Dak.
That's what I'm saying.
You just have to hope that they don't run it all over you, and then you're going to have a good chance to slow down, I think.
And I think
Cowboys
that
are
he
bringing.
has, and I got into a little bit of a disagreement with Bobby about this when we were out at Boomer Jacks, but I think Hurts has closed the gap, and I didn't think he would in terms of being as a passer.
It's so difficult. It is an apples and oranges thing, though, because of his running. What that gives him is more man opportunities on the backside.
Sure.
Dak's passing into a secondary with the difficulty turned all the way up, and Jalen Hurts, when he sees that, takes first downs with his legs.
Yeah.
And the defenses are terrified of it, which creates better opportunities for him to pass. So it is difficult, and Jalen Hurts is playing with different circumstances than the rest of the league, but he is a big part of it. And I just don't know how Philadelphia is going to try to make a big deal out of it. Today, Jalen Hurts and Jordan Mailata are scoffing at the camera when they're asked about it and saying, we're just focused on the Bears. But maybe this gets them distracted.
Good.
Maybe it is a catalyst for them. I don't know, but
they're
is
thinking about it.
Very interesting story.
They're thinking about it. And so I guess they were talking about it on 94 The Whip. We had a Tolo that tweeted at Micah Parsons and said that Ross Tucker, who is an Odyssey insider for us, he's been on the morning show, and I guess was paraphrasing what Ross Tucker said, and supposedly Ross Tucker was alluding to that he wouldn't be surprised if Eagles players tried to injure Micah Parsons on Christmas Eve. Now, Ross Tucker has replied and said that's definitely not what I said.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Baldy got in trouble for that 4 or 5 years ago. Remember Brian Baldinger?
Right.
Talking about, a bounty type of...
I mean, come on. I don't think Cowboy players would be doing the same thing. If an Eagle player came out and somehow they felt disrespected Dak, I don't think it would be that type of retaliation.
No, this is pathetic sophomore Eagles culture.
Now, I wouldn't put it past the Eagles. That's why they're the worst in the league as a fan base and as a team. I can't believe and stand them. They're pathetic.
I do think we're too sensitive about talking about getting guys hurt. It's a very violent game. For a long time, it was openly talked about. And now, within the confines of the rules, if you deliver a blow that is so powerful that it knocks the other guy out of the game, I'd celebrate you if I'm your coach. Yeah. I'm not afraid of that. It's a violent physical game. Who's hitting the hardest?
Jacksonville hit you now.
As long as it's within the confines of the rules, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Ross Tucker said. Anytime you start talking bounties, I think, it is going to get people's attention. Okay, where else are we going here in Cowboys Twitter? Michael Gelkin, Cowboys can clinch a playoff berth Sunday with a win at the Jaguars. It would be the franchise first time in consecutive playoff appearances since 06-07. There are scenarios in which Dallas can clinch a berth Sunday despite a loss. Most require Seahawks lose Thursday to the 49ers. Could you see this happening more years in a row? 3, 4, 5 years in a row, where Mike McCarthy comes to the Cowboys and sets up what they had in Green Bay, where you start thinking of them as a perennial playoff team. They've had significant carryover, even had a drop back in talent. I don't know that there's enough moving parts to bet against them. You know, you're looking at guys like Terrence Steele and Tony Pollard that you have Anthony Brown, big decisions coming off. I don't think those are catalyst type players. I think as long as you don't, lose your identity and the way that you approach things, maybe keep your coaching staff intact, there's no reason this team shouldn't make the playoffs more years in a row.
I kind of feel like, though, that, just thinking of which team is set up better long term. I think all four teams actually in the division are going to I think we're going to see an even more competitive division now. I don't think this division is going to be, remember how it used to be just one team and everybody else kind of stunk?
Yeah.
I think the new GM and coach at the Giants, I think, maybe Ron Rivera's not long for it in Washington, but man, that's a better team. I think they're a quarterback away. I think this division, you might talk about playoffs every year. I think the division is going to be a little bit more difficult for you going forward.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Let's get back on the clock, and I do agree with that. I think the division could be tougher. The Eagles aren't going to be easy. Let's see how they manage the cap. It's a lot of good players. And New York and Washington, I can see the Cowboys going 4-0 against them for the foreseeable future until they get a quarterback.
Yeah.
And they might screw up the quarterback acquisition and actually make it worse for themselves if they end up with a Zach Wilson type of guy. NFL panic meter, 4 games to go. Do the Cowboys belong on the list? And are you hitting the panic button about something with this football team? That's coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about D&M Leasing, though, before we do anything else, because I know you might need or want the new vehicle right now.
because I love DFW, I love the sports here, and I love the station. We always have some great comedy, always great sports takes. My wife doesn't like it, but it's always on the station.
Attaboy. And you can always crash on RJ's couch. Thanks to him and all the Tolos for helping us grow this thing together. We are 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found a new road, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll learn more about Dan Campbell coming up in the 4 o'clock segment. It's time now for an NFL panic meter gauging with Zach Wolchuk. 4 games to go, Wooly Bully. Who's got a panic?
How about the Giants? Oh, the Giants might be in full-blown panic mode. And are you panicking at all about the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. We want to know that. But the Giants kind of seem like they're in a full-on free fall right now. They've still got games against the Vikings, the Colts, and the Eagles. Now, the Colts game, probably winnable for them. But they've also got to play the Commanders. So 3 out of their next 4, very difficult. Commanders, Vikings, Eagles. And they're trying to get that last wild card spot. I don't know if the Giants are going to be able to do it, fellas.
Yeah, we haven't been hearing from those Giants fans on the TruckWreck.com fan text quite as much lately. You know, for the first couple of months of the season, I did feel like they were an imposter. And I made the prediction they'd be back to 500 by Thanksgiving. And as Thanksgiving came and went, I was wrong on that. And they asked me to eat crow. Well, how do you like them apples, Giants fans?
Yeah,
how have things been since Turkey Day?
Say it with your chest, General.
Yeah, not good. A bunch of losers.
How you feeling, Brian? You were Team G-Man.
Tell you what, they won a hell of a lot more games than I thought they would to start this year.
I think
right?
they ended the season now. They'd probably still have won more games than we thought they would.
I think that for me, then
step in the right direction.
If they're, you just still need them to beat the Eagles or something like that.
Please,
that'd be great.
Yeah, as we bash them. But to me, this is they're going to win more games than you thought. I think it's about the culture there now. I think it's about the change. It's about it's no longer the old Joe Judge and all that crap they were running out there. Dave Gettleman. I know Dave. I've known him a long time. Wish I had his job where I got to run a team, but
game passed him up. You would have done better.
Yeah. I don't know about. We'll see. But the thing is, like, I think the Giants, when you look at general manager, you look at head coach, you look at coaching staff, I think they're going to get better. I mean, they got to get some skill guys at that place. They got to figure out that wide receiver room. They've got to figure out, maybe like you were talking about Gavin, the quarterback. They got to figure out that situation. They got that coming up. But I kind of felt like though that they were a team that was going to be probably bottom of the division. But I didn't expect them to win as many games as they
Still
did.
could make the playoffs.
Yeah,
they could, but I don't think they're going to. I think they're
not scared.
I think they're going. I think they're going to be an 8-win team. I see them beating the Colts. They're probably going to lose the rest of the other.
Does it sound ridiculous to want to cheer for the Commanders to get in? Because
you think they have the best? Well,
the way the Commanders
they could knock around those physical teams.
They could
beat
knock
the Eagles or
yeah,
Niners.
they could knock. Maybe they're one of those teams that could go to Minnesota and win that game like a 3-7 matchup.
Yeah, but here's your problem.
But then if they win, then they'd have to go to Philadelphia. They're the one team
they're going to send you to San Francisco.
Man, okay.
You want to take your chances with the Eagles or the Niners?
Which would you rather do there, General?
I'd rather take my chances with the Niners right now.
Really?
Yeah, we've only seen one game from Brock Purdy.
And he's kind of banged up right now.
He had 180 yards.
He's got no blade. He's questionable for tomorrow.
Oh, I love Brock Purdy, but I'm just saying, if you really want a path, a really good path,
yeah, that's fair.
The Commanders would have a chance to beat one of those teams.
Send the Commanders to Minnesota, and then send the Commanders to go play Philadelphia.
Okay,
their one loss is against the Commanders.
All right.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Seattle, the other team. Oh, they're pushing the panic meter right now. Seattle is really they crumbled against Carolina. They were down 20-0 in that football game, gentlemen.
Yeah.
They've got games coming up against the Niners, the Chiefs, and the Jets.
All those teams playing for spots.
You pushing that panic meter?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I am.
Yeah, they're bleeped, I think.
But let me ask you this: if they get in though, as say the 6th seed, Do you like them going and winning
No.
one of these games?
No, I don't.
Here we are. We're talking panic meter, and we're just like, oh, there should be
I
panic.
mean, they're a different team with Kenneth Walker, who didn't
He's
play
been
last
banged
week.
up. Yeah, hopefully they'll play this week for him.
He's got an ankle injury, so
that's tomorrow night, right?
Maybe he helps a little bit, but Seattle's bad. Seattle's not playing
What
good
you
football.
what you need, honestly, is you need one of these 6th or 7th seeds to go and knock off the Eagles.
For
That's
sure.
That's what you need.
And I don't think Seattle's the candidate to do it. I don't think
Run
Seattle
the ball.
has enough talent. Yeah, sure. If Walker comes back and he can have a hell of a game against the Eagles, there's a path there. But you look at the Seattle defense, it's been like really well schemed, and they've got the most of their players, but it's a bunch of average guys. And the longer the season goes, the more that average guys are going to slip back to 500. That's what's happened for the Giants, and that's what's happening to Seattle. And I don't see like the one unit, like Washington has that massive front that could totally alter a game.
The Commanders aren't going to let you run the ball.
Yeah.
And they've got enough skill that if they keep a game close, they're capable of winning. They had 2 goal line stands this year to win games.
They can take something away. They can impose their will. I think that's your best shot.
This one's fascinating. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Watch you go Dallas Cowboys go down there and lose to a team that's 8-9.
Like, what the bleep?
No, seriously.
That's what it's trending to be.
That I'll tell you what. They go down there and lose to an 8-9 team. That head coach will get fired. I'm sorry. I mean, you people can chime in. I told you the guy deserves Coach of the Year votes, but you go down there and you win 12, 13
gonna have
games.
to happen.
You lose all those games and you lose that team down there first round.
I think too much good's happened for Mike McCarthy. I think it'd be Kellen Moore, or Killen Moore as I name it.
So you're going to have to make changes.
Yeah.
I mean, they just got throttled by Brock Purdy in his first start, 35-7.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Is it enough of a change to take Kellen Moore out of it and then, oh, by the way, we're just going to elevate somebody off the staff?
That would not be enough change.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
You'd have to find a good offensive mind. I'm assuming you'd get in there and you'd stagnate and they'd stop your run and they'd come up with the same game plan that's beat you the last 2 times. I mean, has Tampa lost enough that you should pick the Cowboys to win this game? I will have to take a look at how healthy they are and how Tristan Wirfs is playing and all that. But I think I would expect Tampa to win regardless of circumstances now. And we saw it happen this year with Green Bay and Tampa Bay. There's something weird going on.
So the Cowboys have claimed Trayvon Mullen off waivers, according to his agent, Kevin Connor. He's a former second-round pick of the Raiders, 6'2", 200 pounds. He was a second-round pick in 2019, 31 career starts in 45 games, 4 picks, 29 passes defended. Are the Cowboys panicking with their cornerback situation? You got 2 additions here in the last, week? Mackenzie Alexander and Mullen. I mean, they're throwing darts at, let's bring guys in and let's see if we can remedy this.
I wouldn't call this a panic. I would say this is good due diligence.
I love it.
Yeah, they're not worried, or they're not resting on what they've done. They're worried about what could happen. As far as injuries, we got to be prepared for anything. And on top of this, right now, if things don't go well with Kelvin Joseph, you'll want multiple other guys that you could possibly throw at different matchups depending on what kind of receivers you're facing and stuff like that. So I don't think Joseph or Bland played so bad that they should be rushing a bunch of guys in here. I think they're just doing a nice job being ready for anything. Brian, how about you?
They got McKenzie. He's definitely a slot player, and Mullen's an outside guy. And
so they're insured if something happens to Bland.
They're trying to protect themselves for sure, is what they're doing. This guy really struggled with the Raiders, and he's not fast. And he's a big-time holder and grabber. He lost a little bit of his confidence playing with the Raiders. And then he couldn't get it going in Arizona either on a fresh start. So that's the kind of things I'm hearing right now. My one guy said the one thing you need to consider here, it's easier to play corner for the Cowboys because of their pass rush.
Yeah.
So that's kind of,
that's fair.
But what I got right now, not fast, big time holder grabber, lost a little confidence playing, but couldn't get it going with Arizona on that fresh start. That was from the Raiders times too.
If I'm the Cowboys right now, I'm worried that our offense has lost its patience. And Jerry Jones talked about that on Monday. Like he wants, or yesterday actually with Sean and RJ, he wants aggressiveness, but not the turnovers. And if I'm the front office right now and I'm hitting the panic button about anything, it's that internally we're justifying the aggressiveness that's leading to the turnovers. We need a backup plan for when Dak's not sure where to go with the ball. It's not hold your breath and throw it to where a guy might be able to get the ball. Like it worked in the 98-yard drive a couple of times magically, but you can't rely on that as, oh no, I'm not sure where to go with the ball. The answer in the NFL is not throw it in the general area of the guy that you most trust. It's throw it away. It's scramble to buy time. It's take a sack.
Yeah.
It's not put the ball up for grabs. That's the thing that I'd be panicked about.
Last team in the NFC that I want to mention, the Vikings from Adam Sean. Said the Vikings are making him nervous.
I think the Vikings would be the one team that I would sit there and say the lesser seed could beat them. Yeah. That's the one team I think the lesser seed could go up to Minneapolis and win a game.
You know, you like Kirk Cousins. They don't have a dominant line or dominant running game, and their defense, which was once proud with defensive linemen and linebackers and defensive backs, it's just, you know, it's sort of a shell of what it was. It's very impressive that the coach could come in there and make them such a good regular season team, but they just don't pass the eye test for the playoffs.
Yeah, the thing about it with Cousins, and we always talk about him in the big games and stuff like that, they still have one of the best receivers in football there.
Yeah.
You know, that's really kind of what they got going for them right now.
Okay, the backstory on our recent G-Bag of the Day champion, Dan Campbell, coached the Lions. A deep dive on what makes him the man that he is, and we'll learn a little bit more about his journey to pro football out of Glen Rose, Texas, coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about the Frankels, though, before we do that, because these guys are who you call if you're hurt, not your fault. They'll make sure you don't settle.
Rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 6 stories that explain Lions head coach Dan Campbell. Really fun story on CBS Sports, the Glen Rose native. Having success now with Detroit in year 2, and it looked early like he might be on his way out as they had a 1-5 start, but now, coming off a win over the Vikings, they are thinking about getting in this playoff mix. And so it's a hot story, and he's so interesting. He was our G-Bag of the Day champion for admitting that he got distracted by the wave, and the next thing you know, they were running a trick play to Penei Sewell. So he's just so unique. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Zach Wolchuk has returned from illness. Still battling a little bit, but no longer contagious.
We're good. We're fine over here.
And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, or he was anyway. He set it up to be coordinated and then left. Amazing what this guy does, man. I'm going to start setting up hours and being like, yeah, here's what's coming up in the hour. I'm going home. The guy's got it.
Hey, yeah. I guess Bobby set the trend, right?
I guess.
Come in whenever you want.
Choose your own adventure. All righty. Getting into Dan Campbell here. Ken Rogers, lead creative producer, HBO's Hard Knocks, will start us off with the stories. You know, this thing looks not sustainable. I guess that's another one of the things that makes it fascinating. You know, the image he puts off is that he's not very smart. And it's something the story addresses very early. Like, I think I even asked at one point in regards to a Dan Campbell store, where's Beavis? You know? Because he puts off like that 90s butt rocker vibe. You know? There was like 12 guys like this at high school, and they had long hairs and like jean jackets with a GNR patch on the background. And they played on the football team, but they also smoked like Marlboro Reds. And, you know, that their dad, like, gave him a pretty kick-ass Chevy or Dodge truck. You know, they drove up. That was them.
He used to rock the long hair, too, didn't he? When he was
yeah,
with the Cowboys?
Oh, yeah. He was a long hair guy for sure.
Yeah.
Ken Rogers says he's twice as smart as anyone gives him credit for because of the way that he looks, which is badass personified. And talks, I would say, Ken Rogers. Don't sell us short. If you're doubting Dan Campbell, it's not just the look. It's the stoner, like, you know, meanderings through press conferences. But he says he has the look of physical dominance. But when you see him at work, you understand that the amount of brain power that is put into his job is more impressive than anyone could imagine. The first funny story, they go back to him being recruited by the Aggies and the Longhorns. And the story goes, University of Texas recruiter made a big mistake, which likely cost him the future NFL player Dan Campbell. I believe he was a third rounder. Dang good player. Says when we get out, my mom and dad come out. My dad, he's a cowboy. We raise cattle and all this. So the guy's like, man, I've never in my life seen a black deer before. And my dad's like, oh, he doesn't even know it's a Spanish goat. Campbell recalled. So that was already a turnoff. He's coming from Austin, first of all, and that's the big city and all this stuff. So that's the background of Dan Campbell. His dad was a proper rancher and would get mad if you didn't know that particular animal he had was a Spanish goat. So that's the reason that he went to A&M, because R.C. Slocum came in 2 weeks later and he's like, whoa, those are some pretty neat goats you got down in the creek bed. And I'm like, they're not ours. They were the neighbors. But my dad's like, see, he knows it's a goat. Anyway, just stupid stuff. But A&M fit me better. He did, because he was a proper country kid. So NFL career over. He shows back up at A&M 10 years later. Mike Sherman is the coach. Zach Taylor, current Bengals coach, is their tight ends coach. And Zach Taylor later went on to work for McVay and is credited for, you know, being sort of an offensive genius there with the Bengals, and is credited for helping Joe Burrow come along. I didn't know that number of years back he was working at A&M as the tight ends coach, Brian. It's a small world, isn't it?
Small world.
So Dan goes down there to learn football and learn how to maybe become a coach with A&M, and he's there for the entire spring camp, which was like 3 weeks or whatever, and he's coming out of the NFL. He's staying in an RV park, which was memorable for the coaches down there. They just thought it was weird that here's this guy who could afford a nice hotel and everything like that, but he wants to pull up at the RV park because it's like $15 a night for the pad or whatever.
For the hookups.
Yeah.
Beast.
But Zach Taylor's quote makes the story. He shows up the first day, I'm supposed to coach tight ends. Taylor said. This guy who had just retired after playing 10 years in the league walks in the door like this gift from God to coach me up, to help me coach these tight ends. So he spent the entire spring with me at A&M. He just come and kind of educate me on tight end play, protections, the run game, and the whole deal. So then he ends up at Miami. The head coach is Tony Sperano.
Yeah.
The OC,
Tony loved him.
Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll. Now the head coach there at New York, and he tells the story of the first time they met. And as they meet, Campbell couldn't hide his energy, and he excitedly demonstrated blocking drills with the chairs around the room, huffing and puffing along the way. He's slamming chairs on the ground. He's hitting walls and going through these drills, says Daboll. You guys know him. He's a fantastic person, great family. It was an entertaining interview, knew a lot. Obviously, he was very passionate and tough as nails, and you could tell he was out of breath in half that interview with the stuff that he was doing. Dan Campbell gets the job as tight ends coach, and he confirmed for the story he was out of breath at the end of the interview, just because he said that was the best way I knew to describe the particular schemes and the plays that I would want to do would be to get up and demonstrate them and go like flying into walls and knocking over chairs, kind of like I'm imagining like a Chris Farley skit.
Yeah.
Brian, that's not a very common way to describe stuff, is it?
No, it's not. And there's coaches like that like they always want to put them up on the board. That's the big thing. Like, okay, it's
visual teacher.
If you interview a coach, the one thing you're going to do is you're going to put them up on the board and you're going to ask them to draw stuff. You're like, okay, well, when you were here, how did you account for this? Or how did you account for that? And probably Dan was in a situation where he wasn't really interested in drawing stuff up. He was moving around the salt shakers and the pepper on the table and, creating, okay, this is how I'd block, and move the napkin holder over here.
The fork, the spoon.
Yeah, exactly. That's exact. So he probably took the opportunity, like, I don't have time for your grease sport stuff. I'm just going to grab these chairs and we're going to, you stand up over here. You're going to be my end and you're going to be the outside linebacker. And I could definitely see, I've never been in a meeting where a coach, usually they draw. Usually they'll draw for you, but they get really animated when it starts to talk about drawing stuff up there.
5'6", I'm also picturing Chris Farley.
Yeah.
817, the Dan Campbell touchdown celebration is legendary. He is a proper Texan out of Glen Rose, and he is now representing quite well and might have had this thing turned around. Like, I thought when the Lions hired him, like, oh boy. But one of the big takeaways from the story is that he's just got a lot of brain power and a lot of energy and a lot of passion. And even though he does kind of put off that butt rocker type of vibe, everybody ends up gravitating around him and is blown away with how much he knows about the game and how much he's ready to teach whoever is willing to listen. Alrighty, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What the Cowboys are getting in T.Y. Hilton and how will they use him was the name of the article here by John Machota in The Athletic. And the best thing here is a collection of quotes from former teammates on what T.Y. Hilton is all about. And this is an incredible contract. We went over some of the details yesterday, but the Cowboys, for very little risk, get a guy who could potentially be an outstanding player for them. Phillip Rivers, the best receivers I've been around, they have a great feel for the game, and T.Y. has that, whether it be throttling on a route or being ready for a back shoulder or a little bit of that unspoken communication that you have that we kind of get on the same page. And that's been a big storyline, for Dak. Is 4 games enough? Should there be concerns about that, or does he think the natural football IQ give him an advantage in stepping in early?
I think it'll probably be okay. I mean, him and Amari hit the ground running. So you get a cerebral player that's smart, intelligent, knows the game. I think him and Dak can pick it up pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that's what you expect.
No, absolutely. I mean, that's you're talking about a guy who everybody that I visited with says super, super smart. And a veteran guy. We talked about his route running, his awareness, and things like that. Yeah, the route concepts and stuff. Let's not act like that. Kellen Moore's route concepts are, are like setting the world on fire. I mean, there's some guys that do get open, but It's not one of those most complex things that, that this kid's, I call him a kid, this player's going to have to kind of deal with.
And if he's jumping in with 10-hour days and
he'll
knowing
be fine.
how much Dak works,
He'll be
he's
fine.
going to be back there in the Dak yard if there's any opportunity. And, one way or another, they're going to get together quickly. But I said it to open the show, and it just continues to make more sense for me. This guy seems like the perfect complement to Dak Prescott, and he matches everything that you got going on as far as your culture. If he can stay healthy, I think I'd be excited about bringing him back as your veteran receiver, and then maybe look to draft another one to replace the Jalen Tolbert component there that's kind of blowing up in their faces. The old Buster Rooney there with Jalen Tolbert. Still need a young receiver, but this got to be my veteran. Andrew Luck. I had more fun throwing the football to T.Y. than should be allowed. When I was away in 2017 for the latter half of the season, I had to figure out why I wanted to come back to play football, and I boiled it simply down to the fact that I liked my friends, and I loved throwing the ball to T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah.
He's the best football player I've ever played with, says Andrew Luck, and he's a better teammate than he is a football player. This is outstanding. Frank Reich. I probably fell into this trap when I first got here that you think T.Y. is the speed guy. He's the guy that can get over the top, and what you learn after being around him is this guy is an elite route runner. I mean, he's an elite route runner. He has instincts, and Andrew told me that right from the start, Frank, he does some unorthodox things in his route running, but I'm just telling you, you're going to learn to trust him like I've learned to trust him. He has this unique ability to understand leverage and spacing. Andrew, I've just learned to trust him. I have a feel for him, and you're going to see it, and he was exactly right. That's what I was kind of foreshadowing with that question about Dak. Like, you got a lot of hard work, but I don't know. That does sound like something when you talk about unorthodox and doing things in his routes that you're going to have to learn to trust. Hopefully that does not sting them while they're getting it figured out early. And then Chuck Pagano, this is a good signing for the Cowboys. He's crafty. He's smart. He's played for a long, long time. He knows how to get open. He'll catch everything and give you everything he has. I think this is really good, and I'm fired up for T.Y. and his family, and I think this is a good move for them. So the football player, the individual, you have people that are this happy for him and singing his praises to this extent. There's just there's no reason, other than the durability, that this shouldn't work out really, really well. Okay, and then my final NFL topic here for you. We're going to discuss making roughing the passer reviewable and more ejections for illegal hits on quarterbacks. Roughing the passer penalties are down from last year, falling from 121 at this point last year to 76. So they've made some good progress, but a handful of those 76 should not have been called, including Dolphins pass rusher Jalen Phillips for a legal hit on Justin Herbert in Sunday Night Football that got a lot of people talking, a lot of attention on that play. The NFL acknowledged that referee Scott Novak's error in throwing a flag against Phillips. I think this has got to be a no-brainer if you're going to have things be so punitive, and then just to decide kind of arbitrarily, we don't think the coaches should be allowed to challenge these. It's just weird. I think just about everything should be reviewable, so I like this story. Is there a downside to it?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, again, it's all about trying to correct mistakes. You just don't want this time of year to all of a sudden you're in a situation where you're going home because an official, Scott Novak, who the Cowboys have had as an official here recently, he's a guy that likes to, he's official number one. No official's ever worn number one, I don't believe. When you know the jersey number or the uniform number, but that just kind of shows you that some of these crews, they take it upon themselves. They really do. And I think the Cowboys are a team, I said they probably won't correct penalties because you don't know what the officials are going to call and the mistakes that they make on a weekly basis. Yeah. You just don't. Anything that can be, Bill Belichick said that. Hell, you should be able to review everything.
Yep.
You really should. And because you do not need to go home because the officials, now, people say that's part of the game. The officiating is part of the game. But with the technology, it doesn't have to be that way. Yeah, the officials are going to make calls, but when they make one that's killer, that's going to send somebody home,
for
after everything they've gone through, No, please review it.
And you can't say, well, we didn't want it to be reviewable because we didn't want to bog the game down too much. It's already bogged down. I only got one of these flags. Let me throw it whenever the hell I want to.
Yeah.
I don't know about the ejection deal there.
It's kind of like the college rule. It's kind of like targeting.
It's the worst rule in sports.
If you're reviewing the heck out of it, though, and you can see it clearly on replay,
Maybe you're able
this
to get
was
it right.
extra violent.
Sure.
But yes, I know the ejection component
that scares me.
In a blink of an eye type of decision can be brutal.
I'll tell you one thing. If CeeDee Lamb is going across the middle and say the 49ers best safety or best defender hits him right square in the face and knocks him out of the game and it was a targeting play and he gets to stay in and your guy's out of that game, I think that's unfair. I do think that's unfair. Because if you're going head hunting, if you're going helmet to helmet and stuff like that, and I think that's because that's the possibility. You're the team that guy gets knocked out is the team that's suffering.
Mm-hmm.
I mean
don't disagree with that. It's just not. It's not happening a ton to where I just see that. It's so often when you see the targeting and the ejection in college, it's just bad. It's just like why are we ejecting this player right now?
I understand what you're saying, but man, like I said, if my guy's laying on the ground and is now in the
and
blue,
I'm with you there,
is in the blue tent, and your guy still gets to keep playing.
I don't see it happening often enough.
I hear you, man. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation
Which
here
is a
on
good
105.3 The Fan, and we have Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420 coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
In honor of the late, great Mike Leach, who are the top 10 most likable college coaches? 877-881-1053. SI did a list. Where's Mike Leach on it next?
Well, I'll tell you the top place to get testosterone coursing back through your veins. It's Men's T Clinic. They've set the industry standard.
or zero tax, or visit myirsteam.com.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Permapeer.
Temperatures are falling and Texas soil is shifting. When shift happens, it's time to call the dirt nerds at Permapeer. Get a free no-obligation appraisal today. Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here he is, back from an illness. Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much, guys. Missed you over the last couple of days. Now, we did lose the man, the myth, the legend, the great Mike Leach. And I did want to honor him with today's Top 10. So I found the top 10 most likable head coaches in all of college football. Now, they also did give us the top 10 most unlikable, so we can have fun with that as well. But this was from this past college football season. Now, it did only list Division I, so if you were looking for Deion Sanders, Deion can make the list next year. This is courtesy of Sports Illustrated. He will not be on this year's list because Jackson State was not a Division I program. But now that he's with Colorado, he has a chance to be on this thing. So 877-881-1053, who is your most likable and unlikable coach in college football? Now, before we get to that, I do want to give some love to the Westbrook Wildcats, who just won the 1A Division I state championship out there at AT&T Stadium. They knocked off Abbott 69-24 as we've got the Texas high school football state championships that are underway at Jerry World. If you've never been able to go out there over state championship week or weekend, you should, because it's a blast. And we got Duncanville, you've got DeSoto that are going to be out there, South Oak Cliffs out there again. It's going to be amazing over the course of this next week heading into Saturday. So it's always a blast, and I hope you get to enjoy that. But we did have Ian Rappaport, as we were just talking about T.Y. Hilton and how awesome of a teammate he is.
What you got?
So Rappaport was on with Pat McAfee, and McAfee was asking Rappaport about T.Y. Hilton and going to the Cowboys, and this is what Rap Sheet had to say.
Did we know T.Y. wasn't retired?
Yes. He's turned down he turned down numerous opportunities. He wanted actual money, which the contract he got was pretty nice for this time of year. And he wanted to be on a good team. He turned down some not good teams. And I could not imagine a better spot for him. I mean, he is going to, I think he's going to do really well. And I thought that was a really good signing.
Who did he turn down? Do you know?
I do not know specifically, but I was told teams not as good as the Cowboys.
Definitely the Colts. Well, hopefully the Colts. Have fun on TV and have a go on.
Pat McAfee sounds like kind of a Cowboys hater there.
Little
He's
bit.
bummed out the Cowboys are getting so much help, but he knows T.Y. Hilton. He knows how good he is.
Yeah, and he's trolling his guy, T.Y. Did you know that he was retired or wasn't retired?
Yeah.
You know, whatever. But I'm thrilled to have T.Y. Hilton. I think he's going to be – I'm excited to see how he looks. And it's a possibility he could play this Sunday.
Yeah, that's that. You know, I'm interested what they think about what James Washington's situation is now. You know,
sounds like it's over to me.
Yeah, I mean, did they kind of feel like maybe that they were thinking about, okay, we'll see what happens with the Odell Beckham thing, and then once the Odell Beckham thing went down, they're like, you know, we still have James Washington, but we need another receiver.
Yeah, he couldn't do anything in his one game. I know he didn't practice much in Oxnard, but I do remember those days and the few clips that we got. It just didn't look good.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe in case of emergency, you have James Washington on your roster. But right now, T.Y. Hilton, that's a pretty good upgrade now.
Yeah.
Well, these three pretty good wide receivers
Let's
here.
go. Let's go to the bowl, baby. Of course, I do not want to leave out the Alito Bearcats. Alito's always in it, so that's just why I didn't mention Alito. Same thing with Carthage, like Alito and Carthage.
That's our guy Tim, right?
Our guy Tim. You're always making history and extending your state championship records, but I love you, Alito Bearcat fans. You know you have your ticket punched virtually every single year at AT&T Stadium. All right, let's get into Mike Leach, and in true honor of Mike Leach, I sent Lucius one of my favorite cuts. This is Mike Leach. Do you believe in Bigfoot, Coach?
You know, I hope there's Bigfoot. I don't think there is. The reason I don't think there is because we found bones of dinosaurs and everything else, but we haven't found bones that I've heard of Bigfoot. It'd be fun if there's Bigfoot. I hope there's Bigfoot. But my guess is there is not. Aliens, I suspect there is, and I don't know that they're little green men, and I don't know that they're specifically in our galaxy. I mean, because I look at it this way. You know, first of all, like something about lightning strikes mud and then it sparks a beetle, or, you know, and all that other business, you know. I don't happen to believe that. I take more the biblical approach on this whole thing, which to me, why only this planet? Why only us? I mean, if it can happen here, I mean, to me, it's always been naive. You know, on Earth they say, "Oh well, we're the only ones." I mean, really, why? Have you been to the other planets? Have you checked out the other planets? I mean, to me, it makes more sense that if it happened here, it happened somewhere else than it does that it only happened here. You know what I mean? And then we know that there's galaxies beyond our galaxy, and so whether there's another inhabited planet in our galaxy or not, and maybe somewhere formerly inhabited, why would that mean that there's no inhabited ones in the other galaxy?
All great points. Flows logically.
National treasure.
Yeah. And I hadn't heard that. That's a good point. If you go with creator, you know, intelligent design of the universe, and there's billions of other planets, why would he just put it here? You know, why would he just give life to here?
It's a good point.
That'd be awful weird.
Latest Bigfoot sighting was in Canada. We've got a picture,
okay,
and it's left Canadians gobsmacked, was the headline that I read. So I hope he's real too, and he might be, just traveling all over North America.
Man, it's such a shame, though, like that. Have you guys ever seen that film where the guy's riding the horseback and he sees
Well, there's
Bigfoot?
a lot of those, Brian.
He's riding horseback. But he kind of comes across Bigfoot, and like he falls off his horse. And like, so it's like the video you and I filmed the other day trying to jump in the kettle.
And we almost died.
Where like the video's just all over the place.
Yeah.
And then you kind of get a little image of Bigfoot or whatever going into the woods.
Yeah.
But this guy's horse, I guess, got spooked.
Oh.
And he flies off the horse while he's filming.
Whoa.
Yeah, we never have got just like that. It's
Never
probably
clear.
It's never the clear video of the whole.
It's always distorted.
There's always something going
Something's going on with that Bigfoot. Well, here's the top 10 most likable coaches in college football from this past season. We, of course,
from this past season.
Yep.
Not all time.
It's not all time. But if you want to give your all-timers, we had a lot of love for Spurrier on the truckwreck.com.
They like him or hate him?
I like
him.
Like
Yeah,
for
I like
the ball
too.
coach, yeah.
Yep. But we also, some said Spurrier could be on both lists, actually.
Could.
And Urban Meyer would be on the unlikable list.
Might be number one.
Yes. Dabo is not overly likable either, so the 806. And Jimbo is probably number one on the unlikable. Well, you're actually 100% right. He is. Jimbo is number one.
It gets political too. Like, you know, if you like One American News, maybe you like Gundy.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you like Dabo. You know.
Do you? Do any of you have like a number one likable or unlikable? Like Lucius, when I tell you a coach, are you like, yeah, I like that guy, or that guy, I just can't stand his face?
I like Barry Switzer. I met Barry Switzer in person. He glamored me. He showed me them rings, and he was smiling. He was winking when he was talking at me, and I was like, man, I'll do anything for you, bro.
Yeah.
Right now, even in this grocery store. Yeah, we're in the grocery section, but let's do it, man. Yeah, that's my guy. I like Mac Brown, too.
Mac Brown is
that?
good.
Yeah.
Super
I don't
nice.
like Dabo Sweeney. Not a fan at all. No. To be working at an institution of education, he should search for some.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should get
Tell
some.
him.
Yeah.
Tell him, LA.
That's about it for me, though.
Oh,
and Bobby Bowden.
Bobby Bowden was
Yeah,
very
Bobby
good.
Bowden.
Very good.
He's
like
so
Bobby
damn
Bowden.
country.
Very good.
I hate Lincoln Riley. You know, I feel bad for Boomer.
He's number 4 on the unlikable list.
You know, that wasn't right. I do like Jim Harbaugh. He's kind of weird.
I like him too, but he's number 9 on the unlikable
unlikable.
list.
Yeah, I could see how you wouldn't like him. He doesn't have time for your BS or to make things nice for you. And I do think Jimbo Fisher's pretty cool. You know, when he was getting after Saban pretty good, I like that.
Yeah, I think Jimbo can be kind of funny.
Where's Lane Kiffin on your list? Is he a likable or unlikable?
He's not likable.
Lane Kiffin, number 1 most likable coach.
He's likable?
Yeah.
What?
From this past year.
You should
He's
see.
really turned. Like this past year, people were loving Lane.
Yeah, they interviewed him about Mike Leach. And,
Yeah,
and
very touching.
And he said, listen, we're both coaching at Mississippi schools and we're supposed to hate each other. He goes, I don't hate that, man. Yeah, I don't. I always look forward to seeing him at meetings, whether I was in the Pac-12 or wherever I was. I always enjoyed seeing him. I enjoyed hanging around him. And he's like, man, I mean, he was almost crying. Like, I can't believe that, like, the last time I saw him is when we played against each other and, he won. And he goes, but you can't not like that guy. He was talking about, he's talking about Leach.
Very well liked.
But man, there's people, I don't know how you couldn't like Kiffin. He seems like kind of a fun guy to just kind of hang out
I'm a
with.
fun guy.
But he'll also
Yeah.
bang your daughter or something.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't go
allegedly.
in there.
Allegedly.
Allegedly?
I think there might have been some.
He was unlikable.
stuff going
I
on.
think
with Saban's daughter.
A lot of that is it's been quite a turn for him. Now we all know, of course, Brian loves Gary Patterson. If you're going all time, that'd probably be number 1 on your list,
I
right?
don't know if I'll let you fellas know that my dad, he has a Yukon, used to be owned by Gary Patterson. Just let you fellas know that.
Oh, there you go.
Just let you know.
There it is.
Let us know.
I like Dave Aranda, Baylor.
Oh, I love Dave Aranda.
That's the story I read about him. I was like, this is my guy right here.
Oh, I love that dude.
Yeah, if I needed like a life coach or a mentor or something like
he's
that,
I
it was Dave
really
Aranda.
liked PJ Fleck at Minnesota, but he's on the top 10 unlikable list.
Is he really?
Yes. He comes in at number 7. Now, number 10, likable, is Brett Bielema, Illinois.
No.
Not likable?
No.
I think it's just the look.
Hell no. Hell no.
It's just, he looks like he's constantly wearing a parka.
Because he's okay.
Relax, bro.
That's my guy.
I know. I was about
Relax,
to say
bro.
something there. But no.
Number 9, likable, is Saban, which is weird.
Likable?
8 is Jim Mora Jr. at UConn.
He is a likable guy.
You can't really hate Jim Mora.
He's likable. His dad is great, too.
7 is our guy, Joey McGuire at Texas Tech.
There you go.
Number 6 is Mike Leach, RIP.
Number 6.
Surprised. Number 5 is Jeff Traylor at UTSA.
I've never met Jeff.
He's a great guy.
Okay.
Great guy. Number 4 is Shane Beamer at South Carolina. We've played some audio of him. He's actually pretty hilarious.
He's pretty funny.
Number 3 is Jed Fish at Arizona. I couldn't tell you a damn thing about him.
I know he worked in the pros for a while. He was kind of like a...
Because he's a fish guy? And number 2 is Sam Pittman at
Smells
Arkansas.
like sticks.
Now, I do like Sam Pittman. He is very likable.
Sam Pittman's the guy that's always coming out like, Coach, what are you going to do after? I'm going to just grab me a cold beer, and if you want to come by, bring your own.
Right.
Kind of a guy. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then one, Lane Kiffin from Ole Miss. But what were you going to say about Bielema?
Lucius cut me off.
You going to rein it in?
Lucius is right. I probably shouldn't say it.
No, let it fly.
Lucius is trying to do me a favor.
It's a safe space.
No.
He got Aaron Andrews back in the day.
What?
Yeah.
Bielema?
They were a thing.
No.
Yeah, when he first got that gig at Wisconsin.
Are you believing serious?
See, he's like a big, somewhat handsome, likable, tough guy. There's like some I could see something likable
If you're
about
being
Bielema.
serious right now, that guy.
Yeah, no, he did.
Are you Are you kidding me?
Yeah, there was a thing. You can Google it. Bielema and Aaron Andrews.
You dog.
Yeah, he must be funny. He's in.
He's down.
He's in.
He's down.
How did that ball get like a full foot and a half into the end zone?
About that?
He is
Yeah.
down.
That was a touchdown or not?
That was a touchdown.
down?
Houston won that game by 10 points.
Oh, go bleep yourself.
Or maybe 3 if the Cowboys touchdown would have counted. Yeah, that third down play.
Look, I didn't 682. This
Look at our guy
is
Tank.
Sports Illustrated's list. You can go and Lane Kiffin
Look at
co-signed this and loves it because he's number 1, of course.
You lost me on Brett Bielema there when that list just went south.
Apparently he's got a hot wife now, the text says.
Yeah, and she's a loudmouth.
Yeah. Oh, it's getting personal now.
What did he do to you?
Have you been in a suite or something with her?
He didn't like your crawfish.
I'm just telling you.
You see him at the national
Hey,
championship.
hush the lady up over there, man. I've had enough.
Yeah, she needs to be quiet. She needs to be quiet.
You better tell us during the break.
Watch your mouth, woman.
Would you say women's fans are the worst kind of fans?
Wouldn't say that. Wouldn't say that.
I think this.
I
list
think you
did
just thought it,
suck,
though.
What?
Yeah, I think you did. All right, we got to go. Thank you, Wolchuk.
Gavin hates the Cowboys, by
Wooly
the way.
Bully's top 10 and
Honestly,
420
I'm
here in the
embarrassed.
G-Bag
Can we get a
Nation.
redo? Can we dump that whole thing?
Hey, do you remember the time Mike Leach was late for a presser and how he put that reporter in a body bag? Or the time he gave his thoughts on a college football playoff? We will have some additional highlights of the great Mike Leach when we return. And the Cowboys news of the evening is right around the corner here in the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, headlines at 7 a.m. How did the Mavs do against the Cavs? And Babe Laufenberg previews Jacksonville at 8.
Visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Watch the latest videos from your favorite fan hosts and listen to exclusive podcasts at 1053thefan.com.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation. We have the Cowboys news of the evening coming up at 5. Let's see how many of these we can get in as Mike Leach tributes continue to flow. And I know he passed already, and yesterday we remembered him, and Wolchuk just played a clip last segment in his top 10. But today I was seeing so many different audio clips on Twitter, and I was just sitting there laughing my ass off. And then I came upon a thread of a guy who'd compiled kind of like the best of. So there's like another 3 or 4 in here. I'm just not ready to move on from the story yet either. You know, it seems like when the story's past, then it'll occasionally bring it up. But, you know, dang it, I'm not ready for this story to be over. So let's get some more Mike Leach memories. And this might be the best one. We actually did a segment on this one a couple of years back when the ESPN show came out about the Texas OU rivalry. And Mike Leach was coaching at Washington State at the time. So they went up there to Pullman and talked to him about it. And he was an assistant at OU. And they hatched a plan to drop a fake play sheet for the Longhorns to see in the Red River, either in 99 or 2000. Here's Mike Leach in the story.
We wanted to just see how honest Texas was. So we decided to write up a script, a dummy script.
The challenge for Leach in the decoy script was to come up with complementary plays to the actual one. So if you were running a play to the left, you wanted the decoy script to say something was going to the right.
The next part of the plot? Call it the drop. Leach used one of his players pregame to deploy the decoy, so Texas would be sure to find it.
He's like, I want you to run past their sideline, and as you're running up the tunnel, I want you to take the script and act like you're putting it in your belt loop. let it fall out onto the ground. It was kind of the first real espionage I'd ever been a part of.
One of their GAs is wandering by and, oh, what's this? A piece of paper. He looks at it and his eyes get kind of big and he sort of hides it and looks around to see if anybody saw him get it.
Sure enough, the fake play script made its way straight to the Texas locker room.
We all thought it was real because we thought that the alternative would be just so far-fetched that somebody would go through the trouble to create a fake call sheet and actually leave it and drop it, where we would find it.
Carl Reese takes it up to the press box. He starts studying the script, trying to figure out what defense they're going to call to match up the script.
When I wasn't calling defenses, I was looking at it, and it was a huge distraction.
And on the second play of the game, the script says double reverse pass.
We were trying to get them over there to the left. We hit Savage and everybody was over to the left and Savage was to the right.
So on first down, Hyper wide open is the freshman Savage. Touchdown, Oklahoma.
It's very hard in the course of a football game to go back and see a wide receiver at any level of football that wide open.
Going up top, Jackson one-on-one, turns around with a catch to the end zone.
As the game went on, it was a catastrophe.
Got him! 17-0 before the Longhorns figured out maybe we shouldn't be looking at this dang play sheet so much. Just unbelievable, and that's sort of the outside-the-box type of stuff that, is going to make Mike Leach a legend for a long time.
We were part of one of those in Green Bay.
Really?
Yeah, but what happened, it was the great Bill Walsh. He was a consultant for the 49ers, and he, at the time, they're at their hotel, and he shakes hands with one of our fans, a Packer fan, and he took a picture, but he was like handing over papers or signing papers, and he gave the fan the copy of the first 15.
Oh, no way.
And the fan dropped it off over at Lambeau Field. And Mike Holmgren, the coach, goes, we can't do anything.
See, I was going to wonder about that.
Yeah,
there's some honor in it.
So they called, matter of fact, they called Bill Walsh, they called the 49ers, and Coach admitted he couldn't find the script.
Wow.
And Mike says, Coach, we got it here, and I'll destroy it if you want. And he said, yeah, please do. And they ran it through the shredder.
And obviously Bill Walsh wouldn't try to do something like that intentional.
Wow. No, but
did they win the game?
Yeah, we won the game that night. We sure did.
You lost that game, man.
Was on your side. But literally the fan who took the picture with Bill Walsh and had it as part of his papers, dropped it off to us like a Packer fan being like, hey man, I think I got San Francisco's first 15.
That lead story though is freaking incredible.
Oh, it is incredible. Yeah.
There's no way I'd be honest about it. I'm at least going to see if this is real for the first couple of plays. Now I'm ready to bail from it. But I don't know. I mean, salute to you guys and Mike Holmgren for, having the integrity to let it be known. But I'm using everything I got when it's time to either win or lose. We have a reporter asking Mike Leach about being late for a presser. Here's how he handled it.
I'm curious about something. I realize you're a very busy man, first of all, but was there any particular reason this teleconference started nearly 40 minutes late?
Yeah, because I had other obligations and I got here 40 minutes late. So, fortunes of war. We're way up north here, and this is a tough place, and so that's the way it happens sometimes. But so, I hope you feel better accommodated next time.
Okay. I'm curious about. Have you decided who your starting quarterback is going to be this coming week?
Well, my. I wasn't 40 minutes late. It sounds like you may have been 40 minutes late. That was the first question I answered in this press conference.
I've been listening, trying to listen very carefully. Did you announce who your quarterback is going to be?
Yes, I did. The very first question in the press conference, and you can go back and review it on the computer.
Ring him up.
Got him.
Dunked on him. That's a little clapback Broadus vibe going on there. He rarely turned his ire towards reporters, but he did love ribbing you if you made a mistake in his presence.
My.
And then how about a little college football expansion stuff, and explained no better than what Mike Leach did just a few years ago as his Washington State Cougars were in the midst of a good season but were not involved in the playoff. Here was Coach.
Then college football says they scratch their head and they give a really befuddled, mixed up look, and they get a really screwy expression on their face. Like, well, how can that possibly be? I mean, how can we do that? I mean, how is it possible that you could actually have a playoff format in college football? Well, gee, I don't know. Let's start with, we can go down to the local city park, and I'll bet you somebody that handles youth football could tell you how to do something like that. Well, that's too low of a scale. Let's move it up a little bit. Okay, how about high school from a major state? Let's say Texas, Florida, or California. Let's see how they do it. Okay, let's see. These guys, they win a certain number of games. They have a qualification. Okay, now, boom, they're in the playoffs. But they don't have just 2 or 4 teams or something. Hell no, because they want everybody to have fun and enjoy this playoff system. So they have 16 or 32 or 64 or something like that. Okay, so then they play each other, and everybody's on the edge of their seat going to wait and see if this team's going to beat that team or going to beat the other team. And so then, in the end, there's occasionally a debate. If only this team hadn't lost to that team in this round, then this team could have won the whole thing, and that's perhaps true. But the thing that is indisputable is that at the end of the gauntlet, this team came out on number 1, and there's no debate whatsoever who's state champion. Then you can go to Division 3. Let's see, how do they do it? Oh, they do it the exact same way. Okay, now the suspense is really starting to get thick because, Division 2 might do it differently. No, in fact, they don't. They do it exactly, boys and girls, like Division 3 does. And then now they've changed the initials because in this era of political correctness, they love to change initials and make it proper to say things one way instead of another. And I forget what the initials is. But then they go to 1AA. Okay, at 1AA. How do they do it in 1AA? 1AA. I mean, because that's getting closer to us, and we're really sophisticated because we're major 1A.
Unbelievable. It's the same at 1AA. It's the same in the pros. Mike Leach spelling it out for anybody that might have been a little slow on the uptick, and we salute him. All right, it's time for the C-Note film room study on what kind of mistakes are being made in this passing game and why we are seeing this new element of risk. We will talk some Cowboys quarterback with you coming up next in the G-Bag Nation. But winter is coming fast, and you felt it already a few days this week. It was pretty cold again today, and they're saying it's going to be even colder. As the temps drop, inflation. Standing Day. Broadus, what are you laughing about, buddy? Come on. It's the holidays. You must be in a very joyous mood over there, Benjamin Franklin, Santa Claus.
So jolly.
Hey, I got film room takeaways here. The morning news, Nick Kehoe.
No, I knew you'd eat this up.
He had a pretty good piece there. You
Nick
read it,
Kehoe
Wolfchuck?
used to be an offensive line coach, University of Miami.
Is that right?
He sounded familiar.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job here. He took over for our guy, John Oning.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, I'm thinking of Art Kehoe. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Art Kehoe might be son, but he was a line coach at Miami.
Because Oning used to do these film breakdowns for the morning news, and now he's over there with the Pro Football Focus peeps, and now Kehoe's doing this. But yeah, I read the article. It's fantastic.
You know, I just want to get to the bottom line here on Dak Prescott, and it's just crazy. And for a couple of weeks now, been kind of doing segments about how, you know, these stats are incredible, and now the team stats are there, but we have multiple games where it's like, wow, what's going on here with Dak? So any sort of a dive into better understanding it is good. And I'm definitely not rooting for Dak to fail. You know, I'm a huge fan of him. I just think there's shortcomings in his game that hopefully he can improve on. And I think this is a great piece of journalism that kind of pinpoints exactly what it is. The headline: Prescott's mistakes, passing game concerns continue to surface for the Cowboys. And if the Cowboys want to compete versus teams like the Eagles and Niners, they'll need to clean up their passing attack. I alluded to this earlier, but the big takeaway for me is, you know, you don't want him to continue to be aggressive, because we've already seen it get to a point where now he's kind of forcing things. And that should be the clear line at which aggressiveness has gone bad. I'm trying to force something instead of let the game come to me. So when Dak is asked about aggressiveness in the postgame Sunday, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to keep being aggressive, that's not what we want. What you want is Jerry Jones. His stance, his mindset on it is, yes, you want aggressiveness, but turnovers don't have to be a part of it. But the setup from Kehoe here in this article: on passes thrown 10 or more yards from the line of scrimmage this season, Prescott is just a 73.8 QB rating, 6 touchdowns and 8 picks. So if it goes more than a first down's worth in the air, he's a bad quarterback. And that ranks in the bottom half of the league. By contrast, he had a 105 QB rating on those same 10-plus yard throws a year ago, and a 23-9 touchdown to interception ratio. So where did things go wrong in year 7 of a career? And with just recent success being so good, you got two things. Is it the broken hand still having an impact on his throwing? Or have defenses perfected their approach at how to, try to contain him?
I think defenses have figured him out. I do. I mean, what's so strange, though, in that game the other day was how much too-deep look he got, and they didn't throw the ball very well against it. But the final 3 minutes, they figured it out.
Mm-hmm.
Or the routes, the play calls, was it Dak at the line calling stuff, lining up? I know we've got communication. It's quick. It's all, it's your hurry.
See, I think he's freaking clutch.
The huddle.
I think that's what you saw.
See, is it just he has to play under duress? Does that make sense?
I think his confidence and his presence allows his game to elevate in those situations where other players and other teams can be prone to mental breakdowns.
Yeah.
His football character really shines in those moments.
I think you're on to say, because we charted him and I know everybody probably took a look at that. Every opportunity on that final drive was cover 2, which they played. They were playing 1, 3, and the 2.
And there were some magic throws in between levels.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That throw he made to Noah Brown, you're like,
oh, it's gorgeous.
Whoa. And then the throw inside to
Schultz.
When he's had a lot of problems against cover 2, throwing the ball inside, that's kind of a pickoff area for him.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I mean, I would have liked to have said they figured him out, but then okay, then when they had to get him off the field, they couldn't get him off the field.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of that's luck, he hasn't always had the answers. Late against Arizona, late against San Francisco.
Sure.
It has worked. I think it's a probability of success. and we're seeing the probabilities going the wrong way as he's now in year 2 facing this. I think a big part of the success last year was you didn't really get this approach from defenses until midseason. And then even after that, you got Atlanta that loves to play just single high. That was kind of playing into your hands. And then you got to play multiple teams late in the year that were decimated by injuries or whatever they had going on. They just weren't good enough. So the numbers continue to be pretty good. But now we're getting a bigger sample size. And what Nick points out in the film here, this is Nick Kehoe in the Morning News. We're going over the C-Note. Top headlines about America's team. We do it most nights here. Is how consistently Dak is not seeing a guy in the area.
That's a problem.
And it's causing fairly easy interceptions. Like, whoa, what?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
And I think there's like, it's not quite a YOLO ball, but to me it's like, okay, I'm not sure where to go with it. This guy's open, turn and throw, and then as the camera switches, it's like, holy crap, there were 3 guys in the area.
Yeah.
How could you have possibly thought you were going to have a completion there? So I think there is, quite a few interesting ways of looking at this, but for me, you can boil it down to this. Early in Dak's career, and he tells these amazing, charming stories about how his mom would ask him to not turn the ball over and emphasizing ball security, and that relationship and that whole storyline is so special. And Dak played like that early in his career. I'm not going to turn the ball over. So when he dropped back and was confused or didn't know where to go with it, was probably a better term, wasn't ready to let the ball go, he'd run. And in college, 15 times a game. I have a number 1 in college football. I'm in the Heisman discussion.
Yeah.
You get to the NFL. I don't know where to go with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to run.
I saw him run for like 300 yards against LSU one night.
Yes. So now you've taken away the running. It got to last year. You're holding on to the ball too long, right? So we don't want turnovers. We don't want to run, and we can't hang on to the ball too long. They're not taking sacks. They're amongst the league leaders in not taking sacks. He's no longer hanging on to the ball, but the result is instead of throwaways, it's being thrown up for whoever is going to make a play on the ball, sometimes into double and triple coverage at an alarming rate, Brian. I think they're asking him to do too much with taking this step. Now, maybe you grow through it. Maybe in 2 years, you're like, wow, I'm really glad we took that step of forcing Dak's progression. But as we come down the line here, like a Super Bowl trip is on the line, you can't have him playing like that in the playoffs. I'm saying no more this level of aggressiveness until we can execute it more cleanly.
Yeah, I like the level of aggressiveness to an extent. He's just got to find a way. And Jerry made this comment earlier. You can be aggressive without the turnovers. I do think, and having talked with a couple of former players about this, some of this is on your progressions and the route combinations of the receivers a little bit. And
I'll buy that.
When beating cover 2, and I made this point, and Brian, when we're watching it, it's like some of these routes that they're running, and some of it might be as easy as you step one way. You just shift a little bit over to the left or to the right. So there's just a little bit of an opening to where Dak's not having to fit it through a keyhole. And that's what he's trying to have to do here. Like that throw to Dalton Schultz that was almost a touchdown that he dropped, that's a laser beam of a ball that he fit through a keyhole. I mean, that's a perfect pass. Now, Dalton Schultz drops it. He doesn't catch it for a touchdown, right? So he's making some tight window throws. He's trying to do that too much. Some of this you can take pressure off him by some of the play design. And to me, that's what's holding this offense back.
Maybe that's why you got T.Y.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because that's something T.Y.'s been.
They're looking for somebody that either knows what he does at the route running, zone, man. They're looking for somebody. They're looking for somebody that can, CD's played well, but like some of Dak's interceptions are because of CD. I mean, that's what they're telling us.
Yeah.
I mean, I mean,
you can see it.
And it's not just take, blame off of Dak. Like some of those throws, that's on Dak. He's got to know better, right? But
I just don't think
it is all encompassing here. It's not all on him. The play caller, maybe you need to design some stuff up a little bit to make it a little bit easier with these route combinations. And then on the receivers, it's also find some opening within these zones. Go to a spot here to make it a little bit easier for your quarterback to see you.
I think the play design and then the play calling, like your mission every game has got to be to run them out of the cover 2. That's the first thing we're going to do. we're going to stop your techniques and thinking you're just going to stand back and try to read Dak's eyes and jump in the passing lane. We got to get that out of there, and the only way to do that is to run the ball highly effective. Now, if you can't run the ball highly effective, now you're in a situation where you have to pass, and Dak has shown he's made some incredible throws, and Nick Kehoe, the writer, acknowledges that. There are some amazing throws from time to time, and you got to throw that out there because the Dak critics are waiting for well, what about this ball and what about that ball? But there's a consistency of it. And right now, I don't think they have a good plan if they want to pass a lot. And hopefully T.Y. Hilton solves that. You have 3 tight ends. They should help you solve that. But if you look at the volume of catches from guys like Cole Beasley, Jason Witten, and Dalton Schultz, it tells you, right? Dak really, really leans on the guys underneath as his, I don't know where to go with the football. What am I doing?
Right.
And this year, it's turned into interceptions at a higher rate than ever, at an alarming rate, really, for any quarterback.
Yeah, it's turned into the throws to the tight ends and people like that, the slants and stuff, are things that you don't have to really read. Just throw the ball, you know, that kind of a thing. So, yeah, I mean, I do worry. I'm not saying that Dak is a dumb guy or lacks football intelligence or anything. It's just amazing to me how he can get shut down really majority of a game. And you're right. It's something within him triggers. And, you know, it's like all the defenses, you know, that's what Lovie Smith is saying. We threw everything at him. Well, no, you didn't. You threw the same defense you were playing the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, you just didn't play it well enough on that final drive. There's something about Dak and seeing where everybody is on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not only his own guys, but the defense.
Yeah.
There's something about him reading the field that at times is not what it needs to be.
Well, you glance at a whole horizon, and how many details can your eyes pick out and communicate to your brain in a half second? And that's like the sports science of what a quarterback or a baseball hitter needs, right? The baseball hitter gets a split second to see where the ball is, which way it's traveling, and then to guess where he needs to put the bat. The quarterback has to do something similar, and it's not a reflection upon your football character or IQ if your eyes just don't tell your brain, you know, a little bit quicker. But it's down to like hundredths of a second that determine if you're a AAA hitter or an all-star in the big leagues. And, you know, eventually NFL teams and big league teams are going to know we're asking this guy in this role to do too much.
Yeah.
You know, but for the time being, I think you go through this process of how do we attack cover 2 when we can't run, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully by the time Dak is 33, 34, the game has slowed down so much, he's moving before the play, or he has built in habits on how to overcome this stuff. But right now, it's the biggest limiting factor that we're facing here for this year.
Maybe it's on Lamb and Gallup and now T.Y. Hilton and you know, and Schultz.
I'm looking more at the man who's running the offense.
Killing more.
And we go ahead and we'll praise a lot of schemes in this league and a lot of coordinators in this league, and they deserve it. I don't know what the Cowboys scheme is week to week. I really don't. 2 weeks ago, you're getting CeeDee Lamb the ball. You had 3 targets heading into the fourth quarter for that man against Houston. That's unacceptable.
No doubt about it. You say that twice and mean it. All righty, G-Bag Nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider at 5:30 has the very latest. Is Tyron Smith back at practice? How did he look? And then LA Live with Lucius is coming up at about 5:40. He'll have some fun random audio. Hit the G-Bag of the day for you as well, and more. That's coming up in the next 35 minutes on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about D&M Leasing, though, because I'm so passionate about D&M and what they can do for you. I've been that way a long time. You've heard me talking about D&M for a decade here on The Fan. I'm going to keep on talking about them because it's the best way to acquire new vehicles any day of the year, any year of the decade. They are. But right now, it makes more sense than ever because we are in what you call a rising interest rate environment. I mean, they announced today they're raising them another 0.5 point, and that was considered a positive step because they're not raising it 0.75 of a point anymore. It's just 0.5 point now. But they're the highest rate in 15 years. That's what we're looking at. And when that happens, the difference between payments on a purchase and a lease continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And if you're having to go 7 or 8 years, you're setting yourself up for a disaster. So if you want or need a new vehicle, and if you've been thinking, I really want to try out that Easy Lease, take it from me. Now is the time. And the great news about the Easy Lease from D&M Leasing, every 3 or 4 years, we trade in and out of new vehicles. You don't have to wait as long. And if it's not for you, when the rates go back down here, probably
Plumbing, Air, and Electric. Call or visit us online today.
Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
All right, welcome back. It's time for the Expressway. Bobby Belt coming up in about 5 minutes. We'll ask him about the Micah Parsons story. Has he stepped in it? Has he created bulletin board material that could give the Eagles an emotional edge for the Christmas Eve showdown? That story and more coming up with Bobby here in about 5 minutes. LA Live with Lucius in about 15. Tyron Smith back at practice today. Brian, you hearing anything about Tyron Smith? He looking good?
No, I have not heard anything yet, but I have people there that I'm trying to kind of get it. Maybe Bobby heard, but if we get something here before the end of the show, I'll sure let you know.
Okay, can you clarify? There was something that Nick Eatman said today that maybe they had a deal with OBJ done. I saw people buzzing about that. How close did it get last week?
There was some talk that maybe that they were working on that, and Jerry Jones comes out at the owners' meeting. He was asked the questions about stay tuned. So I think some people over at the Cowboys were prepping it a little bit, and they're like everyone else. They're just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Okay, Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson with a concussion was the only player to miss practice. Terrence Steele and Jonathan Hankins were placed on injured reserve earlier. Jerry on Hankins, and then Mike McCarthy as well, said they do feel like it's going to be a 4-week injury, but they have signed a player off of this was off the street, right? Rush, the former Raiders defensive tackle.
He was a former. He was actually with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay,
he was on the practice squad with the Eagles. He's played in Atlanta and places like that as well. But he's a guy that's kind of struggled with his weight a little bit. Man, they say super talented guy, 380 pounds at one time. He was working out for a couple of teams of a gang of 7 guys, worked out for them and was saying, listen, he's just too big right now. And so the word is he's gotten down to about 350 pounds. And so obviously worked out for the Cowboys. They're looking for a run-stopping guy. My gang of 7 scouts said, listen, this guy can play the run. He could cross the center's face, play down the line a little bit. That's what you were getting from Jonathan Hankins at a pretty damn good level. So, this guy's on the practice squad. Let's see. He's going to have, 3 elevation possibilities. So if, how fast can you get him ready to play? He was on a practice squad earlier, so it's not like you're having to ramp up a lot. At least he was been practicing football.
But it sounds like a guy who could help you because maybe a guy that just ate his way out of an opportunity, and now he's back in shape and ready to rock right as you need him. So that one is exciting. But again, Hankins will be back in a month. The Cowboys also claimed cornerback Trayvon Mullen off waivers. The Raiders' second-round pick in 19 from Clemson has made 31 career NFL starts, and he appeared in 8 games with the Cardinals last season. So the Cowboys giving themselves some options and some depth there at corner. NFL owners have approved the Cowboys' plan to devote $295 million towards upgrades at AT&T.
Sweet.
Person familiar said the vote happened over there in Las Colinas where the owners were meeting today. What do you say, sweet? Isn't that weird? They need to do $300 million worth of upgrades?
Well, it's because we're trying to get the final for the World Cup, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This is World Cup investment cash.
I think it's got to be, don't you?
Okay.
And
I hadn't thought about
trying to get another Super Bowl here.
Stephen Jones was on the station the other day talking about the board that they have. It's hard to get parts for it, so they're thinking about upgrading that board in the middle of the field, and then also some things like I say some technology things. I think they're putting in place as well.
Okay,
some upgrades there as well.
Not renovations, additions, more like.
No. He was talking about that. It becomes hard with that board. I think it's Mitsubishi. Did I say it right? Mitsubishi.
I love you to keep trying to say it.
Yeah, I know. I was trying, but yeah, that it's for that board. It's just hard to get parts.
Okay,
and so they to try and modernize it, and they can keep up with it and make it even better. We've all seen that. Well, we haven't physically seen. I know I've seen it on TV. That board in L.A. there at SoFi that goes around the.
Yeah.
They've got one at Mercedes-Benz that's really, really good as well. So maybe that's kind of something they're looking at.
Well, I mean, Steven mentioned stadium's already 14 years old.
Mm-hmm.
We don't think about it. I mean, you show up there, it still looks brand spanking new
That's
every
right.
time you walk in there. But
I didn't think it needed any work.
No.
Yeah, but
I
I
mean,
guess the upgrades would make sense.
Yeah, if you want to make sure we keep getting these awesome events, you need to put money, invest in it.
Okay, speaking of the Cowboys, wide receiver T.Y. Hilton spoke with reporters. He said he did stay in shape while being unsigned and is spending 10 hours a day at the Star to get ready. Nobody grinds like me, said T.Y. Said he did cherish the time at home with his children who were 15, 10, and 8. And now it's time to go to work. Daddy's got to go to work. He's going to wear number 16 here for the Cowboys. Okay, Mavs and Cavs coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. Cleveland is pretty good. They are third in the East. And a little soccer news. France beat Morocco 2-0 to set up the World Cup final Sunday morning. It'll be Messi versus Mbappe. If Mbappe wins, that'll be 2 World Cups in his young career, and he'll be well on his way to being, well, he's already a legend. But if Argentina wins, Messi would leave no doubt that he had a better career than Diego Maradona. And that's what is on the line for him. Maradona was dominant for Napoli in Europe and in Italy, and then won the World Cup and made another final in the next cycle. So Argentina fans, some of them are still loyal to Maradona, even though Messi's had the better overall and longevity of his career.
Yeah, and you look at Maradona, though, and how it tragically ended for him with all the things that went on. So, yeah you know, and then
got caught up.
Yeah, this will be an incredible match. It really will be.
It was terrible. You know, watching the Maradona documentary on Hulu is exceptional, and it really humanizes him, but also shows how toxic the situation was for a lot of sports in the 80s. And he got wrapped up in cocaine at Barcelona, and he could never really get away from it. It's amazing that he was able to win the World Cup, and he would party his ass off after the weekend games for like 72 hours and then have to spend the rest of the week. And he did that for years, trying to get the drugs out of his system so he could play at the highest possible level. Anyway, the World Cup final is Sunday, and we have news on the passing of the journalist Grant Wall. Died of an aneurysm in his heart while covering a World Cup match, according to the autopsy. His wife is a doctor, Celine Gounder, and she said that the autopsy was conducted at the New York City Medical Examiner's office. There was controversy around it. You know, some people wanted to say it was because of his vaccination status. Some people wanted to say it was a possible assassination. And it was one of the more interesting autopsies we've ever had in sports media. But they got it done quickly, and he died from a slowly growing rupture that was undetected, ascending into an aortic aneurysm, and the chest pressure that he experienced shortly before his death may have represented the initial symptoms, but no amount of CPR or readiness would have saved him. His death was unrelated to anything else, and there was nothing nefarious about his death, said his wife in a statement. All righty, it is time now to catch up with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon / evening, Bobby. How the heck are you?
I'm great. I'm glad you gave me the rest of the biographical background on Maradona, because I was about to come on here and really lean into the bit of like, well, I'm a big Maradona guy, so screw Messi. But I'm glad you gave me the rest of that now.
You got it. I'm here for you. You know, and I appreciate you really leaning in on this soccer
You're
deal
always there for me, and that's what I appreciate
during this World Cup run. And you're always here for us, Bobby. There's so much going on with these Cowboys right now. What's the number one story in your mind?
T.Y. Hilton was up at the facility today, and I know you guys referenced a little bit of that. Says that the biggest thing for him right now, says he's in shape, he's ready to go, he's ready to play. It's just about, as he puts it, learning to speak cowboy. That he says, you know, I'm familiar with all these concepts, everything else, but the biggest thing here will be getting down the language that they use here, the terminology, and then he said the additional step there, the additional nuance is not only just getting the language down, but then getting used to hearing the way Dak calls it, and you know, sort of acknowledge that that'll be a process that they'll, you know, get on the same page with. But you know, he's cramming it in. Says he spent about 15 hours total, you know, just trying to cram in the language and get everything down. And says that's what it's all about. But says he's physically ready to play. He's been in shape. Said he hasn't stopped running the entire time that he's been away from the game. But this was an opportunity he didn't want to pass up.
So, Bobby, I think Jerry was just saying it as he was caught outside of these owners' meetings that he thinks that T.Y. can have a Brock Purdy-like impact on Sunday. Is that like is that crazy to think that he can hit the ground running similar to Amari did here with Dak?
I think it's crazy to think that he could play quarterback like Brock Purdy, just right off the bat. But I don't think he's going to play nearly as much as Amari Cooper did for this team when he jumped in. But sure, in terms of he's going to provide something that they've lacked, something that they've missed, and his speed's still there. Like I mean, you can see it on tape. In recent years, he can still run, and so they've missed that. They haven't had a guy that can really challenge defenses and stress them with speed in a while, and that'll be something that he can bring to the table. So I think he could have a very big impact even on minimal snaps. Do I think he'll do things like Amari did where it's like 180 yards and 2 touchdowns against Washington or something like that? Probably not, but I think that it's completely within the realm of possibility that he could make some big plays for them in these final 4 games.
Bobby, what does this say about James Washington then?
It's funny because I think we were all around Oxnard when James Washington got hurt, and I think there was a surprising lack of urgency to replace him. Like it almost felt like the team didn't at that time even didn't think that he was a guy they needed to replace. That it's just it's the next guy up. This wasn't anybody we had big plans for. And I think that they were willing to see what he could do, but ultimately, I think they just feel like they really miss that top end speed. Now, James Washington's a guy who, as we've talked about consistently, it's those routes 7, 8, 9 that have been really his calling card when he was coming out of school and when he excelled his second year in Pittsburgh. That's what he was really good at. But he's never had like top end speed. I think he's a 4.55 guy, if I recall correctly, coming out of Oklahoma State. So he's not a burner. CD's not a burner. Gallup, even though he's got the ball tracking skills down the field and can do those sorts of things, he's also like a 4.5 guy. So I think what this came down to is just they needed a deep threat that can really test, secondaries with the speed, and that's not James Washington. And so I don't know. I'll be interested to see where things head with Washington and his status on the roster here in the next few weeks.
Bobby, are you starting to see the wisdom in some of the points that were being made by a group of people you called Dak asses over the summer?
First off, I want to be clear.
Yeah,
I did not come up with that term. That was Sean Sharif's term, and then
You're on that show, though,
people.
right?
I am now. I wasn't at the time.
No, I think you're guilty by association.
You did call me a Dak ass, though.
Well, that was, again, yes, I had to label everybody, and I labeled everybody, I think, except Chop and... I don't remember who else. I think it was just Chop and Wolchuk were the only ones I said were Dak heads along with me. But no, again, like I think Dak has played really well since he came back up until the last 2 weeks. I think the last 2 weeks have been bad. And so I can certainly see an issue with things if this continues, and it's been an issue for 2 weeks, and that's a concerning aspect of it. But I mean, if he goes out there and plays well again, then it's okay. All right, we're back to normal. This was a 2 week stretch that was tough, but all right, back on track. Now let's do the same thing heading into Philly, Tennessee, and Washington.
And if he doesn't, we need to pull back the reins here on the aggressiveness thing, right? I think they got a little excited with the 50 brisket and the 40 burger.
Are we really committing to 50 brisket?
Yes, damn right we are.
Damn right we are, Bobby.
Oh gosh, I don't want this to happen. It's funny because the 50 brisket was a game where he didn't play great. Like I think that was the worst game he had played since he had been back.
The defense had bragging rights. The defense like we did the work.
I mean, that was honestly a game where if they played really well, they should have scored like 70, to be honest. Like, they underperformed even given what they did with how bad Indianapolis played at times. But, I think the turnovers are obviously the biggest thing right now that's got to go away. They got to get that cleaned up. And if he can't clean it up, Jerry said on Tuesday,